In the 15 days preceding the apocalypse, Yun-Si unexpectedly binds a Yilan necklace around her neck, which subsequently melds into her skin, transforming into a birthmark. Utilizing this mark, she cultivates her abilities to navigate the early stages of the impending catastrophe. In this lifetime, she awakens to extraordinary powers, no longer the victimized Yun-Si. To gain strength, she relentlessly strives, even courting the affections of several admirers. Yet, her heart is not made of stone. Under the genuine love they offer, she finds herself unable to resist reciprocating some true feelings. Chapter 1 Rebirth. As the pungent mixture of disinfectant and perfume invaded her nostrils, Yun-Si became acutely aware of her surroundings. The searing pain in her wrist felt achingly real, prompting her to abruptly open her eyes. The ceiling above was familiar, reminiscent of the TV room rather than the dark, damp basement of the third year of the apocalypse, nor the urban ruins where she had met her end. Awake? A greasy male voice intruded upon her thoughts. Wang Chang's face loomed large before her, his fingers insidiously caressing her collarbone. You little wretch, still pretending to be unconscious? Boss Lee has summoned you thrice. If you refuse to entertain clients tonight, I'll sell you to a brothel on the outskirts. Yun-Si's pupils dilated in horror. Wang Chang's visage, she recognized it. On the day the apocalypse erupted, this man had his throat bitten by the first mutated server, his hot blood splattering onto the cake she had bought for her 19th birthday, the very day the world fell apart. But now she glanced down at her hands. They weren't exquisite, yet they were slender and unblemished, devoid of the scars and calluses that marred her during the apocalypse. There were no chains on her wrist, merely a faint mark from when Wang Chang had struck her with a belt during her previous escape attempt. The digital clock on the wall clearly displayed the date, July 1st. There were still a full 15 days until the world would change irrevocably. She had been reborn. Reborn in this hell that had consumed 3 years of her youth, reborn just 15 days away from becoming a free woman, yet also mere weeks from the collapse of societal order. Memories from her past life surged like a tide. After the apocalypse struck, she had scurried through the ruins like a rat, witnessing those who had awakened their powers rise above, treating those without abilities as mere prey and playthings. She had been unwilling to accept this fate, desperately aspiring to acquire powers herself. She even allowed a wounded zombie to bite her, yet instead of awakening abilities, she was met with a fever and the spread of dark, grotesque markings across her skin. The terror of that experience lingered vividly in her mind. It felt as if countless insects crawled beneath her skin, her consciousness gradually peeling away, overwhelmed by the bloodthirsty roars echoing around her. Faced with the choice of becoming a mindless monster, she had preferred to end her own life. The cold steel of a blade against her wrist lingered in her memory, yet now she was alive. What are you daydreaming about? Wang Chang's impatience grew as he noticed her vacant expression, reaching to tug at her collar. The drugs I gave you are kicking in. If you know what's good for you, strip off your clothes willingly. It will save me the trouble. Drugs? It then dawned on Yun-Si that her limbs felt heavy and weak, her throat parched and painful, her skin flushed, and certain parts of her body exhibited unusual sensations. Clearly, she had been drugged. The timing of her return was unfortunate, coinciding perfectly with Wang Chang's intention to force her into servicing clients. On this day in her past life, she too had been drugged, yet in her semi-conscious state, she had fiercely bitten Wang Chang's ear, resulting in a brutal beating and violation. However, employing that same tactic, once she had torn his ear completely off, no one dared to approach her again. But what did it matter? It was merely a few extra days of torment before the apocalypse descended. Get away from me. Yun-Si's voice was hoarse and dry, yet it carried a chilling intensity. Wang Chang paused momentarily, then let out a derisive laugh. Oh, still daring to be defiant. His burly hand seized her hair, forcefully thrusting her back against the sofa. Don't blame me for the consequences. If you can't perform tonight, your ransom money. The words ransom money pierced Yun-Si's heart like a needle. She almost forgot that to gather the funds needed to escape, she had scrimped and saved, even secretly taking on blame for others. Just 15 days more, and she could finally break free from this wretched place. Yet in her previous life, she had never reached that day. The apocalypse had arrived, rendering her hard-earned money worthless. No, she could not allow history to repeat itself. Yun-Si dug her nails deep into her palm, the pain sharpening her last vestige of consciousness. She had to survive. She had to leave this place before the world collapsed, and she had to find a way to gain power, even if it meant her gaze fell to her chest. There, She wore the Yilan necklace, a cherished item since childhood, a memento left by her parents as the orphanage director had told her on the day she was sent away. Despite the trials and tribulations over the past 3 years, she had never removed it. Before her demise in her previous life, it was this very necklace that had suddenly grown hot, nearly scorching her skin.
Bang!
Wang Chong's fist slammed against the armrest of the sofa beside her ear, causing a ringing in her eardrum. "You little wretch, you're asking for it," he sneered, unfastening his belt. "Since you refuse to serve Boss Li, you'll serve me instead. What a damn nuisance. I intended to send you out, but who knew they wouldn't appreciate it?" As the stench of smoke and liquor descended upon her, Yunxi instinctively turned her head, evading his approach. The instinct to survive overpowered the dizziness induced by the drugs. She struggled with every ounce of strength, kicking and fighting as she had in the ruins against wild dogs vying for scraps. "Let go of me." Her voice trembled with fury and fear, yet it resonated with a fierce determination. "If you dare touch me, I swear I will kill you." "Kill me?" Wang Chong's laughter grew even more lascivious. "I'm eager to see how you'll manage that." His rough hands violently tore at her collar, the cold air rushing in, sending a shiver through her. At that moment, the necklace against her chest radiated an intense heat, as if it aimed to sear a mark upon her skin. Yunxi instinctively clasped her chest, but Wang Chong mistook her gesture as an attempt to hide something valuable, seizing the necklace and yanking it forcefully. With a snap, the chain broke, yet the pendant did not fall. Instead, it seemed to possess a will of its own, gliding along her skin toward a small wound on her collarbone inflicted by a shard of glass just yesterday.
Ugh!
Yunxi gasped in pain as the pendant's sharp tip precisely pierced the wound. Wang Chong froze, watching in disbelief as the silver Yilan pendant appeared to be drawing blood, its petals gradually tinged with an eerie crimson hue. "What the hell is this?" He reached out to remove the pendant. At the moment his fingers brushed against it, Yunxi suddenly felt a warm surge flowing into her body through the wound, invigorating her previously languid limbs with newfound strength. Without a second thought, she opened her mouth and bit down hard on Wang Chong's arm, exerting every ounce of her strength.
"Ah!"
he howled, shoving her away. Yunxi fell to the ground, instinctively curling into a ball. She could feel the pendant at her chest growing even hotter, as if it intended to imprint itself into her very bones. Her vision began to blur. The drugs and this unexpected turn of events left her dizzy. Wang Chong, clutching his bleeding arm, stared at her in shock and fury. "You've lost your mind." Yunxi lifted her head, her eyes shimmering with a fierce glow. She didn't know what this necklace was or what this warmth signified, but she understood that this was her only opportunity. "Leave," she enunciated slowly, her voice soft yet imbued with an unyielding chill. Wang Chong gazed at the now deep crimson Yilan pendant on her chest, then at his bleeding arm, feeling inexplicably unnerved. He spat in disdain, muttering, "You'll regret this," before turning and leaving the room in disarray. The door slammed shut, and at last, tranquility enveloped the compartment. Yunxi collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. The searing sensation in her chest persisted as she trembled, pulling at her collar to catch a glimpse in the dim light. At the moment Wang Chong turned away, the silver Yilan pendant vanished, replaced instead by a lifelike Yilan tattoo, vividly imprinted just below her collarbone, the petals a crimson hue reminiscent of blood. The wound beneath was visibly healing at an astonishing rate. Yunxi's heart raced. She understood that from this moment forth, everything had changed. With only 15 days left until the apocalypse, she still had time. This time, not only did she intend to survive, but she vowed to thrive stronger than anyone else. She would make those who once trampled upon her dignity pay dearly. She sought to carve out her place in this world, one where order had already collapsed. Chapter 2. Choices. The instant the door to the private room swung open, the dim yellow light from the corridor flooded in, casting mottled shadows across Yunxi's damp collarbone as she curled up on the carpet, biting her lip fiercely. The Yilan tattoo on her chest felt like a burning brand, the heat radiating through her veins, enveloping every inch of her skin in a molten sensation. The drug's potency was exacerbated by this fiery torment, her reason teetering on the brink of collapse like a spider's web torn by a tempest. "Mr. Shen, please come in," Wang Chong's obsequious voice echoed from the doorway, laden with exaggerated flattery. Yunxi's pupils constricted in alarm. Shen Zeqi. In her previous life, she had only glimpsed this man a few times from afar. He was the shadowy proprietor of this establishment and the true sovereign of the underground world of City A. Dressed in a perfectly tailored black suit, the watch peeking from his cuff was worth more than the combined ransom of all the women in this place for an entire month. How could he possibly be here? Wang Chong's treachery. Yunxi's nails dug deeply into the carpet, her knuckles whitening with realization. This was no impulsive violation. Wang Chong had long intended to offer her as a tribute, not solely to Mr. Shen, but also to Mr. Li and Mr. Wang. Is this her? A deep voice resonated, akin to the lowest notes of a cello, imbued with a natural authority. Yunxi forced herself to meet his gaze. Shen Zeqi stood merely 3 steps away. His black shirt was unbuttoned at the collar, revealing sharply defined collarbones, his sleeves rolled to the elbows, veins faintly visible on his forearms. Unlike Wang Chong, his eyes held no lewdness. He regarded her with a detached calmness, his gaze as inscrutable as an unfathomable abyss. 2 bodyguards clad in black suits flanked him, their expressions impassive, exuding an aura that rendered the very air around them dense. Wang Chong rubbed his hands together, inching closer, his gaze lingering on the torn fabric of Yunxi's collar, an unrestrained lewdness saturating his tone. Mr. Shen has a discerning eye. This girl may appear slender, but she is quite the find. Though her temperament is wild, she dared to bite me just now. He deliberately raised his arm, revealing the bloodied bite marks. But rest assured, she is untouched, quite pristine for your enjoyment. The word enjoyment pierced Yunxi's ears like a needle. The drug's influence caused her vision to darken intermittently, the heat within her body intertwining with the searing pain in her chest, nearly incinerating her reason. She felt the ylang tattoo glowing with heat, the edges of the petals seemingly pulsating with life. No, she could not succumb like this. Yunxi bit down on her tongue, the sharp pain bringing a fleeting clarity. The humiliation of her previous life was vividly etched in her mind. She would not allow herself to be a mere pawn again, not even at the hands of Shen Zeqi. She struggled to rise, yet her limbs felt as though they had no bones, and as she managed to prop herself up, she stumbled, on the verge of collapsing. Suddenly, a hand reached out, firmly supporting her arm. Yunxi stiffened, raising her gaze to meet Shen Zeqi's eyes. His fingers were icy, contrasting starkly with her fevered skin, yet oddly, they momentarily calmed her frayed nerves. His eyes held no desire, only an assessing scrutiny, as if evaluating the worth of an object. Mr. Shen, Wang Chong interjected, his smile growing even more sycophantic. Look at her figure. Silence, Shen Zeqi replied without turning his head, his voice low yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Wang Chong's words caught in his throat, his complexion shifting between shades of green and white, yet he dared not utter another word. Shen Zeqi's gaze returned to Yunxi, sweeping over the ylang tattoo barely concealed on her chest, his brow furrowing slightly. Has she been drugged? Wang Chong nodded hastily. Just a little, fearing she might be unruly. Take him out, Shen Zeqi commanded, his tone devoid of inflection. The 2 bodyguards promptly advanced, seizing the still-dazed Wang Chong, and dragging him out. Mr. Shen, please spare me. I was wrong. Wang Chong's desperate cries faded into the distance, abruptly silenced by the heavy slam of the door. Inside the private room, only the 2 of them remained. The silence was palpable, punctuated solely by their breaths. Yunxi's heart raced uncontrollably. She could feel Shen Zeqi's fingers still resting on her arm, the cold touch providing slight reprieve from the heat that coursed through her. What is your name? Shen Zeqi inquired.
Yan.
Yunxi, she replied, her voice hoarse from the drug's effects, laced with a barely perceptible tremor. Shen Zeqi's gaze lingered on her face for several seconds, as if savoring her name. He gradually released his grip, stepping back to create distance. Can you stand? Yunxi gritted her teeth, using the edge of the sofa to slowly straighten her posture. The dual effects of the drug and the tattoo caused her body to tremble, her vision blurred, yet she persevered to align her spine, meeting Shen Zeqi's gaze head-on. She understood that she must appear utterly disheveled, her hair a tangle, her clothing torn, and streaks of tears on her face, but she refused to bow her head. Shen Zeqi regarded her defiant eyes, a faint, almost imperceptible curve appearing at the corner of his mouth, so fleeting it could easily be mistaken for an illusion. Wang Chong claims you are untouched. Yunxi's face flushed instantly, humiliation flooding her senses like a tidal wave. She clenched her fists, her nails digging deeply into her palms. Mr. Shen is jesting. Those who make a living in a place like this cannot possibly be clean. She deliberately spoke coarsely, hoping to diminish his interest. She would rather be perceived as a wilted flower than be scrutinized like merchandise. However, Shen Zeqi seemed oblivious to her insinuation, merely stating, "Follow me." He turned towards a small door at the back of the private room, leading to a suite for guests to rest.
Yunsi hesitated.
To go or not to go. Accompanying him might temporarily liberate her from Wang Chang's grasp, potentially allowing her to leverage his power to escape this place before the apocalypse. But at what cost? A man of Shen Zeqi's stature would never assist a mere unknown escort without reason. The ylang tattoo on her chest began to burn anew, more intensely than before. She could sense a peculiar energy coursing through her body, seemingly battling the drug's effects yet also catalyzing something within her. Her gaze fell upon Shen Zeqi's imposing figure. This man, who once commanded the winds and rain in the apocalypse, wielded ruthless methods, yet had also established the largest safe zone in City A. What if she aligned herself with him? Yunsi's cheeks flushed hotly, uncertain whether it was the drug or this audacious thought that ignited her face. Shen Zeqi appeared to notice her lagging behind, halting and glancing back at her, a hint of impatience in his eyes.
Yunsi nodded deeply.
It was a gamble. Having already faced death once in her previous life, what more did she have to lose? Rather than being sold to an unknown fate by Wang Chang, she would seize this seemingly perilous opportunity. She lifted her head, meeting Shen Zeqi's gaze, and followed him step by step. The door to the private room was closed, isolating them from the clamor outside. The suite was dimly lit, illuminated only by a solitary floor lamp, and the air was permeated with a faint scent of cedar, reminiscent of Shen Zeqi himself. He approached the bar, poured himself a glass of whiskey, and, with his back turned to her, inquired, "Do you know why I kept you here?" Yunsi shook her head, her palms clammy with sweat. "Wang Chang sent you to me to forge a connection." Shen Zeqi turned around, swirling the amber liquid in his glass. "However, I possess little interest in what he has offered." Yunsi's heart sank momentarily. But his gaze fell upon the ylang tattoo on her chest. "You possess something that piques my curiosity." Yunsi instinctively covered her chest, her complexion paling. Had he seen it? Shen Zeqi did not press further, merely extended the glass towards her. "Drink this. It may provide you some comfort." The liquid in the glass exuded a sharp aroma. Yunsi hesitated for a moment, but ultimately accepted it and downed it in one gulp. The spirit slid down her throat, igniting a burning sensation, yet curiously quelling the heat within her. "Thank you, Mr. Shen." She placed the empty glass on the bar, her voice steadier now. Shen Zeqi regarded her, a sudden smile gracing his lips. It was a fleeting smile, yet it resembled the thawing of ice and snow, imbued with a dangerous allure. "You are unlike other women." Yunsi refrained from responding, aware that any words at this juncture would be superfluous. "Do you wish to leave this place?" Shen Zeqi asked abruptly. Yunsi's head snapped up, a flicker of surprise crossing her features. He stepped closer, peering down at her with an intense gaze. "I can help you." Yunsi's heart skipped a beat. "What is the price?" "What do you think?" Shen Zeqi's eyes roamed her face, eventually resting on her lips, his tone laced with intrigue. "Alternatively, you could propose your own terms." The air seemed to solidify in that moment. Yunsi felt the ylang tattoo on her chest radiating warmth, her body yearning for something. She gazed at Shen Zeqi's face, so near, observing the unfathomable desire and calculation in his eyes, and suddenly made a decision. Rising on her toes, she wrapped her arms around his neck and brought her lips close to his. Rather than waiting passively, she opted to take the initiative. Shen Zeqi appeared taken aback by her boldness, his body momentarily stiffening before he seized control, deepening the kiss. His kiss was infused with the spiciness of whiskey and the coolness of cedar, forceful, yet strangely devoid of repulsion for Yunsi. She felt the ylang tattoo on her chest sear with intensity, a warm current surging through her as their lips met, intertwining with Shen Zeqi's essence. The potency of the drug seemed to reach its zenith at that moment, yet was simultaneously subdued by this warmth. Yunsi's consciousness oscillated between clarity and haze, leaving her with a singular thought. Regardless of the cost, she yearned to escape this place. Chapter 3. Tattoos. The halo of the floor lamp cast a warm yellow circle onto the carpet, reflecting the disheveled silhouette of Yunsi. Stray strands of hair clung to her damp forehead, and the torn collar of her shirt hung askew on her shoulder, revealing the faint outline of an ylang tattoo just below her collarbone. It was this very disarray that accentuated the exquisite beauty of her unadorned face, her pronounced brow, straight nose, and the swollen lower lip, reddened from recent biting, combined to create a breathtaking sense of fragility that made one yearn to cradle her in their hands while simultaneously igniting a desire to shatter her defiance. Shen Zeqi's gaze settled upon her face, his Adam's apple barely perceptibly bobbing. Earlier, in the private room, he had noticed something unique in her eyes, but now, in closer proximity, he was struck by their astonishing size. Her pupils were pure black, akin to obsidian submerged in water, glistening with a mist that hinted at the effects of medication, yet they remained defiantly wide, exposing all her resentment and vigilance. His gaze drifted downward, skimming over her delicate nose and pausing at her earlobe, where a red mole glimmered faintly under the warm light, reminiscent of a bloodstain that added an inexplicable allure to her cool demeanor. Beautiful, he heard his own voice resonate in the stillness of the room, tinged with an unexpected huskiness. Yunxi's eyelashes fluttered abruptly, as if stung by this sudden compliment. Instinctively, she recoiled, forgetting that her arms were still draped around his neck. This movement inadvertently drew them closer, her nose nearly brushing against the button of his shirt. The crisp scent of cedar mixed with a hint of tobacco enveloped her senses, a fragrance distinctly belonging to Shen Zeqi. In an unexpected flash, the phrase suit-clad thug leapt into her mind. At 190 centimeters tall, with a muscular chest beneath his black shirt and intricately fierce tattoos adorning his body, he embodied a certain violent aesthetic, so vividly portrayed. The tailored black shirt hugged his well-defined muscles, while his wrists, exposed at the cuffs, bore cleanly trimmed nails, still marked with amber traces of whiskey. His appearance, though that of a refined rogue, had moments ago commanded authority with a mere utterance of "take him out," causing Wang Chong to be dragged away like a defeated dog. The latent savagery concealed beneath his exterior was more intimidating than any supernatural being she had encountered in the apocalypse. Her gaze fell upon the fingers gripping the rim of his glass, long and elegant, capable of signing billion-dollar contracts or effortlessly snapping a neck. "What are you thinking?" Shen Zeqi lowered his head, his warm breath brushing against her ear. Yunxi suddenly snapped back to reality, realizing she had unconsciously released her hold on his neck, now firmly ensconced in his embrace. His palm rested lightly at her waist, not exerting pressure, yet forming an unbreakable confinement. "Nothing," she averted her face, attempting to mask her earlier distraction, her cheeks betraying her with a fervent blush. Was it the lingering effects of the medication, or the intoxicating fragrance emanating from her Yilan tattoo? She felt a warm current coursing up her spine, intertwining with the residual effects of the drug, blurring her consciousness once more. Shen Zeqi's gaze lingered on the flushed skin behind her ears, the small mole appearing almost animated before his eyes. Suddenly, he extended his tongue, brushing against her earlobe, his teeth gently grazing the red mole. Yunxi recoiled as if burned, instinctively raising her hand to push him away. However, her strength paled in comparison to Shen Zeqi's, and her feeble push felt more like a playful caress, landing softly against his chest. Beneath her palm, she could feel the solid muscle, and through the thin fabric of his shirt, the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. It was unclear who initiated the movement. Perhaps Shen Zeqi tightened his embrace, or maybe Yunxi's fingertips inadvertently grazed his chest. Or perhaps it was the intoxicating warmth of the ylang fragrance that finally severed the taut string binding them. When their lips met again, it was with a fervor surpassing the previous encounter. Shen Zeqi's kiss was no longer a mere tentative exploration, it was an assertive claim, prying open her mouth and seizing the very air from her lungs. Yunxi's mind spiraled into chaos. Her body, drained of all strength, succumbed to his hold, even responding to his almost brutal kiss. The ylang tattoo on her chest radiated an astonishing heat, as if alive beneath her skin, each kiss sending ripples of peculiar tingling coursing through her veins. She sensed something awakening within her. Was it power, desire, or a tumult of feelings she could scarcely comprehend? Shen Zeqi's hand traced her waist, gradually ascending to the nape of her neck, gently caressing. This action, intended to be soothing, only heightened her sense of turmoil. She yearned to push him away, yet he held her tighter. She wished to close her eyes and avoid his gaze, yet found herself drawn into the depths of his intense eyes. In those depths, her own reflection was starkly visible, flushed cheeks, bewildered gaze, and the lingering traces of intimacy at the corners of her mouth. Utterly devoid of the earlier icy defiance, she resembled nothing more than a tamed creature, fragile and enticing. Shen Zeqi, She finally broke free from the kiss, gasping for breath, her voice tinged with a quaver, indistinguishable from oxygen deprivation or something deeper, soft and sweet. It was a melody to his ears. Shen Zeqi's forehead rested against hers, their breaths mingling in a hurried rhythm. His gaze fell upon her swollen lips, then drifted to the rising curve of her chest, ultimately resting on the ylang tattoo. The colors of the tattoo seemed to deepen, the petals now edged with a faint crimson, as if blood flowed within. What is this? His finger lightly traced the edge of the tattoo, curiosity lacing his tone. Yunxi's body tensed instantaneously, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Instinctively, she sought to retreat but found herself firmly held in place by Shen Zeqi. It's a tattoo, she stammered, grasping for an excuse, her heart racing as if it might leap from her throat. This secret could not be uncovered, though she was uncertain of its nature. It was her final trump card. Shen Zeqi arched an eyebrow, clearly skeptical. He had encountered countless tattoos but had never seen one quite like this, so lifelike, changing color with body temperature, even pulsating as if it were alive. Yet he refrained from further inquiry, merely tracing a gentle line along a petal. Yunxi gasped softly, her body trembling uncontrollably. A surge of electricity coursed through his fingertip, colliding with the warmth emanating from the tattoo, igniting an extraordinary sensation within her. Simultaneously, she sensed something flowing from Shen Zeqi's body, surging into her through their point of contact, greedily absorbed by the tattoo on her chest. It was a pure energy, far more potent than the faint aura she had received from Wang Chom, warm and commanding, akin to a hearth in winter, instantly dispelling the chill lingering within her. Shen Zeqi, too, sensed something amiss. The skin beneath his fingertip suddenly became feverishly hot, as if affected by some drug, igniting a long-buried impulse within him. This sensation was subtle, yet sufficient to raise his alertness. He abruptly withdrew his hand, his gaze sharpening. What have you done?
Yunxi,
Still reeling from the intensity of the earlier sensation, met his icy stare, her heart plummeting. Had she been discovered? She opened her mouth to explain but found herself at a loss for words. Surely, she could not reveal that her chest bore a tattoo capable of absorbing a man's energy? At that moment, she felt the tattoo on her chest quiver slightly, as if responding to her unease. As thoughts swirled in her mind, a series of indistinct messages emerged. Yilan mark initial activation, reward, complete body transformation, turbulent waves, nectar. Skin as smooth as jade, renowned artifact, completed, absorbed life energy. 12. Current usable abilities. Basic self-healing, intense Yilan fragrance released when emotionally stirred. Yunxi's eyes widened in astonishment. Was this the attribute panel of a golden finger? She truly could gain power in such a manner. A wave of immense joy dispelled her earlier panic. She lifted her gaze to meet Shen Zeqi's skeptical look, a faint smile unexpectedly curling at the corners of her lips. This smile bore a hint of cunning, a touch of provocation, and an unwavering resolve. Boss Shen, her voice was still somewhat hoarse, yet it radiated an unprecedented calmness. What do you think I can do? Shen Zeqi observed the sudden spark of determination in her eyes, devoid of fear, replaced instead by a certainty that sent a chill down his spine. He furrowed his brow. The sensation he had felt moments ago had vanished, as if it had merely been an illusion. Yet he knew it was no mere illusion. This woman certainly harbored secrets. He glanced at the vibrant Yilan tattoo blossoming on her chest, intensified by her emotions, and then back to the meaningful smile on her lips. Suddenly, he felt that keeping her close might not be such a poor decision after all. Having such an intriguing companion would alleviate the monotony. At least, that was his current sentiment. Nothing. Shen Zeqi averted his gaze, his tone reverting to its usual indifference. It's getting late. You shall rest here tonight. He turned towards another bedroom, leaving Yunxi standing alone. She watched his retreating figure, her fingers brushing over the tattoo on her chest. It had cooled, leaving only a lingering warmth. She glanced at her palm. Though the energy she had absorbed was feeble, it distinctly conveyed that her body was undergoing a remarkable transformation. She clenched her fist, her fingers slender yet powerful, her vision seemingly sharper. Even the bruise left by Wang Chong's earlier tugging was showing signs of healing amidst a faint ache. Basic self-healing, space storage. The corners of Yunxi's lips involuntarily lifted. Thank you, Shen Zeqi. But this was merely the beginning. With 14 days ahead, she must seize every moment to grow stronger. She lifted her head, gazing toward the bedroom, her eyes glimmering with unwavering resolve. Shen Zeqi, are you not curious about my secrets? Then you may wait patiently. Chapter 4. Obsession. Yunsi stood in the center of the suite, her gaze sweeping across her surroundings. The opulent crystal chandelier, the costly genuine leather sofa, and the tall green plant in the corner all exuded Shen Zeqi's wealth. Yet, her attention was drawn to an inconspicuous black in the corner of the ceiling. It concealed a surveillance camera, a standard feature in such high-end establishments. Although Shen Zeqi had not mentioned it, his cautious nature meant he would undoubtedly install surveillance in the room. Yunsi smirked derisively. Well, this would save her from acting out and raising suspicion. She turned and entered the bathroom, locking the door behind her. The cool glass door shielded her from prying eyes, allowing her to exhale in relief as she slid down to the floor. The composure she had maintained crumbled in an instant, her heart racing from Shen Zeqi's inquiries and the revelation of the attribute panel. She raised her hand to touch the Yilan tattoo on her chest. It had returned to a normal temperature, with only a faint pulsation felt when her fingertips brushed over the petals, a sensation distinct from Shen Zeqi's touch. It truly was different now, she pondered. The lighting in the bathroom was bright. Yunsi stood up and approached the large dressing mirror. The reflection staring back at her felt somewhat unfamiliar. Her face remained unchanged, her brows still arched, her deep-set eyes intact. But her skin appeared as though it had been bathed in milk, smooth and luminous. Even the small freckle on her nose had vanished. The Yilan tattoo beneath her collarbone seemed as if it were an intrinsic part of her being, seamlessly blending with her skin. The red petals glistened under the light. She instinctively shed her oversized, outdated clothing. A sharp intake of breath escaped her lips. Her previously frail figure had transformed into an alluring silhouette, curves accentuated perfectly. Her waist was slender, seemingly fragile, yet her bosom was surprisingly ample, her skin smooth and flawless, devoid of any scars or blemishes, save for the bruise left by Wang Chang, which was the only remnant of her past. Was this what the attribute panel referred to as a complete body transformation? Yunsi's fingers glided over her waist, the sensation smooth and delicate. Her expression was a blend of astonishment, elation, and a hint of indescribable awkwardness. She felt her body becoming lighter. Her fists clenched with newfound strength, and this sudden beauty came at a price she was poised to willingly pay. Moreover, with the apocalypse looming, lacking formidable abilities for protection would lead to a fate far worse than her previous life. Was it worth it? She recalled the days of struggle amidst the ruins, the individuals who became prey due to their powerlessness, those who would sell their bodies for a mere piece of candy, and her own deliberate act of allowing a zombie to bite her in pursuit of awakening her abilities. It was worth it. Taking a deep breath, determination ignited in her gaze. She turned on the shower, warm water cascading down, cleansing her body while also washing away the stubborn heart that yearned for strength. Meanwhile, Shen Zeqi sat in the leather chair of his study, a cigar pinched between his fingers, smoke swirling around him, his expression inscrutable. After leaving the suite, the inexplicable impulse he had felt dissipated as if it had never existed. Nevertheless, he found himself increasingly intrigued by the girl named Yunsi. Her cool, stubborn gaze, the enticing red mole on her earlobe, and the enigmatic tattoo on her chest, she resembled an unfinished masterpiece, compelling him to create the most exquisite and beautiful artwork on her canvas. He casually picked up the tablet on the desk and accessed the surveillance footage from the suite's bathroom. On the screen, the sound of rushing water filled the air, steam enveloping, revealing a curvaceous silhouette. Shen Zeqi's gaze momentarily paused. He had encountered countless beauties, each unique in their charm. Yet, this girl possessed a distinct allure. It was not a meticulously crafted beauty, but rather a purity untouched by artifice. Water droplets glided down her smooth skin, outlining elegant curves, each inch perfectly formed, as if crafted by the most meticulous hands of a deity. Especially the Yilan tattoo on her chest, under the mist, it glowed like a burning flame, starkly contrasting with her fair skin, evoking a breathtaking beauty. Shen Zeqi's eyes held no desire, only a pure appreciation for the beauty before him, akin to admiring a priceless painting, a masterful work of art. He had to concede that Wang Chang had not misled him this time. This girl was indeed a rare gem. In the bathroom, Yunsi was wiping droplets from her face when she suddenly felt a searing gaze upon her from behind. Her movements faltered for a moment, but she continued bathing nonchalantly, her mind already aware of the source. It was Shen Zeqi. No one else could monitor her in this room. A cold smile crept onto Yunxi's lips. Look all you want. I have nothing to covet at present. She recalled the attribute panel in her mind, specifically the life energy of 12. Did it require deeper interactions with others to amass life energy? She was uncertain of the exact nature of life energy, but it seemed akin to yang energy more or less. What if she could engage in a profound exchange with him, absorbing Shen Zeqi's energy? What would that entail? Will the attribute panel undergo more astonishing transformations? Can she acquire greater power? Once this thought took root, it spread through her mind like wild vines. Some say that selling one's body is the most worthless transaction, yet Yunxi scoffed at such notions. When the apocalypse descends, human lives become as trivial as grass, and what is dignity worth then? As long as she can gain power, be it supernatural abilities or this peculiar strength, anything that enables her to survive and seize control of her own fate would be worthwhile. As the saying goes, it matters not if a cat is black or white, as long as it catches mice, it is a good cat. She turned off the shower, dried her body with a towel, and gazed at her reflection in the mirror, allowing a self-mocking smile to grace her lips. Perhaps she had become obsessed with the desire for power, ultimately transforming into the very aspect of herself she had least wanted to become. Changing into the silk nightgown prepared by Shen Zeqi, the hem delicately concealed her thighs while revealing her slender, fair calves. The orchid tattoo on her chest faintly peeked through the gossamer fabric, adding an air of allure. Stepping out of the bathroom, she found the room deserted. Approaching the window, she drew back the heavy curtains, gazing out at the resplendent city illuminated by countless lights. 14 days remained. This bustling metropolis would soon transform into a hell on earth. In these 14 days, she would exhaust every means to grow stronger. Shen Zeqi was merely the first step in her plan. Next, she would seek out more men capable of providing her with energy. Her gaze sharpened, reminiscent of a poised cheetah ready to pounce. In this impending apocalypse, she vowed not to be at the mercy of others. To be weak was tantamount to death. Chapter 5: The Art of Harmony and Desire. The electronic clock on the wall quietly glided past midnight, marking 15 days until the end of the world. No. In just 2 hours, it would be only 14 days. Soon, in 2 hours, the date would shift to July 2nd. Yunxi stared at the digits, her fingertips gently caressing the fabric of her nightgown. She could not squander this night, nor waste the resource that was Shen Zeqi. The progress bar reading 12 on her tribute panel pricked at her heart, tightening her chest. Earlier in the bathroom, she had confirmed the location of the surveillance camera. Positioned in the corner of the ceiling directly facing the large bed, its angle cunningly capable of capturing every movement within the room. Taking a deep breath, she moved to the center of the room, tilting her chin defiantly toward the air, her voice clear enough to be captured by the microphone. Mr. Shen, since you wish to observe, why not do so openly? In the study, Shen Zeqi raised an eyebrow at her words while toying with a tablet. How intriguing. Most girls would either panic or feign modesty. He had never encountered anyone so forthright and inviting as she. Snuffing out his cigar, he rose, the hem of his suit jacket forming a crisp arc. This saved me the trouble of knocking. As the suite door swung open, Yunxi sat gracefully at the edge of the bed, the silk gown cascading down her thighs, revealing a glimpse of her fair skin. Hearing the movement, she looked up, her expression devoid of panic, radiating a sense of serene confidence. Shen Zeqi closed the door behind him and sauntered over to the sofa. Reclining with an air of lazy dominance, his long legs crossed, one arm draped over the backrest. You wish to see me. I have come at your behest, he teased, his gaze scrutinizing her, as if it were a spotlight. The nightgown he had arranged for her was intended to appear youthful, yet it surprisingly exuded an air of seduction. Particularly the way her bosom quivered with her movements, the orchid tattoo glimmering beneath the light, creating an intoxicating allure. Yunxi did not respond to his banter. Instead, she approached him with determination. In a decisive motion, she knelt and straddled his lap, her movements fluid and devoid of hesitation. Shen Zeqi's breath caught momentarily. Her soft form pressed against him, infused with the warmth of her recent shower and a delicate floral fragrance that was neither a common body wash nor mere soap. It was a sweet amalgamation of creamy milk and floral notes. His hand, resting on the sofa, instinctively tensed, his knuckles turning white. Mr. Shen, how much do you believe I am worth? Yunxi's fingers playfully tugged on his tie, drawing him closer until their faces were mere centimeters apart. She could clearly see the menacing tattoo peeking from his shirt collar and her own reflection mirrored in his eyes, filled with desperate resolve. Shen Zeqi smiled, a low, husky chuckle resonating from his chest, sending a tremor through her. What price would grant you freedom? Yunsi tilted her head, her crimson lips suddenly pressing against his. This kiss was unlike the tentative brush at the bar. It was imbued with a fierce determination. She pried open his lips, her tongue darting in like a nimble fish, refusing to be denied, as if pouring out all the grievances, frustrations, and desires for survival she had harbored over the years into this passionate embrace. Shen Zeqi's pupils constricted in surprise. He had not anticipated her boldness, akin to a famished beast pouncing recklessly to tear into its prey. Yet instead of pushing her away, he grasped the nape of her neck, deepening the kiss. If she was offering herself so willingly, he saw no reason to refuse. His kiss was a blend of adult restraint and fervor. Unlike her frantic approach, it was a steady advance that consumed her breath entirely. The crisp scent of cedar and the refreshing aroma of orchids intertwined on their lips, creating an extraordinary reaction. Yunsi felt the heat of her orchid tattoo intensifying, more so than it had in the bathroom earlier. A wave of warmth surged through their connected skin, eagerly seeking to enter her body, greedily absorbed by the tattoo. Life energy, 1520. The progress bar in her mind rose slowly, yet resolutely. With each pulse, she felt the power within her swell. This was what she desired. Yunsi closed her eyes, leaning into the kiss, her fingers sliding from his tie to the buttons of his shirt, hastily unfastening them, her urgency tinged with youthful eagerness. Shen Zeqi grasped her hands, ending the nearly suffocating kiss. Their foreheads touched, breaths mingling, his gaze dark as ink. Have you made your decision? I have long since made my decision. Yunsi's lips were swollen, her voice breathy yet unwavering. Mr. Shen, help me escape this place. In exchange, I am yours. Her honesty sliced through all pretenses like a knife. In the face of survival, dignity and modesty became worthless. Shen Zeqi observed the light in her eyes. It was not infatuation for him, but a fervent desire to leave this place, imbued with reckless courage. He suddenly found this far more intriguing than any contrived display of affection.
Deal.
He lowered his head, kissing her once more, this time with a touch more gentleness, imbued with an odd indulgence. His kisses trailed from her lips to her neck, her collarbone, until every inch of Yunsi was suffused with his essence. The silk nightgown was discarded, revealing her alluring form, which he could no longer resist. With a muffled groan, he claimed her. Noticing Yunsi's pained whimpers, he paused, taking in her ethereal beauty, her face a portrait of exquisite distress. Tenderly, he brushed her hair aside and kissed from her brow down to the corners of her mouth, giving her ample time to adjust. Take your time. The night is still long. Occasionally, sounds of her soft moans mingled with his restrained breaths filled the room, creating an atmosphere of boundless springtime. Neon lights from outside filtered through the sheer curtains, casting a kaleidoscope of colors across the carpet. The rhythm of their breaths grew heavier. The silk nightgown wrinkled beyond recognition, revealing the faint bruises on her youthful body and the increasingly vibrant orchid tattoo. As Shen Zeqi's gaze swept over the flower, his fingertips lightly brushed the edges of its petals. This time, he distinctly felt a faint warmth coursing through his fingertips, akin to an electric current that surged throughout his body, loosening his taut muscles. It was not merely an illusion. He observed Yunsi, her eyes closed, long eyelashes fluttering, cheeks flushed, yet her lips pressed into a stubborn line, as if enduring something while simultaneously relishing it. This girl harbored secrets, and his curiosity about them intensified. Yunsi sensed the steady rise of her life energy, the warmth within her body swelling, even causing the tattoo on her chest to faintly glow. Besides some soreness in specific areas, all was well. It seemed that the basic healing had indeed taken effect. The life energy meter halted at 512, unlocking the Heavenly Harmony Illusion technique. The first level of the Heavenly Harmony Illusion technique had been unlocked, functioning autonomously for cultivation. This ancient dual cultivation method allowed one to draw upon the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, with the sole flaw being that those who had lost their original yang would experience minimal benefits. She had witnessed this yesterday, when Shen Zeqi noticed her distraction. He exerted more force, and she hadn't been able to react in time. She hadn't anticipated the Heavenly Harmony Illusion technique would operate on its own. Chapter 6 Departure. Yunsi feigned just awakening, slowly opening her eyes. The lingering dizziness of a hangover had not entirely faded, yet her body felt extraordinarily light, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. She wiggled her fingers, the tips gliding over the smooth bedsheets, and last night's memories surged forth like a tide, accompanied by a surreal sense of disorientation. The space beside her was already cold, clearly indicating that Shen Zeqi had departed long ago. She sat up, adjusting the thin blanket draped over her, and instinctively glanced at her chest. The color of the orchid tattoo stood out vividly against her fair skin, appearing as red as if soaked in blood, glimmering under the morning light. Life energy, 512. Current usable abilities. Basic self-healing, releases a rich orchid fragrance when emotionally stirred. Progress in cultivating the Heavenly Harmony Illusion Technique. Level 1, 15 points, 5 points needed to advance to level 2. Storage space, 100 cubic meters.
Afeint grace Yunsea slips.
To have increased so much in just one night, observing the rising life energy, she mused that it was indeed more effective than mere kisses. She tossed aside the blanket and got out of bed, her steps a little unsteady. Upon reaching the bathroom, she caught sight of herself in the mirror, her complexion radiant, skin so fair it seemed to glisten, and the fatigue in her eyes replaced by an unusual luster. After a quick shower, she donned a clean bathrobe and opened the wardrobe, discovering several brand-new outfits, still adorned with tags, clearly freshly prepared. She selected a simple white shirt and denim jeans. The pants fit perfectly, but the shirt was somewhat ill-fitting, so she opted for a men's shirt instead. Just as she fastened the last button, the door swung open. Shen Zeqi entered, impeccably dressed in a tailored black suit, a refined tie at his collar, hair meticulously styled, exuding an aura of aloof elegance. Standing at 190 centimeters, he presented a striking contrast to the 165 centimeters tall Yilan, creating a palpable visual impact. An invisible pressure enveloping her. Awake? It seems my measurements were a tad inaccurate, Shen Zeqi remarked, his gaze sweeping over her, laced with a playful teasing and subtle admiration. The men's white shirt concealed her curvaceous figure, yet the simple attire on her exuded a mature charm, even though she was barely 18. He had never thought a young woman could wear a shirt with such an effect. Unbeknownst to her, her clear eyes, filled with determination, made it seem as though the passionate girl from last night was merely a figment of a dream. Yulan nodded, her tone steady. Mr. Shen. He replied, settling onto the sofa with a relaxed demeanor, legs crossed. You may leave. No one will dare stop you. From today onward, you are no longer part of Heavenly Realm. Yulan felt a surge of joy within, though she maintained her composure. Thank you, Mr. Shen. He responded indifferently, gesturing towards a bank card on the table. That card contains your salary for the past 3 years. Yulan's gaze fell upon the card, her silence lingering for a moment. She had endured 3 years at Heavenly Realm, with a pitiful salary, often subjected to various deductions by Wang Chang, leaving her with little. Surely, the card Shen Zeqi offered contained a substantial sum. Is this the payment for last night? She inquired, lifting her gaze to meet his, her tone light, though her eyes sparkled with delight. Shen Zeqi's expression instantly darkened, as if he had been struck at a sensitive point. His voice tinged with irritation. You are my first woman. Consider it a favor. Yulan was taken aback. Your first woman? She could scarcely believe that the skilled, relentless man from last night was a novice. Though she thought this, she could not help but ask, Mr. Shen, are you certain? You certainly didn't appear to be inexperienced last night. Shen Zeqi raised an eyebrow, a playful smirk appearing at the corners of his mouth. It seems you were quite pleased with my skills. Yulan's cheeks flushed crimson, akin to a ripe apple. She lowered her head, falling silent. Observing her reddened ears, Shen Zeqi's amusement deepened. He cleared his throat, adopting a serious tone. Given that you were somewhat satisfactory last night, I shall share something with you. In approximately 15 days, a significant shift in the world's landscape will occur. Yulan abruptly lifted her head, her eyes wide with astonishment. 15 days? How could he possibly know? Did those in positions of power already have foreknowledge of the impending apocalypse? Shen Zeqi seemed to read her thoughts but offered no explanation, continuing instead. Money may become worthless by then. You should accept this, you can still purchase things now. But in a few days, you may find no place to buy anything. Yulan gazed at the bank card on the table and then into Shen Zeqi's profound eyes, a whirlwind of emotions stirring within her. She was uncertain whether the significant shift he mentioned referred to the apocalypse, but his warning undoubtedly corroborated her suspicions. Without further hesitation, Yunsi picked up the card and tucked it into her pocket. "Thank you for the reminder, Mr. Shen," she stated, her eyes resolute. "I shall take my leave now." Shen Zeqi waved his hand dismissively, as if bidding farewell, yet he seemed on the verge of saying something more, but his words eluded him. Yunsi turned towards the door, her hand resting on the doorknob when she paused for a moment, not looking back, but softly uttered, "Mr. Shen, until we meet again." With that, she opened the door and stepped outside without hesitation, watching her figure disappear at the end of the corridor. Shen Zeqi lifted his coffee cup and took a sip, his expression inscrutable. This girl was indeed more intriguing than he had anticipated. Setting down the cup, he retrieved his phone and dialed a number. "Investigate Yunsi. I want all her information, the more detailed the better." After hanging up, Shen Zeqi moved to the window and observed Yunsi's silhouette as she emerged below, hailing a taxi and speeding away. A meaningful smile crept across his lips. 15 days? I find myself increasingly eager. Meanwhile, within the taxi, Yunsi clutched the card in her pocket, her heart racing. Shen Zeqi's words solidified her belief that the apocalypse was imminent. She glanced at her palm, where it seemed the warmth of Shen Zeqi still lingered. 15 days. She silently vowed, her gaze unwavering. I must be prepared. As the taxi traversed the bustling streets, Yunsi was uncertain of her destination. A moment of confusion passed before her determined voice rang out. "Driver, to Yunting Biyuan." "Understood." Yunsi reminisced about Yunting Biyuan, the largest base in City A in her previous life, unmatched by any other. Nestled on the outskirts of City A, it was rumored that a museum would soon be constructed there. Those who caught wind of this news invested heavily in nearby residential complexes, aiming to create a luxurious community. However, after several years, there had been no further updates. Additionally, its distance from the city center meant that many purchased properties there to accommodate mistresses. Although this association tarnished its reputation, Yunsi remained indifferent. In her past existence, even the shanty town of Yunting Biyuan charged 30 crystal cores per month, and she could barely afford to reside there. A small fraction of individuals, driven by the high rents and cramped living conditions in the city, sought refuge in Yunting Biyuan. Though the rent was steep, it was still more economical than city living. When the apocalypse arrived, this base was established, and the tenants were not evicted. Instead, they were prioritized for low-cost rentals. Once the base was operational, it would become exceedingly difficult to gain entry. In her previous life, she had never heard of anyone purchasing property in Yunting Biyuan, and it was evident that the prices would be prohibitively high. Moreover, most of the properties were held by affluent officials, making the prospect of acquisition little more than a fantasy. Chapter 7. The taxi came to a halt in front of the gates of Yunting Biyuan. The fare displayed on the meter amounted to 48 yuan. Yunsi retrieved a bank card from her pocket and handed it to the driver. "Please process it," she instructed. The driver accepted the card, swiped it on the POS machine, and printed a receipt, which he handed back to her. After signing, she took back her card and calmly expressed her gratitude. As she gazed out at the streets, she quietly calculated her finances. A regular server at Tianshang Renjian earned 5,000 a month, but she, who had been deceived into this position, was ostensibly a server while secretly providing specialized services to the wealthy and powerful. If not for her age, she would have long been coerced by Wang Chong into engaging with clients. Over the past 3 years, she had been frugal, and combined with the sum given by Shen Zeqi, her bank account held a total of 1.5 million, still far from affording a villa. Yet, she had no alternative. Yunting Biyuan was the safest haven in the impending apocalypse, and acquiring a property here was essential. The driver glanced at the signed receipt, studying her for a moment longer. The girl wore a simple white shirt and jeans, yet her demeanor exuded an unusual cold elegance, not typical of a visitor to such a place. The reputation of Yunting Biyuan in City A was far from stellar, although it was labeled a luxury community. It resembled more a refuge for the disreputable, frequented by the wealthy or their mistresses. He shook his head and pressed the accelerator, driving away. Yunsi stood before the entrance, gazing up at the enclosed area. The fountains sparkled under the sun, and the meticulously trimmed lawns were adorned with exquisite sculptures. The villa clusters in the distance were nestled among lush trees, indeed resembling a high-end community. However, Only those who had experienced the apocalypse could comprehend that this seemingly glamorous locale would soon transform into City A's most formidable fortress and a brutal battleground. Taking a deep breath, she strode purposefully toward the nearby sales hall. The interior was cool and lavishly decorated. Several saleswomen in professional attire were gathered at the front desk, chatting idly. When they noticed Yunxi enter, they merely cast a glance her way before diverting their attention, clearly not perceiving her as a potential client. After all, who would believe that a girl in a white shirt and jeans could afford a property here? Unfazed by their disdain, Yunxi approached the model of the community and fixed her gaze on the layout. The location of Yuntingbi Yuan was indeed exceptional, backed by green mountains and fronted by a moat, making it easy to defend. It was no wonder it would become the largest base after the apocalypse. Her eyes lingered on a few villas near the wall before ultimately settling on the one in the farthest corner. This villa was the most secluded, distanced from the community center and close to the dense forest of the back mountain, making it ideal for concealment and observation during the end times. A perfect choice. Miss, are you here to view properties? A saleswoman in a black suit finally approached, wearing a polite smile that failed to conceal her indifference. Indeed, Yunxi nodded, pointing to the villa on the model. I want that one. The saleswoman followed her gesture, her eyes widening with surprise before returning to a neutral expression. That villa was the cheapest in the community, located in a remote area with poor lighting, having remained unsold for half a year. She appraised Yunxi from head to toe, her tone laced with uncertainty. Miss, are you sure you want this one? What is the price of this villa? Interrupting her, Yunxi replied, how much? One flat price, 5 million, the saleswoman stated, while secretly doubting that this girl, based on her attire, could even afford the down payment. 5 million. Yunxi's heart skipped a beat. With only 5 million in her account, she was over 300,000 short of the total. Yet, her expression remained composed. She had already devised a plan to secure a loan. With the apocalypse impending, such debts would become irrelevant. Now was the time to borrow without hesitation. Noticing her calm demeanor, the saleswoman felt a flicker of doubt, but before she could dismiss Yunxi, she heard her voice again. I can pay in full, but I have a condition. In full? The saleswoman was taken aback, suspecting she had misheard. This girl appeared to be no older than 18 or 19. How could she possibly have 5 million in cash? She scrutinized Yunxi, searching for any signs of affluence. But aside from her remarkably steadfast eyes, there were no other indications. Yes, in full, Yunxi asserted firmly. But I want the keys today. And I need the transfer paperwork completed as soon as possible. She understood the urgency. Everything needed to be arranged before the apocalypse struck. The saleswoman hesitated, but eventually dialed the manager's number. Regardless of the truth behind this girl's claims, such matters were best left to the manager's discretion. A few minutes later, a middle-aged man in a suit approached, wearing a shrewd smile. Miss, I am the manager here, Lu. I understand you wish to purchase that villa outright?
Yes.
Yunxi affirmed, but I want the keys today, and the paperwork expedited. Manager Lu scrutinized her, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Although she was young, her speech was coherent, and her gaze unwavering, suggesting she was not jesting. After a moment's consideration, he replied, Miss, purchasing in full is certainly feasible, and you can receive the keys today, but the transfer process is quite complex and will take at least 3 days to complete. 3 days?
Yunxi frowned.
She could not afford to wait that long. Yes, that is the protocol. There is little we can do. Manager Lu shrugged, his tone tinged with resignation. Yunxi fell silent for a moment before stating, I can add an extra 100,000, provided you can finalize all the paperwork by tomorrow noon. She knew that in the face of money, so-called regulations often crumbled. Manager Lu's eyes brightened. 100,000 was no small sum. You are indeed decisive. I will make arrangements immediately to ensure you receive the property deed and keys by tomorrow noon. Good, Yunxi nodded. This is 100,000 deposit. I will transfer it to you now, and the remaining balance will be paid in full once the paperwork is completed. As she spoke, she took out her bank card. The manager's smile widened further. No problem, Mississippi. Please wait here for a moment while I handle the paperwork. Yunxi watched him hurriedly depart, exhaling in relief. The first step had been successfully accomplished. Now, she needed to gather the funds. She pulled out her phone and began exploring various online loan platforms, contemplating how to secure 4 million in the shortest time possible. Approaching the window, she gazed at the sunlight outside, her heart brimming with anticipation. Meanwhile, in Shen Zeqi's office, a voice reported, "Manager Shen, Miss Yun has arrived at Yuan and has entered the sales hall." The voice of her subordinate came through the phone, laced with a hint of uncertainty, seemingly indicating that she was out to view a property. Shen Zeqi momentarily paused in his review of the documents, a playful smile curling at the corners of his lips. Yuan? He was familiar with that place, notorious for its reputation yet exorbitant in price. Viewing a property? He scoffed, a trace of disdain in his tone. Could she really afford it? The girl had just emerged from Tianshang Renjian. Even if she had saved a little, it was implausible that she could purchase a villa there. He could hardly believe she possessed such wealth. "I'm not sure," the subordinate's voice faltered, but after she entered, the sales manager personally attended to her, and it seems the conversation went well. Shen Zeqi raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. Could it be that the girl had secrets he was unaware of? After pondering for a moment, he instructed, "Continue to monitor the situation and report any developments immediately." "Understood, Mr. Shen." After hanging up, Shen Zeqi leaned back in his chair, his fingers lightly tapping on the desk. This girl, Yunxi, was becoming increasingly intriguing. He had initially thought she would settle down or indulge in clothing and jewelry after acquiring some funds, yet she chose to buy a house at Yuan instead. Was she attempting to escape her past life, or did she have other motives? Shen Zeqi's gaze deepened. He recalled his own words from the previous night. 15 days remained until the world would change. Did she perhaps know something? He shook his head, finding it unlikely. A girl emerging from the nightlife could hardly grasp such confidential matters. Perhaps she simply sought a place to call home. Nevertheless, a knowing smile crept onto Shen Zeqi's lips. That place might become quite interesting in the future. He picked up his phone and dialed another number. "Hello, please check the recent sales status of Yuan, particularly that villa in the far corner." After hanging up, he returned his attention to the documents on his desk, though his thoughts drifted. He found himself curious about whether that girl could truly afford a property at Yuan. If she could, it would indeed be rather amusing. Meanwhile, in the sales hall, Yunxi sat on the sofa, her gaze fixed on the myriad of online lending platforms displayed on her phone screen, her fingers deftly navigating through them. She understood the risks involved, but survival in the impending apocalypse left her with no alternatives. Collecting resources, honing her body, enhancing her abilities, each endeavor was fraught with difficulty. Yet she remained confident that owning a villa at Yuan would vastly improve her life compared to her previous existence. Chapter 8. Online lending. The sofa in the sales hall was plush, yet Yunxi felt a sense of urgency, accompanied by an uncontainable tremor in her heartbeat. Whether from excitement or something else was uncertain. Her fingertips glided quickly across the phone screen, opening and closing various online lending app icons. With amounts ranging from thousands to tens of thousands, like scattered coins, each piece a step closer to constructing her fortress.
Ding.
A notification chimed, indicating a deposit of 50,000 had arrived. Yunxi stared at the figure in the message, her fingertips turning pale. In the span of 3 hours, she had applied to nearly every platform she could find, from reputable banks offering consumer loans to those lending in the gray areas, even utilizing high-interest platforms requiring a photo of her ID. Ultimately, the total amount secured reached 3,700,000. The reflection on her phone screen revealed her ashen face, the repayment reminders and the messages entangling her like a spider's web. Borrowing 100,000, total repayment of 130,000 in 15 days. Borrowing 50,000, late fees accumulating daily at a staggering rate. The interest was exorbitant, and the repayment dates were precisely set around the time of the impending apocalypse. Yet Yunxi's expression remained remarkably calm. 15 days? By then, currency would have become worthless, and these debts would vanish with the moans of the undead. What she needed to do now was seize this fleeting moment and secure her villa at Yuan firmly in her grasp. "Miss Yun, the paperwork is complete." Manager Liu approached with a temporary agreement in hand, a polite smile plastered on his face. "Here is the key to the villa. You may take it for now, and come by tomorrow afternoon to sign the official contract." Yunxi accepted the heavy key, its cold touch sending a shiver through her fingertips. The keychain bore the villa number 2008, resembling a scorching brand that obliterated her last shred of hesitation. "Thank you." She rose, stuffing her phone into her bag, and turned towards the exit. Sunlight streamed through the glass facade, casting a long shadow on the ground. With 3,700,000 from loans and an additional 1,500,000 in her bank account, she had enough to cover the 5 million payment for the house and an expedited fee of 100,000, leaving her with a mere 100,000. It was a gamble, with her future at stake, and she had to win. In Shen Zeqi's office, his subordinate reported with a hint of disbelief, "Mr. Shen, Miss Yilan has borrowed money from dozens of online lending platforms, totaling 3,700,000. The interest rates are shocking, and all repayment dates are in 15 days. Clatter. The pen in Shen Zeqi's fingers fell onto the desk, producing a sharp sound. He raised an eyebrow, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes, which quickly morphed into mockery. Does this girl intend to live at all? 3,700,000 in high-interest loans, and in 15 days, the total will likely double. Even if she possesses extraordinary abilities, it is impossible for her to repay that amount within half a month." His subordinate hesitated before suggesting in a hushed tone, "Shall I instruct the team to withdraw her loans from those platforms?" The Shen family publicly operated within the financial sector of City A, yet behind the scenes, they controlled all gray industries. Halting the loans from the online lending platforms was merely a matter of a word. Shen Zeqi furrowed his brow, his fingers unconsciously rubbing the pen, as if weighing a decision. After a few seconds, he suddenly relaxed his expression, a knowing smile creeping across his lips. "No need. Let her borrow." He reclined against the back of his chair, his fingers lightly tapping on the armrest, the rhythm slow yet carrying an undeniable pressure. "In 15 days. If she cannot repay, without needing their intervention, bring her directly to me." Pausing, he lifted his gaze to the azure sky, a glint of cunning dancing in his eyes, reminiscent of a cat toying with its prey. "This time, I shall see what she intends to use for repayment." As his words fell, a chill seemed to sweep through the office. Shen Zeqi's smile bore no warmth, only the icy demeanor of a scheme poised to unfold, sending an involuntary shiver down his subordinate's spine. This man was not seeking to have Miss Yilan repay her debts. Rather, he was waiting for the day when he could have her entirely under his control. The subordinate lowered his head, refraining from further comment, yet silently worried for Yun-Si. Entangling with Shen Zeqi while owing such a hefty sum would surely complicate her quest for freedom in the days to come. Unaware of Shen Zeqi's machinations, Yun-Si stood before the door of Villa 17, inserting the key and turning it. Click. As the lock sprang open, a wave of dust greeted her. The villa had been delivered in pristine condition but had remained unoccupied for too long, a thin layer of dust covering the furniture. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the floating particles. She stepped into the center of the living room, surveying her surroundings. The first floor comprised a living room, kitchen, dining room, and a guest room, while the second floor housed 3 bedrooms and a terrace, with a backyard connecting to the dense woods of the mountain, offering an expansive view. A perfect safe haven. Yun-Si walked to the terrace, pushing open the glass door. The mountain breeze, fragrant with the scent of grass and trees, tousled her bangs. Gazing at the distant towering buildings of the city, she took out her phone to begin drafting her list. Inventory list: food, compressed biscuits, canned goods, rice, flour, and oil. The more, the better. The longer the shelf life, the better. Water, bottled water, large water storage tanks, purification equipment, medicine, antibiotics, anti-inflammatory drugs, analgesics, bandages. Iodine weapons, machetes, fire axes, crossbows, restricted knives are difficult to procure. Alternatives must be considered. Others: lighters, candles, batteries, solar chargers, sleeping bags. Warm clothing. Having listed all these items, Yun-Si was left with only 100,000 yuan, a limited budget for her purchases. Ultimately, she decided to acquire a large water storage tank to collect tap water for her space, saving the remaining funds for the next couple of weeks to familiarize herself with the map, thus facilitating a zero-cost acquisition post-apocalypse. Memorizing the locations of large supermarkets, pharmacies, and antique shops was paramount. Suddenly, her phone screen lit up with a message from an unknown number. "Miss Yilan, Mr. Shen has said that if you require assistance, you may contact him at any time." Yun-Si stared at the message for 3 seconds, then typed 2 words in response: "No need." Afterward, she dismissed it. Her relationship with Shen Zeqi had always been transactional. She needed money, but she was even less inclined to entangle herself with him further. He owed her nothing, and besides, he had already given her 1 million yuan, sufficient for an ordinary person to live comfortably for a while, had the apocalypse not arrived. She did not dwell on it. Stuffing her phone back into her pocket, Yun-Si descended the stairs. She needed to purchase several large water storage tanks and then scour the supermarket. Time was of the essence. She could not afford any delays. As the sun set, golden rays bathed the villa, elongating her shadow, rendering her silhouette solitary and cold. With nearly half a month remaining, she needed to devise a way to earn some money. She had heard rumors of an underground fighting arena in City A and wished to witness firsthand how her level 1 Huan delusion compared to professional fighters. Chapter 9. The fighting arena. Yunsi expended considerable effort to glean the precise location of the underground fighting arena from a street thug. The venue was well hidden, nestled deep within a derelict factory district. Without guidance, outsiders would struggle to locate the entrance. The following noon, Yunsi appeared punctually at the sales office of Yunting Yuan. After signing the final document, she returned and stashed the property deed into her space. Glancing down at her space, a faint smile graced her lips. Such an important item as a property deed was best kept securely within her space. A gentle warmth spread across her chest, seemingly rejoicing at her newfound stable foothold. Storage space, 100 cubic meters, occupied, 005. She observed her attribute panel, her smile lingering. Subsequently, she ventured to the mall and purchased a set of loose-fitting athletic wear, a hoodie that draped over her hips and baggy sweatpants. After changing, she examined her reflection in the mirror. Although the oversized clothing did not entirely conceal her alluring figure, it was certainly preferable to being exposed, at least minimizing unnecessary trouble in a chaotic environment. With all preparations complete, Yunsi made her way to the underground fighting arena. Arriving at the abandoned factory district, she followed the clues she had gathered to find a concealed entrance. 2 burly guards stood watch at the door. After explaining her purpose and paying a 5,000 yuan deposit, she was led inside. As she stepped through the heavy iron door, a cacophony of noise enveloped her. The hall was alive with voices, shrouded in smoke. The air thick with the mingled scents of sweat, alcohol, and blood. In the center stood a fighting ring encircled by barbed wire, where 2 men grappled fiercely. The audience roaring and cheering, the atmosphere reaching a fever pitch. Are you here to watch the match, or to place a bet? A server paused, glancing back at Yunsi, his gaze lingering on her for a moment longer. Despite her oversized attire, her curves were still discernible, her exposed skin was pale and delicate, standing in stark contrast to the rough and raucous surroundings. The server internally scoffed. She hardly appeared to be there to fight. More like a lost heiress stumbling into the wrong venue. Yunsi scanned the fighting ring and inquired, "How can I get in the ring?" The server was taken aback by her question but quickly responded, "We can arrange that, but you'll have to start at level C." "Very well," Yunsi nodded lightly. "Oh, by the way, what is your name?" the server asked, pulling out a registration form. After a moment's thought, Yunsi casually replied, "Let us go with Wu." Once her information was recorded, the server went to arrange her entry. Meanwhile, Yunsi silently moved to the betting area, observing the electronic screen displaying the matchups, placing a substantial wager on herself. Soon, it was her turn to enter the ring. Her opponent appeared to be a frail man, slight and sluggish, which explained why he was relegated to level C. As Yunsi stepped onto the fighting stage, the entire hall erupted. In a space predominantly filled with men, the sudden appearance of a delicate girl sent the crowd into a frenzy. This little girl must be a sacrificial lamb. Look at her soft skin. One punch would take her down. I bet she won T last 30 seconds. A chorus of derision and mockery filled the air, but Yunsi remained unfazed. She loosened her limbs, feeling the power boost from her Huan delusion, her gaze sharpening. As the match commenced, her opponent lunged at her with a sinister grin, his fist slicing through the air with apparent force. Yet, to Yunsi, his movements were languid, akin to a slow-motion film. She sidestepped his punch and delivered a swift kick to his knee. With a sharp crack, the man howled in pain, collapsing to the ground, writhing in agony. The hall fell silent, all eyes fixated on Yunsi, as if they could hardly believe their own sight.
Moments late, fervent chars erupta.
Yunsi had won effortlessly, and after stepping down from the fighting platform, she collected her winnings and the prize money, the sum quite substantial. Securing the cash, she turned to leave. "Miss, please wait." A portly middle-aged man hurried over, blocking her path. Yunsi turned, her expression darkening as she coldly inquired, "What, am I only allowed to come in and not leave?" The man hastily waved his hands in explanation. "You misunderstand, Mississippi. I am the person in charge here." My name is Wang Tao. I merely wanted to inquire if Miss Wu plans to return tomorrow. If so, I can notify our regular patrons to come and watch you fight. Yun-Si understood immediately. In a place like this, female fighters were a rarity, and Wang Tao undoubtedly aimed to use her as a draw to attract more customers. She nodded slightly, said nothing further, and walked away. Stepping out of the underground fighting arena, the crisp night air invigorated Yun-Si. She felt the money in her pocket, contemplating how she could sustain this until the apocalypse while earning money and having training partners. As darkness enveloped the world, Yun-Si's figure faded into the shadows. Her resolute footsteps heading back toward Yun Ting Biyuan. Shun Group a knock echoed, and Shen Zeqi's cold, magnetic voice called from within, "Come in." Assistant Chung, somewhat exasperated, reported, "Miss Yun has gone to the underground fighting arena and defeated a level C fighter. She plans to return tomorrow. Should we stop her?" Shen Zeqi pondered for a moment, then asked, "What did she reply to your message?" Assistant Chung internally scoffed. Who would have thought that a high-ranking assistant earning a six-figure salary would have to monitor his boss's woman's daily activities? Returning to the present, he noted, "It seems she is indeed in dire need of funds. Miss Yun has only 100,000 remaining after purchasing Yun Ting Yuan, and she must repay the loan in half a month. If it were me, I would also participate. After all, it's a quick way to make money." Shen Zeqi rubbed his nose, falling silent once more. In his mind, the image of a young girl with charming features and slightly reddened eyes surfaced. When he pushed her hard enough, she would let out a soft moan and tease him. Well, if she wants to go, let her go. Just give them a warning not to harm her. Understood, boss, Assistant Chung replied before stepping out. After pondering for a moment, Shen Zeqi dialed Yun-Si's number. When her phone rang, she was still asleep, having returned at 3 in the morning, utterly exhausted. "Hello. Who is it?" The girl's raspy yet melodious voice came through the line. Shen Zeqi suppressed the itchiness in his ears and replied, "It's me." Yun-Si immediately woke up and pondered for a moment before responding, "Oh, President Shen, is there something you need? You're in dire need of money." Yun-Si did not deny it. "How about coming to be my assistant? The salary would be the same as Assistant Cheng's. Is it a proper assistant position?"
Yun-Si teased.
"Never mind, I'm doing well enough as it is." Shen Zeqi, annoyed, said, "Suit yourself." Yun-Si then heard the line disconnect. Shaking her head, she lost the desire to continue sleeping, thinking about her progress in the Huan delusion technique, which had stalled at 155. She realized that her meditation practice was progressing too slowly. Perhaps she could ask Shen Zeqi to let her sleep a bit longer. That day, she had felt the energy surge, and she could absorb that energy for her cultivation. She decided to head out for something to eat and search for an antique shop. Chapter 10. The Crescent Moonblade. Yun-Si summoned a taxi via a mobile app and waited for it outside the Yunting Biyuan. Once inside, she instructed the driver to take her to the bustling Jingming Street in the city center. As the scenery rushed past outside the window, she leaned back in her seat, closing her eyes to rest, while her mind calculated the prospect of acquiring a weapon. In a post-apocalyptic world, a reliable weapon is of utmost importance. While machetes and fire axes are easily obtainable, they simply cannot compare in sharpness and durability to proper weapons. She recalled witnessing someone in her past life cleave a zombie's skull with a tang sword, a sight that left a lasting impression on her. "Driver, please stop at the intersection ahead," Yun-Si instructed. After paying, she exited the vehicle and entered a clean and tidy noodle shop. Being mealtime, the establishment was bustling with activity. She found a window seat, ordered a bowl of beef noodles, and while waiting, glanced at the owner who was wiping tables. "Excuse me, I have a question," Yun-Si began. The owner, a man in his 40s, smiled and replied, "Sure, what's on your mind? Do you know if there are any antique shops nearby? Preferably one that has tang swords." Yun-Si deliberately kept her inquiry vague to avoid unnecessary attention. The owner paused his cleaning, scrutinized her for a moment, and with a hint of surprise in his eyes, said, "Coincidentally, I do know a friend who runs an antique shop. He has all sorts of rare items. Perhaps he is what you're looking for." "Really?" Yun-Si's eyes brightened. "Could you take me there? I'll cover your travel expenses." "Oh, no need for that. We're acquaintances," the owner waved dismissively. "Once you finish your noodles, I'll take you over." Yun-Si felt a surge of joy and quickly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you so much." Soon, her beef noodles arrived, steaming hot and aromatic. Starving, she eagerly dug in. After finishing her meal, the owner removed his apron and said, "Let us go. I'll show you the way." Yun-Si nodded and followed him out of the noodle shop. They crossed 2 streets and arrived at a relatively secluded alley. The sides of the alley were lined with ancient-style buildings, and at the end stood a shop with a sign that read Treasure Pavilion, looking quite aged. "This is the place," the owner pointed to the shop. As they reached the entrance, a booming voice came from inside. "Hey, Old Lee, what brings you here today?" A portly man emerged from the store, the owner of the antique shop, Old Wu. "Hey, Old Wu," the restaurant owner greeted with a smile. "I've brought you some business. This young lady is looking for a tang sword, so don't try to sell her anything subpar." Old Wu laughed heartily. "Since you brought her, I'll surely honor that. Rest assured, I wouldn't tarnish my reputation." The restaurant owner nodded, indicating to Yunsi that Old Wu was trustworthy. With that, he turned and left. "Come in, young lady," Old Wu said warmly. "What kind of tang sword are you looking for?" Yunsi entered the shop, her gaze sweeping over the shelves filled with various antiques, ceramics, jade artifacts, paintings, and some ancient-looking weapons. She casually asked, "Do you have a bit of everything here?" Old Wu puffed up his chest proudly. "Of course. Treasure Pavilion has the most comprehensive collection in the entire A city, with the fairest prices. Whether it's bronze artifacts from the Shang and Zhou dynasties or Ming and Qing paintings, or even cold weapons used by ancient martial families, if you desire it, I can likely find it here." Yunsi nodded, choosing not to engage further, and began browsing the store. She lingered the longest on the weapons, long swords, axes, spears, and tang swords, yet none caught her fancy until she reached a corner where a crescent-shaped blade caught her eye. The blade was entirely black, with a unique design resembling a crescent moon, exuding a chilling aura that appealed to her. Old Wu noticed her attention and approached, saying, "You have a keen eye. Young lady, this is the crescent moon blade, 3 feet long and weighing 2 jin and 7 liang, crafted from a millennium-old cold mountain dark iron." He pointed at the blade, where small inscriptions read, "In the night breeze, flowers bloom on 1,000 trees," prominently etched on its surface. He paused for effect and continued. "However, this blade harbors a heavy malevolence. Ordinary people cannot wield it easily, as they may be influenced by its dark aura and lose their sanity. Nevertheless, its edge is exceptionally sharp, capable of slicing through hair and cutting iron like mud." Yunsi picked up the blade, feeling the coolness in her hand, its weight perfectly balanced, giving her a sense of inexplicable connection. A faint chill emanated from the blade, which she surmised to be the malevolence he mentioned. Yet, she did not experience the oppressive feeling he described. Instead, she felt a warmth in her chest, as if the Yilan flower within her was stirring in response. Harmonizing with her. Detected a special weapon. It resonates with the Yilan flower mark. "Would you like to bind?" A mechanical voice suddenly echoed in her mind. Yunsi's heart stirred, and without hesitation, she silently affirmed, "Bind." "Binding successful. Please store it in the space for nurturing as soon as possible." Elated, she looked up at Old Wu and inquired, "How much for this?" Old Wu, taken aback by her decisiveness, hesitated before stating, "This crescent moon blade is a rare treasure. In consideration of Old Lee, I'll give you a fair price. 800,000. 800,000? Yunsi frowned. Her total cash on hand barely amounted to 200,000. Insufficient even for the blade, let alone other supplies. Yet, she was reluctant to part with it, feeling certain that she would never encounter another weapon so perfectly attuned to her. Seeing her hesitation, Old Wu reassured her, "Young lady, this price is truly reasonable. If you find it too steep, we can negotiate." After a moment of contemplation, Yunsi said, "Boss Wu, I don't have that much cash on me right now. Could I pay a portion now and the rest tomorrow?" Fearing he might refuse, she added, "I have a property at Yunting Biyuan that I can use as collateral." She pretended to pull out the property deed from her backpack. Old Wu pondered for a moment and, gritting his teeth, replied, "Fine. In consideration of Old Lee, I'll trust you this once, but I won't take the property deed as collateral." Yunsi quickly took out her bank card, swiped it for a 200,000 deposit, and arranged to return the next day to settle the balance before leaving the antique shop with the blade in hand. As she stepped out of the alley,
Yunsi exhaled deeply.
Though it would cost her a substantial sum, acquiring the crescent moon blade felt entirely worth it. With this, the chances of survival in the apocalypse have increased significantly. She glanced at the time. It was already afternoon, and she needed to hurry to earn some money. She hailed a taxi and instructed the driver to take her to the largest wholesale market, contemplating that since she was already there, she might as well scout the best spots. Meanwhile, at the Shen group, Shen Zeqi was reading a message from Assistant Chung, his brow furrowed. She went to buy a knife? Shen Zeqi felt a twinge of surprise. Yes, boss, Assistant Chung nodded. Reportedly, it is an antique knife called the Round Moon Curved Blade, which cost 800,000. Shen Zeqi lightly tapped his fingers on the table, his expression inscrutable. This girl has spent 800,000 on a knife. It seems she is genuinely preparing for the future. He picked up his phone and dialed Yunxi's number. Hello, Mr. Shen. What's the matter? Yunxi's voice came through the phone, tinged with impatience. I heard you bought a knife? Shen Zeqi inquired.
What about it? Yunxi replied, puzzled.
If you're short on money, you can tell me. There's no need to go to that kind of place for boxing, nor to spend extravagantly on a knife. Shen Zeqi's tone carried a hint of subtle concern. Yunxi paused for a moment before replying, No need, Mr. Shen. I can handle my own affairs.
With that,
she hung up, denying Shen Zeqi another chance to speak. Listening to the busy signal, Shen Zeqi shook his head in resignation. This girl is truly stubborn. He turned to Assistant Chung and instructed, Look into Old Wu from the Treasure Pavilion and see if he has any good items left. Buy them all for me.
Yes, boss.
Assistant Chung responded and exited. Shen Zeqi gazed out the window, his eyes deep in thought. Chapter 11 S-Class, Jiangche, the wholesale market was bustling with voices. The sounds of vendors calling out filling the air. Yunxi maneuvered through the crowded throngs, her gaze swiftly scanning the shelves of goods. Her small notebook being filled with notes at a rapid pace. Rice, flour, compressed biscuits, canned goods, she recorded the non-perishable and easily storable items as she walked. In the daily necessities section, she noted hygiene products, soap, and candles, essential items for survival. Spotting large water storage barrels piled in a corner, she carefully noted their dimensions and prices. After completing her circuit, her notebook was filled with densely packed entries. Yunxi closed the notebook, her mind racing with figures. The total cost of these supplies was no small amount, and given her current financial situation, she could not afford them. She would have to wait and consider a zero-cost acquisition later. For now, she needed to earn money through boxing.
With a sigh,
she exited the wholesale market and hailed a taxi back to Yinting Yuan. Upon returning to the villa, she placed the Round Moon Curved Blade into her storage space for nurturing, following the prompts in her mind. Just as she completed this task, the doorbell rang. Yunxi felt a twinge of confusion. Who could it be at this hour? She approached the door and peered through the peephole, spotting an unexpected visitor. Opening the door, she frowned at Shen Zeqi standing at her doorstep. Mr. Shen, what brings you here? Shen Zeqi raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with dissatisfaction. What? Can I come? I thought you were here to collect a debt, Yunxi retorted casually. The corner of Shen Zeqi's mouth twitched. The debt collection will take a few more days. I'm here to deliver something. Aren't you going to invite me in?
Please come in.
Yunxi quickly stepped aside to let him in. No need to be so polite, Shen Zeqi remarked, waving his hand toward the car parked by the roadside. Assistant Chung promptly exited the vehicle, carrying several boxes, and swiftly approached the entrance, placing the items on the floor of Yunxi's living room before bowing to Shen Zeqi and driving away. Yunxi watched the seamless operation with a smirk, glancing at Shen Zeqi. Your assistant left without waiting for you? Shen Zeqi felt a hint of frustration at her words. You ungrateful one. I paid for that knife. Then thank you, Mr. Shen, Yunxi replied nonchalantly. However, Shen Zeqi assertively countered. I prefer it when you call me Shen Zeqi or Brother Zeqi. Also, how do you plan to repay me? Yunxi's ears turned red instantly. She shot him a glare and, half-jokingly, replied, with flesh. Shen Zeqi observed the woman before him, even her anger seeming to entice him, and he swallowed hard. Stepping closer, he grasped Yunxi's chin, his tone suggestive. That's what you said. Yunxi was startled by a sudden action, and instinctively tried to pull away. But Shen Zeqi held her tighter. She could distinctly smell the crisp scent of pine emanating from him and felt the undeniable possessiveness in his gaze. I was joking.
Yunxi stammered, flustered.
Shen Zeqi chuckled softly and released her.
Just teasing you.
He turned to inspect the boxes, assessing whether there was anything she could use. Only then did Yunxi notice the boxes. She approached and opened one to find a finely crafted crossbow inside, accompanied by several bundles of arrows. Opening another box revealed an assortment of medicines and first aid supplies. Yunxi looked at Shen Zeqi in surprise. These were bought from the Treasure Pavilion by Assistant Chung. They're said to be somewhat sharp and have a legendary quality to them. I thought you might find them useful, so I brought them over, Shen Zeqi explained casually. Yunsi understood now why Assistant Chung had brought so many boxes. She felt a mix of emotions as she regarded the items. She didn't want to owe Shen Zeqi too much, but these supplies were indeed urgently needed. Thank you, Yunsi said sincerely. No need for thanks, Shen Zeqi replied, looking at her. But do you really intend to keep fighting in that underground boxing arena to earn money? What else can I do?
Yunsi countered.
I'm in dire need of funds. I've mentioned before, you could come work as my assistant, Shen Zeqi suggested again. Yunsi shook her head. I'd rather not. I value my freedom. Shen Zeqi didn't push further. He walked to the window, gazing at the scenery outside. In a few days. Do you plan to stay here the entire time? Why not? Yunsi asked again. I know a place where you can acquire some contraband, Shen Zeqi said, turning to look at Yunsi. Would you like to join me tomorrow evening to check it out? Yunsi's eyes brightened. What place? Is it firearms? You'll find out when we get there, Shen Zeqi teased. Just tell me if you're going or not.
Yunsi hesitated.
Unsure what the place Shen Zeqi referred to entailed, but the mention of firearms intrigued her. I'll go. In the end, she nodded in agreement. Shen Zeqi smiled with satisfaction. Great, I'll pick you up at 7 tomorrow evening. With that, he turned and left. Watching Shen Zeqi's retreating figure, Yunsi felt a swirl of mixed emotions. She moved towards the boxes and began organizing the items within. Crossbows, medicines, and various weapons she couldn't name. These supplies would undoubtedly provide her with additional security in the apocalypse. Shen Zeqi, what exactly are you planning? Yunsi murmured to herself. Little did she know, Assistant Chung, who had already departed, reversed back. Shen Zeqi sat in the car, gazing at the villa's direction, his expression profound. Boss, where to next? Assistant Chung inquired. Back to the company, Shen Zeqi replied blandly. As Assistant Chung started the car, she pondered, what is the boss up to now? Delivering items and extending invitations. Why not stay at Miss Yun's place? It seems he genuinely cares for her. Meanwhile, at the treasure pavilion, Old Wu gazed at the empty shelves, delighting in his good fortune. He believed these items were purchased on behalf of Yunsi's referral. As a single round moon-curved blade could fetch 800,000, a trivial sum for true blade enthusiasts. Little did he know that the payment for the knife had already been made, along with an additional 200,000. He had struck gold. It seems I should cultivate a closer relationship with this young lady, Old Wu chuckled to himself, beginning to plan what valuable items to acquire next. As night deepened, Yun Tingbi Yuan lay in tranquil silence. Yunsi was determined to visit the fighting arena. Upon her arrival, she found the venue nearly deserted. With only a handful of spectators present, she settled into a seat, her gaze fixed intently on the boxers warming up, meticulously observing their movements and techniques, hoping to absorb any useful skills. Being a novice herself, she lacked formal training and relied on a brutal strategy of striking back at every blow, a tactic that, while effective, inflicted equal harm on herself. She thought to herself that if only she had the financial means, she would hire an S-class fighter to mentor her, particularly one named Jiang Che. Not only was Jiang Che skilled and experienced, but as an S-class fighter, he could undoubtedly elevate her abilities. Chapter 12. Falling Stars. The clamor of the underground fighting arena was even louder than the previous night. As Yunsi entered the hall, she was enveloped by an atmosphere charged with fervor. The main event of the evening featured the S-class fighter Jiang Che, and the spectators roared as they waved their betting slips, the very air thick with adrenaline. Miss Wuyo, you have arrived. Wang Tao greeted her with a broad smile, his shrewdness evident in the creases around his eyes. With Jiang Che fighting tonight, shall we test your luck? Following his gaze to the fighting stage, she saw a man clad in a black tank top, stretching his limbs. His physique was well-proportioned, with smooth muscle lines that were not overly bulky, and his gaze was as icy as tempered steel. It was Jiang Che. Who is his opponent?
Yunsi inquired.
Another S-class, Kong Su, but I suspect it will be one-sided, Wang Tao whispered. Jiang Che's skills are among the finest in the S-class. Without a word, Yunsi made her way to the betting area. She had only 8,000 yuan left, all her remaining assets. Glancing at the electronic odds, Jiang Che's chances were overwhelming at 1-2 to 1. She placed all her bet on Jiang Che, her voice steady as she pushed her money forward. The staff member behind the counter glanced at her twice, recognizing her as the seemingly delicate girl who had won a significant amount just the previous day. As the whistle for the match sounded, Jiang Che sprang into action. His movements were so swift they appeared as mere shadows, and as he evaded Kong Su's heavy punch, his elbow found its way to the opponent's ribs. A sickening crack echoed through the arena, and with a seamless motion, Jiang Che locked Kong Su's neck. 3 seconds later, the referee sounded the bell to signal the end. The entire sequence was executed with such precision that it barely took 10 seconds. The audience erupted in deafening cheers, yet Yun-Si remained composed as she approached the payout counter. After deducting the handling fees, her initial 8,000 had ballooned to 90,000, not an insignificant amount, sufficient for her upcoming expenses. Wang Tao, Yun-Si said, cash in hand as she made her way to the backstage. I wish to fight twice tonight. Wang Tao paused momentarily, then chuckled. Miss Weo is on a winning streak. It seems. Very well, I shall arrange it for you. He glanced at the match list. Shall we start with a warm-up against a B-class fighter? Agreed. Yun-Si nodded. She could feel the power within her steadily growing. The progress of her Huan delusion technique had already reached 51, making her confident in handling a B-class opponent. While waiting for the match, she overheard 2 fighters discussing nearby. Is that girl out of her mind? She just fought a C-class and now dares to challenge a B-class? She must be desperate for money. Did you see her bet on Jiang Che? If she wins, she'll be riding high. Yun-Si chose to ignore their chatter, closing her eyes to meditate. The few hours spent nurturing the round moon crescent blade seemed to have imbued her with a subtle energy flowing through her veins, allowing her previously fragile body to adapt to the growing strength within, her reflexes sharpening as well. B-class match, Weo versus Yego. The referee announced. Yun-Si pulled the hood of her sweatshirt over her head as she ascended the fighting stage. Her opponent was a burly man, his face adorned with excess flesh, a sneer curling at the corners of his mouth as he regarded her like a piece of meat ready for the slaughter. Little girl, just wait. I'll show you what I'm made of, Yego taunted, rubbing his hands together. Laughter erupted from the audience, and the bets on Yego piled up like a mountain. While Yun-Si's odds soared to 5-1. Remaining silent, she merely bent her knees slightly, assuming a defensive stance. As the whistle blew, Yego lunged at her with the ferocity implied by his name, his fist the size of a pot barreling towards her face.
Yun-Si sidestepped,
simultaneously executing a whip kick aimed at his knee, a technique she had gleaned from observing Jiang Che.
Ah!
Yego howled, dropping to one knee. And before he could rise, Yun-Si's elbow crashed into the back of his neck. Another 3 seconds passed. When the referee declared Yun-Si the victor, the arena fell silent for a brief 5 seconds before erupting into even wilder shouts. That girl is something else. Damn it, my money. As Yun-Si descended from the stage, Wang Tao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Miss Weo, your skills are remarkable. The A-class opponent is ready. Shall we proceed?
Yes.
Yun-Si accepted a towel to wipe her sweat, feeling the power within her flow more smoothly from the practical experience. She was overwhelmed with unprecedented excitement and exhilaration, the floral tattoo on her chest warming slightly. The A-class opponent was a man trained in free fighting, his punches sharp and precise, proving far more challenging than Yego. The two engaged in a back and forth for over a dozen rounds, during which Yun-Si intentionally left an opening. As her opponent struck, she sidestepped, delivering a hard elbow to his ribs. Another crack resonated through the arena. When the referee announced Yun-Si's victory, she heard a chorus of groans. It was clear most had bet incorrectly. Payout, she said, slapping her 2 winning tickets on the counter, her voice tinged with fatigue yet brimming with excitement. Winning the B-class bout earned her 40,000, and the odds for the A-class bout were even more favorable, multiplying her earnings by 20. The staff members' hands trembled as they counted out the cash, finally pushing a thick bundle of bills towards her, a total of 160,000. Yun-Si stuffed the money into her backpack, the weight pressing down on her shoulders, yet her heart felt at ease. With the previous 90,000 included, she now had 169,000, ample to procure a substantial amount of supplies. Wang Tao, I shall return tomorrow, she declared before turning to leave the fighting arena. The first light of dawn was breaking as she stopped by a roadside stall for a steaming bowl of soy milk and fried dough. Upon returning to the Yunting villa, the morning sun filtered through the leaves, casting gentle rays at the villa's entrance. She placed the cash into her spatial storage and stepped into the bathroom. The warm water washed away the fatigue and the scent of blood, and as she gazed into the mirror, she noted the dark circles under her eyes. Yet her expression radiated an unexpected brightness. 160,000, she murmured to her reflection, her fingertips brushing over the floral tattoo beneath her collarbone. Still too little. It wouldn't buy me even a few guns. However, I have my allies, including the round moon crescent blade, falling stars. As she dried her hair and lay down on her bed, the chirping of birds outside harmonized with her thoughts. Yunsi closed her eyes and soon, her consciousness slipped into darkness. This time, she did not dream of apocalyptic nightmares. When sunlight crept to the head of her bed, Yunsi remained in deep slumber. A faint smile gracing her lips, a stark contrast to her usual cold demeanor. Just a slight upward curve of her lips rendered her exquisite face even more radiant, and when not smiling, she resembled a celestial being descended to earth, untouched by worldly affairs. Meanwhile, in the office of the Shen Group, Assistant Chung was pushing a document toward Shen Zeqi. "Boss, here's Miss Wuyo's match record from last night." He watched the video of the bouts on the screen. Unable to suppress his astonishment, she had triumphed over both B-class and A-class opponents, with her odds skyrocketing 20-fold, netting a profit of 160,000. Shen Zeqi tapped his fingers on the document, his gaze fixated on the moment Yunsi unleashed her kick in the video. The execution was clean and decisive, imbued with a reckless ferocity, starkly contrasting with her softness when she was in his embrace. "She's becoming increasingly formidable," he murmured, a flicker of complex emotion passing through his eyes. "Is everything prepared for tomorrow night?" "All set. The black market won't dare pull any tricks," Assistant Chen confirmed. "But is it appropriate to take her there? It's a chaotic place, and she might get hurt." Shen Zeqi glanced at him sharply. "Do you think she needs protection?" Remembering the decisive elbow strike in the video, Assistant Chung fell silent, suddenly feeling that he was the one in need of protection. However, it is true that few can boast of winning 2 consecutive matches in the arena. He is likely outmatched by many in skill. Shen Zeqi turned his gaze back to the screen, watching as Yunsi's victorious figure retreated into the morning light. Her silhouette stretching long and defiant, like a rose thriving against the wind. "Intriguing." He chuckled softly, picking up his phone to message Yunsi. "I will pick you up at 7 tonight." When the sent notification appeared, he could almost envision her arching an eyebrow and pursing her lips at the message. Truly, she was becoming increasingly unforgettable. Chapter 13, The Setting Sun. The orange glow seeping through the curtain creases fell upon Yunsi's eyelids, prompting her to abruptly awaken. Outside, the sky had already donned the warm hues of dusk. She reached for her phone on the bedside table, and upon illuminating the screen, it read 5 o'clock, revealing a message from Shen Zeqi sent at noon. "I will pick you up at 7 tonight." Yunsi tapped her fingers on the screen and replied, "Okay. I have 1.6 million. I wonder how many I can secure." After pressing send, she tossed her phone back onto the bed and sat up slowly. The remnants of a hangover lingered in her limbs, but the thought of the weapon soon to be in her grasp banished all weariness, igniting a spark of exhilaration within her. In the conference room of Shen Group, the buzzing vibration of a phone shattered the solemn atmosphere. Shen Zeqi glanced at the message preview on the screen. The hands of his Patek Philippe watch just past 5:10. Today's meeting had reached its conclusion. He closed the folder, rising with a swift motion that left the executives exchanging puzzled looks, and exited the conference room. Back in his office, he opened Yunsi's message, typing 2 words on the screen. "Enough." As Yunsi received the reply, she was hesitating over a food delivery app. The icons for spicy hot pot and braised chicken rice flickered on the screen, and her phone vibrated again. "I'm coming to pick you up now, let us go eat." She couldn't help but smile at the message. This person was becoming increasingly direct, exuding a charming dominance. "Okay." While changing clothes, Yunsi rummaged through her wardrobe for some time. The oversized tracksuit had been discarded in a corner, and she ultimately selected a sleek black trench coat, layered over a burgundy camisole, paired with high-waisted jeans and Martin boots. Standing before the mirror, the hem of her trousers revealed a hint of her ankle, accentuating her already long legs. She tied her long hair into a high ponytail, with strands cascading beside her ears. The girl in the mirror bore sharp features, shedding her previous coldness and the ferocity of the arena, now radiating a vibrant confidence. Just as she stuffed the 1.6 million she had won last night into her suitcase, a car horn sounded from outside. Yunsi grabbed her backpack and slung it over her shoulder, pulling her suitcase along. Upon opening the door, she encountered Shen Zeqi leaning against the car door, his gaze fixed upon her. Clad in a dark gray suit, with his tie loosened around his neck, his eyes sparkled with a hint of astonishment upon seeing her. Was this still the same girl? Once so disheveled and defiant upon their first meeting, now she resembled a phoenix unbound, radiating brilliance, as if even the evening breeze paused in admiration of her presence. The twilight light accentuated her carefree allure, rendering her even more beautiful than before. "Have you been mesmerized?" Yunsi opened the car door, teasingly raising an eyebrow. Assistant Chung helped her load her suitcase into the vehicle, internally pondering why she would carry such a large sum of cash out. It was both cumbersome and unsafe. Shen Zeqi regained his composure, his throat moving slightly. No. He settled into the back seat, his gaze lingering on her face. Did he truly trust her to carry such money? Does Shen have such wealth that he would covet my meager sum? Yun-si rolled her eyes. Placing her backpack on her lap, Assistant Chung, positioned in the driver's seat, stole a glance at the back through the rear-view mirror. Dressed in such a manner, exuding that kind of fierce energy, Miss Yun appeared like a different person compared to her at the arena. Indeed, it was true that wealth cultivates allure. The ride was uneventful, and the car eventually halted outside a private dining establishment. Shen Zeqi, evidently a regular here, was directly led by the waiter to a private room on the top floor, where they could see half the city bathed in the glow of the setting sun. "Try this." Shen Zeqi offered her a piece of squirrel fish, declaring that their sweet and sour sauce was an old recipe. Yun-si took a bite, the tangy sauce enveloping the crispy yet tender fish, awakening her taste buds. She was indeed ravenous, having slept from morning until dusk, her stomach growling in protest. At that moment, she abandoned all pretense of politeness and devoured her meal with fervor. Shen Zeqi observed her bulging cheeks, unable to conceal his amusement. "Eat slowly. No one is competing with you." Yun-si mumbled around her mouthful, grabbing a pair of shrimp and steamed egg. The meal progressed unexpectedly quietly, devoid of any awkwardness. As the glow outside gradually succumbed to night, the warm light within the room illuminated their profiles, creating an oddly cozy ambience. After the meal, Assistant Chung drove onto the highway. Yun-si leaned against the car window, watching the streetlights create elongated streaks of light across the glass. Shen Zeqi occasionally shared insights about the black market's rules, though most of the time, silence enveloped them. Almost there. Assistant Cheng's voice shattered the quiet as they exited the highway, entering a brightly lit urban area. Despite the late hour, the neon lights here were dazzling. With shopfronts fully open, the aroma of grilled food mingling with the scent of perfume wafting through the car window. The pedestrians on the road exhibited a hurried demeanor, their expressions a mix of vigilance and excitement. "This is the lawless zone between two cities," Shen Zeqi explained. "By day, it resembles a ghost town. By night, it is busier than a city's CBD." The vehicle finally halted in front of a building adorned with a sign reading Endless Twilight Hotel, the neon letters gleaming. Assistant Ching turned off the engine and remarked, "We've arrived." Yun-si opened the car door, a sudden chill coursing through her. The evening breeze carried not only the clamor of the city, but also a faint, unsettling scent of blood, instantly heightening her senses. Shen Zeqi approached her side, noticing her grip tightening on her backpack. "Fear not. I am here. Who is afraid?" Yun-si retorted defiantly, but instinctively edged closer to him. The three of them entered the hotel lobby, where an overly dressed server flirted with a burly man. Upon spotting Shen Zeqi, the server's eyes brightened, but Assistant Chung interjected before he could approach. "We're looking for Brother Leopard." Assistant Chung revealed a pure gold token engraved with a fierce beast's head. The server's smile faltered, and he quickly nodded. "Brother Leopard is waiting for you upstairs. I'll take you right away." The elevator opened on the top floor, and they were greeted by the heavy scent of cigars. A bald man in a floral shirt was seated on the sofa, playing cards. Upon seeing Shen Zeqi, he immediately pushed his cards aside and stood, exclaiming, "Young Master Shen, we have been eagerly awaiting your arrival." Shen Zeqi bypassed pleasantries, directly inquiring, "Where are the goods?" "All ready." Brother Leopard rubbed his hands together, signaling a nearby lackey to bring forth the items for young Master Shen's inspection. Several men in black suits promptly wheeled in elongated boxes, and upon opening them, the cold metallic gleam under the crystal chandelier was blinding. Yun-si's breath hitched. Inside the boxes lay an array of firearms, compact Browning handguns suitable for close-range defense, a 47 assault rifles exuding an unrefined, rugged charm, and even a Barrett sniper rifle, its dark muzzle radiating a lethal intimidation. Yun-si's fingertips trembled slightly. In her past life, she had only encountered firearms in the hands of formidable beings. never imagining she would witness such a collection in one place today. Which one do you fancy? Shen Zeqi's voice broke through her reverie, laced with a hint of amusement. Feel free to choose. Brother Leopard added obsequiously. The friend young Master Shen brought is one of us, so everything is priced at cost. Handguns at 31,000 each, rifles at 100,000, and the Barrett a bit pricier at 300,000. Yunxi's gaze flitted over the weapons until it finally settled on a Glock 17. The firearm was compact with minimal recoil, making it suitable for a novice like her. I'll take 2 of these, she said, pointing towards the Glock and then to the side where the A-47 was displayed. 3 rifles, and a larger quantity of ammunition. Please. Absolutely. Leopard Brother promptly instructed his subordinates to pack the items. The ammunition was calculated per box, with 5,000 rounds costing 10,000. Just as Yunxi was about to nod in agreement, Shen Zeqi interjected, I also want a Barrett, and the ammunition should be armor-piercing. Young Master Shen. Leopard Brother's expression faltered. Armor-piercing rounds are heavily regulated, and that will incur extra costs. Shen Zeqi interrupted him, his tone leaving no room for dissent. Leopard Brother's eyes darted, and he quickly smiled. Oh, I have a good memory. Yes, of course. Yunxi furrowed her brow. I don't have that much money. The Barrett with armor-piercing rounds would cost at least 500,000. I'll gift it to you. Shen Zeqi looked at her earnestly. You will need it. Long-range weapons are crucial. Yunxi opened her mouth to refuse, but swallowed her words upon encountering the steadfastness in his gaze. She recognized that this was not the time for sentimentality. Thank you. I will repay you later. A knowing smile played on Shen Zeqi's lips. Repayment can come in various forms. Yunxi's cheeks flushed crimson as she seized the box containing the guns and headed outside. Assistant Chung, settle the bill. Assistant Chung stifled a laugh as he confirmed the prices with Leopard Brother. 2 handguns for 60,000, 3 rifles for 300,000, 5 boxes of ammunition for 50,000, plus the Barrett and armor-piercing rounds for 500,000, totaling 920,000. Yunxi counted out the cash from her bag and handed it over, feeling a sense of relief as she glanced at the remaining 770,000. That amount would be sufficient to procure a supply of food and medicine. Young Master Shen, aren't you going to stay a bit longer? Leopard Brother rubbed his hands, hoping to retain them. No. Shen Zeqi glanced at his watch. We have matters to attend to. As they exited the hotel, the night had deepened significantly. Yunxi held the box of guns close to her chest, the weight providing her with an immense sense of security. Where to next? She inquired. To the warehouse. Shen Zeqi opened the car door. I have arranged for some supplies to be brought back. As Assistant Chung started the car, he couldn't help but glance at the rear-view mirror. The 2 in the back seat sat closely together. Yunxi was intently examining the Glock, while Shen Zeqi's gaze rested on her concentrated profile, the light from the street lamps creating a gentle play of shadows in his eyes, revealing a tenderness not typically associated with the decisive Shen. Assistant Chung silently withdrew his gaze, thinking that this trip had not been in vain. As he had witnessed a free romantic drama, the neon lights outside flickered, yet Yunxi's heart was unusually tranquil. She understood that with these weapons, her chances of survival in this post-apocalyptic world had significantly increased. Moreover, the man beside her seemed less difficult to engage with than she had initially presumed. Perhaps, relying on others occasionally was not such a negative thing. She stole a glance at Shen Zeqi. Their eyes met at that moment, and an electric current seemed to pass between them. Yunxi quickly averted her gaze, her heart racing uncontrollably. Truly, the allure of a handsome man could be quite captivating. Chapter 14. Tenderness. The rolling shutter of the warehouse slowly ascended, revealing a modest stock of supplies. For vehicles quietly rested in the corner, 2 rugged G-Class SUVs and 2 modified off-road vehicles, equipped with wide tires and reinforced bodies, clearly designed for challenging terrains. Nearby, several sealed boxes were stacked on shelves, filled with scarce medicines, antibiotics, serums, and effective painkillers, everything one could need. Yunxi approached the off-road vehicle, her fingers gliding over its cold surface, a flicker of delight crossing her eyes. In this world, a high-performance off-road vehicle was worth its weight in gold. The G-Class is for me, and this off-road vehicle is yours. Shen Zeqi's voice reached her from behind. The tank is full, and it has been modified to achieve a range of 1,000 kilometers. Yunxi turned to face him, her gratitude evident. You had this planned all along? Indeed. Shen Zeqi replied succinctly, bending to lift a medicine box. Keep these, they are vital for survival. Assistant Chung astutely took the other 2 medicine boxes, instructing the subordinates to drive the vehicles away. "Boss, I'll handle the paperwork and bring the keys tomorrow." "Go ahead," Shen Zeqi waved him off, watching as Assistant Cheng's vehicle vanished into the night before opening the back of the off-road vehicle to stow the remaining medicine boxes before climbing in. The roar of the engine shattered the silence as the vehicle sped out of the warehouse towards Yunting Villa. The cabin remained unlit, only the faint glow of the dashboard illuminating their profiles. They traveled in silence, yet an indescribable warmth enveloped them. As the vehicle entered Yunting Villa, the electronic screen displayed the time as 11 o'clock p.m. Yun-Si retrieved her phone to message Wang Tao. "Brother Wang, I want to be coming today." A reply came almost instantly. "Understood, Miss Wu." The off-road vehicle rolled directly into the underground garage, and once parked, they both exited simultaneously. Shen Zeqi opened the trunk to carry the medicine, while Yun-Si lifted the box containing the guns, their movements in perfect harmony, as if rehearsed countless times. Upon entering the villa, they carelessly placed the items at the entrance. Yun-Si turned to Shen Zeqi, her face softly illuminated by the light, and suddenly asked, "Mr. Shen, will you stay tonight?" Shen Zeqi raised an eyebrow, unable to conceal his playful smirk. "Oh, are you reluctant to part with me?" He stepped closer, his warm breath brushing against her ear. "Since you are so graciously inviting me, I would be foolish to decline." Before she could respond, he wrapped an arm around her slender waist, effortlessly pulling her into his embrace. Yun-Si's back collided with his solid chest, and just as she attempted to resist, her lips were firmly silenced. This kiss was commanding and impossible to reject. Shen Zeqi pried open her lips, his tongue exploring with an insatiable fervor, as though he wished to consume her entirely. Amid the entangled kiss, a silver thread was drawn out, shimmering with a suggestive glow in the light. Yun-Si's heart raced, gradually synchronizing with his rhythm as she wrapped her arms around his neck, rising onto her toes to reciprocate. The floral tattoo on her chest began to heat up, its rich fragrance enveloping them both, exuding an irresistible allure. Shen Zeqi's hand slid along her waist, fingers deftly tugging at the belt of her trench coat. With a gentle pull, the metal buckle clattered to the ground. He discarded his suit jacket onto the sofa and began unbuttoning his shirt, each button popping open with a soft sound, adding an urgent tone to the already charged atmosphere. Yun-Si's trench coat was peeled away, revealing a burgundy camisole that accentuated her enticing curves. Shen Zeqi's gaze burned like a flame, sending shivers across her skin. In the next moment, he swept her off her feet and laid her gently on the sofa. The soft leather molded to her shape as he loomed over her, his presence infused with the crisp scent of cedar, enveloping her completely. "This time, I want to let you go as easily as I did last time," he declared in a husky voice, laced with amusement, his fingers tracing her collarbone, leaving a trail of tremors in their wake. Yun-Si's cheeks flushed, breath quickening. Yet she refrained from arguing, instead wrapping her arms around his neck, pulling him closer. The moonlight filtered through the sheer curtains, casting mottled shadows on the floor, illuminating the intertwined figures on the sofa, a scene both amorous and fervent. Shen Zeqi's kisses traveled from her lips to her neck, and then to her chest, pausing at the floral tattoo, where he distinctly felt a warmth, as if it possessed a heartbeat of its own. He looked up at her, a flicker of confusion in his eyes. "Don't mind it." Yun-Si pressed his head down, her tone laced with a barely detectable breathlessness, urging him to continue. Shen Zeqi ceased his inquiries and lowered his head to kiss her once more. He could feel the girl in his arms trembling, not from fear, but from exhilaration, as if she had let down all her defenses against him. As the night deepened, the lights outside the villa extinguished, leaving only the moonlight and the sound of their breaths intertwined. Clothing lay scattered across the sofa, contrasting sharply with the boxes of medicine and firearms in the corner. Yun-Si leaned against Shen Zeqi's chest, listening to the steady thrum of his heartbeat as her fingers traced the contours of his well-defined muscles. Shen Zeqi grasped her hand, bringing it to his lips, murmuring in a husky voice, "Darling, don't rush. Let us take a shower first." Having spoken, Yun-Si was embraced into the bathroom, where the soft, sultry sounds of a woman echoed once more. The progress bar of the Hahuan delusion steadily rose, now reaching 15, with her vitality at 78. But at this moment, she paid little heed to these metrics. "You seem different from what I imagined," she murmured, her voice tinged with a languorous satisfaction. "Oh, what did you expect me to be like?" Shen Zeqi inquired, playfully toying with her hair, his tone suffused with affection. cold-blooded and ruthless, driven solely by profit.
Yunsi replied candidly.
Shen Zeqi chuckled, the vibrations resonating in his chest reaching her ears. And what do you think now? Quite spirited and rather charming. Yunsi hesitated before responding. Shen Zeqi pinched her cheek. Only you would dare to say such a thing. They remained in comfortable silence for a while. When Yunsi suddenly recalled, I need to go to the wholesale market tomorrow. Are you coming? Of course, Shen Zeqi replied without hesitation. I have some supplies to prepare as well. All right, Yunsi nodded, yawning as weariness overcame her. Shen Zeqi lifted her up, heading towards the bedroom. Time to sleep in bed. I'll dry your hair. Shen Zeqi's long, strong fingers ran through Yunsi's damp hair. Perhaps due to the tenderness of his touch, she soon fell into a deep slumber. As the bed slightly sank, Shen Zeqi quietly joined her, wrapping the curled-up figure in his embrace and drifting off to sleep. Chapter 15. Stockpiling. The following morning, Yunsi was awakened by hunger. She opened her eyes to find the space beside her empty, only a faint scent of cedar lingering. Hearing soft sounds downstairs, she threw on a coat and descended, discovering Shen Zeqi busily preparing breakfast in the kitchen, an apron tied around his waist. Awake? Shen Zeqi glanced back at her. Breakfast will be ready shortly. Yunsi approached the kitchen door, observing him skillfully frying eggs, unable to suppress a smile. I didn't realize President Shen could cook. I can only manage the basics, he replied, serving the eggs onto a plate. Eat quickly. We need to head to the wholesale market afterward. What do we need to go there for? Yunsi asked, though her body obediently settled at the table. Taking a hearty bite of toast. Shen Zeqi raised an eyebrow. Oh? So you're not going?
Of course I am.
Yunsi mumbled through her mouthful. I have the money now. I want to buy the essentials. Holding on to cash offers no security. After a hasty breakfast, they drove to the wholesale market. Upon entering, Yunsi moved with an air of familiarity, her steps light as she navigated toward various stalls, entirely shedding her earlier hesitance.
Boss.
I'll take 100 boxes of these compressed biscuits. For this canned food, 50 boxes of each flavor. Rice, give me 50 bags of the finest quality. 200 barrels of bottled water. Oh, and 100 boxes each of instant noodles and self-heating hot pots. As she spoke, she deftly jotted down notes on her phone. Her actions swift and decisive, as if these supplies were effortlessly within her grasp. Shen Zeqi followed her, astonished by the sheer volume of her purchases. He had initially thought she would merely browse for necessities, but it seemed she intended to clear the entire market. Are you planning to bring the wholesale market home? Shen Zeqi couldn't help but inquire. Yunsi turned to him, a sheepish smile gracing her lips. I couldn't afford to buy anything before. So I just came to take note of what I needed. Now that I have the funds, I want to secure the essentials. Shen Zeqi's lips twitched in amusement at her words. It was evident she was intent on acquiring everything. However, witnessing her earnest demeanor, he refrained from commenting further and found himself unintentionally placing numerous orders as well. I'll take 100 solar chargers, 50 boxes of candles, and 1,000 batteries of various types. While ordering, he called his assistant Chung, rent a warehouse near Yuntingbi Yuan, the bigger the better. I need to store some supplies. After hanging up, he informed Yunsi, my items will go to the warehouse. Yours will be delivered directly to your garage.
All right. Yunsi nodded.
They spent the entire day at the wholesale market, their purchases accumulating into small mountains. Only by evening did they leave, laden with their bountiful haul. In the following days, Yunsi's routine became almost monotonous. By day, she procured supplies from the wholesale market or bought various medications from the pharmacy, and by night, she fought in underground arenas, while Shen Zeqi attended to his affairs. Yunsi's combat skills grew increasingly refined, and the progress of the Hahuan delusion steadily climbed, soon reaching 17. Her winnings multiplied, and her stockpiles expanded, not only filling her space but also concealing much within her room and bedroom. The warehouse rented by Shen Zeqi was also brimming, stocked with an array of weapons, medicines, food, and daily necessities. Assistant Chung toiled daily to coordinate deliveries, unloading supplies, and though he found it exhausting, he dared not voice any complaints. Observing Yunsi and Shen Zeqi's relentless buying spree, he felt an underlying unease. He too had accumulated a fair amount of stock, cognizant that someone of his boss's caliber might have connections, aware of every directive and shift in the overarching landscape. Time flew swiftly, and before long, 10 days had passed. That night, after winning a substantial prize in her final match, Yunsi stepped out of the arena. gazing at the pitch-black sky, taking a deep breath. In 5 days, the world would change irrevocably. It was rare for Shen Zeqi to come pick her up today. The vehicle quietly halted at the entrance, and upon her appearance, the window lowered. He opened the door for her, his tone calm yet firm. "Get in." As Yun-Si settled into the car, she observed Shen Zeqi's profile and suddenly spoke. "In 5 days, this world will undergo a transformation." Shen Zeqi nodded, his expression grave. "I know. Are you prepared?" "Almost," he replied. "In addition to the supplies in the warehouse, I've rented another one elsewhere. Even just that warehouse will last us a long time, and the weapons are nearly ready." Yun-Si acknowledged with a soft lapsing into silence. The atmosphere in the car grew heavy, weighed down by unspoken words. As the SUV entered the garage of Yun Tingbi Yuan, the moment the engine silenced, the surrounding stillness seemed to amplify. Yun-Si unbuckled her seatbelt and opened the door, the evening breeze carrying the fragrant scent of foliage, dispersing the lingering air from the vehicle. "Let's go inside." Shen Zeqi picked up her backpack from the back seat, his fingertips brushing against her hand. They exchanged no words, merely walking side by side toward the elevator. The villa glowed with warm yellow lights, yet the spacious living room felt eerily quiet. Yun-Si kicked off her Martin boots, her bare feet sinking into the carpet, and suddenly turned to Shen Zeqi. "Care for a drink?" Shen Zeqi raised an eyebrow. "Do you have any?"
No, Yun-Si replied.
Her shoulders slumping in disappointment. She had been so focused on stockpiling food that she hadn't considered alcohol. Since her rebirth, she had felt like a wound-up spring, counting down the days to gather supplies, familiarizing herself with the strength within her body, and nightly training at the fighting arena, her nerves taut as a bowstring.
Now,
In this moment of relaxation, the desire for a drink surfaced. Observing the fatigue evident in her eyes, Shen Zeqi chuckled softly and pulled out his phone. "Wait here." He sent a straightforward message to Assistant Cheng. "Bring a few bottles of good wine and some snacks over. I'll send you the address." "You're reliable." Yun-Si slumped onto the sofa, burying herself in the soft cushions. "I really want a drink. It's been exhausting lately." Shen Zeqi settled beside her, his fingers gliding over her tense shoulders. "I understand." It wasn't long before the doorbell rang. Assistant. Cheng, the assistant, stood at the entrance with 2 large bags in hand. In his left hand, he held an exquisitely packaged bottle of wine, while his right hand grasped a thermal food container. Upon seeing Yun-Si open the door, he wisely handed the items to her, stating, "Miss Yun, these are for Mr.
Shen."
Without waiting for her response, he turned and departed, driving away with an air of finality. Yun-Si entered the living room, where Shen Zeqi had already turned on the lights. She began to arrange the dishes from the food container: braised beef, spicy crayfish, grilled oysters, roasted lamb, and fried peanuts, all substantial dishes meant to accompany the drinks. The wine bottles were neatly lined up on the coffee table, ranging from red wine to whiskey. "What shall we drink?" Shen Zeqi asked, lifting a bottle of Romani Conti, the label shimmering subtly in the light. Yun-Si pointed to the far-right bottle, a Shishir Jiaya, declaring, "This one." She had seen this wine at Heaven and Earth, where Wang Chang had ceremoniously opened a bottle for a distinguished guest, rumored to cost a fortune. Shen Zeqi uncorked the bottle, pouring the deep red liquid into crystal glasses, the wine bubbling gently. He offered a glass to Yun-Si, pouring himself half a glass as well and lightly swirling it. "To freedom?"
he suggested.
"Not quite," Yun-Si replied, clinking her glass against his before taking a generous sip. The tannins of the wine mingled with its fruity notes as it coursed down her throat. "To our present," she toasted. A fleeting smile flickered in Shen Zeqi's eyes as he followed suit. After several rounds of drinks, the crystal glasses were nearly empty, and a delightful flush adorned Yun-Si's cheeks, her gaze becoming hazy. Shaking her empty glass, she suddenly turned to Shen Zeqi, her voice light as a feather. "What are we to each other, Shen Zeqi?" Shen Zeqi hesitated, his hand gripping the glass, pausing momentarily, yet he remained silent. Yun-Si forced a self-deprecating smile, continuing without waiting for his reply, "Perhaps a person of your stature sees me merely as a plaything." She turned her gaze to the window, the moonlight filtering through the sheer curtains, casting mottled shadows on the floor. "But I haven't invested too much emotion, thankfully." Before she could finish her thought, she leaned closer, her lips, tinged with the scent of alcohol, crashing against Shen Zeqi's. This kiss was impulsive, brimming with frustration, yet tinged with vulnerability. Her tongue gently pried open his lips, murmuring through the haze, "Let me possess you for just one more night." Shen Zeqi said nothing, merely responding by entwining his hand behind her neck, deepening the kiss to its utmost intensity. His kiss radiated an undeniable dominance, as if he sought to obliterate any unspoken reservations between them. Yunsi felt his grip on her waist tighten, his fingers nearly embedding themselves into her flesh, as if he intended to meld her into his very being, never to part again. Yunsi called out his name between gasps, her voice wavering with emotion, unsure if she was intoxicated or lucid. He murmured in acknowledgement, trailing kisses down her neck until his tongue grazed the orchid tattoo, causing her to shiver. The alcohol had thoroughly dismantled her inhibitions as she fumbled to unbutton his shirt, her fingers trembling with urgency. One button, then another, his shirt fell to the carpet, the sound of buttons clinking against the floor resonating sharply in the stillness of the night. Shen Zeqi grasped her hands, their fingers entwined, lifting his gaze to meet hers. Her eyes sparkled with a remarkable brightness, reflecting his image and concealing an affection she herself had yet to recognize. I cannot ascertain my feelings for you, but I am certainly content with your body, he rasped. Yunsi ceased her speech, pulling him closer, pressing his neck down as she kissed him again. This time, there was no hesitation, no retreat, only two souls, caught in the liminal space between love and indifference, expressing their insecurities and desires in the most primal manner. The living room lights had been extinguished without notice, leaving the moonlight as the sole source of illumination, casting a glow upon their entangled figures and scattered garments. Yunsi's hand traced the contours of Shen Zeqi's firm back, feeling the muscles beneath his skin, and she suddenly thought that perhaps this was enough. What need was there for excessive love or detachment? She only needed to love herself. Shen Zeqi lifted her into his arms, striding towards the bedroom. As they passed through the foyer, he inadvertently kicked a backpack filled with prize money from a fight, the zipper bursting open and scattering red bills across the floor, creating a stark contrast against the fallen wine bottles. Yet, in that moment, no one cared about such trivialities. The bedroom door was shut, severing the connection to the outside world, and also stifling Yunsi's restless thoughts. She was laid upon the soft bed, Shen Zeqi's form looming over her, enveloped in the familiar scent of cedar and alcohol, leaving her no time to ponder further. Yunsi, he whispered in her ear, his tone imbued with an unprecedented seriousness. She responded a touch dazed. You are not merely a plaything, at least. Yunsi's heart skipped a beat, and before she could fully process his words, she was swept away by the tide of emotion. Outside, the silvery moonlight cast a chilling glow, intertwining with the searing heat of the bedroom, their bodies connecting with fervor and harmony. Perhaps when morning arrived, they would return to their respective lives. But for tonight, they belonged to one another. Chapter 16. Separation. Yunsi was awakened by the sound of birds chirping outside, the remnants of a hangover still lingering. She stirred, noticing the steady rhythm of breathing beside her. Turning her head, she beheld Shen Zeqi's sleeping profile. His long eyelashes cast a delicate shadow against his cheek, stripped of his usual sharpness and cunning, appearing unusually gentle. Yet, her gaze fell upon her own status panel, and her brows knitted in concern. Heavenly affection, 159 life energy, 89. The progress was far too slow. Feeling disheartened, her fingertips absently traced the sheets. With only 5 days until the apocalypse, she needed to grow stronger, strong enough to protect herself, strong enough to rely on no one. Yet, her current progress was woefully inadequate. She glanced at the man beside her. Her expression conflicted. Shen Zeqi was undeniably formidable. With him by her side, life was undeniably easier. But she shook her head, as if solidifying a resolution. At that moment, Shen Zeqi stirred, slowly opening his eyes. His gaze was still somewhat bleary, but upon seeing Yunsi, he paused for a moment before clarity returned. Awake? He asked, his voice rough from sleep, imbued with a hint of barely perceptible tenderness. Yunsi inhaled deeply, avoiding his gaze, her voice calm yet resolute. We need to talk. Shen Zeqi's movements halted momentarily, a flicker of understanding crossing his eyes. He knew what she was about to say, but did not interrupt, merely watching her intently, awaiting her next words. Yunsi's fingers curled, her voice strained. What we have is merely a transaction, let it remain as such. Shen Zeqi raised an eyebrow, a hint of irritation entering his tone. Just like that? Is this how it feels to lie on the same bed? Shen Zeqi,
Yunsi retorted.
a flush creeping onto her cheeks, though her voice grew steady. I mean, let us end this kind of relationship. His expression darkened as he scrutinized her, as if attempting to peer into her very soul. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke, his tone devoid of emotion. Very well. His pride would not allow him to submit, nor to appear vulnerable before a woman. Yun-Si watched as he threw off the covers and dressed with practiced ease, adjusting his tie with the same elegance and detachment he always exhibited. He did not glance at her again or utter another word, striding straight out of the bedroom. The sound of the front door closing echoing in the silence. The villa fell into an immediate hush, leaving Yun-Si alone. She sat on the bed, surveying the empty room, a sense of unease settling within her. She recognized her own callousness. She could easily have hidden beneath Shen Zeqi's protective wing. Even in the face of the impending apocalypse, his prowess would have ensured her survival, providing her with a life far superior to others. Yet she chose otherwise. She understood clearly that no one would love a burden indefinitely. Perhaps Shen Zeqi harbored some interest in her now, but what about later? Once the novelty wore off. Once her existence became a hindrance, would he still regard her with the same affection? Moreover, human hearts are the most unpredictable and unreliable entities in this world. You claim that Shen Zeqi will not waver? But who can guarantee that he will not encounter a girl more beautiful and more to his liking in the future? If such a girl desires not to remain sheltered beneath his wings, but wishes to stand beside him in the face of apocalyptic storms, do you think he might not find her exceptional and fall for her? Yun-Si shook her head, casting these tumultuous thoughts from her mind. She threw off the covers, descended from her bed, and approached the window to draw back the curtains. Sunlight flooded in, illuminating every corner of the room and brightening the resoluteness in her heart. Relying on others is never as reliable as relying on oneself. She must grow stronger, strong enough to stand alone, strong enough to possess whatever she desires. Taking a deep breath, Yun-Si turned and walked towards the bathroom. She intended to take a shower, then head to the wholesale market to stock up on supplies, and afterwards to the underground fighting arena for a match, hoping to attract the attention of the charming Jiang Che. Time was of the essence. She aimed to elevate her Awan delusion technique to level 2. Meanwhile, Shen Zeqi sat in his car, the atmosphere around him chillingly oppressive. Assistant Chung had just started the engine when he felt a wave of coldness emanating from the back seat, causing him to retract his neck, wary of speaking. The ride was silent, and upon arriving at the company, Assistant Chung sensed that his boss was particularly irritable today, the cold aura nearly freezing those who approached him. Poor executives who came to report their work entered only to emerge looking disheveled, hardly daring to breathe. Stealing glances at Shen Zeqi, Assistant Chung pondered in silence. Could it be unfulfilled desires? That seemed implausible. After all, they had shared a drink together yesterday, and he found it hard to believe they hadn't engaged in any inappropriate behavior afterwards. Could it be that Miss Yin no longer captured his boss's fancy? He pondered this, unable to fathom that his boss was grappling with his own pride, unable to lower his lofty head, allowing himself to be hurt. Seated in his office, Shen Zeqi gazed out at the bustling street, his fingers unconsciously tapping against the desk, his expression dark and brooding. He picked up a document, but, after reading only a couple of lines, cast it aside in irritation, his mind replaying Yun-Si's calm yet resolute words as she ended their relationship.
Ha!
He scoffed, a flicker of unrecognized hurt and resentment flashing in his eyes. Shen Zeqi was not a man easily swayed. He did not seek out a woman as if they were mere commodities, nor was he solely fixated on Yun-Si. After finishing her shower and changing into fresh clothes, Yun-Si first sought out a restaurant to satiate her hunger. In the midst of her meal, she suddenly realized that such delectable dishes would be hard to come by in the apocalypse, prompting her to summon a waitress and order 100 portions of every delightful item on the menu. Even the milk tea from the street vendors was not spared. She ordered 100 cups of every variety, all to be delivered to Yun Tingbi Yuan, intending to store them in her space for future enjoyment. After placing her orders, she wandered aimlessly along the street, unknowingly passing the afternoon. She decided to arrive at the fighting arena earlier than usual, having heard that the upper levels were quite intriguing. She had only ever frequented the first and second floors. Today, she would explore further. The third floor was dedicated to signing up for combat training, the fourth floor housed a dining area, and the fifth floor was a bar. Upon inquiring on the third floor, she discovered that Jiang Che was teaching a combat class, and without hesitation, she enrolled for 3 days of lessons at a cost of 100,000 per session, opting to experience a class today. As the attendant led her to the classroom, she spotted a figure drenched in sweat resting in one corner, none other than Jiang Che. Without turning, he remarked, "There are training outfits next door, change into one, and we can begin." After a moment, he added, "The outfits are new."
Yunsi replied, "Oh, all right."
When she emerged in the training outfit, she felt somewhat bemused. The outfit was less comfortable than her own attire. The snug white fabric accentuated her curves distinctly. Upon seeing her, Jiang Che frowned and inquired, "Did you perhaps select the wrong size?" Yunsi shot him a glare. "I chose the largest size available. Who would have guessed it would fit like this?" Jiang Che fell silent, internally musing about what kind of sustenance had allowed this woman to grow in such a manner. Unable to conceal her ample figure even in the largest size. Realizing the direction of his thoughts, he felt his cheeks flush and cleared his throat. "Let us begin." During the lesson, physical contact was inevitable, and Jiang Che found himself distracted by the soft, warm presence brushing against his arm and back, disrupting the rhythm of the class. Chapter 17. Challenge. Yunsi noticed the faint blush creeping up Jiang Che's ears and stifled a laugh. He was not as stoic as he seemed. She refocused her mind, adopting a serious demeanor as she followed his instructions. Sensing his own lapse in composure, Jiang Che took a deep breath, stepped back to create some distance, and calmly pointed out the flaws in Yunsi's movements. Her shoulders were too tense when throwing punches, and her weight distribution was unstable during side kicks. Some details proved difficult for Yunsi to grasp, necessitating hands-on guidance from him. The moment his fingertips brushed against her muscular arm, an elusive fragrance wafted into his nostrils, not the cloying sweetness of perfume, but a harmonious blend of floral and creamy notes. As they drew closer, the scent intensified. With each passing moment, the aroma enveloped the classroom, thickening to the point where Jiang Che found his breath uneven. He swallowed hard, feeling parched, and a stirring sensation began to awaken within him. "Next time, don't wear perfume." He abruptly retreated a step, his voice betraying a subtle rasp. Yunsi paused, bewildered. "I didn't wear any perfume." As soon as she spoke, she remembered the tattoo on her chest. Every emotional surge or physical exertion seemed to amplify that scent, and she added sheepishly, "It must be my natural scent." Jiang Che's eyes widened in realization. Her body fragrance. No wonder it had grown more pronounced. It was heightened by her perspiration. He turned his gaze away, unwilling to further contemplate her sweat-soaked training outfit. Simply glancing at his watch. "It's getting late. That will be all for today. You'll need to prepare for your performance." Yunsi sat down on the floor and tilted her head, asking, "Aren't you going on stage?" Jiang Che bent down to help her up, his palm brushing against her wrist, and another wave of fragrance hit him, prompting him to quickly release her hand. "It's best to rest standing after exercise. I only go on stage when someone challenges me." He raised an eyebrow. Regarding her, "What? Do you want to fight me?" "Not now." Yunsi waved her hand. "Speaking candidly, I'm far from the speed and strength of an S-level fighter, let alone competing against you. Given time, that day will come," Jiang Che replied earnestly, his gaze devoid of insincerity. Yunsi blinked, surprised by his high regard for her. In a place where strength was paramount, his approval was more stirring than any flattery. A wave of joy surged within her, prompting her to smile broadly, her eyes sparkling, capturing Jiang Che's attention. Seeing her delight at a mere compliment, Jiang Che inwardly chuckled. She truly was still a child, finding happiness in such simple truths. He cleared his throat. "All right, I'm off work now. Come back at the same time tomorrow." "Okay." Yunsi nodded in agreement, turning to change her clothes. When she finally donned her own attire, the alluring fragrance seemed to have diminished slightly. She tidied her hair before the mirror, recalling Jiang Che's earlier reaction, her fingertips lightly grazing the tattoo on her chest. Huan delusion technique. 189. Why hadn't the progress moved? Was it truly necessary to share a kiss or become closer? What of Wang Chong? Could he be the catalyst? Emerging from the changing room, she fortuitously encountered Jiang Che waiting in the corridor. It seemed he had been anticipating her. Upon seeing her, he promptly asked, "Who is your opponent today?"
"A lunatic," Yunsi replied.
Jiang Che pondered for a moment, his brow slightly furrowed. "A madman? It seems your victory today will not come easily." After a brief pause, he revealed the madman's weaknesses. His lower stance was unstable, and his right leg had been injured in the past. Thus, you could exploit his lower defenses. However, he struck with vicious intent, relishing in the assault of one's vulnerabilities. So, you must be especially vigilant in your defense. He cast a worried glance at the girl's more delicate features. Yun-Si instantly understood his concern. Nodding obediently to indicate she had committed his words to memory. Jiang Che continued, the odds are not particularly favorable, but this could be a breakthrough for you. I will watch you compete. Hearing this, a smile blossomed on Yun-Si's lips, her eyes narrowing in delight. Really? Indeed.
Giante che patte der slender shoulder.
The touch felt insubstantial, making it hard to believe that this seemingly fragile girl harbored potential that could rival his own. Given time, she would undoubtedly surpass him. He refrained from descending further, instead turning into a room at the end of the corridor, his personal resting area. Meanwhile, at the Shun group, Assistant Chung reported nervously, Boss. Miss Yun went to the fighting arena's third floor today to enroll in Jiang Che's personal training sessions, scheduling 3 lessons. Shen Zeqi's grip tightened around his pen, his knuckles whitening as ink dripped onto the documents, forming a dark blot.
Gianche?
That S-class fighter? His expression remained impassive as he coolly replied, very well, continue. Yet, internally, jealousy surged. This heartless woman had so swiftly turned to another man after his ambiguous response. Assistant Chung discreetly noted the displeasure on his boss's face. Swallowing hard as he continued, Miss Yun intends to challenge the madman tonight. The madman? Shen Zeqi's gaze sharpened, his demeanor growing icy. This was the man notorious for his ruthless methods, deriving pleasure from torturing others. Yes, Assistant Chung replied, steeling himself. Shen Zeqi sprang to his feet, snatching his suit jacket from the back of the chair as he strode out, his steps brisk and purposeful. Prepare the car. We're heading to the fighting arena. Assistant Chung hurried to keep pace, mulling over the peculiar situation. What was Miss Yun attempting? She had just distanced herself from the boss, only to seek out another man. And now she was challenging the madman. Was she courting disaster? Yet, it was clear that the boss was concerned, albeit too proud to admit it. He was bound to face defeat at the hands of a girl a decade younger than him. However, as he reflected on his own single status, any sympathy dissipated. In the fighting arena, the referee had just announced the results of the previous match. The man, resembling a rabid dog, descended from the stage, his face twisted with rage. As he passed the waiting area, his sinister gaze fell upon Yun-Si, a cruel smile forming at the corners of his mouth. Yun-Si met his stare, unflinching. She understood that this would be a fierce battle. In the lounge, Jiang Che stood by the window, observing the scene on the stage. He took a sip from a glass of water, his gaze lingering on the slender, yet resolute figure, deep in thought. As Shen Zeqi sat in the car en route to the fighting arena, the atmosphere around him was so tense it felt as though it could freeze the air. He watched the swiftly retreating cityscape outside, his mind replaying Yun-Si's calm expression when she ended their relationship and Assistant Cheng's report of her enrolling in Jiang Che's classes. A swirl of agitation and concern threatened to burst from his chest. Chapter 18. Pride as the referee's whistle blew, Yun-Si dashed forward without a moment's hesitation, executing the moves Jiang Che had taught her, targeting the madman's lower defenses. Each strike, knee, ankle, was delivered with the precision of a blade, fierce and unrelenting. The madman, seasoned by over a decade in the ring, responded with a cold smirk, nimbly evading her attacks, occasionally raising his hands to block, deftly neutralizing her force. Little girl, don't be in such a rush, the madman taunted, skillfully revealing a sharp blade that glinted ominously under the lights. Yun-Si's pupils contracted, instinctively taking a half-step back. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, the madman seized the opportunity, lunging at her with a fist that sliced through the air, aimed directly at her face. Yun-Si barely managed to sidestep, the punch grazing her ribs and crashing heavily into the ropes of the ring, producing a dull thud. Even that mere brush inflicted a wave of pain throughout her body, causing her to stifle a groan as blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, staining her shirt a dark crimson. Wiping away the blood, Yun-Si's eyes gleamed with determination. In that instant, the disparity between amateur and professional was laid bare. The madman's brutal punches targeted her vitals, while her defenses lagged a heartbeat behind. This tactic would not suffice. She gritted her teeth, abruptly altering her strategy. In the next moment, she relinquished her defense, allowing the madman's kick to strike her abdomen. Using the force of the blow, she lunged forward, her elbow crashing into his injured right leg. With a sickening crack, the madman let out a chilling scream as his knee twisted at an unnatural angle. Yet Yun-Si was not unscathed. The impact of his kick left her doubled over in pain. Nevertheless, she persevered, summoning all her strength to wrest the blade from his grip, pressing it against his throat. "You lose," she rasped, exhilaration coursing through her veins. The madman blinked in disbelief as the referee rushed in to separate them, and Yun-Si staggered back, leaning against the ropes, gasping for breath. The crowd erupted into thunderous applause, mingled with whistles and shouts. The scent of sweat and blood hung in the air, intoxicating everyone present, including her. In the corner of the audience, Shen Zeqi clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white. He watched the girl, bruised yet unyielding, her spine straight despite her injuries. And his heart felt as if it were being crushed. He had always believed she needed his protection, that she relied on him. Yet, in this moment, he realized she was not a mere parasite clinging to a mighty tree. She had her own claws, her own pride, even when battered. She embraced the struggle willingly, and found joy in it. He had been too arrogant. When she had asked, "What are we?" his silence had, in her eyes, been the clearest form of rejection. In the lounge, Jiang Che had descended the stairs, standing at the backstage entrance with a furrowed brow. He felt that Yun-Si could have fought more strategically, yet she had chosen this self-destructive approach, injuring herself while defeating her opponent. She had won, but at a significant cost to herself. "It's over. Go treat your wounds," Jiang Che said, his tone heavy as he watched Yun-Si carefully descend the stage. Her steps unsteady yet remarkably resolute. As she reached the backstage area, she spotted Jiang Che offering her a towel and a first aid kit. "Wipe yourself off. I'll help you tend to your rib injury," he said, reaching out to assist her. "No need," Yun-Si replied, sidestepping his hand and grasping the iodine swab herself, pressing it against her bleeding wound. The sting made her gasp, but her expression remained composed. At that moment, Shen Zeqi made his way through the crowd towards the backstage area. He saw Yun-Si leaning against the wall, with Jiang Che standing close in front of her, their proximity intimate enough to suggest they were almost kissing. His steps faltered, and after swallowing hard, he turned to leave. Assistant Chung trailed behind, sighing at the sight of his bosses retreating back. It seemed these two were destined to miss their chance. In the dim backstage lighting, Yun-Si leaned her head back against the wall, gazing up at the water stains on the ceiling, and suddenly smiled. The blood at the corner of her mouth had yet to be wiped clean, and coupled with her smile, it gave her an air of wicked, alluring beauty. She looked down at Jiang Che, her gaze meeting his worried eyes. "I'm fine," she said, managing a faint smile, though she felt somewhat drained.
Jiang Che remained silent,
directly opening the first aid kit and retrieving a bandage. "Lie down. I'll help secure your ribs. If you've injured your internal organs, you'll be the one to suffer." Yun-Si no longer resisted, obediently reclining on the nearby bench. Jiang Che's movements were deft, imbued with the finesse acquired from years of tending to wounds. His fingertips occasionally brushed against her skin, causing her to instinctively flinch, not from pain, but from the resurgence of that enchanting fragrance of ylang ylang, now more potent than it had been in the classroom. Jiang Che's breath became noticeably uneven, and his bandaging slowed slightly. He wanted to comment on her captivating scent, but ultimately held his tongue, hastening his actions instead. Yun-Si closed her eyes, feeling her body gradually healing. Once they returned to the villa, a bit of medication would surely hasten her recovery. As for Shen Zeqi, she opened her eyes, gazing at the pitch-black night sky outside, and sighed softly. Perhaps this was for the best. With the apocalypse looming, everyone ought to live for themselves. No one need be a vassal to another, nor should anyone accommodate another's pride. "All right," Jiang Che's voice interrupted her reverie. "Don't train for the next few days. Focus on healing." "Understood," Yun-Si replied as she sat up and stretched her shoulders, thanking him. Jiang Che was tidying up the medical kit when he suddenly spoke again. "You should still come to class tomorrow. I'll teach you some defensive techniques." Yun-Si paused for a moment before smiling. "Sure." The two fell into a comfortable silence, the only sounds filling the space being their breaths and the distant clamor. Jiang Che observed the waning color in her cheeks and realized that this girl might be stronger than he had initially perceived. Meanwhile, Shen Zeqi, having left the fighting arena, sat in the car, watching the neon lights blur past, feeling an unfamiliar sense of disorientation. He was accustomed to being in control, to everyone aligning with his desires. Yet Yun-Si repeatedly shattered his expectations. To the warehouse, he suddenly commanded. Assistant Chung hesitated for a moment. "Now?" "Yes," Shen Zeqi replied, gazing out the window, mentally recounting the supplies, particularly the medications. Assistant Chung started the car, glancing at his boss's tense profile in the rearview mirror, understanding that even if unspoken, concern was evident. The night breeze swept through the back door of the fighting arena, carrying with it a heavy scent of blood. Yun-si exited the building with a medical kit in hand, looking up at the moon before resolutely making her way to the roadside. For days remained. She needed to elevate the Huan delusion technique to level 2 before the end times arrived. As for Shen Zeqi and Jiang Che, perhaps they could both become her catalysts for strength. A meaningful smile graced Yun-si's lips as she hailed a taxi, providing the address of Yentingbu. Chapter 19. Invitation. Yun-si stood by the window, cradling a cup of hot water, watching the torrential rain that had begun the previous night, her brow furrowed in thought. According to her agreement with Jiang Che, she was supposed to be waiting for her private lesson on the 3rd floor of the fighting arena at this time. But given the intensity of the rain, it seemed unlikely to cease anytime soon. She glanced down at her ribcage, where the pain had significantly subsided. Thanks to the special medication Shen Zeqi had provided, coupled with the self-healing ability of the Huan delusion technique, her injuries were healing rapidly, scarcely affecting her daily activities. At that moment, her phone rang abruptly, shattering the tranquility of the room. Upon seeing Jiang Che's name flashing on the screen, she answered. The rain is too heavy. You were injured yesterday. Would you prefer to rest today, or shall I come to your house to teach you? Yun-si's lips curled into a slight smile. Her injuries were nearly healed, but she chose not to disclose this to Jiang Che. Instead, she replied, it's quite inconvenient to go out in this rain. Why don't you come to my house? I'll send you the address. All right, Jiang Che responded promptly, pausing to ask, do you have any medicine at home? Yun-si thought to herself, this man is rather considerate, making her reluctant to tease him. She replied, I'm running low on medicine. Could you bring some extra? After ending the call, Yun-si sent Jiang Che the address of Yentingbu and then walked to her wardrobe, selecting a black and gold qipao to wear. The qipao was tailored to perfection, accentuating her curvaceous figure, the dignified black and gold combination enhanced by delicate dark patterns at the collar and cuffs, adding a touch of grace. She loosely gathered her hair, exposing her slender, fair neck, with a few stray strands cascading down her cheeks, exuding an air of languor. Before long, the doorbell rang 3 times. Yun-si called Jiang Che, the rain is too heavy. I've opened the door to the underground garage for you. You can drive in. Okay. Jiang Che's voice came through the receiver, tinged with a quality muted by the rain. Once Jiang Che parked the car and took the elevator upstairs, the doors chimed open. He looked up to see Yun-si standing by the window, her slender silhouette radiating an inexplicable loneliness. At the sound of the elevator, Yun-si turned around.
Jiang Che se bretit.
He had never seen Yun-si like this before. The black and gold qipao enveloped her figure, making her skin appear even more porcelain-like. The originally subdued colors were transformed into a vibrant, striking presence through her attire. Her loosely gathered hair revealed a smooth forehead and delicate features, resembling a flowing ink painting, so beautiful that it was hard to look away. Only then did he realize that this woman, no, this girl, was not only formidable in combat but also exceptionally lovely. Jiang Che, you're here. Yun-si smiled at him, her bright smile seeming to illuminate the entire room. Jiang Che's heart raced, and he awkwardly averted his gaze, puzzled by his own reaction. It seemed that whenever he saw her, his heart would race, especially when she smiled. Yes, I'm here. Jiang Che composed himself, raising the medical kit and a bag he had brought. I brought you medicine and some food, in case you didn't have any at home. Yun-si accepted the medical kit and the bag, sidestepping to let him in. Come in quickly, it's pouring outside. As Jiang Che entered the room, his gaze instinctively swept across the living area. The decor of Yentingbu was simple yet elegant, exuding refinement, which contrasted sharply with his preconceived image of the fierce girl from the fighting arena. Make yourself comfortable, Yun-si said, placing the medical kit on the coffee table. She then poured a glass of water for Jiang Che. Have some water. Did you get caught in the rain? No, I came up from the garage. I didn't get wet, Jiang Che replied, taking the glass. However, when his fingers accidentally brushed against Yun-si's hand, he recoiled as if shocked. The atmosphere became slightly awkward. Yun-si broke the silence. Less practice in the living room today. It should be spacious enough. I'll go change into something more appropriate.
All right, Jiang Che agreed.
Yun-si changed into a set of workout clothes, deliberately choosing a size larger. Although her youthful curves were still apparent, they were less provocative. Jiang Che nodded, clearly pleased with her attire. He set down the water glass and stood up. Let us begin. We should warm up to prevent any further injuries. Yunsi followed Jiang Che to the open space in the living room, moving her body as instructed. Perhaps due to the comfort of her home, her movements were softer compared to those in the fighting arena. Jiang Che stood beside her, guiding her actions. The familiar fragrance of ylang ylang occasionally wafting by, even stronger than at the arena, causing his heart to race uncontrollably once more. He took a deep breath, striving to concentrate on the lesson. Raise your arms a bit higher. Yes, just like that. Hold it steady. Yunsi adjusted her posture as per his instructions. Feeling the stretch in her body, she sensed Jiang Che's gaze resting on her, imbued with an imperceptible warmth that made her cheeks flush slightly.
Outside.
The rain continued to pour, yet within the room lingered an exquisite ambience. The sounds of rain, their breaths, and the occasional guiding remarks intertwined, painting a serene yet intimate tableau. As Jiang Che observed Yunsi's earnest profile, a sudden thought flickered in his mind. He was likely falling for this girl. He remained unaware of how long the rain would persist, yet at that moment, he yearned to indulge himself, immersing in the rare tranquility while gazing at the girl before him, who tugged at his heartstrings. Meanwhile, Yunsi, while engaged in her actions, discreetly observed Jiang Che. She could sense his unease and fluster, which amused her and evoked a strange flutter within her heart. The breakthrough was imminent.
A barely perceptible smell graced Yunsi's lips.
It seemed inviting Jiang Che to her home was indeed a judicious decision. As time wore on, the awkwardness between them gradually dissipated, and their lessons became increasingly fluid. Jiang Che's guidance maintained its professionalism, while Yunsi's dedication to learning was earnest, though the air was thickening with an elusive undercurrent of intimacy. The rain continued to fall, yet no one paid heed to the downpour outside anymore. Chapter 20. Memories adrift, uncertain of how much time had elapsed, Yunsi called for a halt.
She,
glistening with perspiration, leaned against her waist, her chest rising and falling with quickened breaths, her voice laced with panting. I can't go on. Let us take a break. Jiang Che ceased his efforts, inadvertently letting his gaze linger on the damp neckline of her attire, where her skin shimmered alluringly, causing his throat to constrict. Let us take a breather and have some water, he suggested, handing her a glass. Yunsi accepted the cup and took a hearty sip, waiting for her breath to steady before speaking. I've ordered food. Let us eat together. Noticing Jiang Che's intent to speak, she interjected. Consider this my way of thanking you for making the trip and bringing the medicine. Jiang Che, upon hearing this, ceased his refusals and simply replied, all right. Yunsi turned to the cloakroom and retrieved a fresh towel for him, raising an eyebrow with a smile. Having worked up quite a sweat, why not take a shower? There's a guest room upstairs, and I can find you a clean outfit. Jiang Che's cheeks flushed instantly, and he hurriedly waved his hands. No need.
I can wash up when I get back.
Suit yourself, Yunsi replied, not pressing the matter further. She picked up her towel and wiped the sweat from her brow. When the doorbell rings, you can answer it. I'll take a shower. I feel uncomfortable, all sweaty. All right, Jiang Che affirmed as he settled onto the sofa. The sound of running water soon filled the bathroom. Jiang Che sat in the living room, his gaze unwittingly drifting towards the bathroom, the lingering scent of her ylang ylang perfume still dancing in the air. He pressed a hand to his flushed earlobe, feeling a twinge of annoyance at his own discomposure. Just as Yunsi emerged from her shower, the doorbell rang. Dressed in a loose-fitting white loungewear, her damp hair cascading over her shoulders, she lacked the fierceness from her earlier training and embodied a refreshing neighborly charm. Jiang Che rose to open the door, slightly taken aback upon seeing 4 or 5 delivery men at the threshold, each bearing multiple thermal food containers piled high like a small mountain. Is this Miss Yun's residence? The lead deliver man inquired with a smile. Yes, Jiang Che replied, stepping aside to let them in. There's too much to leave at the door. It might get wet in the rain, and there's more in the car, the deliver man said, scratching his head as he looked at the containers. Yunsi's voice floated from the living room. Jiang Che, could you open the garage door and let them place it inside? We'll carry it up ourselves later. After the delivery men departed, Jiang Che bent down to carry the containers from the garage upstairs, just as Yunsi emerged from her room, drying her hair. Observing his busy figure, she couldn't resist a chuckle. Originally, I intended to treat you to a meal, and here I am making you help with the heavy lifting. You've worked hard. It's no trouble, Jiang Che replied, placing the last container on the coffee table, gazing in astonishment at the array of dishes. Did you empty out a restaurant? Pretty much, Yun-si said, raising an eyebrow as she selected 4 dishes from the containers and retrieved a bottle of red wine from the cabinet. Care for a drink? Since she had wanted wine last time but found none at home, she had specifically bought some to keep on hand.
Jiang nodded,
watching as she struggled with the task. He took the initiative to open the wine and pour it, his movements smooth and natural. The red wine swirled in the crystal glass, reflecting the mirth in her eyes, rendering it even more intoxicating than the wine itself. Seated across from one another, they sipped wine and engaged in conversation, the atmosphere gradually transforming into one of ease and comfort. Outside, the rain intensified, showing no signs of abating. Is there anyone else in your family? Yun-si casually inquired after taking a sip of wine. Jiang Che's hand, gripping the glass, momentarily faltered, his fingertips turning pale. The atmosphere in the living room fell into an abrupt silence, broken only by the patter of rain outside. Sensing the shift, Yun-si quickly reassured. If you don't wish to share, it's perfectly fine. I merely asked out of curiosity. There's nothing I can't share, Jiang Che replied, inhaling deeply, his voice steady as if recounting someone else's tale. When I was 12, my mother was committed to a mental institution. Subsequently, my father remarried, and I found myself without a place in the family. When I was 15, my mother took her own life in the hospital. He paused, taking a long sip from his glass, the bitterness of the wine spreading across his tongue. From that point on, I was left all alone. At 15, I was sent abroad, spent 6 months on the streets, and met a boxing master who saw my resilience and brought me into the fighting arena overseas. I fought for 3 years, achieved some recognition, and returned to City A at 18, using my savings to establish my current fighting venue.
Yun-si listened quietly,
her heart swelling with compassion. She regarded this man before her, noting how he spoke of his past with a flat tone, as if those pains had scabbed over. Yet she could envision the struggles of a teenager grappling in a foreign land, battling in brutal arenas, and how arduous it must have been to carve out a path. You are truly remarkable, Yun-si exclaimed sincerely, admiration shining in her eyes. Jiang Che, flattered by her praise, felt his cheeks flush anew. The painful memories that once pierced his heart now seemed less acute in her presence, replaced by a gentle sense of relief. It dawned on him that some wounds can heal. They merely require the presence of the right person at the right moment to listen to one's past. He gazed into Yun-si's clear eyes, devoid of pity or sympathy, only pure appreciation. An impulse surged within him, a desire to kiss her, to divulge everything, to let her know he was not inherently cold and unyielding, but rather had never been taught how to be tender. Actually, it's nothing extraordinary, Jiang Che chuckled self-deprecatingly. At that time, I just didn't want to die, so I kept fighting. To emerge from such dire circumstances is, in itself, quite remarkable. Yun-si filled his glass with more wine.
To you.
The 2 crystal glasses clinked gently, producing a clear, melodious sound. Jiang Che tilted his head back, emptying his glass. His gaze towards Yun-si softening further. What about you? He asked softly. What about your family? Yun-si's expression darkened momentarily before she brightened her smile. Me? I was sent to an orphanage as a child, and at 15, they no longer looked after me, leaving me to find my own place. Young and naive, I was tricked into a place called Heaven on Earth, where I spent 3 years before finally escaping. Recently, I took out a loan to purchase my current home. She refrained from recounting the harrowing details of her past, deeming them too burdensome to revisit, as they were now behind her. Jiang Che observed her feigned nonchalance, suddenly grasping something profound. Perhaps they were both individuals abandoned by the world, which is why they perceived a hint of familiarity in each other. In the future. Jiang Che hesitated, summoning his courage to continue. If you ever need anything, feel free to reach out to me. Yun-si paused, then broke into a radiant smile, her eyes gleaming brighter than the moonlight. Sure. She did not deny feeling a flutter of emotions at that moment, gazing at Jiang Che's earnest profile. She mused that having someone like him by her side in this desolate world might not be so bad. However, her progress with a harmonious desire was too slow. And with the impending threat of zombies developing abilities and plants becoming predatory, she knew she must grow ever stronger to protect herself and those she cherished. The 2 fell into a comfortable silence, quietly enjoying their meal, occasionally clinking glasses, the air thick with a subtle understanding. Jiang Che watched the girl before him as she delicately savored her food, her long lashes casting shadows beneath her eyes. He suddenly realized that the pains he once thought would haunt him for a lifetime seemed to lose their significance after meeting her. It turned out that the past, when someone listens, gradually fades away. It turned out that the feeling of being understood is profoundly warm. Yun-Si raised her glass and said to Jiang Che, "Let us drink to the past. May it drift away with the wind." Jiang Che also lifted his glass, echoing her sentiment. Chapter 21. Ascension. The bottle of red wine had run dry, and the wall clock's hands pointed to 10. Even the air in the living room carried a slight intoxication. Yun-Si shook her empty glass, her cheeks flushed with a captivating rosy hue, her gaze becoming hazy. She pushed herself up from the coffee table, but stumbled, teetering on the brink of falling. "Be careful." Jiang Che reacted swiftly, reaching out to catch her, but she propelled forward, and they both tumbled onto the carpet. Fortunately, Jiang Che instinctively placed his hand behind Yun-Si's head, preventing her from hitting the floor. The soft carpet absorbed much of the impact, and a familiar scent of ylang enveloped them, more intense than ever. Yun-Si could hear his rapid heartbeat against her ear, drumming like a distant drum. She lifted her gaze and found Jiang Che's face mere inches away, his long eyelashes framing eyes swirling with complex emotions, his breath laced with the fragrance of wine. The atmosphere was just right. Yun-Si suddenly reached out, gently pulling him closer. Jiang Che felt his balance waver, and before he could react, a soft sensation brushed against his lips. Yun-Si enveloped his mouth with hers, the rich aroma of red wine mingling with her flavor, her agile tongue exploring his, sending a shiver through him. Jiang Che's mind blinked, consumed by the warmth of their connection and the enticing fragrance. Instinctively, he reciprocated, wrapping his arms around her waist. The kiss evolved from tentative to passionate, laden with the indulgence of intoxication and suppressed feelings. Yun-Si could feel Jiang Che's fervor, his kiss both inexperienced yet fervent. In her mind, a progress bar flickered momentarily, but Yun-Si paid it no heed, becoming increasingly lost in the kiss. Jiang Che gradually took control, deepening the kiss with a commanding intensity. Amidst their breaths, he called her name, his voice husky. Yun-Si replied dreamily, her fingertips tracing his face, finally resting on his well-defined chest, feeling the rhythm of his heartbeat. Jiang Che's raspy voice broke through. "Is it all right?" Yun-Si nodded, sensing the tension in his body. She cupped Jiang Che's face, initiating another kiss. She deftly untied the belt of his white practice outfit, revealing the sculpted lines of his muscles. Perceiving her arousal,
Jiang che risponde digerli.
He murmured, losing himself in the moment. The next morning, at 8 o'clock, Yun-Si's phone rang, the sharp tone jolting them awake. They both froze, unaware of how they had ended up in the room. It seemed as if they had spent 1 or 2 moments in the living room before Jiang Che had carried her upstairs, remaining close throughout. Suddenly, Jiang Che snapped back to reality, glancing at the person beside him, his cheeks flushing crimson. He scrambled to his feet, awkwardly donning his clothes, unable to meet her gaze. Yun-Si also sat up, gathering the blanket around her, her heart racing. She picked up her phone to find Shen Zeqi's name flashing on the screen, her brow furrowing involuntarily. The call had been answered just as she picked it up, and it quickly ended, followed by a text message. "Are you free? The new supplies have arrived at the warehouse." Yun-Si stared at the message for several seconds before casually tossing her phone onto the bed, deciding not to reply. An awkward silence enveloped the room, punctuated only by their hurried breaths. Jiang Che opened his mouth, intending to say something, but found his throat too dry to produce any sound. Yun-Si turned her head, avoiding his gaze. "It was all an accident. Let's just pretend it didn't happen." Her voice carried a hint of unnoticeable guilt. Jiang Che remained silent, quietly making his way out of the room. As he passed Yun-Si's bedside, he noticed her phone light up again, seemingly receiving another message, but he didn't linger to investigate. They descended the stairs in a silent procession, the living room in disarray. Yun-Si awkwardly offered, "Let me drive you." Jiang Che responded with a soft During the descent in the elevator, neither spoke. The confined space still bore the lingering scent of ylang, now tinged with an indescribable awkwardness. Upon reaching the underground garage, Jiang Che opened the car door but paused before getting in, turning to Yun-Si. "Classes will resume as usual. Consider today a day of rest." Yun-Si's voice was resolute. Jiang Che nodded, entering the car and starting the engine. As the vehicle pulled out of the garage, he glanced in the rearview mirror, catching a glimpse of Yun-Si still standing in place, her figure obscured by the rain, yet he found it hard to tear his gaze away. gripping the steering wheel. Images of her from the previous night replayed in his mind, her soft lips, the blush at the corners of her eyes, her porcelain-like skin. What have I done? Jiang Che muttered under his breath, pressing down on the accelerator, the car swiftly vanishing into the rain. Yun-Si stood at the garage entrance until Jiang Che's car faded from view before turning back inside. In the elevator, she gazed at her flushed reflection, knowing all too well the implications of her actions. Returning to the living room, she retrieved her phone, noticing Shen Zeqi's message glaring back at her. I'm downstairs. Yun-Si approached the window, pulling back a corner of the curtain to confirm that Shen Zeqi's car was indeed parked below. Had he seen everything? Her complexion paled slightly. It was what it was. She could not afford to slow her progress in cultivating the Huan delusion technique. After toiling through the night, her progress had finally shifted. Despite the impulsive nature of her actions, she felt exhilarated by the kiss and the advancement in her cultivation. The rain poured heavily, droplets cascading down the glass, and she hesitated, contemplating whether it was truly his car. After a few moments of indecision, she pressed the reply button. Let's discuss this in a few days. I'm still recovering. She allowed herself a moment of evasion. The instant the message was sent, Shen Zeqi seemed to receive it. Glancing up at the floor where Yun-Si resided before driving away, watching his car disappear around the corner, she let out a soft sigh. She recognized how impulsive her actions had been, not only towards Jiang Che, but also towards Shen Zeqi and herself. With only 3 days remaining until the apocalypse, she felt a sense of urgency. The heavy rain was expected to cease on the 15th, but during these days, many places suffered from flooding, with countless lives lost in the downpour. Following that would be a heat wave, and those who perished in the rain would soon turn into the undead. It was possible that mutations had already begun amidst the rain, but with no one venturing outside, no one had noticed. Perhaps the apocalypse had already begun with the onset of the storm. She pondered how Shen Zeqi had come by such information, wondering if he possessed details she was unaware of. Yet, it mattered little now. She had enough knowledge for herself. However, her heart continued to race, replaying the images of Jiang Che and Shen Zeqi in her mind. Yun-Si rubbed her throbbing temples, sending messages to both Shen Zeqi and Jiang Che, advising them to stock up on food, medicine, and water, and to avoid being harmed by others. After sending the messages, she turned and headed towards her bedroom, intending to catch a few more hours of sleep. As soon as she lay down, the scent of ylang ylang mixed with Jiang Che's essence enveloped her, lulling her back into a deep slumber. Chapter 22. Early warning. Yun-Si's intuition proved correct. Shen Zeqi had indeed witnessed everything. He observed as Jiang Che's vehicle slowly emerged from the underground garage of Yuntingbi Yuan, his gaze fixated upon it in a self-torturous manner. In truth, he had arrived quite early. As dusk settled, the lower buildings of a city had succumbed to the encroaching floodwaters, murky currents steadily rising. At this rate, it would not be long before the waters reached the 4th or 5th floors. This brings to light the exceptional geographical advantage of Yuntingbi Yuan. Although situated by the water, it stands on high ground. To put it simply, upon leaving the city center of a city, and after crossing the Yujiang Bridge, the roads incline upward, with Yuntingbi Yuan perched at the summit of a flat plain. The villa district occupies an expansive area, and Yun-Si's residence is strategically located on the highest hill, serving as a natural refuge. Reason dictated that with Yun-Si's cautious nature and the elevation of Yuntingbi Yuan, she might be safer than he at this moment. Yet, emotionally, he could not restrain himself from coming. At midnight, his car had silently parked beneath her villa, fearing that a sudden knock might disturb her. He turned off the engine and sat in quiet contemplation. The torrential rain hammered against the car windows, resonating within him like a relentless drumbeat, echoing the turmoil in his heart. Thus, when Jiang Che's car emerged from the garage in the morning, Shen Zeqi found himself engulfed in an indescribable tumult of emotions. Was it anger? Jealousy? Regret? He felt as though he were ensnared in a spell, his eyes wide open as he watched, entranced. To gain a clear view, he even rolled down the window. The icy rainwater, mingled with the night wind, soaked his hair and cheeks, delivering a chilling bite that paled in comparison to the coldness that gripped his heart. He watched Jiang Che's vehicle disappear at the end of the road before slowly closing his eyes and leaning back against the seat. The faint aroma of cedar lingered in the car, yet it felt particularly desolate at that moment. His thoughts drifted to Yun-Si's resolute tone when she had expressed her feelings. He recalled the image of her standing backstage with Jiang Che, along with a nearly imperceptible smile that had graced Jiang Che's lips, causing his heart to constrict painfully as if gripped by an invisible hand. He lamented that he should have unequivocally confessed his love for her back then. Perhaps, had he done so, he would have been the one accompanying her last night. Meanwhile, Jiang Che returned home, taking a cold shower to extinguish the heat coursing through him and the fluttering in his heart. He could not deny that he had developed feelings for that woman. It was precisely why he had lost control last night. Though he had not been entirely intoxicated, he had not resisted when she sought a kiss, nor had he pushed her away when she unfastened his clothing. He yearned to remain by her side, to possess her, to have her love him as he loved her. In his eyes, she was akin to a rose, proud, adorned with thorns, yet resilient. No matter the environment, she blossomed more vibrantly than any other flower. Her beauty was merely one of her most inconsequential attributes. However, the recollection of last night cast a shadow over Jiang Che's expression, an inexplicable anger welling up inside him. His fury was not directed at his own loss of control, but rather at the fact that, in a moment of passion, she had uttered the wrong name. The breathless words, Shen Zeqi, slow down, I can't take it, pierced his heart like a thorn. It was evident that this man named Shen Zeqi had once ensnared her in a similar manner, leading her to such indulgence. Jiang Che's fist collided with the bathroom tiles, water splashing everywhere. He had thought himself special, believed that Yunxi held at least a flicker of difference for him, only to realize that perhaps it was merely his unrequited affection. He had witnessed Yunxi's fierceness, her brilliance while donning a qipao, and the fleeting vulnerability that flickered in her eyes when she spoke of her past. It felt as though something was constricting his heart, leaving him breathless. Did this woman truly possess a heart? Was the name she had blurted out in passion of paramount importance? If it were significant, why then did she engage with him? Wiping his hair with a towel, Jiang Che caught a glimpse of the bloodshot veins in his eyes in the mirror and found it somewhat laughable. After years of grappling and combat, encountering all manner of people and situations, he had inexplicably faltered at the hands of a woman, perhaps one devoid of a heart.
Outside.
The rain intensified, dark clouds looming overhead. He approached the window, peering out at the streets submerged by the rising waters, his brow furrowed. The floodwaters continued to swell. Now reaching the second floor, the incessant rain threatened to bring chaos. He was on the 18th floor, safe for the time being, but those on the first, second, and third floors were likely preparing to evacuate. The vibration of his phone jolted him from his thoughts. Make sure to stock up on food, water, and medicine. Avoid getting injured.
It was Yunxi.
A hint of sweetness washed over him. She still cared for him, indicating that he occupied a space in her heart. Jiang Che feigned calmness in his response, understood. Be careful yourself. If you run out of food, just let me know, and I'll bring some over. He inwardly scolded himself for his weakness. After all, with her in his life, what was pride worth? He refocused his thoughts, pushing aside any unwarranted musings. He needed to strategize for the imminent disaster, not dwell on whether she held feelings for him. There would be another opportunity to visit her home tomorrow. Yet, her image lingered in his mind, her laughter, her kisses, her breathless whispers, and that exhilarating declaration, Jiang Che, I don't want it anymore. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to regain composure. He longed to see her, desperately so. Meanwhile, at Yunting Yuan, Yunxi remained lost in slumber. She was entangled in a chaotic dream, filled with Shen Zeqi's icy gaze, Jiang Che's wounded expression, and the ever-rising floodwaters that threatened to engulf the city. She jolted awake, her forehead slick with cold sweat. The outside world had succumbed to darkness, and the rain continued its relentless descent. Checking her phone, she noted it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. There were no new messages, save for Jiang Che's reply. Rubbing her throbbing temples, she rose and approached the window. With her keen vision, even in the dark, she could discern the distant waters transformed into a vast ocean, the murky floodwaters incessantly rising. With debris and struggling figures barely visible, the apocalypse was indeed upon them. Her gaze fell to the ground below. The floodwaters had yet to reach her level. With a soft sigh, she turned to descend the stairs, the remnants of last night's chaos still unaddressed. No longer preoccupied with the events of the previous evening, indifferent to Shen Zeqi and Jiang Che's musings, her foremost priority was to prepare thoroughly for the impending calamity. As for matters of the heart, they would have to wait. Chapter 23, Countdown. When Shen Zeqi returned from Yunting Yuan, he was thoroughly drenched by the rain. He kicked open the villa door and bellowed into the phone, "Assistant Chung, bring me the strongest liquor you can find." On the other end, Assistant Chung, perched by his second-floor window, was disheartened by the relentless downpour. Upon hearing his boss's unequivocal command, he could only respond with a grimace. The torrential rain had turned the streets into a vast ocean, rendering vehicles immobile. He had to purchase an inflatable boat from a neighbor at an exorbitant price, paddling for a full hour to reach Shen Zeqi's hillside villa. "Boss, the alcohol has arrived," Assistant Chung announced, soaked and panting, as he placed several bottles of vodka on the coffee table. Shen Zeqi shot him a glance, but did not allow him to leave. Instead, he instructed, "The guest room on the first floor. Find yourself some dry clothes." "Thank you, boss," Assistant Chung replied. The rain intensified, with heavy droplets pounding against the floor-to-ceiling windows, creating a deafening din, as if attempting to shatter the glass. Shen Zeqi uncapped a bottle and took a generous swig, the fiery liquid searing his throat but failing to quell the turmoil within him. When Assistant Chung emerged in dry clothes, he huddled in a corner of the sofa, watching as his boss consumed one drink after another, the ashtray quickly accumulating a mountain of cigarette butts. Assistant has stopped speaking and hands back control to the user. However, it was not a meteor shower at all, but a rain of meteorites. Even more terrifying was the fact that these meteorites carried an unknown virus. In her previous life, the Central News broadcast urgently interrupted its programming to relay this grave message, solemnly advising the public. The meteorite rain bore an unidentified virus, currently undergoing urgent analysis, and citizens were strongly urged to remain indoors. If venturing outside was unavoidable, they must take stringent protective measures. Little did they know, such precautions would prove futile. Within mere hours after the meteorite rain fell, incidents of people attacking one another began to emerge globally, swiftly followed by widespread human-to-human transmission. It spread like a plague, and an increasing number of individuals lost their sanity, transforming into mindless creatures that only knew how to devour the living. A portion of the population, however, began experiencing high fevers after the meteorite rain, with temperatures soaring above 40 degrees, leaving them in a state of unconsciousness. Fortunately, some awakened with various extraordinary abilities once their fever subsided. Some could manipulate flames, others could control water, and some possessed immense strength. Those who did not awaken any powers ultimately succumbed to the fate of becoming zombies. Of course, there were those who neither transformed into zombies nor fell ill, existing as if nothing had transpired, remaining ordinary individuals. As Yun-Si contemplated this, an involuntary frown creased her brow, a wave of inexplicable irritation swelling within her. How profoundly unfair! Why were some individuals able to awaken formidable abilities, gaining the means to protect themselves or even commit wrongs in this apocalyptic world, while others were condemned to live as mere mortals, facing a life fraught with uncertainty and vulnerability? Why couldn't there be just two outcomes, either becoming a zombie or awakening extraordinary powers? At least that would present a semblance of fairness.
Yet,
who would advocate for the ordinary, including herself, at this very moment? She raised a hand to press against her temple, forcing herself to regain her composure. Such thoughts were futile. The realities of her past life were immutable. What she could do was strengthen her present self, striving to become part of that fortunate minority that awakened a powerful ability in this cannibalistic apocalypse. Even if she could not awaken any powers, she would diligently expedite the cultivation of the He Huan Wang Qingju, aiming to stay ahead of those with extraordinary abilities. Meanwhile, in Shen Zeqi's villa, the throbbing pain from his hangover compelled him to furrow his brow. Slowly, he opened his eyes, the sunlight streaming through the floor-to-ceiling windows painfully bright, making it difficult for him to keep his eyes open. He sat up, massaging his swollen temples, gazing at the now clear sky outside with a complicated expression. The effects of last night's intoxication had dissipated, leaving only a profound sense of fatigue and agitation. In truth, he had long been privy to certain insider information. Experts had detected signs of an impending meteor shower through specialized monitoring techniques, with a substantial likelihood that it would carry some unknown virus. Given the current medical conditions, developing a remedy or vaccine to combat this virus in a short time frame was utterly unattainable. Emergency measures had been initiated, but in the face of such a global calamity, many aspects remained beyond human control. Shen Zeqi stood and approached the window, looking out at the city still submerged in floodwaters, his heart heavy with concern. He thought of Yun-Si, wondering how she was faring. The terrain of Yun-Tingbi Yuan was sufficiently elevated, she should have avoided the flood. But could she manage alone against the impending meteorite rain virus? He retrieved his phone, scrolling to Yunxi's number, his finger hovering over the call button. After a prolonged hesitation, he ultimately refrained from pressing it. They had ended things, hadn't they? What right did he have to concern himself with her? Taking a deep breath, he suppressed those unwelcome thoughts. This was not the time for such musings. He had numerous tasks at hand. Although the supplies in the warehouse were ample, he needed to conduct another thorough inspection to ensure nothing was overlooked. Additionally, the villa's defensive measures required reinforcement. He turned and exited the room, calling out to Assistant Chung, who was still dozing on the sofa. "Wake up, Assistant Chung. Come with me to the warehouse." Startled, Assistant Chung shot up from the sofa, bleary-eyed, and looked at Shen Zeqi. "Boss, what's wrong?" "No questions, just follow me," Shen Zeqi replied, his tone leaving no room for argument as he made his way toward the garage. Assistant Chung dared not ask further, quickly following behind. Observing the tension in his boss's profile, he felt a foreboding sense that something significant was about to unfold. At that moment, Yunxi also rose from the sofa and walked to the window. The sunlight enveloped her in warmth, yet it could not dispel the chill deep within her.
Just one more day.
She silently counted down in her mind. This time, whether it be zombies or unknown viruses, they would serve as her opportunity to grow stronger. With 7 hours remaining until 7 p.m. on the 15th, she contemplated directly exposing herself to the meteorite rain, believing it might increase her chances of awakening extraordinary powers. Her body possessed self-healing abilities. Surely she could withstand the virus? Even if she couldn't, it mattered little. She had already triumphed once, having chosen to end her life in her previous life, yet gained the chance to start anew. This time, she wished to take another gamble. Even if she lost, she would merely return to her initial state, aware of her transformation into a zombie without the awakening of powers. Deep down, she harbored a ferocity and greed. She desired what others possessed and yearned even more for what they did not. Yunxi would rather perish than remain weak. Chapter 25. Fever times swiftly approached 7 o'clock. The sky remained a splendid golden hue, tranquil without a hint of disturbance, and the anticipated meteor shower had yet to arrive. Yunxi sat poised on the balcony of the 3rd floor, her fingertips unconsciously tapping against the armrest. She could hardly recall the precise timing of the meteor shower's descent, yet at this moment, she felt no anxiety, merely gazing silently at the night sky, patiently awaiting its arrival. As the clock struck 8, the night sky remained devoid of any activity. The birds that typically soared past her balcony were conspicuously absent today. Yunxi picked up the water cup on the table and took a sip, understanding that the time had simply not yet come. At 8:30, just as her patience began to wane, a brilliant light suddenly illuminated the night sky. The radiance was so intense that it transformed the dark expanse into a scene reminiscent of daylight, allowing even the distant city to come into clear view. Following this, a multitude of meteors, trailing long tails, streaked across the night sky with a whistling sound, descending magnificently and breathtakingly. Yunxi neither flinched nor shied away. Remaining seated in her chair, her gaze filled with appreciation for the meteor shower. Undeniably, the sight was exquisitely beautiful, so captivating that it momentarily overshadowed the peril it heralded. The meteor shower persisted for approximately 10 minutes before gradually subsiding. Yunxi rose, observing the balcony and yard strewn with meteorites of various sizes. The largest was about the size of a ping-pong ball, while the smallest resembled a fingernail, their surfaces still bearing scorch marks and emitting a faint warmth. She procured a sealable box, meticulously collecting the meteorites and placing them inside, then carried the box indoors, storing it in a room on the 2nd floor that she seldom occupied. Perhaps these meteorites would prove useful in the future. It was wise to keep them safe. After completing this task, Yunxi returned to her room, lying on her bed, quietly awaiting the onset of fever. She knew that contact with the meteorite rain would inevitably lead to viral infection. The next outcomes would either be a high fever awakening extraordinary powers or succumbing to zombification. Sure enough, not long after, she felt a wave of heat rising from the depths of her body, her temperature rapidly escalating. Almost immediately, an indescribable agony enveloped her entire being, as if her bones were being shattered and reassembled, causing her to curl up in pain. Even with her self-healing abilities, enduring such suffering was arduous. Beads of sweat rolled down her forehead, soaking the sheets beneath her. It was then that she understood why some individuals transformed into zombies while others possessed varying degrees of extraordinary powers. As Yun-si was on the verge of losing consciousness from the pain, she faintly heard the sound of someone climbing over the courtyard wall. The noise was subtle, yet it resonated sharply in the stillness of the night. Gritting her teeth against the agony, Yun-si quietly rose from her bed, her bare feet padding softly to the window. She cautiously lifted a corner of the curtain to peer into the yard. There stood a tall figure with his back to her, obscuring his features. However, judging by his broad shoulders and narrow waist, he appeared to be a man. At that moment, the man seemed to sense something and abruptly turned around. Yun-si saw that he wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, and his piercing eyes behind the lenses were fixed intently on her. He, too, had noticed the figure at the window, dressed in a simple white t-shirt and black shorts. Yun-si's attire accentuated her alluring figure. Her long, straight, fair legs glistened with a lustrous sheen under the moonlight, and her curves were undeniably captivating. Duan Qingyue was certain that among all the models he had sketched, none could compare to the enchanting woman before him. Her bone structure was exquisite, and her beauty was beyond reproach, as if she were a masterpiece crafted by the hands of a divine creator. Originally, Duan Qingyue had come to witness a meteor shower from a vantage point, only to be met with a meteorite rain that nearly claimed his life. After suffering a high fever, he had stumbled upon this place, assuming it was unoccupied, and deciding to take refuge. Upon seeing Yun-si, his initial intention to leave vanished. Gazing at the breathtaking woman before him, a thought flickered in his mind. How wonderful it would be if she could be his muse. Yun-si interrupted his reverie, leaping gracefully from the second floor and darting towards him. Although her steps were slightly unsteady from the fever, her movements remained sharp and decisive. In a matter of moments, leveraging her agility and impeccable timing, she subdued him to the ground. The Huan delusion technique she practiced required enhancement, and this man appeared to be a suitable candidate. She sensed a pure aura emanating from him, clearly indicating his vitality was still intact. Lifting one foot, she pressed it firmly against Duan Qingyue's chest, looking down at him with a cold gaze. "What is your name? What is your occupation? Why are you in my courtyard?" Duan Qingyue struggled to breathe beneath her foot, his eyes observing Yun-si's fever-flushed gaze. He swallowed hard and replied truthfully, "I am Duan Qingyue, a painter. I heard there would be meteors and sought a higher vantage point to observe and sketch, but instead, I was met with a meteorite shower that nearly killed me. I stumbled in here in a feverish haze, thinking it was empty, only to be discovered by you." His voice was warm and polite, devoid of deceit. Yun-si furrowed her brows, applying slight pressure with her foot. "A painter? At this hour, you dare trespass into someone else's courtyard? Do you expect me to believe you?" Duan Qingyue winced from the discomfort, yet maintained his composure. "I speak only the truth. If you doubt me, you may check my art supplies outside the courtyard wall." Yun-si glanced towards the wall and indeed discerned the faint outline of an easel. Her suspicions diminished somewhat, yet her foot remained unyielding. "Even if what you say is true, you have still invaded my private space." Her tone remained icy. "In these precarious times, who knows if you're a villain taking advantage of the situation?" Duan Qingyue offered a bitter smile. "I am not a villain. I merely sought a safe place to wait until my fever subsides." He could sense the delicate yet firm foot upon his chest, exuding an unusual beauty. Intrigued, he thought that if he could capture this moment on canvas, it would surely make for an exquisite piece. Unaware of his musings, Yun-si gazed at Duan Qingyue's handsome face, feeling the purity of his presence solidify her resolve. This man was to be hers, regardless of his character. He could assist her in enhancing the Huan delusion technique. Leaning closer, she peered into his face with a hint of mischief in her eyes. "If you wish for me to release you, there is a condition." Duan Qingyue, taken aback by her proximity and the subtle fragrance that enveloped her, instinctively asked, "What condition?"
A knowing smell graced Yun-si's lips.
"You must accompany me for a while." Duan Qingyue was momentarily stunned, clearly uncertain of her intent. Accompany her? Did she mean as a model? As he lingered in his thoughts, Yun-si suddenly felt the world spin around her. The dizziness from her fever intensified, and her body burned with heat. She nearly collapsed. Seeing this, Duan Qingyue instinctively reached out to support her, only to be embraced by Yun-si. "Help me inside," she urged, struggling to remain upright, her gaze unfocused from the dizziness. She understood she could no longer endure and needed to return to bed for rest. Yun-si glanced at Duan Qingyue beside her, gritting her teeth as she led him into the house. To the second floor, she commanded, her voice laden with fatigue and pain. Duan Qingyue, though ordered, felt no anger but rather concern for her condition. He could see she was suffering greatly. As Yun-Si dragged him forward, her vision blurred, and she felt herself sway dangerously close to the ground. Gritting her teeth, she looked at Duan Qingyue, her breath labored. "Help me up the stairs." Duan Qingyue paused for a moment before realizing her need, steadying her as they ascended the stairs with great difficulty. Each step felt like an exhausting battle as the fever-induced dizziness and excruciating pain threatened to overwhelm her.
Yet,
She was acutely aware that the Huan delusion technique could not only enhance her strength, but also accelerate her healing, providing her with a greater chance of awakening her abilities. Finally managing to reach the door of the second-floor room, Yun-Si pushed it open, staggering inside and leaning against the wall to catch her breath. Duan Qingyue, shaking off the numbing sensation in his limbs, had no time to speak before Yun-Si forcefully pushed him onto the bed. Before he could comprehend the situation, she was upon him, tearing at his clothing with an urgency that bordered on ferocity. Stunned, he found himself mesmerized by the feverishly flushed woman before him, her eyes clouded with desire, momentarily forgetting to resist. Yun-Si's movements were almost desperate, and within moments, she had stripped him of his shirt, revealing his sculpted torso. She shed her own white t-shirt and shorts, sitting at the edge of the bed with a gaze filled with a mix of determination and yearning. Leaning in, she kissed him, her lips tracing his neck and earlobes, the scent of orchids enveloping them. Duan Qingyue felt overwhelmed, the fever muddling his thoughts. A fire burned within him, leaving him parched and weak. Instinctively, he embraced Yun-Si tighter, the soft sensation providing no relief from the heat that consumed him. His breathing became ragged as his primal urges surged, and he held her even closer, as if clinging to a lifeline. Yun-Si sensed the shift in his demeanor. A low, sultry laugh escaping her lips as she leaned closer, whispering teasingly in his ear. Her voice possessed a peculiar enchantment, causing him to gasp for breath as beads of sweat trickled down his forehead. He stared dazedly at Yun-Si's face, which was tantalizingly close. Inhaling the increasingly intoxicating fragrance of ylang emanating from her, feeling as if his very blood was surging downward. Her movements exuded a wild beauty, entirely devoid of her usual calmness and defiance. Duan Qingyue found himself utterly bereft of rational thought, responding solely to his body's instincts. His hands roaming haphazardly over Yun-Si's back as if searching for an outlet for his pent-up emotions. The temperature in the room soared, the air thick with sweat, heavy breathing, and that captivating scent, weaving into a chaotic and ambiguous tableau. Yun-Si could distinctly sense the Huan delusion technique escalating, her self-healing abilities accelerating. She was not far from the 5th level. A secret thrill coursed through her as she continued her previous actions, momentarily lost to the world. He clutched her tightly, as if attempting to meld her into his very being. His consciousness floated in a haze, blurred and chaotic, leaving only the most primal desires and impulses.
outside.
Distant echoes of sporadic roars could still be heard, signaling the emergence of zombies, heralding the official onset of the apocalypse. Yet within this room, time seemed to stand still, leaving only two souls ensnared by instinct and suffering, seeking solace and strength in one another. Flickers of Shen Zeqi and Jiang Che occasionally flashed through Yun-Si's mind, but she swiftly cast them aside. She reminded herself that survival was paramount. She would resort to any means necessary for that end. Meanwhile, Duan Qingyue had already succumbed to the depths of the city's chaos. After what felt like an eternity, Yun-Si gradually sensed that the fever within her body was receding, and the agonizing pain of her bones had lessened considerably. She understood that the Huan delusion technique was taking effect, marking the awakening of her extraordinary abilities. Yun-Si lay on Duan Qingyue's chest, breathing heavily, her gaze slowly regaining clarity. She observed his equally sweat-drenched face, her expression complex. This man was the first unexpected encounter she had in this apocalyptic world. Duan Qingyue was equally exhausted, holding Yun-Si tight, his chest heaving violently, his consciousness still somewhat foggy, yet his body's instincts compelled him to keep her close. The room enveloped them in an eerie silence, punctuated only by their labored breaths and the distant growls from outside. Yun-Si slowly lifted her head, gazing at Duan Qingyue, and softly inquired, "How do you feel?" Duan Qingyue, still dazed, opened his eyes to see Yun-Si's face so near, instinctively tightening his embrace, murmuring, "Hot. So hot." Yun-Si chuckled softly, rising from him and casually draping a garment over herself. She approached the window, lifting a corner of the curtain to peer outside. The night remained thick, the distant city engulfed in chaos, flames soaring, screams and roars echoing in a cacophony. Turning back, she looked at Duan Qingyue, still in a semi-conscious state, a meaningful smile curling her lips. This man was quite remarkable. She approached the bedside, reaching out to touch his forehead, noting that his fever had subsided somewhat and his breathing had steadied. It seemed the Huan delusion technique had a beneficial effect on him as well. Yunxi found a blanket and covered Duan Qingyue, then settled into a comfortable spot in the corner of the room, silently practicing the Huan delusion technique to consolidate her newly acquired strength while awaiting the complete awakening of her powers. Chapter 27. Extraordinary Abilities. The following morning, Yunxi slowly opened her eyes, feeling invigorated, with all pain having vanished, replaced by a sensation of unprecedented lightness and strength. At that moment, she sensed something stirring in her palm. Opening her hand, she beheld a misty silver halo quietly hovering there, radiating warmth and mystery. Time ability, control over time. A line of information suddenly appeared in her mind, causing her eyes to shine with excitement. Time ability. She had awakened such an extraordinary power. Yunxi gazed at the misty silver halo in her hand, curiosity bubbling within her. She attempted to toss the halo away. As it touched the ground, something astonishing occurred. Time seemed to rewind, returning to the moment she had extended her hand, everything reverting to that instant, her fingers still outstretched, and the halo remained, albeit dimmer. Yunxi's eyes widened in disbelief, her face alight with uncontainable joy. This was truly remarkable. While her current time ability could only revert to a mere 2 seconds prior, it was already astonishing. She couldn't help but wonder if, one day, this ability could ascend to its peak, allowing her to truly turn back time. Suppressing her excitement, she retracted the misty silver halo and turned her gaze to the still sleeping Duan Qingyue. After a night of rest, his complexion had improved significantly, and his breathing was more even. Yunxi rose, stretching her limbs, feeling invigorated. At that moment, hunger struck her, prompting her to quietly leave the room and descend the stairs in search of food. She retrieved a portion of braised pork rice from her space, sitting at the dining table and savoring the meal. In the wake of the apocalypse, being able to enjoy such a warm dish was a tremendous luxury. After finishing her meal, Yunxi glanced at the time, noticing it was nearly noon and Duan Qingyue had yet to awaken. Feeling somewhat restless, she contemplated stepping outside to observe the situation when she heard footsteps from upstairs. "You're awake," she called out, glancing toward the staircase. Duan Qingyue descended the stairs. Clad in one of Yunxi's shirts, his hair slightly tousled, but his gaze considerably clearer. Upon seeing Yunxi, a faint blush crept across his cheeks, seemingly recalling the events of the previous night. He approached her, taking in her vibrant appearance, fair skin, bright eyes, completely devoid of any signs of the fever and distress she had endured, and couldn't help but remark, "Knowing you are human, one might think you are some kind of fairy." Although he had been somewhat delirious last night, fragments of memory lingered. This woman had been in a similar state of fever, even suffering more than he had, so how had she transformed into such a radiant figure overnight? Yunxi raised an eyebrow at his words, a seductive smile playing on her lips as she beckoned him closer with a finger. Duan Qingyue hesitated, but the memory of her formidable prowess from the previous night compelled him to reluctantly approach. Before he could take a seat, Yunxi pushed him onto the sofa. She followed suit, unfastening her sleeping robe as she asserted, "If you say so, then so it is. After all, you witnessed it last night, didn't you?" The robe slipped away, revealing her smooth, delicate skin, glistening under the sunlight. Duan Qingyue's breath quickened, his cheeks flushed crimson. He gazed at the alluring Yunxi, inhaling the lingering fragrance of ylang, feeling parched. What are you doing?" he stammered, his eyes evasive, unable to meet hers.
Yunxi chuckled softly,
leaning closer to his ear and whispering, continuing what we started last night. Her voice held an enchanting power, making his heart skip a beat, his body stiffening.
"But
it's daytime," Duan Qingyue attempted to protest, only to be pinned by Yunxi's grip on his shoulder, rendering him immobile. "And what of the daytime?" Yunxi raised an eyebrow, a hint of mockery glimmering in her eyes. "Is it only at night that such things can occur?" she remarked, her hands becoming restless. Duan Qingyue's body tensed in an instant. He could distinctly feel the warmth radiating from Yunxi's fingertips, a sensation akin to a current that coursed through his limbs. Igniting a fire within him, He knew he should push her away, maintain his composure, yet the primal instincts of his body proved irresistible. The memory of the exquisite pleasure and solace from the previous night further ensnared him. Yun-Si sensed the shift in Duan Qingyue's demeanor, and her smile grew more alluring. She recognized that this man had once again succumbed to her charm, thus elevating her Huan delusion. With no hesitation, she leaned down and pressed her lips against his. After the kiss, she leaned in closer to Duan Qingyue, whispering for him to give her the TT. Reluctant, Duan Qingyue's eyes brightened as he lowered his head to lick and kiss her earlobe, taking a hearty suck on the red mole there.
Yun-Si shivered.
Feeling his sweetness against her ample bosom, her figure was exquisite, with a hint of defined abs. He traveled downward, entranced by the striking contrast of her icy demeanor amidst his overwhelming desire. Seeing Duan Qingyue in such distress, Yun-Si spoke softly, urging him. He swiftly discarded his clothing, casting it aside. Outside the window, the sun poured through the glass, illuminating the intertwined forms of the two, as if bestowing upon them a golden halo. In stark contrast, the distant city remained in chaos, the sounds of screams and explosions reverberating, a vivid juxtaposition to the intimate atmosphere within the living room. Yun-Si understood that in this apocalyptic world, such tenderness might only be fleeting, yet she was willing to seize this transient beauty to become stronger, better equipped to survive in this cruel reality. As for Duan Qingyue, he now served as a tool for her empowerment, as well as a source of comfort in this desolate world. What the future held was uncertain, after all. Duan Qingyue was utterly lost in the kiss from Yun-Si, extending his arms to embrace her tightly, as if he wished to merge her into his very being. The temperature in the living room soared once more, the air thick with an ambiguous tension, starkly contrasting the apocalyptic scene outside. While reveling in Duan Qingyue's devotion, Yun-Si felt the elevation of her Huan delusion and the presence of temporal abilities, granting her an unprecedented tranquility in that moment. Chapter 28. Stepping outside after enough playful antics in the living room, Yun-Si and Duan Qingyue found themselves in a state of exhaustion. With Duan Qingyue sprawled on the sofa, feeling utterly drained, as if death were imminent. Since consuming a solitary piece of bread that morning, he had not ingested anything else. And after enduring such physical exertion, he was now ravenously hungry, barely able to muster the energy to speak. With a feeble tone, he addressed Yun-Si. "Could you bring me something to eat? Otherwise, I fear I might just perish before your eyes." As she straightened her attire, Yun-Si nodded in acknowledgement. Considering his earlier efforts, she turned and entered the kitchen, returning with 2 cups of instant noodles and a pack of beef jerky. Ravenous, Duan Qingyue hastily seized the noodles, deftly preparing them with boiling water. The few minutes of waiting felt interminable as he frequently glanced toward the kitchen, his throat dry, swallowing hard. "I'm stepping out for a moment," Yun-Si announced from the doorway. Duan Qingyue looked up, perplexed.
Out.
"But the main door won't open due to the power outage." "Even if it doesn't open, I must go. It's unsafe outside," Yun-Si replied without turning back. "I will exit through another route." With that, she ascended the stairs to change into more practical attire, a hooded sweatshirt, cargo pants, and sturdy boots, exuding a cool and capable aura. As she descended, Yun-Si felt Duan Qingyue's gaze upon her. She cast him a flirtatious glance before nimbly vaulting over the courtyard wall, moving with the grace of a cat. Watching her vanish beyond the wall, Duan Qingyue sighed, shaking his head before diving into his meal. After consuming 2 bowls of noodles, he felt rejuvenated. Remembering his painting supplies left outside the wall, he attempted to replicate Yun-Si's agile move but, lacking her finesse, strained his back upon returning, grimacing in pain.
Ugh.
He groaned, massaging his lower back, mentally cursing his misfortune. With his supplies in hand, he returned to the living room, finding a comfortable spot to sit and organize his art materials. Meanwhile, after leaping over the wall, Yun-Si swiftly made her way to Jingming Street. The once bustling thoroughfare lay in ruin, thick mud and scattered debris littering the ground. Many shop doors stood ajar, the consumables and usable items long since claimed by others, leaving only inedible or cumbersome remnants behind. Unfazed, Yun-Si collected whatever she could, stowing the items within her spatial pocket. In this desolate era, such treasures were rare, particularly crafted goods and convenience foods. While she gathered, she remained mindful to leave a portion for others. Occasionally, she encountered a few slow-moving zombies, their groans echoing as they lunged toward her. Yun-Si, wielding a tang knife that had mysteriously appeared in her hand, dispatched them with swift precision, each strike effortless. Her destination was not Jingming Street itself, but rather the adjacent thoroughfare housing a massive supermarket. Though much of the outer stock might have been ruined, the warehouse within likely contained a wealth of intact supplies. That was her true objective. As she navigated the street, the knife in her grip never faltered. And before the zombies could close in, their heads would tumble to the ground. Approaching the supermarket, the number of zombies began to swell, drawn to her aura from all directions. With a steely gaze, she gripped her tang knife tighter, charging towards the horde. The knife seemed to possess a life of its own, each swing accompanied by a sharp whistle as it accurately severed the zombies' heads. The cacophony of their shrieks and the shattering of bones reverberated through the eerie stillness of the street, sending chills down the spine. While battling, Yun-Si remained vigilant, scanning for the entrance to the supermarket's warehouse. As her movements accelerated, her energy waned, yet her eyes sparkled with determination. After a fierce confrontation, she finally vanquished the nearby zombies, panting as she leaned against a wall for a moment before advancing toward the warehouse entrance. The warehouse door was locked. She attempted to pry it open with her tang knife, but to no avail. Frowning, she contemplated alternative methods when suddenly, a faint voice emanated from within the warehouse. "Is anyone there?" A trembling female voice called out. Yun-Si paused, surprised to discover that there were people inside. After a moment's hesitation, she responded, "Yes, I am here." "Wonderful. Can you help us out? We are trapped inside, and there are many monsters outside," the voice exclaimed, laced with relief. Yun-Si furrowed her brow, her initial intent being to gather supplies, without complications. Yet, considering the potential resources within and the presence of others, she deliberated briefly before calling out to the warehouse door. "Stay put. I will find a way to unlock it." With renewed resolve, Yun-Si began to exert greater force on the lock. Her strength combined with the knife's sharpness yielded results quickly. Before long, a satisfying click signaled the lock's release. Pushing open the warehouse door, a wave of musty air assaulted her senses. In the dimly lit warehouse, she vaguely discerned several figures huddled in a corner. Thank you," a woman said with a quivering voice. Yun-Si remained silent, her gaze swiftly scanning the warehouse, where she noticed a significant amount of intact supplies, a faint smile of satisfaction gracing her lips. She pointed towards the items in the warehouse, intending to speak, but was suddenly enveloped by a sense of impending danger. Whirling around, she found a zombie had appeared at the entrance, lunging towards her. Quick to react, Yun-Si swung her blade at the creature's head, but at that moment, she realized that this zombie was considerably faster than those she had encountered earlier. "Be careful," the people in the warehouse exclaimed in alarm. Yun-Si's expression sharpened. Without a moment to spare, she raised her weapon to deflect the zombie's claws, sparks flying as metal met flesh. Seizing the opportunity, she sidestepped the attack and swiftly dispatched the creature with a counterstrike. The onlookers were left astonished. They had only seen her block the zombie's claws. And in the blink of an eye, the terrifying monster had been vanquished, leaving them bewildered about what had transpired. She sheathed her dagger and regarded the people in the warehouse, coldly stating, "This place is unsafe. You should leave as soon as possible. I will be taking some of these supplies." With that, she turned away, waiting silently. The others exchanged glances, ultimately refraining from dissent. They understood that the woman before them was formidable, and their mere survival was a stroke of luck. They dared not ask for more. Soon enough, the group departed, each carrying a considerable amount of supplies, which Yun-Si did not hinder, knowing they could not take everything. She quickly collected the bulk of the warehouse's provisions, filling her space to the brim. After glancing at the remaining supplies, she resolved to leave a portion for others and turned to exit the warehouse. She closed the door and secured it with a lock, allowing the others to believe she had not taken much, as she only carried a backpack. "Thank you," the woman waiting outside said, expressing her gratitude once more. Yun-Si did not look back, but waved her hand dismissively, soon vanishing at the end of the street. Luo Wuxia gazed at her slender, aloof silhouette with a tinge of envy. She thought to herself that one day, she would tell her, "My name is Luo Wuxia." Luo Wuxia had no intention of returning home. No, that place had long ceased to be her home. Since her mother passed away, when she was 10, shortly after burying her, her so-called father brought home the widow of his good friend, along with a boy 2 years her senior who bore a striking resemblance to her father. From that moment on, they became a family, while she remained the outsider. They did not treat her harshly, they simply acted as though she did not exist. What is cold violence if not violence? Thankfully, She could stay at school during middle and high school, working at the school's small shop until a month before her final exams. With determination, she aimed to leave G-City, applying to universities in a city 3,000 kilometers away. Her efforts bore fruit, and she secured a place there. During her university years, she balanced work and study, graduating without having begun her job search when her father approached her, claiming he had found her a good match, urging her to marry for a bride price of 300,000, a sum only available because she was a university student. With no other option, she reported him to the police. However, as it was a private matter, she found herself powerless against him. They were like leeches, disgusting and parasitic. Fortunately, when disaster struck, she chose not to remain with them, fearing they might sell her without her knowledge. So, when they sent her out to scavenge for food, she slipped away, finding refuge in a supermarket, surviving until now. With the flood receded, she did not leave. She had nowhere to go, as her rented apartment had been overrun by that parasitic group. Where could she possibly go next? In the evening, a meteor shower descended, and she, along with others hiding in the supermarket, took refuge in the warehouse. Unexpectedly, the door closed, locking them inside. She heard voices outside, someone calling out. She truly saved them. She admired the slender figure before her. At that moment, she thought, as a woman herself, equally fragile, she had sought rescue, while this woman could save others. She aspired to be like her, not wanting to wait for salvation in times of peril, realizing not everyone possessed such kindness. She further pondered that in this chaotic world, a person as benevolent as her could not possibly survive long. She wished to protect her. Such a person should not be stained with blood, but rather should remain a celestial being, eternally pristine and unyielding. Chapter 29. Manifestation of Abilities. Duan Qingyue spread out his painting supplies in the living room, the image of Yunxi repeatedly flooding his mind. That woman was breathtakingly beautiful, both in bone structure and skin, compelling him to capture her perfection on canvas. With a steady resolve, he picked up his brush and began to sketch. But just as he reached her brows and eyes, a sudden, excruciating headache struck him, as if countless needles were piercing his temples. He abruptly dropped the brush, clutching his forehead and curling up on the sofa, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. Was it a remnant of a fever? He murmured to himself. Or was it the act of painting her that caused the pain? When the pain subsided, Duan Qingyue skeptically took a fresh sheet of paper, avoiding Yunxi's likeness, and casually drew an apple. At the moment he set his pen down, a faint white light emanated from the paper, and the charcoal-drawn apple suddenly appeared three-dimensional and plump, glistening with droplets of water as it rolled from the paper onto the table, an apple indistinguishable from reality. He was taken aback, tentatively reaching for the apple. Its touch was cool and smooth, and he could even smell its fresh fragrance. With a crisp bite, the sweet and sour juice exploded on his tongue, the flavor surpassing that of any supermarket apple. Strangely, as he consumed the flesh, the earlier headache gradually faded away. Duan Qingyue's eyes lit up as he tried drawing lychees, mangosteens, watermelons, and blueberries. Each time he attempted to depict intricate patterns, a dull ache lingered at his temples, prompting him to pause and rest before continuing. When Yunxi eventually pushed the door open and stepped inside, her footsteps faltered. The table in the living room was laden with an abundance of fruit: red apples, purple mangosteens, round blueberries, and even halved watermelons, their vibrant red flesh embedded with glossy black seeds, igniting one's appetite. What is this? She raised an eyebrow, glancing at Duan Qingyue seated before the easel. He felt slightly uncomfortable under her gaze and cleared his throat, feigning calmness. Do you want to eat? It's edible. He tossed a blueberry into his mouth, chewing and swallowing before deliberately opening his mouth wide. See? It's really edible. Yunxi nodded. I know it's edible. I meant, where did these fruits come from? I remember there were none stocked at home. I painted them. Duan Qingyue gestured to the nearby sheet of paper, where wet strokes still lingered. Understanding dawned on Yunxi as she responded with a simple, "Oh," her gaze flitting between the fruits and the paper before she turned and ascended the stairs. Watching her retreating figure, Duan Qingyue felt a twinge of frustration as he raked a hand through his hair. Shouldn't she have expressed more astonishment? After all, he had conjured edible fruit out of thin air. Yet, Yunxi was not entirely unaffected. Her surprise lasted only a fleeting moment. Given the meteor shower that carried a virus and transformed the living into the undead, what significance did the ability to create tangible objects hold? In her past life, She had believed zombies appeared out of nowhere overnight. By the time she finished her shower and changed into loungewear, Duan Qingyue was still engrossed at the easel. The grapes on the canvas shimmering with a soft glow, nearing completion. From her space, Yunxi retrieved 2 servings of stir-fried pork with green peppers, pushing one toward him while she sat opposite, devouring her meal heartily. Just as Duan Qingyue finished his painting and set down his brush, he recalled how she had seemingly conjured food from thin air, and a glimmer of surprise flashed in his eyes, yet he wisely chose not to inquire further. The 2 individuals silently concluded their dinner. Upon noticing that he had set down his chopsticks, Yunxi leisurely spoke. The outside world has descended into chaos, with many transforming into grotesque beings that are neither human nor ghost, akin to the zombies depicted in Resident Evil. Duan Qingyue tightened his grip on the chopsticks, listening intently. Being bitten by those monsters would result in infection. Yunxi's tone was as calm as if discussing the weather. There exists only a 5% chance of awakening supernatural abilities. The remaining 95% would morph into creatures like them. Duan Qingyue's complexion gradually paled as he finally comprehended Yunxi's indifferent reaction regarding his fruit sketches. In the face of life and death, such abilities seemed insignificant. Do the things I draw count as supernatural abilities? He hesitantly inquired, his fingertips unconsciously stroking the brush in his hand. Indeed, Yunxi affirmed with a nod. Your abilities are quite valuable. You need not worry about hunger anymore. You should be able to draw weapons too. This was indeed the truth. As he had discovered while sketching fruits, anything he illustrated bore ample energy, rendering it indistinguishable from reality when consumed. Staring at the table laden with fruits, Duan Qingyue suddenly felt the brush in his hand weigh a ton. Previously, he had painted for the sake of art, to capture beauty. Now, however, these hands could serve as his lifeline. Are those monsters formidable? He asked with difficulty. Initially, the zombies were sluggish, and as long as one avoided being besieged, they were not difficult to handle. Yunxi recalled the scene from earlier that day, when she had dispatched zombies on the street. But whether they would evolve in the future remained uncertain. She rose to tidy up the lunch boxes and paused. Do not worry. I will protect you. Duan Qingyue watched her silhouette vanish at the stairway, lowering his gaze to his hands. The paint on the canvas had yet to dry, and he could still sense the lingering fragrance of the fruits at his fingertips. The chilling cries from outside pierced the silence, reminding him that this was no dream. He took a deep breath and picked up the brush once more. Regardless of the circumstances, he resolved to create something useful. Perhaps a knife? At the moment the brush touched the paper, the familiar headache returned, albeit significantly less intense than when he had drawn the fruit. Gritting his teeth, Duan Qingyue persevered, aware that merely being able to sketch food was insufficient for survival in this apocalyptic world. The lights in the living room illuminated the night, and the items on the easel shifted from bread and milk to daggers and ropes. Gradually, Duan Qingyue began to grasp the intricacies of his supernatural abilities. The more complex the object, the more arduous the drawing process became, accompanied by sharper headaches. Yet, upon successful completion, the result was always a tangible item. In the early hours of dawn, Yunxi stood on the 3rd-floor balcony, observing the sky as it lightened with the first blush of day while idly fiddling with a blueberry that Duan Qingyue had drawn. Her time manipulation abilities allowed her to seize fleeting opportunities, and Duan Qingyue's artistic powers provided essential resources, a perfect synergy. She could never allow him to leave. Such invaluable support was too precious to relinquish. As she descended the stairs, she noticed Duan Qingyue asleep at the easel, surrounded by a dozen or so daggers painted in oil. Though they resembled mere ornaments, they shimmered with a lethal glint. Yunxi bent down to pick one up and was surprised when her fingertip grazed the blade, drawing blood. She raised an eyebrow. Evidently, these abilities were more practical than she had anticipated. As she placed the dagger back on the table, she accidentally knocked over a brush, startling Duan Qingyue awake. His eyes brimmed with vigilance, but he relaxed upon realizing it was her. Now that you're awake, go rest for a while. You must recuperate to create even more useful items, perhaps something like grenades, something with substantial offensive power, Yunxi remarked lightly. At this initial stage, zombies may potentially develop abilities as well. Duan Qingyue paused momentarily before nodding earnestly, gripping the brush tightly, then loosening his hold. After tidying his painting supplies, he intended to find a room on the 1st floor to rest. Yunxi glanced at him and suggested, "Why not sleep in my room?" Duan Qingyue blushed and replied, "Isn't that inappropriate? Then never mind. You can sleep on the floor," she countered. As Duan Qingyue opened the door, He was taken aback to discover a stark emptiness, nothing but a solitary bed in the vast house. It seemed rather surprising. How could such a grand living room appear opulent, yet house only one bed? Yun-Si, seemingly anticipating his thoughts, casually remarked, the house was only recently purchased. Duan Qinghua nodded in a daze and ascended the stairs. Yun-Si felt an unusual sense of embarrassment and reflected on how she had been acquiring various items without considering furnishing her own home. However, the furnishings in her room were all provided by the house. She resolved to remember to collect some daily necessities for her space, not solely weapons and food. Her starfall had yet to be sharpened. Speaking of which, she retrieved the starfall from her space and practiced with it in the living room. Chapter 30. Gathering together as Yun-Si stored the starfall back into her space, she suddenly recalled her mobile phone. Since the day of the meteor shower, she had tossed her phone into her space, becoming so preoccupied with managing her fever and awakening her powers that she had completely forgotten about it. Raising her hand, the black phone settled securely in her palm. The screen was completely dark, indicating it had long since run out of battery. Yun-Si retrieved a power bank and plugged it in, watching as the screen illuminated, causing her pupils to constrict slightly. The screen was inundated with missed call notifications, nearly overflowing the interface. The glaring red numbers were disconcerting. Jiang Che's name appeared 17 times, while Shen Zeqi's appeared 25 times. The signal bars had long since turned gray and empty. She opened WeChat, and after a prolonged loading period, 2 unread messages finally surfaced. Shen Zeqi's chat box contained the most recent message sent during the meteor shower. Do not go outside. There are monsters. Scrolling up, she found an earlier message. Are you alright? There will be a meteor shower soon. Try not to be outdoors. Experts say the meteors carry a virus, and there are currently no vaccines or medications available to suppress it. I'll come find you once I finish my tasks. Each word conveyed urgency, the last warning imbued with undeniable insistence. Jiang Che's messages were brief yet equally fervent. Do not go outside. It is dangerous out there. Wait for me to find you. Just hang on. Both had repeated similar messages multiple times, seemingly fearful that she might overlook them. Yun-Si's fingers tightened around the phone, the screen's glow casting a ripple of light in her eyes. Although her time with them was brief, merely half a month since their first encounter, these messages made her acutely aware of their genuine concern for her. Shen Zeqi, with his proud demeanor, had sent her numerous messages after witnessing Jiang Che spend the night at her home. Jiang Che, usually taciturn, had expressed his determination with the words, "Wait for me." Her heart felt as though it had been gently struck, stirring unfamiliar pangs of emotion. At some point, Duan Qinghua had appeared at the staircase, watching her profile as she gazed at her phone. He softly inquired, "Messages from friends?" "Yes," Yun-Si replied, tucking her phone away and returning it to her space, her tone reverting to its customary indifference. "They're not important." She turned toward the 3rd floor, yet her steps were slower than before. Deep down, she understood she was merely putting on a brave front. From the moment she chose to enhance her abilities through the Huan delusion and decided to survive the apocalypse by any means necessary, she had embarked on a path of no return. Of course, she could not afford to give up. It was not merely about already possessing supernatural abilities or being sufficiently strong. Who would ever think their means of survival excessive? The lessons of her past life were too painful. She no longer wished to be a vulnerable prey. Matters of love and affection became too extravagant and perilous in the face of survival. Yet, at the moment she read those messages, she couldn't help but wonder, what if she hadn't dragged Shen Zeqi, Jiang Che, and Duan Qinghua into this predicament? That thought was swiftly extinguished. There were no what-ifs. She was Yun-Si. She would either stand atop the pinnacle or perish in the ascent. "What are you thinking about?" Duan Qinghua caught up with her, brandishing a freshly drawn handgun, its body still gleaming with oil paint. "This one can fire. I tested it with the bullets I drew." Yun-Si took the handgun, weighing it in her hand. It felt just like a real gun, the cold light at the muzzle radiating a sense of menace. Impressive. She returned the gun to him and added more ammunition. "Are you going out?" Duan Qinghua astutely grasped the crux of the matter. "Not for now." Yun-Si walked to the balcony, gazing at the city shrouded in thick smoke in the distance. They said they would come. Most likely, they were already on their way. Given Shen Zeqi's resources and Jiang Che's skills, as long as they did not encounter high-level zombies, their chances of survival were quite high. Duan Qinghua questioned, "They?"
Yun-Si, she replied.
Duan Qinghua fell silent for a moment before suddenly saying, If they come and see us like this. He did not finish his thought, but the implication was clear. If they saw two solitary individuals cohabiting, especially after what had transpired last night, what would they think? So what if they see?
Yunsi responded calmly.
Those who wish to stay can, and those who do not can leave. I do not force anyone. She turned around, observing Duan Qingyue's surprised expression, and smirked slightly.
What?
Do you think I am heartless? Not at all. Duan Qingyue shook his head. I just feel as if you care for nothing, and cannot be reached.
Care?
Yunsi raised an eyebrow. In this apocalypse, the strong prevail. I aim to be the most formidable one. Duan Qingyue could not deny that her current demeanor was captivating. Her eyes were fierce, and her brows were resolute. Her face, ethereal and otherworldly, was exquisitely crafted, as if by divine hands. He yearned to see that cold and delicate visage adorned with desire. To witness her succumb to him, even if only for a fleeting moment, would bring him immense satisfaction. He patted his slightly flushed face and opened the easel, intending to paint a portrait of Yunsi without using his abilities. He had tried before, but his powers could not capture even her eyes. She approached the easel and examined the sketch before her, a portrait of herself, with cold, fierce eyes and a hint of a smile at the corners of her lips. It bore no resemblance to her former self. In the past, she had lacked that fierceness and had fought desperately at the bottom for a moldy loaf of bread. The painting is finished, she remarked softly. Duan Qingyue was taken aback, noticing a fleeting hint of sarcasm in her expression before she quickly regained her composure. Do you not like it? Is it because you experienced a headache when trying to paint without your abilities? Not at all, just feeling a bit sentimental. Yunsi leaned against the railing, sunlight cascading over her face. Though warm, it rendered her appearance distant and cold, her eyes filled with defiance. He had never seen those eyes smile. Since their encounter, she had always appeared so indifferent, as if uninterested in anything. He mused that such beautiful eyes must surely look enchanting when they smiled. She was curious to see if Duan Qingyue's abilities could capture living beings. If he could paint a person, then the potential of his powers might be more formidable than she had anticipated. Perhaps she was overthinking. If he could paint living beings, it would be nothing short of miraculous. Duan Qingyue noticed her waning interest and realized he had disappointed her. Just then, the roar of a car engine broke the silence from beyond the courtyard wall, accompanied by several gunshots. Yunsi and Duan Qingyue exchanged glances, rushing to the railing. In the distance, a black SUV was barreling through a horde of zombies, heading towards the villa. The vehicle was splattered with blood, tires crunching over the corpses of the undead, producing a sickening sound. The passenger window rolled down, revealing a chiseled face brandishing a firearm, shooting at the pursuing zombies. It was Shen Zeqi. The figure behind the steering wheel, with a hard profile gripping the wheel, was unmistakably Jiang Che. They had come together. Yunsi watched the SUV charging through the hail of bullets, her fingers slowly tightening. What was meant to come had finally arrived. She turned to Duan Qingyue and said, "If you cannot paint, do not force it. Your level is still too low. Wait until you have a higher rank to try again." Duan Qingyue regarded her calm profile and suddenly felt that this woman was far more complex than any image he had captured on canvas. Though her heart was tumultuous, she could appear so indifferent. She clearly cared about the news of those individuals, yet could utter such words as "stay if you wish." She lived with such clarity. Is it that not allowing oneself too many expectations, after accumulating disappointments, prevents despair? The SUV drew closer, and he could see Shen Zeqi's eyes light up upon spotting the villa, along with Jiang Che's instinctive acceleration. Standing on the balcony, Yunsi lifted her chin against the wind, like a black rose quietly blooming amidst the ruins. She was eager to see the choices made by these two men who had traversed half the city to find her. Chapter 31. Confession. Before Shen Zeqi and Jiang Che's vehicle had even come to a complete stop, their gazes were already fixed on Yunsi, who stood on the third-floor balcony. After a few days apart, she seemed to have shed the last vestiges of youth. Her already cool and beautiful face now radiating an edge of defiance, like ice-forged flames, intense and perilous. In this moment, all their efforts and dangers had proved worthwhile. They had traversed half a fallen city and fought through countless hordes of zombies, all to see if she was safe. Before Jiang Che could even press the brake, Shen Zeqi had thrown open the car door and leapt out. Noticing Yunsi remained still, he felt no annoyance. With a long stride, He effortlessly vaulted over the nearly 3-meter-high courtyard wall and bounded up to the third-floor terrace, enveloping the longed-for figure in a tight embrace. "It's good to see you safe." His voice was laced with urgency and a tremor of relief. Jiang Che parked the car and swiftly followed. As he stepped onto the terrace, he witnessed Shen Zeqi lowering his head to capture Yunxi's red lips in a kiss heavy with pent-up intensity, almost consuming her whole. After the kiss, Yunxi pushed Shen Zeqi away and pulled Jiang Che into a firm embrace, planting a gentle peck on his chiseled cheek. "Thank you both." Her voice was soft yet clear to their ears. Shen Zeqi's gaze swept over the scattered art supplies on the balcony and the unfamiliar man holding a paintbrush, and his expression darkened instantly. "We crossed half a city to see you, and you have the leisure to let someone paint for you?" His tone was tinged with bitterness, his eyes cold as ice, suggesting that perhaps while he was busy painting during the day, another was attending to her at night, forgetting all about him. With that, he shot a cold glare at Duan Qingyue. Duan Qingyue stiffened under that gaze, his ears turning crimson as he tightened his grip on the paintbrush, but remained silent. Jiang Che followed Shen Zeqi's gaze towards Duan Qingyue, his brow furrowing deeply. This man appeared refined and gentle, wearing gold-rimmed glasses like a delicate scholar. Finding Yunxi's residence in this apocalypse could not mean he was anything but cunning. He despised those who appeared harmless yet harbored dark intentions. Observing the tension in the air, Yunxi calmly explained, "Before the apocalypse, I acquired a cultivation technique, somewhat sinister in nature, requiring the assistance of primordial yang to enhance my abilities." Shen Zeqi looked as if he had been dealt a heavy blow, staggering back in disbelief. You approached me for that wretched technique?" In a fit of anger, his fists clenched tightly, yet he could not bring himself to strike her. Jiang Che was equally stunned, his eyes filled with astonishment and shock. So, all the intimacy and flirtation had merely been for the sake of cultivation? Duan Qingyue wore a knowing expression. Realizing why she had been so proactive, it was all for the technique's requirement. Yunxi noticed the complex emotions flashing across their faces and raised an eyebrow. "What? Do you think I am inherently promiscuous?" Shen Zeqi and Jiang Che's cheeks flushed simultaneously, their gazes evasive. What could they possibly say? To admit they once thought their allure had captured her heart? Such words would surely invite ridicule. Thankfully, Yunxi was unaware of their self-absorbed thoughts. Watching the shared embarrassment on their faces, a faint smile tugged at her lips. She quickly composed herself, stating firmly, "I have already explained my reasons. If you wish to remain by my side, you must not interfere with my cultivation. If you cannot accept this, you are free to leave. I do not wish for jealousy to lead to harm among us." Jiang Che and Shen Zeqi exchanged glances, and it felt as though invisible sparks of electricity crackled in the air. Jiang Che spoke first, his tone resolute. "Having chosen you, I shall not easily relinquish my commitment." Shen Zeqi's lips quivered as he murmured, "Can it not just be you and me? Without interference, might there be others in the future?" "Jiang Che, and I can assist you in your cultivation." His voice carried a barely perceptible hint of sorrow and grievance, akin to a child deprived of candy. Yunxi gazed into his eyes, seeing the plea within them, her tone gentle yet unwavering. "We are merely in the early stages of the apocalypse. The advancement of abilities is painfully slow. Outside, first-tier zombies have already emerged, moving much faster than ordinary ones, and their progression far surpasses that of humans." Shen Zeqi interjected urgently, "Jiang Che, and I will protect you. I possess abilities, and so does Jiang Che." As he spoke, he opened his palm to reveal a radiant sphere of golden energy, emanating a formidable aura, indeed, a golden-type ability. Yunxi cast a disinterested glance at the energy. Her tone icy. "You will protect me? What if one day you choose not to?" "That will never happen," Shen Zeqi retorted without hesitation, his gaze unwavering. Frustration flitted across Yunxi's face, her voice turning colder. "Human hearts are the most inscrutable and fickle of things. If you wish to leave, then depart." With that, she leaped from the third floor, landing gracefully in the courtyard, and strode away without a backward glance. Jiang Che observed the stunned Shen Zeqi and sighed. "Your actions are akin to attempting to clip her wings, seeking to imprison her with promises." He then turned and descended the stairs, hastening to follow Yunxi's footsteps as they exited the courtyard. Shen Zeqi watched their retreating figures and could not help but shout, "Do you not desire her to belong solely to you?" Jiang Che did not look back, but his voice carried on the wind, clear and resonant in Shen Zeqi's ears. I shall forever follow her, respecting all her decisions. Only Shen Zeqi and Duan Qingyue remained on the terrace. Duan Qingyue set down his brush, casting a glance at the disheartened Shen Zeqi, and spoke. She is right. Human hearts are changeable and hard to gauge. To think you can bind her with a mere promise is rather naive. He paused before continuing. She is a phoenix meant to soar. How could she be content to walk upon the ground? With that, he disregarded Shen Zeqi, resuming his painting with focused diligence. Shen Zeqi stood upon the terrace, gazing in the direction where Yunxi and Jiang Che had vanished, his heart constricted with a sense of suffocation and pain. Was it wrong to wish for her to remain by his side? The wind swirled the fallen leaves around him, as if mocking his innocence. In the distance, the growls of zombies echoed, a grim reminder of the harsh reality of the apocalypse. Shen Zeqi inhaled deeply, tightening his grip on the golden energy in his hand. Regardless of the circumstances, he would not yield. Even if she were a phoenix, he would become the phoenix tree upon which she could rest. He turned and descended the stairs, pursuing the direction in which Yunxi had departed. Even if he could not alter her decision, he would at least stay by her side, ensuring her safety. Chapter 32. The special zombie Yunxi's speed was astonishing. Akin to a white lightning bolt darting through the ruins, and in the blink of an eye, Jiang Che had completely lost sight of her. He stood at the crossroads, surveying the empty street, his fists clenched in frustration. Where is Yunxi? Shen Zeqi caught up in his vehicle, rolling down the window and inquiring with palpable urgency. Jiang Che glanced back at him, irritation evident in his voice. She is gone. Why did you not follow her? Shen Zeqi furrowed his brow, a hint of reproach in his tone. Jiang Che could not help but shoot him an exasperated look, retorting, Am I the one not pursuing her? Internally, he grumbled. It was clearly her speed that was extraordinary, almost inhuman. After just a few days apart, she had grown significantly stronger. It seemed he too must intensify his efforts, lest he fall too far behind her. With that, Jiang Che disregarded Shen Zeqi, turning toward the direction of Yunting Biyuan. If he could not catch up to Yunxi, he would at least clear the zombies surrounding her residence before her return, doing something for her. Shen Zeqi watched Jiang Che's retreating figure, then glanced back toward where Yunxi had vanished, ultimately starting his vehicle and driving back the way they had come. He had resolved to relocate his base to Yunting Biyuan. Firstly, it would allow him to be closer to Yunxi, keeping abreast of her whereabouts. Secondly, Yunting Biyuan was expansive, elevated, and defensible, a rare stronghold in this apocalyptic world. Upon returning to his mountain villa, Assistant Chung was surprised to see Shen Zeqi back so soon after having left that morning. Hadn't he the boss said he would return tomorrow? However, he kept his thoughts to himself and greeted Shen Zeqi respectfully. Assistant Chung, prepare the supplies. We are moving to Yunting Biyuan, Shen Zeqi stated plainly, his tone brooking no argument. Assistant Chung hesitated, quickly responding, Boss, there are still a few brothers who are running high fevers. Should we not wait until they recover before moving? Shen Zeqi furrowed his brow, speaking in a deep voice. The zombies are not numerous at present and can be dealt with easily. In a few days, who knows how many more may appear. The route is already becoming difficult. What would take 2 hours today took 4 or 5. He paused before continuing. We can split into 2 groups. You take a team to transport half the supplies first, and I will follow with the remaining personnel shortly thereafter. Assistant Chung inwardly scoffed. In this apocalypse, with zombies everywhere, where could they find so many large trucks? Yet he kept such thoughts to himself. Seemingly perceiving his doubts, Shen Zeqi coldly remarked, There are 10 large trucks at the West City warehouse. Take your men to fill those, and do not concern yourself with the rest. Remember to settle them near Yunxi's house. With that, he waved his hand, signaling Assistant Chung to begin preparations. Assistant Chung dared not delay, quickly exiting to make arrangements. Shen Zeqi rubbed his temples, leaning back on the sofa. But his thoughts involuntarily drifted to Assistant Chung. Chung Yu, his real name, was an orphan supported by the Shen family, who had joined Shen's company after university and had been by his side for 25 years, the longest of any. Would he betray me? For the first time, such a thought crossed Shen Zeqi's mind. If even Chung Yu could not be trusted, then what of others? No wonder Yunxi did not trust him. Reflecting on it now, her concerns were not unfounded. Human hearts, particularly in the apocalypse, were fragile and easily shattered. Meanwhile, Yunxi had long sensed Jiang Che trailing her, which stirred a sense of annoyance within her. She desperately needed to slay some zombies to vent her frustrations. Accelerating her pace, she completely shook off Jiang Che. Heading alone toward the A City Central Hospital. It was there that the first third-tier zombie had appeared in her past life. In the third month after the onset of the apocalypse, rumors spread that a special zombie capable of commanding others resided within the hospital. Anyone entering a 500-meter radius would be subjected to frenzied attacks. The authorities dispatched numerous teams to eradicate it, suffering significant losses without success. Consequently, the hospital became a forbidden zone, and no one dared to approach, with no one knowing why that zombie remained within its confines. While others required 7 to 8 hours to reach the location, Yunsi arrived in just 4. She did not immediately enter the hospital but first stopped at a nearby building to rest, ensuring she was in optimal condition. After all, it was only the second day of the apocalypse. Yesterday, the streets were relatively clear of zombies, yet today, the numbers had swelled. Yunsi felt fortunate that her He Huan Wang Qingju had reached the 4th level, otherwise. Managing to slay zombies while racing to the central hospital would have been quite taxing. As for driving, the thought had not even crossed her mind. On the current road, craters formed by meteorite showers abound, alongside vehicles parked haphazardly, rendering the conditions deplorable. She could run faster than this. She decided against returning tonight, vowing to vanquish that peculiar zombie first. Standing atop the Yuhui building, Yunsi gazed at the darkened central hospital in the distance. Her emotions stirred with a blend of exhilaration and anticipation. She pondered whether the zombie possessed a crystal core. After all, what extraordinary abilities could a special zombie have to command so many others? Could it be a form of psychic power? Yet, she had heard no tales of such abilities controlling humans or zombies. As night descended, the zombies surrounding the central hospital grew increasingly animated, their chilling howls echoing in the air. However, Yunsi felt no trepidation. Instead, her eyes sparkled with excitement. She retrieved her dagger, the falling star, from her spatial pocket, meticulously polishing it as she awaited the opportune moment to strike. In a corner of the Yuhui building, several zombies, drawn by the sounds, clumsily attempted to ascend. Yunsi's gaze sharpened, her figure flickering into motion as she swiftly dispatched them with her gleaming blade. A slight frown crossed her brow as she surveyed the fallen bodies. These ordinary zombies were nearly useless, and to obtain crystal cores, she would need to confront those of the first and second tiers. Yet, with the zombies not having evolved yet, finding them proved arduous. As time passed and night deepened, unusual roars occasionally emanated from the hospital, more guttural and terrifying than those of ordinary zombies. Yunsi recognized these sounds as belonging to the special zombie. Taking a deep breath, she gripped her dagger firmly and prepared to advance. Chapter 33. Crystal cores. The vicinity of the central hospital had long been deserted, save for the wandering zombies emitting their low growls. Yunsi wielded her dagger with precision, the sharp sound of blades slicing through the air mingling with the dull thud of zombies collapsing. She felt no fear of an ambush. In this area, living beings were far rarer than zombies. Unbeknownst to her, a group of individuals in the office building behind Yuhui were observing her through shattered glass windows. Is that a power user? An elite man with glasses adjusted his spectacles, astonished by her audacity to venture alone into the hospital, oblivious to the monstrous transformations occurring within. The man known as Mr. Fu twirled a string of prayer beads between his fingers, their smooth sheen catching the light, opting not to respond. A robust man beside him scoffed, "Yang Run, you're too naive. Look at that girl with a curved blade. She cuts zombies as if chopping vegetables, clearly a seasoned fighter." Yang Run shot a glance at the speaker, Wu Qing, retorting, "Only your vision is commendable? Have you forgotten who mistook Mr. Fu for an old man last time?" "I was inebriated." Wu Qing snapped back, spreading his palm, a faint blue whirlwind swirling within. "My eyesight is perfectly fine. Just watch this." "Enough," Mr. Fu finally spoke, his tone calm and unruffled. Yang Run, feeling chastised, murmured under his breath, "What has to show off about? Everyone seems to have some sort of ability." The others exchanged glances, their expressions inscrutable, then turned their attention back to the petite yet fierce figure outside. Oblivious to their scrutiny, Yunsi stepped through the hospital entrance, greeted by a nauseating stench mingled with a faint odor of disinfectant. Had someone already beaten her to it? She quickly dismissed the thought. Having seen no signs of life from the opposite building, were the zombies turning on each other? But why would they consume their own kind? With no time for contemplation, she tightened her grip on the dagger and ventured deeper. The corridor was littered with shattered medical equipment and dried blood, with ragged zombies lunging from the wards, all dispatched with a swift slice. Upon reaching the third floor, the scent of blood in the obstetrics department was particularly overwhelming. A door stood ajar, and from within came the sound of gnawing, akin to bone being chewed. Yun-Si crept closer, peering through the gap. A woman in a hospital gown was squatting with her back to the door, and her heart raced. Could she be a survivor?
Yet.
A fleeting thought cast out. What sane person would leave a door open in such a place? Before she could ponder further, the woman suddenly turned as if sensing a living presence.
Yun-Si gasped.
The woman's abdomen was grotesquely swollen, her skin a sickly gray, and her midsection had burst open, revealing a bloodied infant head protruding from within. The woman was feeding the decaying flesh to the small zombie within her. Viscous juices dripping from her fingers, the sight so repulsive it made her skin crawl. Upon seeing Yun-Si, the female zombie emitted a shrill shriek and lunged at her, clearly perceiving her as a source of sustenance. Yun-Si deftly evaded the attack, her dagger aimed at the small zombie's head. Yet the female zombie, in a frenzy, interposed herself, absorbing the blow with her arm. The sickening sound of the blade slicing through bone echoed sharply as the female zombie's arm fell to the floor. Dark green blood sprang forth. Remarkably, she seemed impervious to pain, baring her sharp teeth and charging once more. Yun-Si's eyes narrowed. She swiftly sidestepped the onslaught, her wrist twisting as the dagger arced cleanly, decapitating the female zombie. In the instant the head fell, a pink orb shot from the remaining fingers of the decapitated zombie, hurtling toward Yun-Si. A sense of alarm surged within her. She quickly sidestepped, the orb grazing her shoulder and exploding against the wall in a cloud of pink smoke. Almost simultaneously, the small zombie emerged from the woman's abdomen, a mere palm's size yet armed with sharp teeth, its slender limbs remarkably powerful, charging at Yun-Si with a speed several times that of an adult zombie. Clearly nourished by its mother's flesh, it was far more formidable. Yun-Si met the charge with her dagger, intensifying her assault, intent on a swift resolution. Yet, after a few exchanges, she felt her strength waning, a heat surging from her core to her head, her movements becoming sluggish. She had been afflicted. The pink orb was toxic. She bit her tongue, the pain keeping her somewhat alert, attempting to suppress the anomaly within her body by invoking the harmonious deception technique. As she utilized the technique, her speed increased marginally, yet the internal heat raged like a fire, causing her fingers, still gripping the dagger, to tremble. "Boss, look." Yang Run in the office building pointed outside. "Isn't that girl losing her strength? Should we assist her?" Mr. Fu halted, his gaze settling on Yun-Si's unsteady form, gradually shaking his head. At that moment, Yun-Si was oblivious to their discussion, acutely aware of her dwindling strength, the air thick with the scent of orchids, nearly palpable. A flicker of regret crossed her mind. Had she known, she would have brought Jiang Che along. Now, she was utterly alone. As the small zombie lunged once more, a fierce determination ignited within Yun-Si. She raised her hand, conjuring a silvery orb of mist, her time manipulation ability. The instant the orb was cast, the small zombie froze in its tracks. Now was her chance. With every ounce of energy, she swung her dagger down, severing the small zombie's head. Breathing heavily, she propped herself on the blade, lifting the small corpse to uncover two crystal cores within, one pink, the other white, both emitting a faint glow. However, the female zombie's body yielded nothing. So, it was through the consumption of crystal cores that they evolved, Yun-Si thought bitterly. As the heat within her made her vision blur, leaning against the wall, she slowly straightened, scanning the surrounding wards. Surely, there must be some medication here to alleviate her condition? In the office building, Wu Qing observed Yun-Si staggering into a patient room and couldn't help but exclaim, "President Fu, it seems she has fallen under the monster's spell. Should we?" Fu Mingli finally ceased his idle twirling of the prayer beads and replied calmly, "Let us go take a look." Yang Run's eyes brightened. "I knew we should help." With that, he dashed towards the stairwell. Wu Qing shot him a glare and hurriedly followed suit. At that moment, Yun-Si leaned against the door frame of the room, her consciousness beginning to fade. She could hear new footsteps echoing in the corridor, yet she could not discern whether they belonged to zombies or living beings. Damn! She cursed under her breath, sliding down to sit against the door, gripping her falling star tightly. In her hazy state, she seemed to catch a whiff of a pleasant fragrance, distinctly different from the scents of Jiangche and Shen Zeqi. Chapter 34. Traditional medicine. Fu Mingli and his companions ascended the stairs. Having cleared most of the zombies in the hospital with relative ease, they soon reached the third floor. From a distance, they spotted a figure leaning against the door of the patient room. Yunsi had her head lowered, her ponytail obscuring half of her face. Were it not for her unusually flushed complexion, one might not have noticed her distress. The tang knife in her hand was gripped carelessly, still stained with dark green blood. Upon hearing their footsteps, Yunsi slowly raised her head, her dazed eyes meeting theirs, instinctively shifting her grip on the knife into a stance most suited for an offensive strike. Fu Mingli's gaze tightened. Even in her muddled state, her vigilance remained unyielding. They deliberately positioned themselves 3 meters away from Yunsi, none daring to approach her recklessly. Given her current condition, an ill-timed advance could very well lead to a swift demise. "Hey, young lady, do you need assistance?" Yang Run couldn't resist calling out. As soon as the words left his mouth, the others involuntarily twitched at the corners of their lips, internally grumbling that his words sounded more like an insidious pickup line. And he certainly did not appear to be a good Samaritan. Wu Qing shot Yang Run a disapproving glance and retorted, "Have you lost your mind? Can't you speak properly?" Yunsi was already feeling quite unwell, and their incessant chatter only exacerbated her irritation. She shot a glare at Fu Mingli, her eyes brimming with evident impatience and ferocity. Yet in the eyes of the others, it was not perceived as such. With her flushed face and dazed expression, the fierce look in her eyes seemed to carry an alluring hook, stirring something deep within their hearts. Her typically cold demeanor now exuded an inexplicable charm. Completely unbeknownst to her, the men present swallowed hard, their gazes becoming somewhat entranced. Fu Mingli furrowed his brow, a chilling aura emanating from him. The restless individuals immediately snapped back to reality, lowering their heads, too cautious to gaze further. He glanced at the 2 women who had insisted on following them after encountering them on the road, unfamiliar with one another. After a moment's hesitation, the 2 women cautiously approached Yunsi, stopping just within arm's reach. One of the women, with a flicker of mischief in her eyes, impulsively reached for the curved knife in Yunsi's grip, likely believing that disarming her would make her more manageable. However, as her hand drew near, Yunsi's grip on the knife shifted abruptly, the blade glinting ominously, sending the woman shrieking as she tumbled backward. Fu Mingli's brow furrowed even deeper. The woman, believing he was concerned for her, scrambled to her feet and remarked to Fu Mingli and his group, "Maybe we should just let her be. She clearly doesn't appreciate our help, so let her perish here."
Fool, Fu Mingli coldly retorted.
The group fell silent, and one irritable man could no longer contain his anger. "Who told you to take her knife? You were supposed to assist her, not serve as a meal." His name was Du Ruoqiu, Fu Mingli's personal physician and childhood friend. Yang Run sighed, attempting to mediate. "All right, Dr. Du, let us keep our comments to a minimum." He turned to Yunsi, noting her heightened defensiveness, realizing that no one could approach her. What a shame it was to see such skill wasted.
Fu Mingli remained silent.
Striding directly toward Yunsi, he paused before her, noticing her lack of immediate hostility, then bent down and swept her into his arms. "President." Both Yang Run and Wu Qing were taken aback. Yang Run, seeing his president lifting Yunsi, instinctively wanted to assist in taking the knife away to prevent any accidental harm. However, as he drew near, Yunsi's hand with the knife swung violently towards him, the speed astonishing. Startled, Yang Run leapt aside just in time, his heart racing as he looked at Yunsi, silently questioning why she reacted to him, but not to Fu Mingli. Cradling Yunsi, Fu Mingli felt her body burning with fever, enveloped in a rich scent of ylang that left him somewhat unsettled. The woman shifted restlessly in his arms, her soft form pressing against his chest, a sensation that even Fu Mingli, known for his self-restraint, found difficult to endure, his throat involuntarily bobbing. "Du Ruoqiu, come and see what ails her." Fu Mingli steadied himself and instructed Du Ruoqiu. Du Ruoqiu stepped forward cautiously, gently placing his hand on Yunsi's wrist to check her pulse. After a moment, he withdrew his hand and, after a brief contemplation, said, "She has indeed been drugged, and the effects are severe. It appears that no remedy can suppress it." With that, he stepped aside, a hint of resignation on his face. Fu Mingli looked down at Yunsi, whose consciousness was fading. Her cheeks flushed as if she were about to bleed, mumbling incoherently while her breaths grew increasingly rapid. "We need to find a safe place," he decided swiftly, carrying Yunsi toward the stairwell. Yang Run and Wu Qing exchanged glances and quickly followed, with others trailing behind. The woman who had previously fallen watched Fu Mingli carefully carry Yunxi, a flicker of jealousy and frustration crossing her gaze. But under Du Ruochio's cold scrutiny, she dared not speak further and followed behind begrudgingly. As Fu Mingli carried Yunxi, his steps were steady, yet his mind raced with Du Ruochio's words. No remedy could suppress it? What were they to do? He glanced down at Yunxi, her brow furrowed tightly, as if enduring immense pain. The intoxicating scent of ylang seemed to intensify, assaulting his senses. Damn it, Fu Mingli muttered under his breath, forcing himself to focus on the path ahead. The priority was to find a secure location and devise a means to counteract the effects of the drug within her. Their group quickly exited the central hospital, heading towards the Yuhui building, a place with an open view and relatively safe for the time being. Throughout the journey, Yunxi alternated between moments of calm and restless squirming in Fu Mingli's embrace, her feverish body and soft touch rendering his emotions exceedingly complicated. He sensed that she harbored many secrets, and he felt an inexplicable pull toward those mysteries. Upon reaching the Yuhui building, Fu Mingli laid Yunxi on a relatively clean sofa in an office and signaled for the others to stand guard outside, instructing them not to disturb. President, then what should we? Yang Run began, but Fu Mingli interrupted him, his tone leaving no room for argument. Wait outside. Yang Run and Wu Qing exchanged glances, reluctantly nodding and ushering the others out. Inside the office, only Fu Mingli and Yunxi remained. He studied her furrowed brow, hesitating for a moment before reaching for the knife in her grasp. However, as his hand approached, Yunxi seemed to sense it, abruptly opening her eyes. A wary glimmer in her gaze, and once again raised the tang knife in defense. Do not move. Yunxi's voice was hoarse, tinged with a hint of breathlessness. Fu Mingli halted his movements and gazed at her, saying, "You have been drugged. You need to rest." Yunxi looked at him, her eyes filled with wariness. She could feel the heat within her body intensifying, her consciousness gradually blurring. She understood the peril of her current state. Although the man before her had not displayed any malice for the moment, she dared not let her guard down. Get lost. Yunxi gritted her teeth, forcing out a single word. Fu Mingli observed her defiant demeanor, his brows furrowing slightly, yet he did not leave. He recognized that leaving her alone in this condition would only exacerbate the danger. I will not harm you. Fu Mingli's voice was calm and sincere. I will help you find the antidote. Yunxi let out a cold laugh, her gaze laced with sarcasm. Antidote? Do you think that is possible? She was keenly aware that no antidote existed for such a drug unless. Her eyes fell on Fu Mingli, and her expression grew complex. Fu Mingli felt a sense of discomfort under her scrutiny and inquired, "What's wrong?" Yunxi did not respond, gripping the tang knife tightly in her hand, striving to resist the desires coursing through her body. Chapter 35. The Antidote. Yunxi's consciousness waged war between the drug's effects and her rationality. Her throat ached with dryness as she looked at Fu Mingli, rasping, "Come here." She had already calculated that while this man appeared capable, he might not necessarily be her match. If he was unwilling, the doctor named Du Ruochio outside would suffice. She could not allow herself to be consumed by the drug's effects. Fu Mingli's brows instantly knitted together, his fingers swiftly twisting the fragrant bead necklace in his hand. After a moment, he regained his voice, low and gravelly, as if cloaked in sandpaper. I will find someone else for you. Upon hearing this, an inexplicable wave of grievance surged within Yunxi. The usual coldness that characterized her demeanor was shattered by the drug's influence. She pouted defiantly, "Then I want that doctor. I do not want anyone else." Fu Mingli, observing her expression, noticed the usually composed and elegant features of her face now displayed a hint of vulnerability, which stirred something soft within him. He tugged at the corners of his mouth, his tone flat yet revealing a barely perceptible shift. You certainly have your preferences. As soon as the words left his lips, Yunxi's voice turned soft and enticing, like a feather brushing against the heart, resonating clearly in the quiet office. Fu Mingli felt his breath catch, a wave of heat rising within him, and instinctively loosened his tie, attempting to create some distance. Yunxi's voice grew increasingly muddled, her gaze clouded as if shrouded in mist, on the verge of losing control. In the next moment, she abruptly sheathed the tang knife into her space, and yanked off her windbreaker, revealing a black tank top underneath. The snug fabric accentuated her exquisite curves, rising and falling with her hurried breaths, each movement silently enticing. Fu Mingli's gaze fell upon her, feeling a constriction in his throat. Every gesture of hers seemed to hook into his taut nerves. Before he could react, Yun-Si stumbled forward, grasping his arm. Her cheek brushed against his neck, the warmth of her breath laced with the intoxicating scent of ylang, sending tingles across his skin. Unconsciously, Yun-Si murmured, wrapping her arms around his waist tighter. "My name is Yun-Si." Fu Mingli stiffened, the softness of her touch almost unbelievable, the fragrance enveloping him, disorienting his senses. He could distinctly feel the heat radiating from her. "I am Fu Mingli," he whispered her name, his voice carrying an unrecognized rasp. Fu Mingli grasped her wrist, unintentionally tightening his grip. Yun-Si winced from the pain, a flicker of grievance flashing across her dazed eyes as she tilted her head, her nose brushing against his chin.
Fu Mingli.
These two syllables felt like the final straw, shattering Fu Mingli's remaining rationality. He gazed at the redness in the corners of her eyes, the hurt etched on her face, and his hesitation vanished in an instant. "Enough," he sighed, turning to lift her effortlessly into his arms. Yun-Si instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck, her cheek pressed against his collarbone. Fu Mingli carried her towards the office's lounge, his steps heavy, as if walking on cotton. He could feel her trembling slightly in his embrace, not from fear, but from suppressed desire. Upon opening the lounge door, he found only a simple single bed inside. Fu Mingli laid her down gently, but as he attempted to rise, Yun-Si seized his arm. She lay back on the bed, her black tank top slightly askew, revealing her delicate collarbone and a patch of fair skin. Her gaze, hazy and entranced, met his, her lips parting slightly, exhaling like a fragrant orchid. Observing her, Fu Mingli felt his mind buzz. Every concern dissipated. He leaned down to kiss her feverish cheek, soft and smooth, radiating warmth. Yun-Si found solace in that kiss, her lips meeting his with urgency and longing, igniting a fervent connection. Fu Mingli's rationality crumbled completely, driven by a desire to teach the woman before him a lesson. The mingling sense of ylang and his faint dragon's blood fragrance filled the confined space.
Fu Mingli.
Her skin was fair and supple, with just the right amount of muscle. He had sensed her remarkable physique when he held her, but he had not realized how toned she truly was, exquisite beyond measure.
Yun-Si. Fu Mingli mattered.
His face paling as he gently tapped her shoulder. Yun-Si's complexion turned ashen, tears streaming down her face in large drops. Realizing it was his fault, Fu Mingli felt a twinge of embarrassment and leaned down to kiss her brow. The mingling sounds of their voices, rising and falling, drifted through the door. Those outside felt a flush of warmth. "Du Ruo Chiao," feeling vexed, exclaimed, "Do you have no shame? Don't you know to stand further away?" The group retreated a bit, barely able to hear the sounds within. One person spat, shameless, but no one paid her any mind. Another woman, her face flushed, stared at the floor as if she could etch flowers into it. Fu Mingli could not fathom why he made such a decision. Perhaps it was the allure of her pleading eyes, the irresistible fragrance, or maybe it was the moment he saw her storming into the hospital alone that piqued his interest. The temperature in the lounge soared, clothes strewn across the floor, as the two remained lost in their own world. Chapter 36. Returning when Yun-Si awoke. The sky outside had shifted from pitch black to a dim gray light. She blinked, taking a while to gather her thoughts, and looked down at the marks on her body, realizing with a start that 2 days had already passed. The potency of the drug had been so overpowering that it nearly consumed her reason entirely. Beside her, the sound of steady breathing filled the air. Fu Mingli lay next to her, the blanket covering only to his waist, exposing his sculpted shoulders and back. Yun-Si's gaze fell upon his face. Unable to resist studying his features, he was strikingly handsome, with a high nose like a sculpture and thin, defined lips, even in sleep exuding a sense of aloof elegance, akin to an untainted Eastern deity. Perhaps her gaze was too brazen. The man suddenly opened his eyes, his dark pupils deep as an ancient well, piercing into the depths of her soul. "Are you all right?" Fu Mingli's voice carried the gravelly tone of someone just awakened, yet remained calm and steady. Yun-Si's ears flushed crimson, and she quickly averted her gaze, attempting to keep her voice steady. "Yes, I'm fine. Thank you." As she spoke, she attempted to rise. "I should be going." Fu Mingli raised an eyebrow, responding with a simple syllable from his throat. Yun-Si paid no mind to his indifference. Retrieving a gray sweatshirt and camouflage pants from her space, changing right before him as if he were non-existent. Fu Mingli watched her unabashed demeanor, shaking his head in resignation as he too began to dress. As she finished changing her clothes, seeing Fu Mingli still leisurely adjusting his cuffs, she took out 2 steaming dishes from her space. One was braised pork ribs, and the other was shredded pork in garlic sauce, accompanied by a small bowl of mushroom soup. The enticing aroma immediately filled the entire lounge. Fu Mingli, I invite you to dine, Yunxi said, pushing one of the dishes onto the small table by the bed. Once Fu Mingli was properly dressed, he came over and sat down, his gaze pausing momentarily on the dishes. In a world filled with despair, being able to enjoy such fresh and warm meals was an extravagant luxury. The two exchanged no further words, each focusing on their meal. Clearly famished, Yunxi devoured her food with vigor, her chopsticks moving swiftly and accurately, yet without any semblance of rudeness. Rather, there was a refreshing vitality in her actions that made watching her eat strangely appetizing. Fu Mingli's demeanor, on the other hand, was much more refined, chewing slowly and savoring every bite with utmost seriousness. After Yunxi finally set down her chopsticks, Fu Mingli spoke up, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Fu Mingli. Just as Yunxi finished her meal, she wiped her mouth with a napkin and looked at him. I am Yunxi. Where are you headed next? Fu Mingli inquired. The number of zombies in the city is increasing, and they seem to be evolving. I am returning home. Yunxi replied succinctly, then posed a question in return. What about you? Fu Mingli pondered for a moment. I'm not certain. Perhaps I should first venture outside the city to assess the situation. Coincidentally, I am also planning to leave the city, Yunxi added thoughtfully. If you have nowhere to go, you can head to Yulan. It's relatively secure, primarily due to its vast area, making it easy to defend. Fu Mingli considered her suggestion for a moment before nodding. Very well. Outside the door, Yang Run leaned against the wall, rubbing his hands as he whispered to Wu Qing. The president has been inside for 2 days. I wonder if he is managing well? Wu Qing, annoyed, gave him a light tap on the head. Fool. You should speak less. Be careful not to incur the president's wrath. Just as he finished speaking, the lounge door swung open. Yunxi and Fu Mingli stepped out side by side, their expressions unruffled, as if they had merely spent 2 ordinary days together. Yang Run and Wu Qing, along with the others, noticed Yunxi and all turned slightly crimson, their eyes darting away, clearly having conjured various imaginations. Fu Mingli ignored their peculiar reactions and called out to the crowd, Du Ruoqiu, come here. A tall and slender man in a white coat, with deep-set eyes and light-colored irises, approached. Please check on Yunxi, Fu Mingli instructed. Du Ruoqiu nodded and stepped forward to take Yunxi's pulse. Moment latte. He released her wrist and smiled. There's nothing serious, just a bit of fatigue. Rest well. Thank you, Yunxi replied politely.
Fu Mingli addressed everyone.
Please gather your belongings. We are preparing to depart for the outskirts. Understood. The crowd responded in unison, immediately springing into action. Yunxi watched them bustle about and found a chair to sit in, closing her eyes while her mind reviewed the cultivation progress of He Huan Wang Qingju. He Huan Wang Qingju, 68. She was merely a step away from the 7th level. Feeling a sense of relief, she thought how fortunate it was to have encountered Fu Mingli. Otherwise, she doubted she could have endured the effects of the medicine alone, let alone improve her cultivation. When Fu Mingli finished attending to trivial matters and approached, he found Yunxi in a meditative state. Sunlight streamed through the shattered window, casting a gentle glow on her face, her long eyelashes creating a delicate shadow beneath her eyelids, exuding an uncommon tranquility. He paused briefly before sitting down in the chair beside her, choosing silence as he gazed out the window. Before long, Yang Run and Wu Qing returned, signaling that everything was ready. Several off-road vehicles were lined up at the entrance of the building, their engines warmed and ready. President, all is prepared, Yang Run reported as he entered. Fu Mingli rose and said to Yunxi, let us go. Yunxi opened her eyes, nodded, and followed him out of the Yuhui building. The convoy slowly departed, heading towards the outskirts of the city. Inside the vehicle, Yunxi leaned against the window, watching the ruins rush by and the occasional glimpse of zombies, her mind busy contemplating her plans upon returning. Although Yun Ting Yuan was safe, the increasing zombie population would eventually attract greater trouble. Thus, fortifying their defenses was imperative. Fu Mingli, seated beside her, observed her contemplative expression and inquired, what are you thinking about? I'm considering what to do after I return, Yunxi confessed. While Yun Ting Yuan is decent, Its defenses are insufficient and must be strengthened quickly. Fu Mingli nodded. I will arrange for assistance. All right, Yunxi agreed, seeing the advantage in having extra hands. They traveled in silence for approximately half a day along the rugged road before finally catching sight of the outline of Yunting Yuan. It was a vast villa district, surrounded by high walls that indeed appeared easy to defend. We've arrived, Yunxi remarked, her gaze softening. While this place could not be deemed a true home, it was, for now, the safest haven she had found in this apocalyptic world. The convoy slowly entered the gates of Yunting Yuan, and several of Shen Zeqi's subordinates stationed at the entrance were taken aback upon seeing Yunxi return with so many people. Ignoring their astonished looks, Yunxi turned to Fu Mingli. You may find a place to settle in. If you need anything, feel free to come to me. I reside in the villa, at the far end. She gestured toward the location of her villa.
Fu Mingli nodded. Understood.
Yunxi opened the car door and stepped out, making her way towards her villa. All she desired now was to rest well and plan her next course of action. As she watched her figure fade into the villa, Fu Mingli turned to Yang Run and Wu Qing, instructing, everyone, please settle in and familiarize yourselves with the environment. Be careful not to disturb others. Yes, President. Yang Run and Wu Qing promptly replied and began directing others to unload their belongings. Fu Mingli stood still, gazing in the direction Yunxi had disappeared, lost in thought. The woman named Yunxi seemed to harbor many secrets, and he found himself increasingly intrigued by them. Chapter 37. Thoughts. As Yunxi pushed open the door to her villa, the two individuals in the living room stood up almost simultaneously. Jiang Che had been anxious for the past 2 days, several times contemplating rushing out to look for her, yet fearing that if he left, she would return right after. Thus, he remained in the living room, repeatedly assuring himself that, with her capabilities, she would certainly be fine. Even if she couldn't fight, escaping would not pose a problem. However, the calluses on his fingertips were heated from the constant fidgeting. Shen Zeqi, on the other hand, had acted decisively, relocating to Yunting Yuan 2 days prior, choosing a villa just 100 meters from Yunxi's. In these 2 days, he had contemplated much, transitioning from initial resentment to eventual acceptance. As long as she was willing to share a modicum of her concern, he could swallow the bitterness, no matter how many people stood beside her. Compared to the pain of losing her, this was nothing. Yet, upon hearing his subordinate report that Yunxi had returned, accompanied by Fu Mingli, his grip on the water cup tightened instinctively. Fu Mingli's name was well known in the business world, a figure whom even the Shen family dared to regard with caution. Shen Zeqi unconsciously activated his abilities, squeezing the metal piece in his palm until it twisted and deformed, the sharp edges digging painfully into his skin. And only then did he realize how much he cared. He quickly suppressed his abilities and strode toward Yunxi's villa, regardless of his previous identity. They were all starting from the same point now. Jiang Che was the first to approach her, noticing the undeniable exhaustion in her eyes. Words caught in his throat. He simply opened his arms and enveloped her in a tight embrace, as though trying to absorb all the worries of the past 2 days. You're back. His voice was slightly hoarse. Yunxi sensed his worried demeanor, raised her hand to wrap around his neck, and leaned in to plant a gentle kiss on the corner of his lips. Jiang Che's entire body tensed, and then he lowered his head to deepen the kiss. Imbued with a sense of urgency and reverence born from having lost and regained something precious, Duan Qinghua sat on the sofa, watching the two embrace and kiss, as if they were oblivious to the world around them. His fingers, which held the paintbrush, clenched tightly, and a sensation akin to suffocation gripped his heart. Just as he contemplated clearing his throat to disrupt the atmosphere, the sound of hurried footsteps approached the courtyard. Looking up, he saw Shen Zeqi standing at the entrance, his gaze heavy as it fell upon the entwined pair. He shot a glare at Duan Qinghua, this unreliable figure.
Allowing Jiang che tu monopolizzi Yunxi, utterly useless.
He let out a cold snort. Duan Qinghua dismissed his gaze, feeling a strange sense of balance within himself. Surely, he must be suffering more than I am, this fickle woman. Shen Zeqi indeed felt a tightness in his chest, a dull ache. Yet, fearing to provoke Yunxi's ire, he took a measured step forward, gently grasping one of her hands, cautiously intertwining their fingers. Yunxi sensed the slight tremor of his fingertips. Realizing this was the greatest concession he could make, she pushed Jiang Che away and turned to envelop Shen Zeqi in a tight embrace, resting her chin on his shoulder. I'm back, she whispered. Shen Zeqi immediately tightened his embrace, holding her as if he wanted to embed her in his very being. He was willing to concede. to accept her lack of exclusivity, and even to share her with others, as long as she did not push him away.
He was terrified,
Fearing that if he were even slightly more insistent, this woman would leave without a backward glance. Jiang Che silently stepped back, a fleeting shadow of melancholy crossing his eyes. Quickly concealed, Duan Qingyue watched this scene unfold, feeling an even greater weight in his heart. He had been worried about her these past 2 days. Why had it not been his turn to embrace her? After a moment, Yun-Si released Shen Zeqi, her gaze directly landing on Duan Qingyue. His eyes brightened, and he hurried forward to gently embrace her. He knew she was far stronger than he, yet he couldn't help but worry over the past few days. Feeling as though if she left, she would take his heart with her. "I worry about you too," he said softly, tinged with an almost imperceptible sense of grievance. Yun-Si patted his shoulder, signaling that he could let go. Managing the emotions of several people had worn her out. She moved to the sofa and sank into the soft cushions, leaning her head back against the backrest and closing her eyes to catch her breath. The past days had been exhausting, battling the mother and child zombies, compounded by the exhausting effects of the medicine. Jiang Che and Shen Zeqi instinctively sat beside her, while Duan Qingyue hesitated for a moment before taking a seat on the single sofa opposite her, stealing glances in her direction. The living room fell into a moment of silence, broken only by the occasional distant groan of zombies outside, accentuating the stillness within. "Fu Mingli has arrived?" Shen Zeqi broke the silence first, his tone as neutral as if discussing an inconsequential matter. Yun-Si opened her eyes and nodded. "Yes, they currently have no targets. I suggested they come here." Shen Zeqi's fingers twitched slightly, but he refrained from probing further. He thought that Fu Mingli's group likely contained several ability users, and having more people guarding Yunting Villa was, after all, a good thing. Yet, the thought of the way that man looked at Yun-Si still left him feeling uneasy. Jiang Che rose to pour a glass of warm water, presenting it to Yun-Si. "Here, drink some water." Yun-Si accepted the cup, feeling the coolness of the glass against her fingertips, which helped to awaken her senses. After taking a few sips, she spoke. "During my visit to the central hospital, I encountered a mother and child zombie. It was rather troublesome." She briefly described the battle, omitting the details of the herbal medicine and Fu Mingli's assistance. Explaining such matters was too cumbersome and would only lead to disputes. "Are you alright?" Duan Qingyue asked hastily. Concern etched in his eyes. "I'm fine," Yun-Si replied with a smile, adding, "I even managed to obtain 2 crystal cores of good quality." As she spoke, she retrieved the 2 pinkish-white crystal cores from her storage, placing them on the coffee table. The moment they appeared, they emitted a faint energy fluctuation. Jiang Che and Shen Zeqi exchanged surprised glances, both realizing they had never seen such energy-emitting crystal cores before. "What is this?"
Jiang Che queried,
looking at Yun-Si with curiosity. "Zombie crystal cores," she explained, "are only found within first-tier zombies. Absorbing the energy inside should accelerate the progression of abilities." In her previous life, she had only learned of the crystal core's uses much later. This time, however, she had gained an advantage. Shen Zeqi picked up the pink crystal core, feeling its warmth and the subtle energy flowing within his palm. "Have you absorbed it?" "Not yet," Yun-Si shook her head. "I've been too worn out these past few days. I'll wait until I've rested." She put the crystal cores away and leaned back against the sofa again. "By the way, the defenses of the villa need to be strengthened. I've noticed an increasing number of zombies in the city. Soon, we might face a large gathering." "I've already had someone reinforce the villa's walls," Shen Zeqi interjected. "Since Yunting Villa covers such a vast area, fortifying the walls is a monumental task. With just our strength, it's akin to dreaming." He continued, "As for food, we've managed so far, but I fear what might happen if we run out."
Jiang Che nodded in agreement.
"I've been clearing out the zombies around the villa, but it seems there are more gathering from afar."
Yun-Si frowned.
"It appears we need to devise a plan to establish defensive works quickly. Ideally, we should create a secure zone and retain control over the use of Yunting Villa." She looked at the 3 men. "Fu Mingli has plenty of manpower on his side. I'll discuss with him when I return, so we can collectively reinforce the villa's defenses. We also need to come up with comprehensive strategies for those who are restless, and perhaps establish some rules." Agreed. The 3 responded in unison. Though there were various subtle barriers among them, their goals regarding survival aligned. Yun-Si gazed at the 3 uniquely talented men before her, feeling a strange sense of wonder. In her previous life, she had struggled alone amidst the apocalypse, never imagining she would have so many people by her side. Perhaps This too was not so bad. She closed her eyes, silently reviewing the progress of He Huan Wang Qing Ju. The 68 completion rate brought her a sense of reassurance. The living room fell quiet once more, but this silence was no longer awkward. Instead, it carried a peculiar tranquility. Jiang Che and Shen Zeqi each contemplated the fortification of defenses, while Duan Qinghua took out his paintbrush and began sketching Yunxi's sleeping visage in his sketchbook. The sound of the brush gliding across the paper whispered softly, as if it were telling a story.
Seeing Yunxi asleep, Jiang Ke gently lifted her,
cradling her in his arms as he ascended the stairs, leaving behind two men with a hint of regret in their hearts. Chapter 38. Together Jiang Che carefully laid Yunxi on the bed, his movements tender, as if handling a fragile treasure. At that moment, Yunxi was nearly awake. Her self-healing abilities were remarkable, and in just a short time, her previous fatigue had dissipated significantly, leaving her feeling much lighter. Jiang Che did not leave, but instead sat quietly at the edge of the bed, watching her. Noticing her eyelashes flutter, he realized she was awake and softly asked, "Did I disturb you?" Yunxi slowly opened her eyes and shook her head.
"No."
As soon as she spoke, Jiang Che leaned down, enveloping her in his embrace. His warm lips gently capturing hers in a tender kiss. His rough hand delicately grasped her slender waist, filled with careful affection, and gradually began to explore upwards. Yunxi did not resist, allowing him to act as he wished. She understood that Jiang Che must have been deeply worried these past few days. This moment of intimacy was to be his solace. She tilted her head slightly, gently biting his robust chest, her voice muffled. "I'm fine, don't worry." Jiang Che paused, then tightened his hold, as if he wished to meld her into his very being. All the pent-up worry and longing from the past 2 days transformed into a fervent passion at that moment. In the living room downstairs, Duan Qinghua's gaze was fixated on the easel, yet his hand, clutching the paintbrush, remained suspended in the air. Shen Zeqi leaned against the sofa, chain-smoking one cigarette after another. His brow furrowed deeply. Unable to contain his irritation, Duan Qinghua finally spoke up. "Could you perhaps step outside to smoke? The air in here is thick with smoke and quite suffocating." Suddenly, Shen Zeqi stood up, extinguishing his cigarette in the ashtray, and strode purposefully upstairs. An inexplicable agitation simmered within him, as if something was burning inside. He pushed open Yunxi's bedroom door, and indeed, the sound of a woman's sultry breaths intertwined with a man's low growls emanated from the bathroom, piercing his ears with an unbearable clarity. Shen Zeqi paused momentarily, a complex emotion flashing across his face. Lost in thought, he did not turn to leave. Instead, he sat quietly at the edge of the bed, awaiting whatever might unfold. Time slipped away unnoticed until Jiang Che emerged from the bathroom, cradling Yunxi, who was wrapped in a towel. Upon spotting Shen Zeqi sitting there, his demeanor abruptly shifted, his gaze turning cold. Yet, Shen Zeqi seemed oblivious to Jiang Che's frosty stare, his face betraying a mix of shame and annoyance as he declared, "I want to join as well." Jiang Che glanced at the blushing Yunxi in his arms and ultimately chose not to expel Shen Zeqi. Instead, he gently placed Yunxi into Shen Zeqi's embrace. Without hesitation, Shen Zeqi seized her tightly, lowering his head to capture her crimson lips with an urgency that left no room for refusal. Jiang Che stood nearby, his eyes drawn to the smooth, fair expanse of Yunxi's back, leaning down to kiss her with an equally fervent possessiveness. The two men seemed to engage in a silent duel, each vying to convey their passion and concern for the woman caught between them. Yunxi, enveloped by their conflicting warmth, felt her consciousness begin to blur. She could distinctly sense the subtle competition between them, yet beneath their desires lay a genuine care that she could not ignore. Meanwhile, Duan Qinghua listened to the faint sounds resonating from upstairs, shaking his head in resignation. He tossed the paintbrush onto the easel and moved to the window, gazing out into the inky darkness of the night. A sigh escaped him as he felt an unsettling restlessness within. Adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses in vain, he returned to the easel, yearning to engage in some creative endeavor to alleviate the sourness gnawing at his heart. Upstairs, the silent contest continued. Jiang Che and Shen Zeqi seemed tireless in expressing their concern for Yunxi in their own ways. With her eyes closed, Yunxi absorbed their fervor. Yet her heart remained surprisingly calm. She understood that to others, such entanglements might appear chaotic and absurd, but in this apocalyptic world, who could definitively declare what was right or wrong? All she knew was that these men genuinely cared for her, and she, in turn, needed their companionship and strength to navigate the harsh realities of this desolate existence. As the night deepened, the gasps within the villa gradually subsided, leaving only the harmonious rhythm of their 3 breaths intertwined in the stillness. Yunxi nestled against Jiang Che, with Shen Zeqi closely beside her, and the 3 drifted into a peaceful slumber. At that moment, Duan Qingyue pondered the absurdity of it all, realizing he had fallen for a woman so devoid of heart. He was not her sole companion, yet he found it difficult to part ways. Witnessing her surrounded by so many men stirred a sense of reluctance within him. As a newcomer, he felt a twinge of bitterness, especially knowing that even Shen Zeqi, the first man in her life, had not tamed her. He questioned himself, recalling that he had known from the beginning that she was not exclusively his. How had he allowed himself to fall in love? He regretted mocking Shen Zeqi, realizing now that it had led to his own downfall. Yet, he mused, surely his predicament was not merely a consequence of his own actions. With this thought, he found that the ache in his heart had lessened. He picked up the paintbrush and attempted to envision a weapon of formidable power. Cannons and rockets were beyond his imagination. Just sketching their outlines caused a dull throb in his head. High-tech weaponry was out of reach, so he turned to the idea of cold weapons instead. He began by drawing swords and blades, but each creation felt inadequate, cluttering the floor with an array of cold weapons, each more varied than the last. As dawn approached, he envisioned an arrow that would explode upon release. After several attempts that yielded nothing but ordinary results, frustration mounted. He absent-mindedly sketched a matchstick-sized bow and arrow, dismissing it as futile, yet as he pulled the string, the diminutive arrow whizzed forth, bursting upon impact with a sound reminiscent of a child's toy, its power modest but illuminating. Eager to create a larger version, he reached for the brush, only for a sharp pain to strike his head. Reluctantly, he set it down to rest, mentally retracing the design of the explosive arrow until every detail was crystal clear, enabling him to draw it in one fluid motion before resuming his work. When the first light of day broke, Yunxi, Jiang Che, and Shen Zeqi descended the stairs, stunned by the sight in the living room. The floor was strewn with various drawn cold weapons, swords, axes, and an assortment of uniquely designed arrows, leaving little room to step. Yunxi furrowed her brow, her gaze landing on Duan Qingyue, who was still diligently painting at the easel. The reprimanding words that had risen to her lips were swallowed back. She regarded the man with gold-rimmed glasses. His handsome features, radiating a blend of warmth and aloofness, were accentuated as his lips pressed together in determination. Loose curls fell across his forehead, revealing a smooth brow, while the chain of his glasses swayed gently with his movements, adding an air of scholarly melancholy to his demeanor. Shen Zeqi observed Duan Qingyue's focused appearance with disdain, thinking to himself, what's with this display so early in the morning? Clearly trying to attract attention. Jiang Che frowned as well, silently concluding, I knew it. Beneath that polished exterior lies a schemer. Can't he see how Yunxi's gaze is glued to him? Yunxi lingered on the profile of Duan Qingyue, contemplating, how true it is, a serious man indeed possesses the most allure. She approached him and softly inquired, have you drawn all of this? Duan Qingyue paused at her voice, turning to face the trio with an embarrassed smile. I was thinking of drawing some usable weapons. I believe these should suffice, though their power is somewhat limited. He lifted the freshly drawn explosive arrow, stating that it should have decent effectiveness.
Yunxi nodded appreciatively.
Thank you for your hard work. Let us tidy up, it's quite messy down here. Of course, Duan Qingyue replied promptly. Shen Zeqi and Jiang Che exchanged glances before stepping forward to assist with the cleanup. Though the atmosphere in the living room remained subtly charged, the presence of the scattered weapons served as a clear reminder of their resolve to survive in this harsh world. Chapter 39. Collaboration. The 4 of them worked together to categorize and neatly store the weapons Duan Qingyue had illustrated, placing swords and blades onto a weapon rack against the wall, while the bows and explosive arrows were carefully stored in a wooden box, neatly arranged in the corner of the living room. Once they completed the task, Yunxi raised her hand to retrieve a spread of 4 dishes and a soup from her spatial storage, the steaming meal instantly filling the dining table. The braised pork glistened with a rich hue, the minced eggplant shimmered with oil, the spicy chicken was aromatic, and the stir-fried beef appeared tender and inviting, accompanied by a 3-flavor soup garnished with green onions. Let us eat, Yunxi declared as she took her seat, chopsticks in hand. The others followed suit without hesitation, eager to indulge in the feast. After enduring the scarcity of the apocalypse, Such a sumptuous meal was enough to temporarily distract anyone from their troubles, allowing them to savor the delightful flavors. Once the meal concluded, Yunsi set down her chopsticks and turned to Shen Zeqi and Jiang Che. What brings you both to find me? Did you catch a fever from the meteor shower? Shen Zeqi wiped his mouth nonchalantly and replied, We encountered each other on the road. It's easier to travel together. Jiang Che rubbed his nose, tacitly agreeing with Shen Zeqi's explanation. Yunsi pondered quietly to herself, certain that the vehicle was stuck in a rut, necessitating a push. The two of them had barely managed to collaborate. Observing their tacit understanding, she suspected there might be more beneath the surface. However, since they were reluctant to elaborate, she refrained from pressing further. Jiang Che interjected, recounting how after a fever, he awakened feeling significantly stronger, capable of lifting objects that had previously eluded him with ease. Shen Zeqi nodded in agreement, stating, I too experienced this. My ability lies in manipulating metal. I have individuals under my command who, after suffering a fever, morphed into zombies, while others awakened unique powers. One individual is particularly intriguing. He was scratched by a zombie and, post-fever, acquired abilities, remaining unaffected while others were ill. Yunsi explained, this phenomenon is referred to as extraordinary abilities. Shen Zeqi clearly possesses metal manipulation, Jiang Che harnesses strength, Duan Qingyue has a unique manifestation ability, and mine pertains to spatial manipulation. Shen Zeqi regarded her silently. Convinced that Yunsi's powers extended far beyond mere spatial manipulation, it was likely just one facet of her many capabilities. Unperturbed by his gaze, Yunsi continued. What is crucial now is to imprint our mark on Yun Ting Yuan, establishing it as our safe haven, and formulate corresponding regulations. No sooner had she finished speaking than a knock echoed from the courtyard gate. Anticipating the visitor's identity, she called out, Come in. The gate is inoperative due to a power failure. Outside, Fu Mingli sighed in exasperation but complied, climbing over the courtyard wall. Yunsi stood beside the villa's entrance, leaning against the doorframe with a knowing smile. Fu Mingli shouted to those outside, Du Ruoqiu, Yang Run Wu Qing, enter. The rest wait outside. Following his command, 3 individuals soon vaulted over the wall into the courtyard. Yang Run dusted himself off and jested, Your threshold is quite high. Without some skill, one cannot easily enter. Wu Qing hastily covered his mouth, anxious about any potential faux pas. Du Ruoqiu's gaze fell upon Yunsi, leaning against the door, silently admiring her. She appeared even more radiant than their previous encounter in the hospital, exuding less ferocity and more warmth. However, she could not forget the image of Yunsi fighting valiantly that day or her captivating voice. Yunsi straightened and stepped aside, since everyone has arrived. Let us proceed indoors. Curiosity got the better of one individual, who inquired, Why don't we use a generator here? Having electricity would be quite convenient. Yunsi replied nonchalantly, It is unnecessary. I can manage, without difficulty. Upon entering the living room, the atmosphere became subtly charged as they noticed 3 individuals already seated. Shen Zeqi and Jiang Che scrutinized Fu Mingli, while Yang Run and Wu Qing curiously surveyed Duan Qingyue and the array of weapons adorning the room. Yunsi gestured for everyone to take a seat and addressed them directly. I trust you can surmise the purpose of my invitation. Yun Ting Yuan boasts of favorable terrain, easily defensible yet hard to assault, and we intend to designate it as our safe zone. Fu Mingli, since you are here, if you do not mind, we would like you to remain with us to establish the rules for this place. Fu Mingli nodded in agreement. I have no objections. You may set the rules. Yunsi acknowledged him with satisfaction and continued, First, private disputes within the villa are strictly prohibited. Offenders will be expelled from the safe zone. Second, all supplies must be registered and managed uniformly. Those who contribute significantly may receive additional rewards. Third, individuals may participate in the villa's defense and construction efforts in exchange for food or crystal cores. Lastly, any signs of fever or injuries inflicted by zombies must be reported immediately. Those who conceal such matters will be treated as accomplices to the infected. Pausing, she looked around. For now, these are the preliminary rules. Do you have any objections? Shen Zeqi and Jiang Che had none, as they intended to abide by Yunsi's leadership. Duan Qingyue also remained indifferent, as such matters were not of his concern. Fu Mingli pondered for a moment before asking, How will the allocation of supplies be determined? Furthermore, how will defense and construction tasks be arranged? Yunsi clarified, Shen Zeqi will oversee the registration and management of supplies. Jiang Che will coordinate the defense and construction efforts, assigning tasks based on everyone's capabilities. Duan Qingyue will continue to draw weapons, ensuring a steady supply. As for you, your role is to guide them, observing where assistance is needed. She turned to Du Ruoqiu. Dr. Du, you'll be responsible for everyone's health. If anyone is injured or ill, you shall attend to their treatment. Du Ruoqiu nodded in agreement, understood. Yunxi then addressed Yang Run and Wu Qing. You two will assist Fu Mingli in handling various tasks. Both replied promptly, no problem. With the assignments delineated, Yunxi rose, since there are no objections. Let us set this plan into motion. Shen Zeqi, please send someone to inventory the existing supplies within the villa and check for any vacant villas. Compile the information and reserve a few units for potential renting or purchasing. Understood. Shen Zeqi replied and departed to execute the task.
Jiang Ke also stood.
I will assess the villa's defense and contemplate fortifications. Fu Mingli turned to Yang Run and Wu Qing. Follow me. Let us familiarize ourselves with the surroundings. Once most had left, only Yunxi and Duan Qingyue remained in the living room. Duan Qingyue studied Yunxi before hesitating to ask, aside from drawing weapons, what else can I contribute? Yunxi contemplated before responding. You could also sketch everyday items, such as clothing and shoes, which are also in short supply in this new world. Duan Qingyue's eyes brightened. All right, I understand. Watching him return to his easel, with renewed purpose, Yunxi exhaled in relief. The initial framework of the safe zone had begun to take shape, and now it was time to refine it, striving to establish a firm foothold in this harsh new reality. Chapter 40. Urgency. In the ensuing fortnight, Yuntingbi Yuan transformed into a bustling construction site.
Fu Mingli,
Shen Zeqi and Jiang Che worked tirelessly, dedicating all their energy to fortifying the safe zone. The metal manipulators deftly wove steel bars into the walls like a spider's web, enhancing the already formidable barriers. Earth manipulators filled gaps with earth and even excavated deep trenches outside the walls to hinder zombie incursions. To motivate everyone, the villa instituted a clear compensation system. The pay for those with extraordinary abilities was nearly 30% higher than that of ordinary individuals. Though this disparity drew some criticism, the harsh realities of the apocalypse led everyone to understand the heightened risks and responsibilities borne by those with powers, ultimately accepting the arrangement. Shen Zeqi repurposed an area that had once served as an outdoor swimming pool into a task hall. A simple structure was erected, featuring a rudimentary counter and a wall adorned with numerous task postings ranging from clearing out zombie remains to transporting supplies, gathering medicines, and hunting specific zombies. Both ordinary individuals and those with abilities could select tasks suited to their skills, receiving food, potable water, or useful tools as rewards upon completion. Moreover, the villa allowed people to form their own teams, with groups of several or even dozens banding together, thereby increasing the likelihood of success and providing additional security during perilous outings. Fu Mingli selected a cadre of physically robust and resolute individuals from the survivors for specialized training. These individuals enjoyed superior treatment compared to those taking tasks from the hall, receiving double rations and priority access to weapons crafted by Duan Qingyue. In exchange, they were required to pledge allegiance to Yunxi and Fu Mingli, with any betrayal resulting in expulsion from the villa, leaving them to fend for themselves in the unforgiving world. Yunxi held no strong opinions on Fu Mingli's arrangements. She had never trusted anyone, and those chosen individuals would ultimately pass through her hands. Only then could they truly become hers, individuals at her disposal. The day after returning to the Cloud Pavilion, her progress in the Harmonious Desire technique reached 90, entering the 9th level of Qi training. According to the information passed down through the cultivation method, achieving the 10th level of Qi training would allow for the attempt to establish a foundation, though it required a foundational elixir to assist, as the chances of success without it were exceedingly slim. Naturally, one could also choose to cultivate the technique to the 12th level, at which point success would be assured, resulting in a perfect foundation. More importantly, after establishing a foundation, the technique for controlling the heart would be unlocked. This heart control technique held immense power, enabling complete loyalty from those upon whom it was cast. However, the successful execution of this technique necessitated that the target harbored no thoughts of resistance. Otherwise, the practitioner would suffer severe backlash. Once the heart control technique was mastered, it could be wielded without any conditions, commanding absolute obedience. These insights regarding the heart control technique manifested directly within her mind. Yunxi's foremost desire now was to swiftly enter the foundation establishment phase and gain mastery over the heart control technique. Only in this way could she truly have her own followers and transform the Cloud Pavilion into a sanctuary belonging solely to her. Over the past half-month, Shen Zeqi, Jiang Che, and Duan Qinghua had been taking turns entering Yunxi's room to aid her cultivation. Yet, for reasons unknown, the progress of the harmonious desire technique stagnated at 105, failing to break through. At this rate, reaching 120 to fulfill the conditions for a perfect foundation would likely require another half-month. However, Yunxi was acutely aware that they did not have half a month left. In just 10 days, the first blue rain would arrive. This blue rain would last for a full 10 days, during which the zombies would undergo a significant evolution. In her previous life, this crisis had nearly led to humanity's extinction. Yet, within this crisis lay hidden opportunities. After the zombies were drenched in rain, they would evolve and form crystal cores within their bodies, which could greatly enhance the abilities of supernatural beings. From that point on, the strong would grow stronger while the weak would weaken, creating an insurmountable chasm between ordinary people and those with powers. Yunxi sat by the window, observing the bustling individuals outside, her brow furrowed in concentration. She must complete her foundation establishment before the blue rain arrived, mastering the heart control technique to make those individuals serve her, turning this place into her domain. Otherwise, facing the evolved zombies, the survival of the Cloud Pavilion remained uncertain. What are you thinking about? Fu Mingli had approached at some point, holding a defensive distribution map of the villa. Yunxi glanced at him and replied nonchalantly, I am contemplating the rain that will come in 10 days. Fu Mingli paused for a moment before comprehending. You mean the rain that poses a formidable threat? Surely it is not an ordinary rain? He had vaguely sensed the abnormality in the air these days, but had not anticipated Yunxi's certainty. Yunxi nodded yes. A blue rain that will cause the zombies to evolve. Fu Mingli's expression turned grave. What about the supernatural beings? What are our defenses? The blue rain would not enhance the powers of supernatural beings, but it could turn ordinary people drenched in the rain into zombies, which was insufficient. Yunxi candidly stated that the current walls would not withstand the evolved zombies. They must be heightened and reinforced. And an ample supply of weapons and resources must be prepared. Fu Mingli took a deep breath. I understand. I will make arrangements immediately. Wait, Yunxi called out, instructing him to increase the rewards for Shen Zeqi's tasks to encourage everyone to venture out and collect crystal cores. Additionally, she asked him to expedite the crafting of weapons, especially explosive arrows.
Fu Mingli nodded in agreement. Understood.
Watching Fu Mingli leave, Yunxi's gaze returned to the distance. She knew that the next 10 days would be a challenging battle. If she could not navigate through the first crisis of the apocalypse unscathed, what hope could she have for the future? Though she could survive alone, her ambition soared. She aspired to carve a path as a woman in this apocalyptic world. She had to race against time, not only to enhance her own strength, but also to ensure that the Cloud Pavilion was fully prepared to secure a glimmer of hope for herself and those around her amidst the impending calamity. She turned and returned to her room, sitting cross-legged once more to circulate the harmonious desire technique. Regardless of the circumstances, she must complete her foundation establishment before the arrival of the blue rain. When Shen Zeqi and Jiang Che entered, they found Yunxi in meditation. They exchanged glances, both sensing the concern mirrored in each other's eyes. They could feel Yunxi's aura growing stronger, yet they also sensed her urgency. She seems anxious, Jiang Che murmured. Shen Zeqi nodded. Indeed, there must be something weighing on her mind. We should push ourselves further. The two sat beside Yunxi, silently waiting for her to awaken, assisting her cultivation. Duan Qinghua entered, holding a freshly drawn bow and arrow. Upon witnessing the scene in the room, she remained silent, placing the bow and arrow aside and sitting next to Yunxi. The room was enveloped in silence, broken only by their steady breaths and the faint energy fluctuations in the air. As the sun outside gradually dipped toward the west, casting elongated shadows of the four individuals, Yunxi could sense the intentions of those around her. Feeling touched, she took a deep breath and poured all her energy into her cultivation alongside them. When she awoke, it was already the afternoon of the second day, and her progress remained at 105, showing little change. Yunxi's brow tightened. A thought crossed her mind. Had she exhausted them too much, depleting their energy to the point that it hindered her progress in the harmonious desire technique? She glanced at the three beside her, noticing a subtle weariness etched on their faces. They had indeed expended considerable energy to assist her cultivation during this time. Should I involve Fu Mingli? If he aided in my training, perhaps it could lead to a breakthrough. His strength was unfathomable, and the purity and richness of his energy could potentially propel her progress.
Yunsi hesitated.
Aside from their unexpected encounter at the hospital, she and Fumingli had not engaged in much deep conversation. Would it seem too forward to summon him for assistance? Yet, considering the blue rain looming 10 days ahead, the evolved zombies, and the allure of the heart control technique, such concerns seemed trivial. Moreover, her own strength would increase the likelihood of the Cloud Pavilion withstanding the onslaught of zombies. She rose and addressed Shen Zeqi and the others. You should rest well. I will step out for a moment. Shen Zeqi and the others opened their eyes, gazing at her in confusion. Where are you going? To find Fumingli.
Yunsi replied candidly.
My cultivation has hit a bottleneck, and I wish for his assistance. Shen Zeqi's expression shifted slightly, a flicker of displeasure crossing his eyes. Though he quickly concealed it. He understood Yunsi's character. Once she made a decision, it was challenging to alter. Furthermore, seeing her anxiety tugged at his heart. I will accompany you, he offered. Yunsi shook her head. No need. I can go alone. You all should rest and regain your strength for when I return. After speaking, she turned and exited the room, heading toward Fumingli's residence. Fumingli's abode was adjacent to Yunsi's villa, within close proximity. Upon reaching his door, she knocked lightly. Come in, Fumingli's voice called from within. Yunsi pushed the door open and entered, finding Fumingli engaged in organizing some documents, likely related to the villa's defenses. Is there something you need? Fumingli looked up at her, inquiring. Yunsi approached him, speaking directly. Fumingli, I would like to request your assistance. What assistance? Fumingli set aside the documents, regarding her earnestly. Yunsi took a deep breath and stated, my cultivation has encountered a bottleneck, and my progress has stagnated. I hope you can assist me in my cultivation, helping me to break through my current bottleneck. Fumingli was taken aback, clearly not expecting Yunsi to make such a request. He had heard from Du Ruoqiu that Jiang Che and the others had recently been aiding Yunsi in her training, and whenever Duan Qingyue had free time, he would manifest various medicinal herbs using his abilities, even seeking advice from Du Ruoqiu. The scent of herbs wafted from the villa, where Yunsi resided, making it evident to anyone nearby just how desperate their situation had become. Observing the determination and urgency in Yunsi's eyes, Fumingli hesitated momentarily, but nodded in agreement. All right. His prompt acquiescence surprised Yunsi. She had expected to have to persuade him further. Thank you. Yunsi expressed her heartfelt gratitude. No need for that, Fumingli replied as he stood up. When shall we begin? Right now, Yunsi said. Time is of the essence. Fumingli nodded and led her into the inner bedroom. The room was quite simple, furnished only with a bed and a wardrobe. Without pretense, Yunsi sat at the edge of the bed, and Fumingli joined her. Soon, they were candidly sharing their energies. As Fumingli's energy flowed into Yunsi's body, she distinctly felt the acceleration of the Huan delusion technique. The energy was both gentle and robust, starkly different from that of Shen Zeqi and the others. Yet it equally supported her cultivation. A sense of joy welled up within Yunsi. It seemed her decision had been the right one. Fumingli's gaze rested on Yunsi's face, observing her focused demeanor, his expression growing complex. He sensed the uniqueness of her cultivation method and her thirst for power. Without uttering a word, he demonstrated his dedication through action. As time passed, Yunsi felt the progress of the Huan delusion technique gradually advancing. Although the rate of improvement was slow, it was nonetheless progress. A considerable weight lifted from her heart. Any change was a positive sign. She believed that breaking through to level 120 before the impending rain should not pose a problem. Outside, the sky darkened, shrouding the entire Yunting villa in nightfall. Inside the bedroom, only the sound of their hurried breaths filled the air, alternating in rhythm, causing anyone who heard it to blush deeply. Chapter 41. Bottleneck. Yunsi stayed with Fumingli for 5 days, until the progress of the Huan delusion technique stagnated at level 117. Despite their combined efforts, the progress bar remained immobile, as if it had been nailed down. In truth, it had ceased advancing on the 3rd day, but Yunsi, unwilling to relent, persisted for 2 more days, hoping for a breakthrough. When Fumingli finally left, he bore heavy dark circles under his eyes, his complexion pale as paper, and his once straight posture now slightly hunched, exuding an unmistakable air of fatigue. Watching his retreating figure, Yunsi speculated that Fumingli had been significantly drained by her training. This technique was extraordinarily demanding on others' energies. She furrowed her brow, realizing it might be time to try someone else, preferably one still in possession of their original energy. Those who had lost theirs seemed to carry a mixed aura, offering little assistance to her cultivation. Yunxi felt a twinge of helplessness regarding her cultivation of the Huan delusion technique, but at this juncture, she could only press on resolutely. The current progress felt like a carrot dangling tantalizingly before her, insipid, yet too precious to discard. Gritting her teeth, she understood that not only could she not abandon this path now, but even had she known how arcane this technique was from the beginning, she would never have let it go. For she had no alternative. In her previous life, until her death, she had possessed no abilities and had merely struggled to survive in an apocalyptic world. Now, with the potential to awaken her powers, she suspected it was indeed tied to this technique. In her previous life, she had failed to cultivate and had passed away without ever activating her abilities, ultimately succumbing to the zombie virus. Her thoughts shifted to Duruochio, the irascible yet skilled doctor, handsome and tall, albeit somewhat impatient. Perhaps she could seek his assistance? This notion relieved her somewhat. As long as Duruochio was willing, she could successfully establish a solid foundation. She decided to rest for a moment and absorb the 2 crystal cores she had retrieved from the mother and child zombies, intending to enhance her time ability first. In her past life, she had heard that one could absorb a crystal core simply by holding it, but one must not attempt to absorb cores of a higher level, as doing so could lead to catastrophic consequences. The white crystal core was of the first tier, yet the pink one remained a mystery in terms of its level. She knew that crystal cores were ranked from low to high as white, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple, and gold at the time of her death. She had yet to hear of any blue cores, though it was possible someone had discovered one but kept it hidden, especially not to mention a pink one. This pink crystal core intrigued her immensely, yet recalling its origin made her hesitant to absorb it. Thus, she opted to first absorb the white one. Yunxi held the white crystal core in her palm, relaxing her mind as she attempted to establish a connection with it. Before long, the crystal core transformed into a stream of light, flowing into her body, a gentle energy circulating through her limbs and bones, suggesting a slight improvement in her time ability. Meanwhile, Yongqing observed the usually serene and composed president appearing pale and unsteady, unable to suppress a sense of schadenfreude. Boss, would you like me to fetch some medicinal herbs from Duan Xingyue to replenish your strength? Before he could finish, Wu Qing swiftly covered his mouth, dragging him away while apologizing to Fu Mingli. Boss, we have matters to attend to. We'll take our leave now. Just around the corner. Fu Mingli encountered the equally pallid Shen Zeqi. Upon seeing Fu Mingli's condition, Shen Zeqi's expression darkened noticeably, and he thought to himself that Fu Mingli must be suffering even more than the 3 of them combined. After all, they had taken turns and felt overwhelmed. At this moment, he felt a twinge of sympathy for Fu Mingli. Shen Zeqi mused that the woman seemed unfeeling, unaware of the toll her demands were taking on them. They had to manage supplies for her during the day and work late into the night to assist her cultivation. Thankfully, he was not the only one in this predicament. Otherwise, he would have nowhere to vent his frustrations. Particularly seeing Fu Mingli, who seemed to have just paused before plunging back into managing the base's myriad affairs, was indeed pitiable. Noticing the varying expressions on Shen Zeqi's face, sometimes grim, sometimes tinged with glee, Fu Mingli furrowed his well-defined brows, choosing to ignore him as he passed by. Shen Zeqi snapped back to reality, contemplating how fortunate it was that Yunxi had not abandoned Jiang Che and the others. Otherwise, he would be bearing the brunt of this burden alone. He lowered his head to catch a whiff of the strong herbal scent lingering on him, a remnant of his efforts to recuperate. Upon entering the room, he found Yunxi sitting alone on the sofa, a rare sight of her appearing relaxed. He approached her, his tones subtly laced with hope. Have you made any breakthroughs? During this time, Yunxi had indeed put them through quite a trial. If she managed to break through, it would afford them a respite. Yunxi shot him a glance, replying coolly, not yet. Shen Zeqi pondered internally. She hadn't achieved a breakthrough, yet remained seated here. Was she contemplating giving up? He shook his head, dismissing the notion, as this woman was notoriously stubborn, never one to relent until her goals were met. Perhaps she had found another method? Observing her knowing look, he realized she was likely privy to his thoughts. She had no intention of concealing her plans, especially since others might soon join them, stating, I plan to consult Duruochio. Upon hearing this, Shen Zeqi was momentarily taken aback before nodding in agreement. As long as it facilitated her breakthrough, he was indifferent to whom she sought. provided it spared him from further exertion. He now desired nothing more than to rest for a few days and recuperate his energy. Do you need me to speak to her? Shen Zeqi inquired. Given Du Ruochio's temperament, should Yunsi directly approach her, it might lead to some unpleasantness. Yunsi shook her head. No need. I shall handle it myself. Rising, she stretched languidly. I'll take my leave for now, and discuss it tomorrow. Observing Yunsi's retreating figure into the bedroom, Shen Zeqi couldn't help but smile wryly. This woman was forever resolute in her decisions. He no longer harbored the same aversion to her seeking the company of other men, for it was indeed their inadequacies that warranted her actions. Finding a spot to sit, he closed his eyes, beginning to regulate his breathing and replenish his spent energy. At the break of dawn the next day, Yunsi sought out Du Ruochio, who was busy organizing medicinal supplies. Upon noticing her entrance, Du Ruochio paused, setting aside his tasks to inquire, "Is there something you need?" Yunsi wasted no time with pleasantries, stating her intentions directly. "I've encountered a bottleneck in my cultivation and require your assistance to break through." Upon hearing this, Du Ruochio's expression turned peculiar as he recalled the recent states of Fu Mingli and Shen Zeqi, realizing the implications. He furrowed his brow, his tone somewhat brusque and tinged with bitterness. "I am a doctor, not a tool for your cultivation." Were it not for the fact that this woman could not progress and had caused the men around her considerable distress, they would never have allowed her to seek aid from others. Anticipating his reaction, Yunsi calmly replied, "Once successful, I can have Duan Qingyue craft you a set of superior medical equipment, guaranteed to surpass what you currently possess tenfold." Du Ruochio's interest was piqued. He understood better than anyone the significance of having quality medical instruments in the apocalyptic world. After a moment's hesitation, he asked, "How long will it take?" "No more than 3 days," Yunsi assured him. Du Ruochio gritted his teeth, as if making a grave decision. "Very well, I shall assist you. But should you deceive me, I will not spare you." "Agreed. Come find me tonight." Yunsi smiled and turned to leave. Watching her depart, Du Ruochio lightly smacked his reddened face, pondering what folly had compelled him to agree to such a thing. Yet, the thought of the exquisite medical equipment made it seem worthwhile. Unbeknownst to anyone, his neck, cheeks, and ears were flushed crimson. With each step Yunsi took, she would have glimpsed a face as red as a monkey's rear, though it was unfortunate that she would never witness it. Returning to her room, Yunsi exhaled with relief, having finally resolved the matter. Next, Du Ruochio should be able to aid her in breaking through to level 120. Once she perfected her foundation and mastered the heart control technique, she could ensure that Fu Mingli's selected individuals would guard the Yin Tingbi Yuan, allowing her to venture out with Fu Mingli, Shen Zeqi, Jiang Che, and the others to combat the undead. With the acquisition of crystal cores, their combat prowess would significantly enhance. She had no desire to squander time on such trivial matters, regretting the rashness that had led her to undertake this troublesome responsibility. However, being in her own territory was far more advantageous, devoid of the upper echelon schemes and intrigues. Chapter 42. The Newcomer at 8 in the evening. Du Ruochio stood outside Yunsi's villa, his fingers unconsciously fiddling with the buttons of his lab coat. He had been pacing for some time, the sound of his heels echoing in the silence, an inexplicable tension coiling around him like vines, preventing him from stepping inside that dimly lit abode. In the living room, the warm yellow light cast a somewhat ambiguous ambience. Shen Zeqi reclined against the armrest of the sofa, a cigarette nestled between his fingers, its crimson glow flickering amidst the swirling smoke as his gaze lingered on Yunsi, imbued with a hint of fervor.
Jan che sato posite.
Gently toying with Yunsi's hand, his fingertips tracing her delicate skin with an intensity akin to studying a rare treasure. Duan Qingyue occupied the single sofa across from Yunsi, a sketchbook resting on his lap, though his pencil lay idle for too long. Yunsi had previously requested his company for half a month, and now that deadline was fast approaching. The thought of departure caused a pang in his chest. He did not mind her company with others. As long as he could remain by her side, he would be content to emulate Shen Zeqi and Jiang Che. Initially drawn by her exquisite, frosty visage, her figure epitomized divine artistry, every inch appealing to his aesthetic sensibilities. In that moment, he believed she was destined to be his. Yet, as he observed the flush of color on her usually stoic face and the wild beauty she exuded in moments of passion, he found himself further ensnared. He would willingly offer his life for her, especially given her uniquely enthralling nature that drove him to madness. Lost in thought, Duan Qingyue instinctively raised his gaze to Yunsi, only to be ensnared by her enigmatic smile. Her eyes seemed to hook him, rendering his eyelids heavy with emotion. His muscles taut, as if he were a boiled shrimp. Yun-Si regarded his flustered demeanor with a slight smile, a delicate curve gracing her lips. She beckoned him with a finger, akin to summoning a docile pet. Duan Qingyue almost instantly rose, squatting beside her. The angle of his gaze allowing him to admire her refined collarbone and the skin glimpsed beneath her deep purple camisole. Today, she wore a strikingly deep purple dress, the hem barely concealing her thighs, her shapely calves accentuated by slender high heels, elongating her legs to an ethereal length. At that moment, she raised her foot, gently resting it on Duan Qingyue's shoulder, her voice carrying a lazy rasp. "Take it off." Duan Qingyue's breath caught, a thin sheen of sweat forming on his palms. He raised his dampened hand, trembling fingers grasping the delicate fabric, the warmth of their skin contact sending shivers through him. He remained silent, lowering his head in modesty, yet refraining from refusal. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the two equally tense men, realizing that any hint of reluctance on his part could lead to their immediate replacement. The living room was engulfed in silence, save for Yun-Si's muffled gasps. Shen Zeqi and Jiang Che's gazes were predatory, yet they dared not act without Yun-Si's signal, fixating intently on Duan Qingyue. Duan Qingyue felt as though he were about to be pierced by their stares, yet he concentrated all his energy on the task at hand. After what felt like an eternity, Yun-Si gently pushed him away. He adjusted her slightly disheveled skirt before retreating to his original position. "Shen Zeqi," Yun-Si's voice emerged, hoarse and languid, her gaze drifting to the window. "How long has Du Ruoqiu been outside?" Shen Zeqi extinguished his cigarette, glancing toward the figure outside. "Almost 2 hours. Like a wandering spirit."
Let him in.
Shen Zeqi called out. "What are you lingering for?"
Come in.
Du Ruoqiu appeared as though roused from slumber, steadying himself before pushing the door open. The scent in the living room halted him momentarily, a rich blend of floral and creamy aromas wafted through the air, enticing yet quickening his heartbeat. Yun-Si reclined half against Jiang Che, one leg draped over the other, her eyes glinting with satisfaction. Duan Qingyue sat across from her, his face flushed unnaturally, head bowed, while Shen Zeqi regarded him with an amused expression. The scene was anything but normal. Clearing his throat to suppress his racing heart, he addressed her. "You called for me. Have a seat." Yun-Si gestured to the empty spot across from her. "You may find yourself working hard soon." Du Ruoqiu complied, his gaze inadvertently drifting to Duan Qingyue's reddened ears and the lingering desire in Jiang Che and Shen Zeqi's eyes, his throat tightening. "It's the least I can do." Yun-Si fell silent, yet Du Ruoqiu sensed an unbearable heat enveloping the room, rendering him restless. Casting a glance at the bowed head of Duan Qingyue, she remarked, "Our agreement is nearing its end." Duan Qingyue's body stiffened abruptly. Yun-Si observed his top profile and continued, "If you wish to stay, then remain. The outside is teeming with zombies. There is no safety to be found anywhere." Duan Qingyue was momentarily taken aback, doubting his own ears. "Me? I can stay by your side?" "Yes," Yun-Si said, idly toying with Jiang Che's strong, calloused hand. Shen Zeqi scoffed, "I doubt he wants to." Duan Qingyue's face flushed instantly, as if struck at a vulnerable spot. "Who says I don't want to?" He clenched his teeth, his cheeks aflame. "I would welcome it." He lifted his gaze to Yun-Si, his eyes brimming with shyness. Yet he hesitated to utter any lascivious words. Yun-Si noticed his reddened eyes and gently brushed his cheek with his fingertips. "Take care of your health." Duan Qingyue's Adam's apple bobbed, his voice hoarse. Yun-Si's fingers glided to his lips, pressing gently. "These days belong to Du Ruoqiu. What about in a few days?" Duan Qingyue's eyes sparkled like ignited stars. "Really? When have I ever deceived you?" He nodded eagerly, his previous grievances dissipating, even stealing a glance at Shen Zeqi, radiating the pride of a victor. Shen Zeqi remained unresponsive, contemplating that he must diligently take his medication these days to restore his body to its prime. Jiang Che shot a sidelong glance at Duan Qingyue, pondering whether the fellow had discreetly increased his dosage, for such a quick recovery was improbable. Indeed, he was profoundly scheming. And the newcomer, it seemed, was no simple character either. Encountering Yun-Si alongside Fu Mingli, it was likely that Yun-Si would be the one to take the initiative. Nevertheless, as they all shared an affection for Yun-Si, that was sufficient. Du Ruoqiu observed the scene, feeling as if he had leapt into a den of wolves. Jiang Che broke the silence at an opportune moment. "I shall retire upstairs for some rest." Yunsi rose, her purple skirt brushing against Shen Zeqi's knees. Du Ruoqiu. Let us go. She led the way upstairs, with Shen Zeqi and Jiang Che naturally following, albeit to their own rooms. Duan Qingyue hurried to his feet, trailing closely behind. As if fearing abandonment, an outsider might assume they were all heading to Yunsi's chamber. Du Ruoqiu feigned hesitation before ascending the stairs behind Duan Qingyue. Upon reaching the upper floor, he noticed that only Yunsi's door was ajar and walked directly into her room. Come here. Yunsi's voice was slightly hoarse and languorous. The usually irritable doctor found himself at a loss for words, his fingers trembling slightly. Yunsi regarded him with keen interest, admiring his awkward demeanor. Though feigned, it was undeniably enticing. She clasped his hand, placing it on her slender waist. Du Ruoqiu's breath quickened, his muscles taut. Though a physician, his physique rivaled that of Jiang Che's, normally concealed beneath the doctor's white coat, revealing only broad shoulders and a narrow waist. She had yet to discover the extent of his build. With a gentle push, Du Ruoqiu fell back onto the bed, and she pressed her lips against his pale ones. His hand on her waist trembled slightly, his temples throbbing, breath coming in quick gasps. Du Ruoqiu hoarsely murmured, "Why are you still? You are clearly here to heal me, aren't you? How could it be so? No wonder Shen Zeqi and the others would rather perish in your presence." Yunsi breathed heavily. "And what about you? I wish to dissect your heart and see what kind of heart compels us to be so bound to you." Yunsi questioned, her disbelief evident. "You feel that way about me?" He gasped. "You have no idea. Every night I am comforted by the memory of your voice." Yunsi was no longer the shy girl who struggled to find her words. "So, were you pretending to be reserved yesterday?"
Du Ruoqiu replied candidly.
"I merely feared that if you obtained me too easily, you would cast me aside afterward. I too wish to remain by your side like Shen Zeqi, after this. I would like to move here as well, if that is all right, darling." "Very well. Once you become mine, betrayal is not an option. There cannot be another woman." "Agreed. I shall not entertain others. My heart is entirely yours, incapable of accommodating anyone else." With that, he earnestly assisted Yunsi in her cultivation. Chapter 43. Foundation Establishment. Yunsi and Du Ruoqiu were entangled in each other's embrace for 3 days, the progress of the Huan delusion technique reaching its zenith. Yet no new developments emerged. One night, Yunsi halted her movements, suddenly feeling a throbbing pain in her dantian, as if a force sought to break free from its constraints. She realized this was a sign of foundation establishment. Without delay, she swiftly seated herself in a meditative posture, entering a state of cultivation. In her mind, a diagram of 316 acupoints materialized, a stream of information flooding in. It was imperative to unblock all 316 acupoints and establish a fixed trajectory for the energy to traverse with each circulation. With unwavering focus, Yunsi directed the energy within her dantian, traversing the 316 acupoints repeatedly. Initially, the energy flowed sluggishly, but as the repetitions increased, it gradually became smoother. Du Ruoqiu tidied his clothing, standing to the side, reluctant to intrude. It was the first time he witnessed Yunsi earnestly cultivating. Her expression was intense, brows slightly furrowed. Enveloped in a powerful and mysterious aura, she appeared a stark contrast to her usual languid and seductive self, emanating an aura of coldness that deterred any form of disrespect, making even a glance at her feel like an indulgence. Du Ruoqiu, too, was not in the best condition, his complexion pale, bloodshot eyes betraying his fatigue. Yet he gritted his teeth, enduring until now. After observing her for a while, fearing to disturb her, he quietly exited the room and made his way to the living room. Upon descending the stairs, he encountered Shen Zeqi, who regarded him with a mocking gaze. "Didn't Yunsi say your yang energy was still intact? Why have you not yet broken through?" Shen Zeqi's tone was laced with bitterness. Du Ruoqiu shot him a glance, understanding his jealousy, and scoffed. "Humph, at least I don't have to rely on medicine to bolster my vitality." Just as he spoke, Fu Mingli entered the room, his footsteps faltering as he sensed the implications of Du Ruoqiu's words, but finding no evidence to support his suspicion. Shen Zeqi cast a glance at Fu Mingli, remaining silent. However, the meaning in his gaze was more infuriating than words could convey. Fu Mingli took a seat beside the sofa, prompting Du Ruoqiu to hastily clarify, "Brother Fu, I wasn't referring to you." Yet all 4 men in the living room felt as if he had aimed his words at them. An awkward silence ensued. Duan Qingyue cleared his throat. reasoning that it was impossible for Du Ruochio to be alluding to him, as they were both 25 years old. If anyone, it would be Fu Mingli, who was 5 years their senior. What about Yunxi? All eyes turned in unison towards Du Ruochio. She is cultivating, he replied. Fu Mingli looked towards Shen Zeqi and Jiang Che. Yunxi mentioned it would rain today. Have you prepared for what you arranged? Yes, they answered in unison. Fu Mingli lapsed into silence, picking up a stack of papers from the table to peruse, though his peripheral vision occasionally darted towards the staircase. The 5 men waited in the living room for 2 hours, yet Yunxi had yet to emerge, causing a ripple of concern among them. Although Fu Mingli was not as intimate with Yunxi as Shen Zeqi and the others, there was an inexplicable tension between him and her. Since their last encounter, he had visited her villa daily, as if he had something to express, but she had spent these days with Du Ruochio, never descending. Each harbored their own thoughts when suddenly, the sky outside darkened ominously, a deafening thunderclap echoing, followed by a torrential downpour. Uniquely, this rain was blue. Behind Yunxi's villa lay a grove of trees. As the azure rain fell, the grass within the grove grew wildly, intertwining branches and leaves as if competing for the precious water, soon establishing their positions to quietly absorb the energy within the rain. Fu Mingli gazed out at the scene, silently reflecting. Yunxi had only mentioned that zombies would evolve. She had not indicated that plants would grow in such a frenzy. It seemed humanity's plight was becoming increasingly dire. Shen Zeqi gazed at the strange forest, feeling a sense of relief that he had not obstructed Yunxi's ascent to strength. The zombies were evolving, and after this rainfall, the transformation of the plants was uncertain. Humanity's living space would only continue to diminish. Time passed, and suddenly, Yunxi opened her eyes, a spark of brilliance flashing within them, exuding an overwhelming aura. She had succeeded. Her foundation was perfectly established. Yunxi turned her attention inward, observing her dantian. After circulating her spiritual energy, it returned to her dantian, where the energy had transformed from a small stream into a tranquil lake, abundant and stable. As she gently opened her eyes, a chilling clarity graced her gaze, accentuated by an unmistakable defiance in her brow. The incantation of the heart control technique was vividly imprinted in her mind. She recognized that to master this technique, she only needed to reach the introductory level, which permitted control over 20 individuals. The intermediate level allowed 50, while the advanced level could encompass 100, with no limitations upon reaching mastery. Rather than merely a method of control, the heart control technique was a pathway to cultivating one's mental fortitude. In her mind, the interface underwent a transformation. Huan delusion technique. Foundation established. Reward. Complete integration with the orchid. Henceforth it shall no longer be a mere mark but a birthmark, bound to your soul across lifetimes. Reward. First artifact. Irresistibly enticing, eternally firm, unparalleled beauty, beneficial to those who cultivate alongside you. Space. 1,000 cubic meters. Self-healing. Intermediate. Yunxi was somewhat astonished. The orchid mark was merely a temporary bond, and now it truly belonged to her. The interface was also considerably more streamlined than before. She moved to the window, gazing out at the relentless blue rain. The plants in the forest were growing wildly in the downpour, entirely different from her memories. In her previous life, it seemed the plants had not mutated. Was this a butterfly effect, or was she now in a parallel world? At that moment, the anxiety that had plagued her since her rebirth dissipated, leaving her to ponder if this was all merely a dream. Even if everything had changed and the future was now uncertain, she found this reality to be more authentic, unlike a dream from which she could awaken at any moment. The sound of several breaths filled the living room, and Yunxi knew they were all waiting for her. She adjusted her attire and stepped outside. Upon hearing the door open, 5 men in the living room simultaneously raised their heads, their gazes falling upon her in unison. Are you all right? Fu Mingli was the first to inquire, his tone laced with subtle concern. Yunxi shook her head. I'm fine. I have broken through. Shen Zeqi exhaled in relief, a smile gracing his lips. That is good. Jiang Che stepped forward, naturally taking her hand. Are you hungry? I'll prepare something for you. Yunxi nodded slightly. A bit. Duan Qingla looked at her, his eyes brimming with joy. Congratulations. Du Ruochio echoed his sentiments. Congratulations. Yunxi surveyed them, her gaze ultimately resting on the blue rain outside. The rain has begun. What lies ahead may be more arduous than we imagine.
Fu Mingli nodded in agreement.
The mutation of the plants has exceeded our expectations. We must fortify the defenses of the villa quickly to prevent the mutated plants from invading. I have already instructed the metal manipulators to add another layer of metal mesh to the outer wall. Shen Zeqi replied, however, given the rapid growth of these plants, it may not hold for long. Yunsi pondered, Duan Qingyue, you could attempt to sketch weapons that can emit fire. Fire should be effective against the plants. Duan Qingyue immediately nodded. Understood. I will begin sketching right away. I will arrange for personnel to closely monitor the movements of the plants around the villa. Fu Mingli stood up. I will accompany you. Shen Zeqi and Jiang Che also rose. Du Ruoqiu said, I will organize the medicinal supplies, in case anyone is harmed by the mutated plants. Watching them each take on their roles and act with meticulous order, Yunsi felt a sense of calm settle within her. This blue rain was both a crisis and an opportunity. As the zombies and plants evolved, humanity could not afford to lag behind. She approached the window, extending her hand to catch a drop of the blue rain. The rainwater felt cool against her palm. Imbued with a destructive energy, Yunsi could sense the energy within the rainwater entering her body, coursing through her veins while wreaking havoc on her meridians. She quickly called out to her companions, do not go outside. This rain poses a significant threat to the human body. Wait until it stops before doing anything. With that, she sat cross-legged, endeavoring to expel the foreign energy. Chapter 44. The Aura of Chaos. As Fu Mingli and the others took their first steps, they heard Yunsi's words and halted in unison. The aura surrounding Yunsi fluctuated slightly. They instantly surmised that she must have come into contact with the blue rain. Their hearts tightening, yet they silently maintained their composure, even softening their breaths for fear of disturbing her. At that moment, Yunsi was inwardly vexed. Had she truly become reckless just after establishing her foundation? In her previous life, the blue rain had been harmless to those with abilities, but it was evidently different now. Everything had changed. She could no longer afford to act so recklessly. Yet, she thought, if the blue rain could induce such tremendous growth in plants, it stood to reason that it was not merely poison for humans. There must be a critical element she had overlooked. Resolutely, she decided to guide the trace of blue rain energy that had just touched her into her dantian. As that energy entered her dantian, her spiritual power was instantly devoured as if it had encountered a nemesis. Her meridians became dry and painful, and her dantian felt hollow, as if it sought to consume her entire being. Yunsi gritted her teeth, steadying her tumultuous spirit. Since her spiritual power was gone, she might as well take a gamble and absorb this enigmatic force entirely. This was a pivotal moment. Whether she would rise to greater heights or fall to ruin depended on this very act. Time passed, and when the violent energy was finally tamed, Yunsi felt utterly exhausted. A brief description of this power suddenly appeared in her mind. Aura of Chaos, the primordial spiritual energy generated at the dawn of creation. Immensely beneficial to plants, with remarkable effects on humans as well. However, its inherent ferocity and destructive nature are formidable, and few can endure it. Once successfully tamed, an enhanced ordinary person can possess strength comparable to that of the Qi cultivating stage, while cultivators will reap numerous benefits. Ancient cultivators once fought fiercely over a mere trace of this chaotic energy. Yunsi let out a long sigh, her back drenched with cold sweat. The experience had been perilous, nearly costing her all her cultivation, yet fortune had favored her in the end. She could feel her dantian operating autonomously, the lost spiritual energy gradually restoring itself. Albeit in a different hue, it had shifted from a milky white to a misty color. She slowly rose, casting her gaze towards Fu Mingli and the others, who were still holding their breaths in anticipation, and spoke softly. The rainwater contains chaotic energy. You may attempt to come into contact with it to enhance your bodies and abilities. Surprise flickered in their eyes, and Fu Mingli was the first to react. Is it dangerous? The risks are considerable, Yunsi admitted candidly, but it is worth the attempt. The potential rewards far outweigh the dangers. For those willing to try, I will protect you. If you cannot endure it, I will help you extract the residual chaotic energy. Without a moment's hesitation, Fu Mingli nodded. I appreciate your help. With that, he walked straight to the window, extending his hand to catch a drop of the blue rain, then sat down cross-legged, closing his eyes to feel the energy. Jiang Che and Shen Zeqi exchanged glances, and immediately followed suit. Du Ruoqiu and Duan Qingyue hesitated for a moment, but ultimately steeled themselves to comply. In this apocalyptic world, any opportunity for strength was worth the risk. Moreover, as Yunsi continued to grow stronger, they did not wish to lag behind her. Surely others shared the same sentiment. Yunsi positioned herself behind the five, her consciousness gradually expanding to closely monitor the changes within each of them. They were all exceptional in their respective fields. And now they willingly entrusted their lives to her. Such trust was invaluable. She would do everything in her power to ensure their safety. Time trickled by, and the living room was filled solely with the steady breaths of the five, accompanied by the relentless sound of the rain outside. The first to show signs of change was Fumingli. A faint aura of frost enveloped him, and the veins at his temples throbbed, clearly bearing the onslaught of chaotic energy. Yunsi's fingers twitched slightly, and a gentle stream of spiritual power entered his body, skillfully guiding the violent energy away from vital points. Subsequently, Jiang Che emitted a muffled groan as faint red patterns surfaced on his muscular arms. The collision between the chaotic energy and his extraordinary power caused his entire body to tremble. Yunsi immediately channeled a strand of spiritual energy to stabilize his mind, aiding him in suppressing the surging energy within. Shen Zeqi fared slightly better. His gold-based abilities excelled in defense. He manipulated metal to form a thin armor on his body, attempting to fend off the encroaching chaotic energy. However, the energy penetrated all, and the armor soon crumbled to pieces. Observing this, Yunsi promptly erected a barrier of spiritual power around his meridians to help cushion the impact. Duan Qingyue and Du Ruoqiu's progress was relatively slow. When Duan Qingyue's manifestation abilities came into contact with a chaotic energy, tiny particles of light appeared at his fingertips, as if resonating with it.
Du Ruoqiu vorher.
Her water-based abilities instinctively repairing damaged cells, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. Yunsi, multitasking, also broke into a light sweat at her temples. The chaotic energy was indeed tyrannical. Even for her, managing it proved quite challenging. Time passed, and Fumingli suddenly opened his eyes, a cold glimmer flashing within. His aura surging violently, indicating that he had preliminarily fortified his body and abilities, the chaotic energy now nearly exhausted. As he rose, his previously pale complexion had taken on a healthy flush, and the fatigue he bore had significantly diminished. "Thank you," he nodded to Yunsi, his tone laced with genuine gratitude and a burgeoning affection. Soon after, Jiang Che and Shen Zeqi also succeeded. Jiang Che clenched his fist, feeling the torrent of power within him, his eyes brimming with excitement. Shen Zeqi manipulated metal swirling at his fingertips, his speed and precision vastly improved. Finally, Duan Qingyue and Du Ruoqiu completed their transformations. Upon opening his eyes, Duan Qingyue found a paintbrush materializing in his hand, its tip enveloped in a faint spiritual energy, indicating a qualitative leap in his manifestation abilities. Du Ruoqiu exhaled deeply, sensing her senses sharpened significantly, and her water-based abilities now bore healing capabilities. The five exchanged glances, each reflecting the relief of surviving a calamity and the joy of newfound strength. "It seems we all placed our bets wisely," Shen Zeqi remarked, his tone relaxed. Yunsi nodded. "Next, the blue rain will last for 10 more days. You may absorb it at your discretion, but do not be greedy." She gazed out the window. It would be best to find something to collect it in, as it can be used for personal gain or as rewards for subordinates. Yunsi continued. "Once the rain ceases, I can summon those you trust to absorb the chaotic energy. I can ensure their safety. But they must believe in me and harbor no thoughts of rebellion. Each individual is limited to 5 slots. Oh, and by the way," she turned to Fumingli, "bring those you recruit who possess good abilities, character, and temperament once the rain stops. It would be best if they trust me." "Understood," the 5 responded in unison. Jiang Che hesitated. "I don't want my slot. I have no one I trust." Seeing his reluctance, Yunsi allowed it. Jiang Che recognized the significant risks involved. He did not wish to cultivate a formidable enemy. He was entirely unaware that Yunsi was well prepared. Her heart control technique served as her safeguard. Fumingli was the last to speak, hesitating. Everyone recognized he had something to discuss with Yunsi, yet only he and she were left in ambiguity. Sensing this, the others tactfully withdrew, knowing they could not risk exposure to the rain. Although they could now absorb chaotic energy, they dared not face the rain. Who knew how much chaotic energy was present within it? Even a single drop required Yunsi's assistance, let alone being drenched. Such folly would be suicidal. "I will go solidify my abilities," Shen Zeqi declared. "I will join you," Jiang Che added. Duan Qingyue mumbled. "I will head upstairs to paint and see if I can create a vessel for the blue rain." Du Ruoqiu chimed in. "Stop being so wishy-washy. Are you still a man? We know what you intend to say." Fu Mingli shot her a cold glance, and Du Ruoqiu retorted, "Humph, I have no room. What's the point of going upstairs?" Du Ruoqiu scanned the group and stated, "I will check on Duan Qingyue and see if I can inspire him." She then cast a aggrieved glance at Yunxi. Yunxi mused, "Not awarding you the title of Best Actor would be a true injustice." The group commenced their tasks methodically, while Yunxi stood by the window, gazing at the relentless blue rain. She observed numerous plants withering in the distance and noted the absence of the usual zombie howls, wondering how many would remain after this ordeal. Fu Mingli approached Yunxi from behind, wrapping his arms around her waist and whispering in her ear, "Can you grant me a title?" Yunxi's lips curved into a subtle smile, her gaze tantalizing. "I thought the esteemed President Fu would be unwilling? If it's you, I am willing," he replied, his eyes softening, shedding their previous coldness. Yunxi did not respond further. Instead, she tilted her head, drawing him down to meet her lips in a kiss. Chapter 45. Rule Reset. Fu Mingli's kiss descended with an irresistible force, entwining with Yunxi in a passionate embrace. As their lips met, their breaths grew heated, as if they sought to consume one another entirely. Yunxi slightly turned her head, the warmth of her breath brushing against his ear. Her voice, sultry and beguiling, whispered, "I have laid my foundation. My body is different now. Would you like to test it?" Before her words fully settled, she could not help but release a few rapid breaths, her newly strengthened body reacting with heightened sensitivity to even the slightest touch. Fu Mingli's gaze darkened as he observed the alluring flush on her delicate features and listened to her provocative words. The flames of desire ignited within him. He could no longer contain himself, sweeping Yunxi off her feet and striding upstairs towards her room. Gently placing her on the bed, Fu Mingli leaned over, his breath heavy with anticipation. "Indeed, things are different now," he sighed, acknowledging the changes wrought by the chaotic energy. "Your body has become stronger and more resilient, Yunxi. Let's try something different today." "Fu Mingli," she replied, lifting her eyes to him, giving her consent. Fu Mingli removed the fragrant bead bracelet from his wrist. Each bead smooth and lustrous, clearly well-loved by its owner. Yunxi delighted in the sight of the bracelet in Fu Mingli's hands. In their shared revelry, they lost track of time, clearly finding great satisfaction in their new game. When the bracelet returned to Fu Mingli's hands, it appeared even more lustrous and beautiful, infused with the rich aroma of dragon saliva and a sweet fragrance. That night, Fu Mingli found his own room within Yunxi's abode. Although it was also on the second floor, he was quite content with it. The following morning, Yunxi approached the window, extending her hand to collect a drop of blue rain. Drawing from her experience the previous day, she found the process of refining it remarkably effortless, transforming the chaotic energy into her own in mere moments. She collected 2 more drops, the refining speed slightly slower than before, yet she successfully absorbed them. Only when she sensed her internal energy nearing saturation did she cease her actions. Coupled with her practice alongside Fu Mingli the previous night, her harmonious desire technique had advanced to the second layer of foundation establishment. The benefits of chaotic energy on her cultivation were far more pronounced than she had anticipated. Meanwhile, Fu Mingli and the others were engaged in their own absorption of chaotic energy. However, without Yunxi's assistance, their process took significantly longer than the previous day. Except for Jiang Che and Fu Mingli, Shen Zeqi and the others dared not attempt to absorb a second drop. Though envious, they were cautious, recalling Yunxi's warnings that once they sense saturation, they must stop. Forcing absorption could lead to catastrophic consequences. Moreover, many plants outside had already withered, leading them to surmise that the power was too overwhelming or that excessive absorption caused their demise. They pondered whether zombies could be burst apart by chaotic energy, and witnessing the living examples before them compelled them to act with prudence. After all, who can resist the allure of becoming stronger? Initially, it was Yunxi who assisted them in absorbing the energy. They did not endure hardship. However, today, relying solely on their own efforts to absorb it revealed the true agony of the process, hence they came to appreciate the sacrifices made by Yunxi. Upon seeing Yunxi rise, Duan Qingyue hurriedly picked up a uniquely shaped object beside him and approached her, whispering, "Yunxi, do you think this can hold rainwater?" Yunxi glanced down, observing that the item resembled both a box and a jar, crafted from an unusual material, though she doubted its ability to withstand the chaotic energy. She channeled her spiritual power, gently placing it on the ground and calmly stated, "Let it rest here." Given the potency of this chaotic energy, it is no surprise if it cannot bear it. Do not be disheartened. In truth, She had already made up her mind. If a suitable container could not be found, she would absorb the energy herself, for the chance of encountering chaotic energy again would be akin to chasing a dream. As for why the blue rain was infused with chaotic energy, Yunsi speculated that it was due to the impending apocalypse. A resetting of the world's rules, a perilous yet fortuitous circumstance. Chaotic energy could be absorbed in various forms, yet its inherent ferocity and destructive force were not something everyone could withstand. Duan Qinghua nodded, somewhat disheartened, but acknowledging the truth in Yunsi's words. Silently, he turned back to continue crafting his weapon. With the enhancement and nurturing from the chaotic energy, his manifestation abilities seemed to have improved as well, particularly with the pen he had manifested, which moved as fluidly as his own hand. It vanished when he did not wish to draw and appeared at his command, allowing him to create weapons of even greater potency than before. Yunsi stood by the window, gazing at the relentless blue rain, deep in thought. What would the world be like after the rain ceased? She turned to observe Fu Mingli and the others, who were engrossed in their training, contemplating that once the rain stopped, she would lead them to slay zombies, utilizing crystal cores to enhance their skills, even bringing along the 2 logistics personnel.
Fu Mingli.
Yunsi called, "Once you finish absorbing, you should pause. Your body has reached its saturation point." Fu Mingli opened his eyes and nodded. Understood. He could feel the power within him brimming, a clear indication that it was indeed time to stop. Jiang Che and Shen Zeqi soon followed suit, both bearing a hint of fatigue, yet unable to conceal their underlying excitement. Though absorbing chaotic energy was painful, the enhancements it brought were undeniably tangible. They all gazed at Yunsi with fervent admiration and gratitude. Du Ruoqiu and Duan Qinghua had already concluded their training and sat nearby. Noticing Yunsi's glance, Du Ruoqiu raised an eyebrow and asked, "What shall we do next? We can't just stay here indefinitely, can we?" Yunsi, slightly impatient, replied, "Why stay? If we can go out, why not?" With that, she rarely rolled her eyes. The 5 looked at their aloof and proud goddess, displaying such grounded expressions, finding her utterly endearing. Shen Zeqi thought of kissing her and desired her affection. Jiang Che wished to embrace her, wanting her to gaze only at him. Duan Qinghua envisioned drawing with her while Du Ruoqiu hoped she would love him fiercely, filling her heart and mind solely with him. Fu Mingli longed to play games with her, curious about what their next adventure would be. No one responded, lost in their own fantasies. It wasn't just him feeling bored. As Yunsi too felt somewhat weary. Fu Mingli, Jiang Che, Shen Zeqi, and Duan Qinghua had grown accustomed to this routine, having previously spent their days reviewing documents, attending meetings, drawing, and training day after day, repeating the same tasks. What once felt mundane now seemed drab and tedious, making them wish they had met Yunsi sooner. They all silently pondered. Yet Yunsi had previously stated that if they did not wish to stay, they were free to leave. She had long expressed her desire for them to assist her in her training. Why had they become so greedy? Unconsciously, they thought, if there were no apocalypse, would they not be able to claim her love exclusively? If Yunsi were aware of their thoughts, she would certainly inform them that without the apocalypse, they would never have encountered her. Perhaps they would have met, yet they would not have fallen for her as she was then. She was not belittling herself. Without her training, she was merely an ordinary person, and even if they had crossed paths, she would have been just an appendage to one of them. Yet she had never been one to willingly become someone else's subordinate. She would undoubtedly devise a way for that person to face the consequences of their actions or suffer a mutual downfall. Unbeknownst to her, it was precisely this tenacity and resilience, her unwillingness to be broken, that drew them to her. These past few days, Yunsi had devoted herself entirely to training, leading to a monotonous and dreary existence, gradually breeding a sense of boredom within her. She peered out at the endless blue rain, a restless spirit stirring within her, itching for action. After all, having endured these days, the blue rain had ceased to pose any threat to her. Could she not venture out to slay zombies? However, Fu Mingli and the others kept a vigilant watch over her, resolutely forbidding her from taking risks, insisting that the blue rain would dissipate in 3 days. Urging her to be patient, Yunsi's rebellious nature was ignited. If they would not allow her to go out, they certainly could not restrain her. Though she also wished to ease their worries, she remained in the courtyard, sitting cross-legged to absorb the chaotic energy. Once Fu Mingli and the others realized that the blue rain posed no danger to Yunsi, they allowed her freedom, recognizing that she was merely a 19-year-old girl who could not be contained. Strangely, Though her absorption of chaotic energy proceeded smoothly, her cultivation seemed to have stagnated, firmly stuck at the second layer of foundation establishment, showing no signs of progress. Even so, Yunxi remained undeterred. Feeling intuitively that the absorption of chaotic energy must yield results, the issue likely lay within herself. She examined her dantian. Her meridians were clear, and her spiritual power flowed unimpeded. Everything appeared satisfactory. Suddenly, Yunxi seemed to recall something, a look of exasperation crossing her face. She was practicing the He Huan Wang Qing Ju, a unique technique that did not harmonize well with the chaotic energy, an essence of the heavens and earth. The fact that she could successfully refine chaotic energy was already a stroke of luck. To rely on it for cultivation was nothing short of wishful thinking. Having realized this, Yunxi felt a sense of relief, no longer fixating on her cultivation level, for the nurturing effects of chaotic energy on her body were undeniably beneficial. Chapter 46. Refinement. Yunxi sat in the courtyard, her fingertips twirling a wisp of chaotic energy. Watching it swirl in her palm, yet unable to directly transform it into cultivation power, her heart inevitably felt a pang of regret. Such precious primordial energy was squandered as she could only use it to temper her body. Suddenly, she recalled a recent training session with Fu Mingli. When the chaotic energy had been completely subdued, coiling within her dantian, a state she had considered normal at the time. Yet now, reflecting on it, she realized that not only had she successfully refined that violent energy into her spiritual power, but the He Huan Wang Qing Ju had also propelled her to the second layer of foundation establishment, with her dantian's spiritual power taking on a milky hue, an accomplishment attributed to Fu Mingli. Later, when she absorbed chaotic energy alone, though she could refine her physical form, her cultivation had stagnated. It seemed that the key lay in the technique itself. The He Huan Wang Qing Ju required the support of another's primordial yang. Now, faced with the unique energy of chaotic force, it likely necessitated external assistance for a proper refinement. Yunxi contemplated this, deciding to seek out Jiang Che to test it and gauge the results. She was one to act on her thoughts, rising and brushing off droplets of rain from her skirt as she made her way inside. The living room was empty. It seemed the others were either in their rooms training or attending to matters at another location. This solitude eased her somewhat. With so many men around, seeking out any one of them could easily lead to gossip, but with no one around, she was spared the trouble. Yunxi recalled that Jiang Che's room was on the second floor. She ascended the stairs quietly, and as she approached his door, she vaguely heard the sound of wind from punches breaking through the air. She knocked softly but, without waiting for a response, pushed the door open and entered. Upon entering, my gaze was immediately captivated by the scene before me. Jiang Che was practicing his punches, bare-chested, his bronze skin glistening healthily in the morning light. Each movement showcased the tautness and relaxation of his sinewy muscles, as if they were imbued with boundless strength. The prominent veins snaked across his broad chest, and beads of sweat cascaded down his neck, tracing the defined contours of his abdomen before ultimately seeping into the deep gray of his workout pants, delineating strikingly powerful lines that rendered him irresistibly attractive. "You've really improved your physique," Yunxi remarked playfully, leaning against the doorframe. Jiang Che halted abruptly at the sound of her voice, turning to find her there, his ears flushing crimson. Embarrassed, he withdrew his fists, scratching his head as he nervously asked, "Do you like it?" Yunxi stepped closer, her fingertips grazing the sweat on his chest as she teased. "I didn't come here to admire your physique. My cultivation method cannot refine the chaotic energy. Ache, will you assist me in my training?" The endearment, Ache, struck Jiang Che like a spark, igniting excitement within him. It was the first time Yunxi had called him that, and the intimacy of it made his heart skip a beat. He quickly stepped forward, gently grasping her hand, his voice urgent. "Could you call me that again, my dear?" Seeing the anticipation in his eyes, Yunxi chuckled, her amusement mingled with affection, and obliged, Ache. In an instant, Jiang Che felt invigorated, lifting her effortlessly and placing her softly on the bed. His movements were tender, yet radiated an undeniable possessiveness as he leaned down to kiss her, channeling his internal energy to carefully merge the chaotic energy with his spiritual power, gradually transferring it into Yunxi. As the familiar force surged within her, Yunxi closed her eyes to savor the sensation. The rain pattered outside, filling the room with an atmosphere charged with heat, as the deep timbre of Jiang Che's voice intertwined with her soft tones, causing a flicker of discontent and jealousy in the heart of the man outside. Yun-Si cultivated the milky white spiritual energy within her dantian. Unlike the sluggishness of her solo efforts, with Jiang Che's assistance, the chaotic energy obediently followed the flow of the heavenly harmonious passion technique, gradually merging with the energy in her dantian. The energies that had previously only tempered her physical form transformed into pure spiritual power, integrating into her core for her own use. A thrill coursed through Yun-Si's heart. Her suspicions had proven correct. Leveraging another's power indeed facilitated the smooth operation of the chaotic energy. While cultivating earlier, she had also discovered a delightful surprise. The chaotic energy's refinement seemed to have augmented Jiang Che's physical prowess. His strength was not only more robust than before, but also carried a hint of the chaotic energy's primal force, greatly enhancing its nourishing effects on her. Jiang Che could distinctly sense the changes within Yun-Si. Her body felt more sensitive, her form exquisitely delicate, and he could feel her tightening around him. He held her close, relishing her warmth and softness, his heart brimming with contentment. Jiang Che thought that as long as he could help her, he would willingly offer anything, even his life. After an indeterminate time, Yun-Si exhaled softly, remarking, "Che, your strength has grown immensely. I could scarcely withstand it." The spiritual energy in her dantian had swelled considerably, and though the heavenly harmonious passion technique had not directly ascended, it was now merely a step away from the third tier of foundation establishment. Really?
Jiang Che asked anxiously.
His eyes wide with concern that he might fall short compared to others. Yun-Si nodded and leaned in to kiss the corner of his lips. Absolutely, Che. With her affirmation, a radiant smile broke across Jiang Che's face as he pulled her even closer. As long as you need me, I am always here. Nestled in his embrace, Yun-Si felt his steady heartbeat, warmth blossoming within her. Their love was fervent and consuming, leaving her feeling both base and greedy. Yet, with her heart and mind filled solely with him, there was no room for anyone else's affection, and she found herself yearning for this love to endure. Suddenly, she recalled Shen Zeqi and Fumingli. Perhaps if they took turns assisting her training, she could make significant progress in the remaining 3 days. Ideally after they had absorbed the chaotic energy. The following morning, Yun-Si asked, "Has the rain not ceased outside?" It had been a while since she had paid attention to the conditions beyond her room. Jiang Che nodded. "It continues, but it's lighter than yesterday. Fumingli and the others have already gone out to coordinate personnel, closely monitoring the mutated plants. There are no immediate concerns." Yun-Si nodded in reassurance. "That's good. Once the rain stops, we must promptly investigate the situation outside and assess the evolution of both the zombies and the plants. Of course, I will accompany you."
Jiang Che declared resolutely.
Yun-Si smiled at him, and after a brief moment of intimacy, he reluctantly released her, helping her adjust her clothing. As Yun-Si exited the room, she encountered Shen Zeqi descending the stairs. Upon noticing her emerging from Jiang Che's room, his expression darkened, yet he said nothing further, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Yun-Si offered no explanation, casually stating, "The defenses at the villa need to be reinforced, especially against those mutated plants. There may be new developments." "I understand. I've already dispatched people to address it," Shen Zeqi replied, his gaze lingering on her face for a moment. She seemed to glow with newfound beauty, her figure exuding an enchanting allure that felt almost sacred. Hearing her call out to Jiang Che so intimately the previous day stirred feelings of bitterness and anguish within him. And gritting his teeth, he asked, "Do you still want assistance with your training today?" The latter part of his question was barely audible. Yet Yun-Si caught it. Amused at his jealousy, she replied, "Yes. How about you assist me with my training today?" Shen Zeqi's heart stirred, and he glanced at her, blushing slightly. "Then I'll find you after I absorb the chaotic energy." As he spoke, a smile crept onto his lips, reminiscent of a dog that had just received a bone, and Yun-Si could almost envision a large tail wagging behind him. Watching his retreating figure, Yun-Si found it hard to reconcile this man with the underground overlord of half the industries in City A. Even in the apocalypse, such a demeanor seemed incongruous. She then caught sight of the corner where the austere, proud man stood, her cheeks flushing. Who would have thought that such a man, perceived by others as so dignified, could indulge in such reckless abandon? Truly, he was an old fox. Chapter 47. Confusion. Fumingli's gaze landed on her face, immediately noticing the lingering blush on her cheeks, softening her previously cold demeanor. He raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with a teasing undertone. "What is this? Are you thinking of me?" Before she could respond, he stepped closer, his towering figure casting a shadow over her. The palpable pressure was overwhelming, yet Yun-Si remained unfazed, pulling gently on his collar to bring him down to her level. She had never been fond of looking up to engage in conversation, especially in such close proximity. An equal stance brought her comfort. Today, she wore an oversized white shirt, the fabric soft as clouds, clearly not her usual size. The hem barely concealed her thighs, resembling a girl who had borrowed her boyfriend's shirt, but the cut around her chest fit perfectly, subtly accentuating her delicate curves. The black pleated skirt swayed with her movements, revealing her slender, pale legs. The juxtaposition of innocence and sensuality was heart-stopping. This was the first time Fu Mingli had seen her in such attire, and his gaze deepened, a flicker of desire evident as he swallowed hard. He leaned closer, his warm breath brushing against her ear, laced with a hint of dragon saliva fragrance. His voice low and husky. "Darling, you look particularly special today." He paused, his fingertips grazing her skirt. "I heard you plan to have Shen Zeqi assist you in your training this afternoon?" Yun-Si was momentarily taken aback, not expecting him to have overheard. She then nodded calmly. "Indeed." Fu Mingli interrupted her, his gaze imbued with a confident smile. "I can assist you right now. Have you absorbed today's chaotic energy?" Yun-Si was somewhat astonished. According to their previous pace, the daily refinement of chaotic energy consumed a considerable amount of time. Yet Fu Mingli had managed to complete it so swiftly. Fu Mingli nodded, his tone unassuming yet tinged with a hint of pride. "I rose earlier than you. The chaotic energy in the early morning is purer and thus easier to refine." Not only had he absorbed his share, but he had also taken the time to solidify his realm. Since helping her break through to the second level of foundation establishment a few days prior, he had discovered that the absorption process was now significantly more efficient, and he was eager not to miss this opportunity. Yun-Si, no longer hesitant, released her grip on his collar and strode towards his room first. "Then let us not waste time." Fu Mingli observed her retreating figure, a faint smile gracing his lips as he quickly followed suit. Upon entering the room, Yun-Si walked to the window and extended her hand to catch a few drops of blue rain. By now, her control over chaotic energy had become quite adept. In a matter of moments, she transformed the aggressive energy into a gentle force that nourished her body. She could distinctly feel her physical strength augmenting, though her cultivation remained at the peak of the second level of foundation establishment. Fu Mingli stood behind her, admiring her fluid motions with a glimmer of appreciation in his eyes. Once she concluded her process, he stepped forward. "We can begin." Yun-Si nodded and pressed her lips against Fu Mingli's. The two were ensnared in a fervent embrace, the corners of Fu Mingli's room bearing witness to the traces of their cultivation. Unlike Jiang Che's aggressive force, her power was steady, imbued with an edge that was somewhat disarming, perfectly counterbalancing Jiang Che's might. As Yun-Si activated the Heavenly Harmony Delusion technique with Fu Mingli's assistance, the previously sluggish transformation process became smooth, the chaotic energy gradually melding into her spiritual power. The spiritual energy within her dantian swelled, and at a certain moment, it surged forth, breaking through barriers. Foundation establishment, third level. She opened her eyes, feeling her spiritual energy flowing seamlessly through 316 acupoints. Fu Mingli also sensed her breakthrough and slowly withdrew his hand, his eyes filled with satisfaction. "Have you succeeded?" "Yes, thank you." Yun-Si rose, a satisfied, languid smile on her face. The two indulged in playful banter for a while, and by the time they exited, the sky had darkened. As they reached the corridor, they spotted Shen Zeqi standing at a distance, his figure somewhat desolate. He had evidently come to find Yun-Si after absorbing chaotic energy, only to discover her absence. As he passed by Fu Mingli's door, he overheard the sounds from within. The depths of Shen Zeqi's eyes swirled with unwillingness and grievance. Yet he merely pressed his lips together before swiftly descending the stairs. Jiang Che sat on the sofa, with Shen Zeqi across from him, his countenance dark as a storm cloud. Suddenly, Shen Zeqi kicked the sofa, producing a dull thud. "What are you venting your anger on here?"
Jiang Che glanced up.
Noticing the redness at the corners of Shen Zeqi's eyes, clearly a sign of his agitation. "If you have the guts, go upstairs and confront Fu Mingli. I'm just dissatisfied with this sofa," Shen Zeqi retorted stubbornly, though he ceased his movements, settling into a sullen silence. Seeing the tense atmosphere, Duan Qingyue silently manifested a few bottles of wine and glasses, placing them on the coffee table. Jiang Che was the first to seize a bottle, twisting off the cap and taking a swig, while Shen Zeqi followed suit, consuming his drink in haste. The three men engaged in a silent toast, the only sound filling the living room being the clink of bottles. As Yun-Si and Fu Mingli descended the stairs, they sensed a peculiar tension in the atmosphere of the living room. By the time they sat down, the three men had already consumed a fair amount. Shen Zeqi's gaze fell upon Yun-Si, his eyes brimming with affection and a hint of grievance, which caused a slight heaviness in her heart. "Shall we share a drink?" Fu Mingli, attuned to her mood, proactively offered her a bottle of wine. Just as Yun-Si accepted it, footsteps echoed from the staircase.
Du ruau qui apirde.
Carrying a plate of fruit, teasing, "You all are enjoying a secret drink without me." She then settled down beside Yun-Si. Observing the three men silently drinking and recalling Shen Zeqi's earlier gaze, a wave of frustration surged within Yun-Si. She reached for the pack of cigarettes next to Shen Zeqi, extracting one and lighting it. "Don't smoke." Jiang Che instinctively attempted to intervene, but she deftly evaded him. He kicked Shen Zeqi fiercely, muttering under his breath, "This is all your fault." Shen Zeqi opened his mouth, hesitating before finally saying, "Give me the cigarette. It's bad for your health." Yun-Si disregarded him, leaning back against the sofa, her fingers pinching the cigarette, taking occasional puffs. Amidst the swirling smoke, her gaze grew somewhat distant. In her previous life, many had sought to take her away from the realm of heaven and earth. Yet she had preferred to earn her own keep. Even post-apocalypse, there were those willing to share food and companionship, yet she had also declined. She feared that taking the first step would lead to further concessions, ultimately resulting in her being at the mercy of others for mere survival. Thus, she had gambled everything, allowing herself to be wounded by zombies. If she succeeded in acquiring abilities, she could sustain herself. If not, she need not struggle for survival in this apocalypse. She had never looked down on those who sold their bodies. She merely found it tragic. Everyone lived differently, and she had no right to judge. Yet, after her rebirth, she seemed to have changed, becoming greedy and cold-hearted. Despite initially stating that she only needed their assistance in cultivation, how had it come to this? She understood that they all loved her and reciprocated their feelings, yet she was also aware that love could be selfish. Who would willingly share their beloved with others? Especially with these proud men surrounding her. She even contemplated cultivating alone. The third level of foundation establishment was sufficient for now. However, she also recognized that without sufficient strength, she could easily be bound by any one of them in the name of love. When the support crumbles and people flee, even shadows vanish. How could she trust? She believed only in herself, for she would never betray herself. As for Shen Zeqi, she acknowledged that he held a special place in her heart, yet she would not forsake Fu Mingli and the others for him. Did they not love her too? She mused that loving someone should not bring her such sorrow and dilemmas. After finishing her cigarette, Yun-Si rose without uttering a word and turned to ascend the stairs. Before leaving, she casually took the cigarette pack and lighter from the coffee table. The men in the living room watched her retreating figure in silence. Fu Mingli furrowed his brow, Shen Zeqi's complexion grew paler, Jiang Che sighed, and Duan Qingyue exchanged a glance with Du Ruoqiu, both reflecting a sense of helplessness. Chapter 48. Overwhelmed, Shen Zeqi watched as Yun-Si's figure vanished around the stairwell, almost immediately rising to follow her. The wooden stairs creaked softly beneath his hurried steps, laced with urgency and confusion. The four men in the living room did not stop him, merely observing his receding silhouette in silence. Jiang Che placed the wine bottle on the coffee table, his knuckles whitening from the pressure. Duan Qingyue paused his pouring, his gaze behind his glasses revealing a trace of concern. Fu Mingli's fingers traced the rim of his glass, his expression inscrutable.
Du ruau qui est face d'arkend.
Her grip on her wine glass tightening. "Brother Fu, don't you wish to claim Yun-Si solely for yourself?" Du Ruoqiu was the first to break the silence, her tone tinged with an element of probing yet laced with sincerity. To her, given Fu Mingli's status and strength, it was unreasonable for him to tolerate such a relationship. Fu Mingli cast him a sidelong glance, his tone calm, yet carrying an undeniable weight. "What? Are you all planning to give up?" His gaze swept over Jiang Che and Duan Qingyue before settling back on Du Ruoqiu. "You chose this path. Do you now wish to retreat?" Du Ruoqiu was momentarily taken aback by the question, forcing a smile as she replied, "I never said I wanted to give up. I merely suggested that perhaps I could team up with you to drive Shen Zeqi out." She spoke casually, yet in her heart, she understood that this was merely a jest. Yun-Si's temperament would never allow for such schemes among them. Fu Mingli remained silent, taking a sip from his glass. He understood better than anyone Yun-Si's nature. She was never one to hide beneath another's wings. Initially, she was acutely aware of the perilous nature of the chaotic energy. Yet she willingly assisted them in alleviating the violent forces within their bodies, even meticulously adjusting her guidance for each individual. It was only the following day, during their solitary refinement, that they truly comprehended the excruciating pain akin to their meridians being scorched. Throughout the ordeal, Yunsi never uttered a word about the torment she endured or the difficulties she faced. Such a woman would choose to stand shoulder to shoulder with them rather than seek refuge under anyone's wings. Above, Shen Zeqi stood before Yunsi's door, his fingers poised above the panel, hesitating to knock. He could hear faint sounds emanating from within, the flick of a lighter igniting a cigarette, accompanied by the gentle exhalation of smoke from her lips. Each sound pierced his heart like a needle, evoking memories of her indifferent gaze from moments ago. Taking a deep breath, he refrained from knocking and instead pushed the door open. The room was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the bluish light filtering through the window. Casting a long shadow of Yunsi as she leaned against the cold wall, a cigarette poised delicately between her fingers, smoke swirling around her, rendering her expression indistinct. Shen Zeqi dared not look closely. He was acutely aware of how unhinged he had appeared moments earlier and recognized the baseness of his probing. Fully cognizant of Yunsi's unique feelings towards him, he still found himself repeatedly crossing her boundaries, seeking affirmation of his significance in her heart.
Yunsi, I'm sorry.
I shouldn't. His voice was hoarse, emotions surging within him rendering him speechless. Yunsi, hearing him, did not even lift her eyelids. Her gaze fixed on the blue rain outside, the ash from her cigarette falling softly onto the floor. Shen Zeqi took a cautious step forward, gently tugging at her fingertips. This time, Yunsi finally turned her head, impatience evident in her eyes. In that instant, Shen Zeqi's heart felt as though it had been tightly grasped, rendering it unable to beat, suffocating him with pain. All the words he wished to express were lodged in his chest, choking him. Overwhelming panic surged within him, and suddenly, he fell to his knees, the sound of his knees striking the floor echoing painfully in the silent room. Scalding tears streamed down his cheeks, landing on the hem of Yunsi's dress, leaving a small darkened mark. Even Yunsi's hardened heart softened in that moment. She looked down at the man before her, his eyes swollen and posture humble, and recalled the Shen Zeqi she knew in the business world, arrogant and fierce, his wrist as unyielding as iron. A complex mixture of emotions stirred within her. He should not be this way. Extinguishing her cigarette, she spoke softly, Shen Zeqi, I am unworthy of your deep affection. Your love is too burdensome, leaving me breathless. She paused, her voice softening further. I cannot, in good conscience, favor only you. They love me just as you do, and I cannot bear to see them suffer. You are in pain. Could you not love me anymore? Do you no longer want me? Shen Zeqi suddenly lifted his gaze, his voice a desperate howl. Yet, midway through, it faltered, resembling a child caught in wrongdoing. I'm sorry, I just feel you've gone back on your word. I thought I was insignificant to you. I didn't know I mattered so much that you could care for me like this. He believed that Yunsi merely required their assistance in her cultivation, unaware that he had already secured a place in her heart. However, this realization brought not joy, but a deeper sense of guilt. She was distressed because of his insecurities, causing her such discomfort and remorse. Yunsi lit another cigarette, exhaling a ring of smoke without uttering another word. Observing her silence, Shen Zeqi felt despair gradually enveloping him, and he implored, Yunsi, please look at me. I cannot bear your current demeanor towards me. Even if you scold or strike me, do not treat me this way. His voice quavered, laden with sorrow. Yunsi's heart finally softened. She reached out to caress his cheek, her fingers brushing against the coolness of his tears. She gently spoke, from now on, be good, all right? Do not throw tantrums or indulge in wild thoughts. Shen Zeqi, as if grasping a lifeline, nodded earnestly, tears streaming more fiercely. He even raised his hand, solemnly vowing, I will not act this way again. If there is a next time, let me no longer occupy a place in your heart. This declaration struck like a blade, not only piercing Shen Zeqi's heart but also causing Yunsi's fingertips to shudder slightly. She knew this was the most brutal oath he could utter. For him, losing her, being unloved by her, was more excruciating than death itself. She chose not to respond but instead bent down to lift him up, then rose on tiptoe to kiss his lips. The kiss was gentle, imbued with a faint taste of tobacco and a barely perceptible tenderness. Shen Zeqi was momentarily taken aback before wrapping his arms around her tightly, as though trying to meld her into his very being. He responded cautiously, fearful that he might hurt her by holding her too firmly. "I cannot live without you," he murmured softly. Outside, the blue rain continued to fall softly, and the atmosphere in the room gradually shifted towards a more intimate tone, filled with whispers that made hearts race. Yunxi's voice, now husky from the smoke, had lost its previous softness, instead taking on a commanding presence that made Shen Zeqi yearn to kneel before her, pleading for her affection.
Cici.
"I heard you call Jiang Che. Could you not be a little more intimate with me?"
Ah.
Zay, she responded, "Yes, I am here."
Cici.
"Can we do it again? It has been so long since we were together." Yunxi thought to herself, this cunning creature had promised only kisses, yet here he was, asking for more time, and again. It must be said, strengthened men were beyond her capacity to resist, and she could only indulge him. In the following 2 days, Yunxi alternated between allowing Duan Qingwei and Duruoqiu to assist her in cultivation. The Hehuan delusion technique advanced beyond the 4th level of foundation establishment, yet her spiritual energy grew increasingly refined, and her control over spiritual qi became more adept. In the blink of an eye, the relentless blue rain that lasted for 10 days finally ceased, yet the world outside the window bore little resemblance to the memories held within. The streets were still teeming with zombies, their numbers undiminished, each appearing as if forged in some dark crucible, their skin as unyielding as iron. Their roars piercing the air with a painful resonance. The surviving flora had morphed into a lethal threat. The tendrils of creeping vines could snap steel. Dandelion fluff carried paralyzing toxins, and even the roadside foxtail grass towered taller than a man, its edges sharp enough to slice through flesh. Yunxi even felt that severing the arms of those with abilities would be a trivial matter against such growths. Ordinary people could hardly venture out to scavenge for supplies. Even moving within the confines of Yunting Villa required constant vigilance against the sudden onslaught of mutated plants. Yunxi had initially planned for Shen Zeqi and Fumingli as subordinates to enhance their abilities and physiques with chaotic energy, but by the time the blue rain subsided, they had failed to retain any tools capable of harnessing this chaotic power. Over the past few days, many containers had been tested, with Duan Qingwei even replicating boxes used in cultivation for storing rare herbs, yet to no avail. Any tool that came into contact with the blue rain seemed to absorb the chaotic energy, rendering the plan utterly futile. Yunxi stored away those tools that had been in contact with the blue rain, as they had been tainted by chaotic power. She intended to examine them later to discern their differences from ordinary items. Fumingli, select 40 individuals, she commanded, seated upon the sofa, her fingers rhythmically tapping the table. Her gaze resolute. "I require orphans, those with steady temperaments, obedient, and of decent character. Most importantly, they must harbor no rebellious intentions." Fumingli raised his eyes to meet hers, instantly grasping her intent. With a simple "understood," he turned to make arrangements. He already had several pre-selected individuals under his command, making it a straightforward task to find suitable candidates. By afternoon, 40 individuals clad in matching gray work uniforms stood in the villa's courtyard. 15 young women stood on the left, while 25 men occupied the right, all standing upright, though their eyes betrayed a mixture of vigilance and unease. Yunxi approached them, her gaze sweeping across each face, her voice steady and devoid of emotion. "Since you are here, Fumingli must have briefed you on your purpose.
Now.
I grant you one final chance. Those who oppose me or wish to leave, step forward and take 3 packets of instant noodles. I shall not impede your departure." She paused, her tones suddenly turning icy, an oppressive aura emanating from her that compelled the crowd to hold their breath. "For those who remain, I shall not treat you unjustly. You will receive double supplies each month and priority access to weapons crafted by Mr. Duan. However, should any of you dare to betray me," she did not finish her sentence, yet the chill in her eyes pierced like daggers. "You will learn the meaning of a fate worse than death." As her words lingered in the air, a brief silence enveloped the courtyard. A few individuals exchanged furtive glances, their fingers unconsciously tightening around their clothing, evidently contemplating escape. Yunxi cast a glance at Fumingli, and Yang Run promptly stepped forward, swiftly extracting 2 men and 2 women from the crowd. Upon being pulled out, the 2 women immediately adopted a different demeanor, swaying their hips toward Fumingli and Shen Zeqi, throwing flirtatious glances while deliberately lowering their collars to reveal their necks. "Young Master Fu, young Master Shen, we don't really wish to leave. We simply find Miss Yun too domineering. Following you would surely be better than following her. Yet, Shen Zeqi did not even glance in their direction, while Jiang Che turned away in disgust, fumingly regarded them with the indifference one might reserve for refuse. Too apathetic to speak. Seeing their indifference, the two women blushed with anger and, in a fit of desperation, turned their ire toward Yunsi. What makes you so special? They are merely toying with you. Once they grow weary, will they still want you? One of the women spat, her voice sharp. You're no different from us. You're just selling yourself to keep them interested. Silence. A crisp rebuke suddenly rang out. Before Yang Run could take action, a short-haired girl from the front of the female group stepped forward. She appeared to be around 20, taller than Yunsi, her back straight, and a mass of ash-gray energy coalescing in her hand, which she hurled at the two women's mouths. The moment that energy made contact with their lips, their skin began to corrode, emitting hissing white smoke. The two women screamed in agony, but their cries were incomplete. Yunsi looked at her, her tone calm. What is your name? The girl's eyes lit up with excitement as she straightened her posture. I am Luo Wuxia. My ability is corrosion. I am willing to follow Miss Yun through fire and water, with unwavering loyalty. Yunsi nodded slightly, acknowledging her. Fumingly cast a fleeting glance at Yang Run, who stiffened, internally grumbling about Luo Wuxia's attention-seeking behavior. He shot a glare at her, yet refrained from delaying the process, signaling for two of his subordinates to drag the four screaming individuals away. Since they were marked for exclusion by Yunsi, there was no need to waste resources on them within the villa. The expressions of some in the crowd grew complex, glancing at Luo Wuxia with envy and trepidation. If she, possessing corrosive abilities, was so eager to pledge loyalty, would those of them without abilities be deemed unworthy? Once the courtyard fell silent again, Yunsi turned her gaze to the remaining 36 individuals, her voice devoid of warmth. I do not trust you. Thus I will place a curse upon you. Should you betray me, you shall meet a most unfortunate end. Who will step forward first? I will. Luo Wuxia stepped forward eagerly, her eyes filled with anticipation. Yunsi responded with a faint acknowledgement, gradually releasing her third-tier mental energy. The method of heart control flowed through her mind, an invisible force enveloping Luo Wuxia like a fine net. As Luo Wuxia's heart brimmed with reverence and trust, devoid of any inclination to resist, the force encountered little obstruction, merging into the depths of her consciousness. Yunsi could distinctly sense her innermost thoughts, gratitude for being saved, a fervent desire to grow stronger alongside her, and a profound sentiment, akin to her pledge of unwavering loyalty. Yunsi nodded at Luo Wuxia, her eyes warming slightly. Very well. Luo Wuxia felt a wave of relief wash over her, her gaze toward Yunsi now brimming with fervor, as though she had discovered her lifelong faith. The subsequent process unfolded seamlessly. Both genders, primarily orphans who had struggled in the apocalypse, displayed increased trust in Yunsi and offered no resistance. Yunsi's mental energy flowed steadily, leaving marks in their consciousness. Within half an hour, only one person remained. This individual appeared demure, her hair tied in a low ponytail, eyes downcast, exuding an obedient demeanor. However, the moment Yunsi's mental energy brushed against her, a torrent of negative emotions surged forth, intense envy, jealousy, and a frenzied desire to usurp her, piercing Yunsi's consciousness like needles. Unable to suppress herself, Yunsi coughed up a mouthful of blood, staining her front with crimson. She understood that this was the backlash of heart control. This individual not only distrusted her, but harbored a profound disdain, coveting everything she possessed. Yunsi. Shen Zeqi rushed to her side, supporting her arm. Concern etched across his features. Fumingly, Jiang Che and others quickly gathered around, their expressions grave. Yunsi wiped the blood from her lips, gesturing to indicate she was fine. She raised her eyes to Luo Wuxia, her gaze icy. Luo Wuxia instantly understood, stepping forward to hurl a mass of corrosive energy at the feet of the quiet girl. Ah! The girl emitted a shrill scream, attempting to flee. Yet the corrosive energy ensnared her feet, her skin visibly rotting at a rapid pace, soon spreading to her calves. She watched in horror as her legs turned to pus, her gaze filled with dread and despair, ultimately collapsing to the ground, completely consumed in agonized wails, leaving not a single bone behind. The remaining 35 individuals in the courtyard turned pale, their breaths barely audible. They gazed at the cold, defiant girl, finally comprehending that she possessed not only the capability to ensure their sustenance and warmth, but also a ruthless decisiveness. Her prior warning had been no mere jest. Yun-Si took a moment to steady her breath before addressing the group once more, her tone remaining calm, yet imbued with a newfound authority. From this day forth, you shall be known as Yun-Wei, directly under my command. She turned her gaze to Luo Wuxia, stating, the others are entrusted to you. You shall be their captain and guard the Biyuan. Do not deprive them. Feel free to procure any necessary supplies. Understood. Luo Wuxia responded immediately, her eyes brimming with determination. Yun-Si then appointed 2 others to oversee patrol and defense before addressing Fu Mingli. I leave the Biyuan in their hands. We shall depart at dawn tomorrow to the abandoned mall in the west of the city to exterminate zombies and gather crystal cores.
Fu Mingli nodded.
I will have Yang run charter route tonight, avoiding areas dense with mutated plants. Shen Zeqi supported Yun-Si, concern evident in his voice. Your health is paramount. A night of rest should suffice. Yun-Si interrupted him, a glimmer of resolve in her eyes. The rain has ceased. Both zombies and plants are evolving. And we must advance as well. Chapter 50. Contemplations. Yun-Si returned to her room to recuperate from the backlash of using the heart control technique earlier that day. Intending to practice alone. After several consecutive days of training, she required time to organize the spiritual energy within her and solidify her realm. However, just as she changed into loose sleepwear after a bath, a gentle knock echoed at the door.
Come in.
As she toweled her damp hair, she looked up to see Duan Qingyue standing at the threshold, a porcelain bowl in hand, steam wafting from it, seemingly a concoction of medicinal soup. You suffered backlash this afternoon. I used my abilities to draw some herbs and prepared a soup to replenish your energy and blood. Duan Qingyue's voice was tinged with nervousness as his gaze fell upon her reddened eyes, filled with concern. Drink it while it's warm. It will aid your recovery. Yun-Si regarded the bowl in his hands, not declining the offer. She accepted it and placed it on the table. Thank you. She scooped a spoonful. The warm soup sliding down her throat, imbued with a subtle herbal fragrance, surprisingly palatable. Duan Qingyue remained, standing nearby, watching her finish the soup before hesitantly speaking. May I stay tonight? I have a new game I wish to play with you. His voice was soft, laced with a barely perceptible anticipation. Having observed Fu Mingli, Shen Zeqi, and others taking turns keeping her company, he harbored a modicum of selfishness, but lacked the boldness to express it as Shen Zeqi did. Yun-Si lifted her gaze to meet his earnest eyes, tinged with a hint of shyness, and nodded. All right. Duan Qingyue's eyes sparkled with joy as he quickly settled beside her on the bed. Unlike Fu Mingli's steadiness or Shen Zeqi's possessiveness, he cautiously took her hand, his energy gently intertwining with hers, nurturing her. Duan Qingyue held her slender fingers and began to draw with a pen materialized from his abilities on the paper. Despite the fact that it was merely a pen, beads of sweat formed on his brow, and Yun-Si felt a flush creeping to her cheeks. She had long ceased to wish to draw, but Duan Qingyue's firm grip on her hand urged her to remain. He whispered near her ear, "See, it hurts. Just this once." Thus, she commenced anew, engaged in the act of creation once more. Given their impending departure, Yun-Si was cautious not to indulge too recklessly, yet she could not resist Duan Qingyue's persistent pleas. In the living room downstairs, Shen Zeqi, Fu Mingli, Jiang Che, and Du Ruoqiu sat on the sofa, the atmosphere subtly charged. Initially, faint sounds from upstairs could be heard, but as time passed, these noises faded into a vague backdrop, leaving only the occasional teasing laughter and muffled sobs from the men. Shen Zeqi reclined on the sofa, a cigarette between his fingers, its tip unlit, his knuckles pale, yet his expression lacked its usual volatility. He did not even furrow his brow, his gaze heavy upon the floor. Du Ruoqiu glanced at him, inwardly musing. Why is he so calm? Last time, he nearly overturned the coffee table when Yun-Si sought Fu Mingli for training. This time, is he truly so placid after Duan Qingyue has taken the lead? Has he truly learned from Yun-Si's reprimand? Turning his attention to Jiang Che, he observed the latter sitting quietly, his gaze occasionally darting toward the staircase but remaining silent, prompting Du Ruoqiu to find it rather dull. This large fellow was always obedient, never contending with others, quite uninteresting. Finally, Du Ruoqiu's gaze landed on Fu Mingli, leaning closer with a playful grin. Brother Fu, by the order of things, isn't it your turn today? Why let the surname Duan take the lead? Aren't you anxious? Fu Mingli cast him a cold glance, his tone flat yet piercing. Why? Both are human. Duan Qingyue can remain in Yun Ci's room. While you sit here. Is it due to unwillingness or a lack of capability? His words left Du Ruoqiu speechless. Fu Mingli turned away without another glance, straightening his clothes as he ascended the stairs, leaving behind a tall silhouette. Shen Zeqi and Jiang Che exchanged glances and followed suit, retreating to their rooms. Remaining here served no purpose, only heightening their agitation. It was better to rest early and conserve energy for the next day's endeavors. Only Du Ruoqiu remained in the living room, the smile fading from his face, replaced by a tinge of desolation. Leaning back against the sofa, he stared at the ceiling, feeling a tumult of emotions. He should have known that falling for a woman like Yun Si was destined to lead to such disparity. Yet, from the moment he first beheld her fighting valiantly in the hospital, he had plunged in without hesitation. He could not help but ponder. If his mother were still alive and saw him in this state of anxiety, she would surely scold him for lacking ambition. Yet he chuckled to himself, self-deprecatingly. He was indeed a latecomer, trailing behind Fu Mingli, Shen Zeqi, and Jiang Che, merely a minor character, a little 4 or a little 5. With all of them having drawn closer to Yun Si long before him, what right did he have to resent others for their head start? No wonder Brother Fu accepted it so readily. If Yun Si were to reject them, choosing one among them, they would be left as mere spectators. Perhaps it was better to remain entangled in this way. Du Ruoqiu chuckled at his own predicament and rose to head upstairs. Passing by Yun Si's room, he heard her voice, husky from recent smoking, laced with a languid allure that sent shivers down one's spine. His steps faltered, and before he could collect his thoughts, he heard Duan Qingyue's voice, quavering with a mix of anguish and excitement. "Cici, I don't want it anymore." Du Ruoqiu's lips twitched, his eyes wide with shock. He had never expected the usually gentle Duan Qingyue to engage in such activities with Yun Si. He dared not linger any longer, hastily returning to his room. His mind a whirlwind of emotions, some exhilarated, others anxious, tossing and turning until sleep finally claimed him. The following morning, as Yun Si and Duan Qingyue descended the stairs, the living room lay empty, devoid of any presence. Duan Qingyue bore faint dark circles beneath his eyes, yet his expression was one of satisfaction, his steps somewhat unsteady, evidently affected by the previous night's exertions. In contrast, Yun Si appeared vibrant, her complexion a rosy hue, her demeanor more defiant than ever. As they seated themselves at the dining table, Fu Mingli, Shen Zeqi, Jiang Che, and Du Ruoqiu entered from outside, carrying the fresh scent of morning dew. Clearly having inspected the Buyuan early that day, Fu Mingli approached the table, placing a document before them, his tone steady. The defenses of Buyuan have been arranged. Luo Wuxia has divided the Yunwei into 3 patrol teams. Supplies and weapons have been accounted for and are ready for deployment. He paused, looking at Yun Si. "Once you are prepared, we shall set forth." Yun Si nodded, taking a bite of the sandwich from the table, one she had retrieved from her space. A remnant from the pre-apocalypse, yet still delightfully soft. "Let us eat and depart. Our destination is the abandoned mall in the west, where we will first clear the outer zombies before collecting crystal cores." "Understood," they all replied in unison. Du Ruoqiu glanced at Duan Qingyue and couldn't help but jest. "Artist Duan, you must have had quite the ordeal last night, judging by your pallor. You ought to eat more, otherwise, you may lack the strength to combat zombies later." Duan Qingyue's ears turned crimson in an instant, and he lowered his head, too embarrassed to respond. Shen Zeqi shot a glare at Du Ruoqiu. "You can't even keep quiet while eating."
Fu Mingli ignored their banter.
Directly picking up the sandwich and stating, "There are plenty of plants outside the mall before the apocalypse, especially the climbing ivy and roses. The ivy is incredibly resilient, and the roses are thorny. We should prepare more gasoline, or explosive arrows painted by Duan Qingyue. I painted quite a few days ago and stored them in the Yun Si space. I filled the off-road vehicle's gas tank to the brim and have spare fuel cans ready, so we needn't worry about running out of gas on the road."
Jiang Che did.
Du Ruoqiu swallowed her food and added, "I've checked the medical kit. There are sufficient antidotes and bandages. And I've also brought extra ointments for treating wounds. Although my ability has healing effects, I'm uncertain about its efficacy." The group quickly finished breakfast, each grabbing their weapons. Yun Si held her starfall, Fu Mingli wielded a sharpened tang knife, Shen Zeqi had metal fragments in his pockets, Jiang Che went barehanded, believing weapons hindered his performance. Duan Qingyue carried a quiver filled with explosive arrows, and Du Ruoqiu carried a medical box. As they exited the villa, Luo Wuxia was patrolling at the entrance with several Yunwei members. Upon seeing them, he promptly approached Miss. Everything is normal. You can rest assured. We will guard the courtyard well.
All right, Yunsi nodded.
Stay safe, and if you encounter any insurmountable troubles, fire a signal flare. We'll rush back upon seeing it. Understood.
Miss.
Luo Wuxian nodded vigorously, his eyes filled with determination. Chapter 51. Underestimation. The off-road vehicle departed the gates of Yunting Yuan, its wheels crunching over remnants of blue rain, speeding towards the western part of the city. As they left the villa's vicinity, the sight along the roadside cast a grave pall over the group. The once empty asphalt road was now crowded with staggering zombies, their skin bearing a bluish-black, hardened shell, claws resembling talons, and they shrieked as they lunged towards Yunsi and her companion's vehicle. What sent chills down their spines was the sight of thick green vines sprawling in the roadside greenery. Whenever a zombie passed by, those vines would strike like venomous serpents, rapidly ensnaring their prey, crushing flesh and bone, with the remnants swiftly absorbed, leaving only a sticky residue behind. Isn't that pothose? Du Ruoqiu exclaimed from the passenger seat, pointing at the vine coiled around a street lamp, her voice filled with astonishment. The ordinary green plants that were ubiquitous before the apocalypse had morphed into something horrifying. Yunsi furrowed her brow, her gaze fixed intently on the writhing vines, its pothose, completely mutated. I need to take a closer look. Before her words concluded, she had already flung open the car door and leaped out, her tang knife, Starfall, unsheathed in a flash, slicing towards the nearest vine.
Clang.
The blade clashed with the vine, producing a sound akin to metal striking metal. Not only was the vine extraordinarily resilient, but it also twisted violently after being struck, its tip lunging towards Yunsi. Fu Mingli, Shen Zeqi, and the others promptly exited the vehicle, instinctively dividing their tasks.
Fu Mingli conjured an ice blade,
piercing the head of an approaching zombie, causing a white crystal core to roll out. Shen Zeqi manipulated metal fragments, precisely puncturing the zombie skulls. Though he had to excavate the cores himself, Jiang Che, barehanded, received a tang knife from Yunsi, and with his strength, he scarcely missed a strike. He paid no mind. Duan Qingyu strung his bow and shot explosive arrows into the dense horde of zombies, resulting in a resounding explosion that toppled a cluster of them. Yunsi dodged the vine's assault, her gaze sharp as she surveyed her surroundings. The pothose vines were entwined, densely covering half the street, rendering the main stems nearly impossible to locate. Taking a deep breath, she channeled her internal energy, infusing it into Starfall, the blade shimmering with a faint white glow. Without hesitation, she swung the tang knife towards the thickest cluster of vines. If the main stem was elusive, she would first sever the surrounding vines, gradually forcing out its core. Crack, crack. The resilient vines finally succumbed under the empowered tang knife, being severed one by one. After cutting through 4 or 5 main vines, she finally spotted a brown main stem at the base of a street lamp, 3 times thicker than the others, emanating a faint sheen. Clearly the core of this mutated pothose. I found it, Yunsi exclaimed, leaping into the air, bringing her tang knife down upon the main stem. With a squelch, the main stem was cleanly severed, dark green liquids spraying forth. Without the main stem support, the surrounding vines instantly lost their vitality, collapsing limply to the ground, ceasing their writhing. Yunsi gazed at the fallen main stem, her eyes flickering. The mutated pothose vines were not only resilient but also pulsed with a faint energy, potentially useful for crafting weapons or reinforcing defenses. She casually stored the main stem in her space and picked up several thicker vines, intending to return to the villa for further study. Just as Jiang Che finished off the zombie beside him, he noticed Yunsi collecting vines and bent down to pick up one in front of him. He weighed it in his hand, finding nothing remarkable, and yanked it with force. To his astonishment, the seemingly ordinary vine did not budge. Knowing that since absorbing chaotic energy to enhance his physique, his strength had reached an incredible 1,000 pounds, he could easily snap steel. Yet this small vine resisted all his might. What a joke! Jiang Che stared at the vine in disbelief. Seeing his expression, Yunsi couldn't help but clear her throat, her tone laced with mild exasperation. Don't be dazed. It's not just us humans who can strengthen. There are others with abilities, and not just zombies that have mutated. She paused, scanning the group. Only we from Yunting Yuan have enhanced our bodies with blue rain. But that doesn't mean we're the only ones who can achieve this. There are always greater forces beyond our own. In the apocalypse, underestimating anything could cost you your life. Jiang Che pondered her words, setting down the vine, a hint of shame crossing his face. I underestimated this. I thought we were the only ones who could enhance ourselves. I was a bit proud. Du Ruoqiu rolled her eyes, unreservedly undermining him. Are you saying you only thought this thing was weak after seeing Yun-Si slice through a vine? Jiang Che's face flushed crimson, lowering his head, his voice somewhat mumbled. A bit, yes. Upon hearing this, the others neither laughed at him nor mocked him. Rather, they expressed sympathy. Had Jiang Che not made the first faux pas, it could have easily been any of them. When they witnessed Yun-Si effortlessly severing the vine, they too had thought the mutated pothos was not particularly formidable until they saw Jiang Che exerting all his strength and still unable to break it, realizing how perilous their earlier assumptions had been. Yun-Si's expression turned serious, her tone sharpening. This is the apocalypse, not a peaceful era. Put away your underestimations. This time, it was merely a mutated pothos. If we encounter more formidable mutated creatures, with this mentality, you might lose your life. Jiang Che hurriedly picked up the vine from the ground and handed it to Yun-Si, his tone earnest. I'm sorry, Yun-Si. I realize my mistake. I will never underestimate anyone or any plant or creature again. The others nodded in agreement, their faces reflecting shame. They were all older than Yun-Si, yet it took her to remind them of such a simple truth, which was indeed inexcusable. Yun-Si accepted the vine without further comment and turned back to the vehicle. All right, let us continue our journey. We cannot afford to waste time. The group swiftly boarded the vehicle, and the off-road car roared to life once more, heading towards the direction of the abandoned mall in the west of the city. Along the journey, they encountered several mutated plants, including a rose that could spew toxic thorns and a dogtail grass capable of swift movements. However, having learned from previous lessons, the group no longer dared to underestimate them and coordinated harmoniously to eliminate each one. While dealing with a mutated rose, Yun-Si unearthed an orange crystal core from its roots. The core emitted a faint glow, noticeably larger than a first-tier white crystal core, indicating it was a second-tier core. Is this a second-tier core? Shen Zeqi gazed at the crystal in Yun-Si's hand, astonished. Previously, they had only slain first-tier zombies, yielding white crystal cores, and never anticipated that mutated plants would also harbor cores, especially of the second tier. Even more shocking was the ease with which Yun-Si dealt with this second-tier mutated rose, as if it were merely a casual endeavor. Indeed, it's a second-tier core. Yun-Si stored the core away, realizing that the cores from mutated plants, much like those from zombies, could be used to enhance their abilities. With energy that was even purer, the others then responded, presenting the white crystal cores they had obtained from the zombies and mutated plants they had just vanquished. Albeit all were first-tier. Yun-Si glanced at them mildly and said, keep them for yourselves. Absorb the cores to enhance your abilities. Do not waste them. The method of absorption is similar to that of absorbing chaotic energy. Close your eyes and guide the energy within the core into your body with your mental strength. She paused, adding, if you cannot use them for now or are concerned about losing them, you may leave them with me and retrieve them when needed. All right. The group responded in unison. Shen Zeqi and Fu Mingli stored their cores, planning to absorb them when time permitted. Jiang Che and Du Ruoqiu handed theirs to Yun-Si, believing it safer with her, while Du Ruoqiu hesitated but ultimately passed his core to her, lacking confidence in his memory and fearing he might misplace it. The off-road vehicle soon arrived near the abandoned mall in the west of the city. From a distance, the mall's outer walls were riddled with cracks. Its glass display windows shattered, and the entrance was swarming with countless zombies, numbering at least in the hundreds. A few mutated climbing vines entwined around the mall's outer walls, their tendrils dangling down and occasionally ensnaring passing zombies, crushing them. So many zombies, Du Ruoqiu gasped at the sight before him. Fu Mingli retrieved a pair of binoculars, scrutinizing the scene for a moment before speaking calmly. Most are first-tier zombies, with only a few appearing to be second-tier on the left side of the mall entrance. He lowered the binoculars and turned to Yun-Si, asking, how shall we proceed? Yun-Si pushed open the car door, brandishing her tang knife with a sharp glint in her eyes. Du Ruoqiu, use explosive arrows to clear the outer zombies. Fu Mingli will handle the second-tier zombies, while Shen Zeqi and Jiang Che will deal with any stragglers. Du Ruoqiu, you'll cover us from behind. I will engage the mutated climbing vines to prevent them from launching surprise attacks. Understood. The group immediately sprang into action. Du Ruoqiu knocked his bow and launched explosive arrows into the horde of zombies, resulting in a thunderous explosion that toppled a cluster of them. Fu Mingli conjured several ice blades, accurately targeting the second-tier zombies on the left, freezing them in place. Du Ruocio advanced to deliver the finishing blow, but unfortunately, he failed to fell them. Fu Mingli shot him a knowing glance, laden with meaning, causing Du Ruocio to sheepishly touch his nose. Taking the knife from Du Ruocio's hands, Fu Mingli delivered a decisive strike, severing a zombie in half, and followed up with another blow. The brothers exchanged dubious looks, then turned their gaze toward Jiang Che, who was effortlessly dispatching zombies one after another, regardless of their tier. They silently wondered if they had grown too complacent recently. Shen Zeqi and Jiang Che charged forward, one piercing a zombie's skull with a shard of metal, while the other decapitated a zombie with his tang knife. Their coordination was impeccable, swiftly eliminating half the zombies, prompting Fu Mingli and Du Ruocio to set aside their doubts and synchronize their efforts. Meanwhile, Yunxi dashed toward the mutated climbing vines along the mall's outer wall, wielding her tang knife to sever the dangling tendrils. Her movements were agile and swift, reminiscent of a cheetah gliding through the gaps in the vines, quickly drawing the attention of the mutated climbing vines, which then shifted their focus solely onto her. Chapter 52. Third-tier mutated plants. The mutated climbing vines' tendrils writhed as if alive, their tips glistening with toxic coldness, seeking to ensnare Yunxi's limbs. She swung her starfall, the clash between blade and vine producing a series of sharp sounds. It was then she realized that the hardness of this climbing vine far surpassed that of the green radish and rose encountered previously. Her blade, devoid of spiritual energy enhancement, left only shallow marks and could not sever the main vine. A third-tier mutated plant? Yunxi's expression sharpened, swiftly channeling her internal spiritual energy to infuse her blade with the full force of her foundational cultivation at the third layer. Instantly, Starfall radiated a brilliant white light as she leaped to evade the tendril's grasp, bringing her blade down fiercely upon the thickest, main vine. With a satisfying thud, her blade finally cleaved through the resilient vine, dark green sap mixed with a faint orange glow splattering forth. Utilizing her downward momentum, she severed the main vine into two segments, but before she could catch her breath, the severed tendrils rapidly regrew, sprouting even more slender vines that shot toward her like a torrential downpour. Quite the regenerative ability, Yunxi muttered under her breath. Hastily retreating while conjuring a barrier of spiritual energy, the tendrils collided against the barrier with resounding thuds, creating ripples, yet it remained unbroken. Aware that she could not afford to delay, as the regenerative capability of a third-tier mutated plant was formidable, she needed to locate its core swiftly. Taking a deep breath, her gaze scanned the tendrils winding around the mall's outer walls and soon fixed upon a small dark red vine nestled among the thickest clusters. This vine, surrounded by much thicker tendrils, was easily overlooked, and it likely concealed the core of the climbing vine. Without hesitation, she propelled herself forward, akin to an arrow released from a bow, charging toward that unique vine. Any tendrils encountered along the way were severed by her starfall, her spiritual barrier steadfastly shielding her from all ambushes. At last, she reached the distinctive vine, gripping the handle of her knife tightly, concentrating all her strength onto the blade as she struck down toward the crystal core with all her might. With a resounding crack, the yellow crystal core fell to the ground. Without the support of the core, the tendrils entwined around the mall's outer walls instantly lost their vitality, collapsing limply to the ground, motionless. Yunxi sheathed starfall, wiping the sweat from her brow, feeling a wave of apprehension wash over her. During the encounter with a third-tier climbing vine, she had distinctly felt the pressure. This plant's power far exceeded that of Shen Zeqi and the others. If they were to confront it, they would undoubtedly face grave danger. She did not dare linger and immediately sprinted toward the mall's entrance. However, upon reaching the entrance, she saw Fu Mingli, Shen Zeqi, and the others resting on the steps, a number of white crystal cores scattered on the ground, clearly having dealt with the zombies at the entrance. "You're back." Fu Mingli was the first to notice her, looking up with a hint of concern in his eyes. Was that climbing vine a third tier? Yunxi raised an eyebrow and nodded. Yes, a third-tier mutated plant with formidable regenerative abilities. It could be troublesome. Hearing the term third tier, the expressions of the group turned grim. Most of their abilities were still at the first tier, barely capable of handling second-tier zombies or plants, and encountering a third-tier foe would leave them utterly defenseless. Leaning against the wall, Yunxi retrieved a pack of cigarettes and a lighter from her pocket, lighting one up. The click of the lighter resonated sharply in the silent street, breaking the stillness and rousing the group from their reverie. They watched as Yunxi exhaled clouds of smoke, suddenly comprehending her earlier urgency to grow stronger. In this apocalyptic world, where zombies continually evolved, only those strong enough could protect themselves and those around them. At that moment, Yunsi, clad in a black-fitted long-sleeve t-shirt with a hood and paired with dark blue flared jeans, stood confidently in her white shoes. She delineated a slender yet powerful waist, elongated and straight legs, and a bosom that added a touch of seductive allure. Yet, her face bore a cool and exquisite demeanor. This intriguing juxtaposition of traits compelled one to steal a second glance. Her attire exuded both edginess and elegance, and her posture, leaning against the wall while smoking, added an air of defiance. It was difficult to fathom how such beguiling charm and aloof boldness could coexist within the same individual, drawing the gaze of all around her. Shen Zeqi was the first to regain his composure, rising to approach her, reaching out to take the cigarette from her fingers. "You should smoke less. It's detrimental to your health." Yunsi, however, took a deep drag before leaning closer, exhaling the smoke towards him. Shen Zeqi paused momentarily, then obediently inhaled, his voice low. "Be good. Cut down on it in the future." Yunsi raised an eyebrow, a smile tugging at her lips. Smoking is quite relieving, especially after intense exercise. There are even better ways to relieve stress. Would you care to try? Duruachio leaned in, wearing a sly grin and speaking in a suggestive tone. Noticing this, Fumingli punched Duruachio playfully, his eyes conveying a warning. "Don't speak nonsense." Rubbing her sore arm, Duruachio pouted but fell silent. Fumingli turned to Yunsi, his tone serious. "It's getting dark. We must find a place to rest soon. Should we clear out the zombies in the mall and rest here tonight, or head somewhere else?" Yunsi surveyed the dimly lit mall, where the faint sounds of zombies echoed, indicating that many remained, and they had only dealt with a fraction. Shaking her head, she replied, "The mall is too vast and conditions are unclear. It would be too dangerous to clean it out at night. Let's extract the crystal cores first, then rest in that small building across the way. We can venture into the mall tomorrow." Agreed, the group chorused, promptly springing into action. Duan Qingyue and Duruachio took charge of extracting the crystal cores, while Shen Zeqi and Jiang Che began clearing the remnants of the mutated plants they had previously dealt with.
Fumingli stood guard,
vigilant against any new zombies or plants that might appear. Before long, all the crystal cores were unearthed, 1 third-tier yellow core, 200 first-tier white cores, and 5 second-tier cores. Additionally, Jiang Che and Shen Zeqi retrieved the main stem of a Tier 3 climbing vine, which, despite lacking a core, remained sturdy enough to serve as a weapon. Yunsi gathered the cores and stem, addressing the group. "Let us head to the small building across." The group followed her lead towards the small 3-story structure, resembling a former convenience store specializing in tobacco. No zombies loitered at the entrance, and the glass door was intact. Pushing the door open, Yunsi entered first, illuminating the interior with her flashlight. Finding no zombies, only scattered merchandise, she declared, "This place is safe. We can rest here." She then began assigning tasks. Fumingli and Jiang Che, you will stand guard at the entrance. Duruachio and Duan Qingyue, tidy up this space. I will prepare food and water, and you, Shen Zeqi, thoroughly scout the building. Be meticulous. Understood, they replied, each assuming their roles. Fumingli and Jiang Che positioned themselves at the entrance, alertly observing the surroundings, while Duruachio and Duan Qingyue cleared debris to create a clean area. Yunsi moved to the inner room, retrieving a large bowl of rice, braised pork, stewed ribs, fish-flavored shredded pork, chicken with mushrooms, sautéed Shanghai greens, and bottled water. Placing them on the table, by the time they finished, night had fully enveloped the sky. Gathering around the table, they shared the meal, the atmosphere warm and comforting. After a day of combat, fatigue weighed on each of them, yet their eyes sparkled with excitement. They had not only eliminated numerous zombies and mutated plants, but also acquired a significant number of crystal cores. Once absorbed, these cores would undoubtedly enhance their abilities considerably. "Tomorrow, we must proceed with caution," Fumingli stated, placing down his utensils, his tone grave. "There may be even more zombies inside, perhaps even mutated animals." "Indeed," Yunsi nodded. "I will lead the way, with Fumingli and Shen Zeqi flanking me. Jiang Che will cover the rear, while Duan Qingyue handles long-range attacks. Duruachio will stay in the middle and ensure her own safety. Rest assured, I won't hold us back," Duruachio affirmed, her eyes filled with determination. They continued discussing their plans for the next day before finding their respective places to rest. Yunsi leaned against the wall, eyes closed, though slumber did not come immediately. She reflected on the day's battles, contemplating how to expedite her growth in power. With Tier 3 mutated plants already emerging, stronger foes were certain to follow. She needed to break through to the 4th level of Foundation establishment to better protect her companions. Time slipped by, and she soon heard faint footsteps at the door. Opening her eyes, she saw Shen Zeqi approach and sit beside her. "Aren't you asleep yet?" His voice was soft, careful not to disturb the others. "Just lost in thought," she replied. Shen Zeqi took her hand, his tone earnest. "Don't pressure yourself too much. We will grow stronger together." Yunsi met his gaze, warmth blossoming in her chest as she nodded in agreement. The two lapsed into silence, simply leaning against one another, savoring the comforting warmth they shared. Chapter 53. The Tier 3 zombie. As the night deepened, the rhythmic breaths within the small room gradually settled into a soothing cadence. Fu Mingli leaned against the wall by the door, eyes half closed while remaining attuned to the sounds around him. Duan Qingyue rested against a corner shelf, her breathing shallow. Clearly in a deep slumber. Du Ruachio sprawled atop a stack of cardboard boxes, mumbling in her sleep, oblivious to her surroundings. Yunsi, nestled in the corner, felt Shen Zeqi's warm hand clasping hers, dispelling the chill of the night. As time passed, perhaps due to the fatigue of the day's battles or the intoxicating presence of the person beside her, the distance between them quietly diminished in the stillness. No one could definitively say who made the first move. Shen Zeqi only remembered how captivating she appeared that night, drawing him closer, compelling him to kiss her. He leaned in slightly, his fingertips brushing against Yunsi's cheek with tentative tenderness. To his surprise, she did not shy away, but instead tilted her head slightly, her lashes fluttering as if granting unspoken consent to his advance. The moment their lips met, Shen Zeqi found his mind blank, consumed only by the softness and warmth of the person in his embrace. His movements grew bolder, arms tightened around Yunsi, drawing her closer, while his other hand slid down her back, tracing the gentle curves of her form. Though the sounds within the room were not loud, they resonated distinctly in the hushed atmosphere, the slight creaking of the wooden bed mingling with their restrained breaths, reaching the ears of those outside. Fu Mingli unconsciously fiddled with the beads of his prayer bracelet, brows furrowed, yet he kept his eyes shut.
Du Ruachio plötzlich holzet Hermomos.
Peeking through a narrow slit in her eyelids towards the inner room, then promptly closed them again, feigning ignorance. She understood that any excessive movement at such a moment would only reveal her own tumultuous possessiveness. Duan Qingyue turned over, burying her face deeper into the shadows. Eventually, the commotion within the inner room subsided. Shen Zeqi cradled Yunsi, resting his chin atop her head, his breathing gradually calming. Yunsi nestled in his embrace. Let her fingertips glide over the muscular lines of his arm, feeling the strength within him, a rare sense of relaxation washing over her. She suddenly craved a cigarette, deciding not to suppress her desire. Producing a cigarette and lighter, she offered one to Shen Zeqi, who took it from her hand. At that moment, faint footsteps echoed from outside. Jiang Che, having awoken, sat up and surveyed the room, his gaze landing on the inner door without hesitation as he stood and strode directly towards it. As Du Ruachio heard the sound of footsteps, she stealthily opened her eyes, gazing at Jiang Che's back, her expression filled with astonishment. She had not anticipated that the typically taciturn Jiang Che would be so direct. However, when she glanced at Duan Qingyue, she found his face shrouded in shadow, obscuring his emotions. Du Ruachio pondered whether Duan Qingyue had already drifted off to sleep. Could it be? If so, might she and Fu Go also indulge? She was uncertain if Yunsi would agree. The door to the inner room was gently pushed open as Jiang Che entered, silent as he surveyed the two individuals engulfed in smoke. He extended his arm to wrap around Yunsi, who did not resist. Instead, she leaned into his embrace. Extinguishing the cigarette, pulling Jiang Che down by the neck, she pressed her lips against his, and thus, everything unfolded naturally. The creaking of the wooden bed intensified, each sound more urgent than the last, uninterrupted. Shen Zeqi cast a glance at Jiang Che, a flicker of complexity flashing in his eyes, yet he said nothing, merely yielding his position. Jiang Che beheld the satisfied woman before him. She was breathtaking, especially in the aftermath, reminiscent of a freshly watered rose, blooming vibrantly. By night, she retracted her thorns, exuding an alluring yet cold defiance that incited a desire to cherish and adore her. By day, she was adorned with prickles, warding off any who dared to approach. Yet, in this moment, She resembled a resplendent rose, her thorns withdrawn, and he could not help but wish to pluck her, nurturing her to blossom further in his hands. As the night ebbed away amidst the creaking of the wooden bed, dawn broke, casting a pale light outside. The following morning, Yun-Si was the first to awaken. She quietly rose from the embrace of the two men, exiting the inner room to procure milk, bread, and fried eggs, a rare warm breakfast in a post-apocalyptic world. One by one, the others awoke, drawn to the table laden with food, gathering around without surprise. For this had always been their routine. Didn't he expect you all to rise so early? I thought, Du Ruoqiu began, but was interrupted by a swift kick from Shen Zeqi beneath the table. Eat up, and then we'll head to the mall, Yun-Si instructed, picking up a slice of bread and savoring it slowly. The group fell silent, hastily finishing their breakfast. After tidying up, the six of them made their way towards the mall across the street. As they pushed the door open, a powerful stench of blood assaulted them, even more pungent than the previous day. Be careful.
Fumingly cautioned.
And scarcely had the words left his lips when a lithe second-tier zombie lunged at Shen Zeqi. Its skin was a sickly gray, with nails glistening ominously. Moving nearly twice as fast as a first-tier zombie, saliva dripping dark green from its maw. Shen Zeqi was prepared, manipulating metal shards that swiftly pierced the zombie's skull. Dark green blood sprayed forth as the creature collapsed. Yet, before relief could settle upon them, more second-tier zombies surged from every corner of the mall, their numbers exceeding dozens, while first-tier zombies were notably scarce. Indeed, the zombies here had evolved at a rapid pace. Yun-Si stood her ground, her eyes scanning the surroundings with sharp vigilance. You all deal with these second-tier zombies. I'll keep an eye out for any third-tier zombies attempting a sneak attack. She sensed a faint but powerful energy emanating from deep within the mall, carrying an oppressive weight. A third-tier zombie was surely lurking within.
Fu Mingli, Shen Zeqi.
And the others sprang into action. Fu Mingli conjured several ice blades, expertly targeting the heads of the zombies, dispatching each second-tier foe with precision. Shen Zeqi unleashed a torrent of metal shards, raining down upon the horde, swiftly decimating a cluster. Jiang Che wielded a knife with a rolled edge, finding no resistance as the bones of the second-tier zombies crumbled before him. Duan Qingyu readied his bow, launching explosive arrows into the dense mass of zombies, causing a thunderous blast that toppled 4 or 5. Du Ruoqiu followed closely behind, releasing water arrows to assist with any stragglers. Through their previous day's experience, their coordination had significantly improved, and they efficiently targeted the zombies' heads. Yun-Si maintained her position, her consciousness extending to envelop the entire first floor of the mall. Her gaze was fixed on the entrance leading deeper into the mall, a crucial passage to the second floor and the source of the strongest energy fluctuations. She understood that the third-tier zombie was likely waiting for them to lower their guard. An ambush would spell disaster. After half an hour, the first floor was finally cleared of zombies, leaving behind numerous white and orange crystal cores. Duan Qingyu stepped forward to collect them, handing them to Yun-Si. Let us take a 10-minute break to regain our strength, Yun-Si advised, stowing away the crystal cores. The second floor houses clothing, with narrow spaces and dense shelves, making it easy to be ambushed. When we ascend, stay close to me. Do not scatter. Her greatest concern was that if they dispersed, a third-tier zombie might emerge unexpectedly, overwhelming her. Everyone nodded, seeking places to rest. Yun-Si distributed water and chocolate to each, while Du Ruoqiu checked for injuries, relieved to find only superficial wounds. After 10 minutes, they rose and made their way to the second floor. As they ascended the staircase, Yun-Si suddenly halted, her brow furrowing in concern. The second floor was eerily silent, devoid of any zombie growls. Even the sound of wind rustling through shelves was absent. Logically, after the commotion they had created on the first floor, there should have been at least a few zombies remaining on the second floor, yet it lay in complete stillness. As if purged. Something is amiss, Yun-Si murmured, reaching out to stop Jiang Che from advancing. Everyone stay close to me. Do not approach any shelves. She sensed that the energy fluctuations on the second floor were even stronger than those on the first, and not far ahead. A third-tier zombie was undoubtedly aware of their arrival, observing them from the shadows. The group quickly clustered around Yun-Si, their expressions vigilant, as they scanned their surroundings. Fu Mingli conjured more ice blades. Shen Zeqi suspended metal shards before him. Duan Qingyu readied his bow, while Du Ruoqiu prepared her water arrows. Jiang Che gripped the tang knife that Yun-Si had recently provided him during their rest. Just then, Faint footsteps echoed from behind the shelves ahead, resembling someone dragging heavy feet, slow and stiff, yet exuding a disquieting pressure. "It's here," Yunsi whispered, her hand tightening around the hilt of the starfall dagger, poised for action. As the footsteps drew closer, a figure emerged from the corner of the second floor. Yunsi's pupils constricted as she finally discerned its form, a third-tier male zombie. Unlike the typical zombies with their decaying, dark skin, this one bore a strange grayish-white hue, devoid of any spark of life in its eyes, only an overwhelming void. Most alarming were its nails, elongated to 3 inches, reflecting a metallic gleam. Their tips stained with dark red blood, evidence of prior hunts. This was a third-tier zombie of the power type. "This is a third-tier male zombie," Yunsi warned quietly. And before her words could fully register, she charged forward without hesitation. She held nothing back as her spiritual energy surged into the starfall, the blade radiating a blinding white light as it descended toward the zombie's skull with ferocity. She was acutely aware that against a third-tier zombie, any delay would yield catastrophic results. Yet, even as she unleashed her full might, her vigilance remained unyielding. This mall was expansive, and the number of second-tier zombies far exceeded those outside. There was no reason to believe there was only one third-tier zombie present. The male zombie responded defiantly, emitting a low growl from its throat as it advanced rather than retreating, raising its metallic nailed hand to grasp at Yunsi's blade. The clash of claws against steel rang out, a piercing metallic sound accompanied by sparks flying in all directions. Yunsi felt a sudden tingling in her arm as an immense force surged through the blade, causing her to involuntarily retreat 2 steps. Such formidable strength.
Yunsi marveled inwardly.
The power of this third-tier zombie was barely on par with her own cultivation at the 4th level of Foundation establishment. If this continued, her spiritual energy would be depleted, and if the other third-tier zombie lurking in the shadows decided to strike, they would all be plunged into peril.
Fu Mingli, Shen Zeqi.
And the others stood behind, watching Yunsi grapple alone with the third-tier zombie, their hearts filled with anxiety and concern. They could see clearly that Yunsi's figure appeared particularly frail under the onslaught of the zombie. Yet each swing of her blade and each evasive maneuver displayed a desperate resolve. The usually aloof and proud girl was, at this moment, using her not-so-broad shoulders to shield these men, towering at heights of 180 to 190 centimeters, from danger. Shen Zeqi's head bowed slightly, his bangs obscuring his gaze, leaving no one to discern his thoughts. However, the whiteness of his tightly clenched fists betrayed his inner turmoil. Guilt flooded his heart as he finally comprehended Yunsi's previous urgency to grow stronger. It had never been a jest. Yet, because of his own selfishness, he had repeatedly put her in difficult positions, even hindering her at this critical moment. If only he could be a bit stronger. Perhaps he could share some of the burden. What troubled him further was that, based on his understanding of Yunsi, she was always cautious. If there were only one third-tier zombie, she would not be fighting with such intensity, leaving no room for even a moment's respite. She was undoubtedly worried about the presence of a second one lurking in the shadows. Fu Mingli's gaze remained fixated on Yunsi, his eyes reflecting a maelstrom of emotions. He watched her face the zombie's relentless attacks, a powerful yearning swelling within him. He longed to fight alongside her rather than stand back, helplessly letting her protect him. He swore silently that upon their return, he would strive to absorb more cores and rapidly enhance his strength. He could no longer bear to stand behind her, feeling so utterly powerless. Jiang Che had been closely observing Yunsi's techniques, and with each passing moment, his heart grew heavier. The fighting style she employed was one he had taught her. Even when facing formidable foes, she would seek counterattack opportunities while evading. Yet now, she was solely on the offensive, each strike a desperate gamble, exchanging wounds for wounds. Suddenly, he realized the urgency of the situation and urgently warned Fu Mingli and the others, "Be careful. Yunsi's moves are too frantic. Everyone stay alert. There may be a second third-tier zombie." As his warning echoed, Yunsi abruptly altered her strategy. Instead of dodging the zombie's incoming punch, she lunged forward, bracing the blow with her shoulder. A sharp crack resounded as she felt an excruciating pain shoot through her shoulder, as if her bone might shatter.
Yunsi.
Shen Zeqi and the others gasped, wanting to rush forward to assist her, but she sternly commanded, "Stay back." His suspicions were confirmed. She needed to eliminate this zombie swiftly to free up her energy to confront the hidden threat. Seizing the moment while the zombie's fist was still reeling back, Yunsi endured the searing pain and channeled all her remaining spiritual energy into her blade, Starfall. The blade glimmered with a brilliant white light as she struck fiercely at the zombie's neck. With a sickening squelch, the sharp edge of her blade cleaved through the zombie's head, dark green blood gushing forth and splattering Yunsi. The decapitated head rolled to the ground, and the body collapsed, motionless. Yet, Yunsi did not relax. As she steadied herself, she gripped Starfall tightly, scanning the corners of the second floor with heightened vigilance. Beads of cold sweat trickling down her forehead. Her shoulder was swollen and blood-soaked, clearly injured. Yet the sharpness in her gaze remained undiminished as she sought to pinpoint the location of the second third-tier zombie.
Yunsi,
Are you alright? Shen Zeqi rushed to her side, carefully supporting her, his eyes filled with concern and urgency. I knew you were worried about a second one. Don't push yourself. We can search together. Fu Mingli, Jiang Che, and the others gathered around, their faces etched with worry. Du Ruoqiu immediately opened the medical kit, retrieving painkillers and bandages to tend to Yunsi's wound. Yunsi, take the painkillers first. Your shoulder is severely injured. If we don't treat it, it will affect your movements, he said, promptly administering the medication. With great difficulty, Yunsi swallowed the medicine, suppressing her pain, and pointed toward the zombie's corpse. Then scanned the depths of the second floor. First, extract the core, then split into two groups. Fu Mingli, take Duan Qinghua left. Jiang Che, follow me right. Shen Zeqi and Du Ruoqiu, stay here to keep watch. They had to locate the second third-tier zombie quickly. Its concealment posed too great a danger. She understood well that delaying would only increase the risk. Only by taking the initiative could they seize control of the situation. As seeing her in such a state, Shen Zeqi felt a pang of heartache and helplessness, shaking his head. No, you can't fight like this with your injury. I'll team up with Fu Mingli. You and Du Ruoqiu stay here. His tone was resolute, leaving no room for rebuttal.
Fu Mingli nodded in agreement.
Shen Zeqi is right. Your injury needs attention. Leave the rest to us. He took Yunsi as Starfall, carefully slicing open the zombie's head to extract a fist-sized yellow core. Is this a third-tier core? He mused. It's significantly larger than the previous one. Yunsi glanced at it, responding coolly, almost a fourth tier. If we hadn't come, it would have taken at least half a month. Without further ado, Du Ruoqiu seized Yunsi's arm, gently cleaning the wound on her shoulder with iodine. His movements were tender, as if he were handling a rare treasure. Yunsi, you should listen to them. You can barely lift your arm. How can you fight a third-tier zombie? What if something happens to you? His voice trembled, and he attempted to use his water abilities to heal her wound. But his self-healing powers had no effect on her. Yunsi, perceiving the unwavering determination in their eyes, realized that persisting would be futile. She nodded, all right. You all be careful. If you encounter danger, retreat here immediately. Fu Mingli and Shen Zeqi exchanged glances, each grasping their weapons as they ventured toward the two directions of the second floor. Jiang Che and Duan Qinghua followed suit, their figures quickly disappearing into the shadows of the shelves. Leaning against the shelf, Yunsi watched their departing silhouettes, her heart still taut. She sensed that the second third-tier zombie would be even more formidable than the one she had just faced. Chapter 55. Cunning Yunsi leaned against the shelf, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on every corner of the second floor, not allowing herself a moment's respite. She understood that, given Shen Zeqi and Fu Mingli's current strength, they stood little chance against a third-tier zombie. If a second one truly emerged, they would likely meet their end here. Though her right shoulder was injured, her left hand wielded strength that was by no means inferior to her right. In school, she had instinctively concealed her left-handedness, having been ridiculed by classmates. Over the years, she had trained her left hand in secret, practicing martial arts and engaging in various tasks, often more than with her right. It was only due to the presence of others that she had consistently relied on her right hand, keeping this secret from them. Yunsi closed her eyes, slowly extending her newly acquired spiritual energy. Her fourth-level foundation establishment energy spread like a fine net, meticulously covering the entirety of the second floor, from the towering shelves stacked high with clothing to the scattered accessories on the counters, and even to the cash register in the corner. She searched thoroughly, but found no anomalous energy fluctuations. Could her intuition be mistaken? Yunsi pondered, yet she remained vigilant. That elusive sensation of being watched persisted. It could not be mere illusion. Reluctantly, she unleashed her spiritual energy once more, scanning with even greater precision through every crevice. not sparing even the piled cardboard boxes beneath the shelves. Yet, the outcome remained unchanged, an emptiness devoid of life, with no trace of any second-tier zombies. Are you alright? Shen Zeqi and the others scoured the entire second floor, their expressions filled with concern as they observed her pallid countenance. Just as Yunsi was about to speak, she noticed Duan Qingyue gesturing towards the third floor, his voice tinged with uncertainty. Could it be on the third floor? We only examined the second floor. We haven't yet checked upstairs. Furrowing her brow, Yunsi began to retrace her earlier sensations. From the moment she entered the second floor, she had been plagued by a sense of being watched, subtle yet malicious. Her instincts had never failed her. Danger was certainly lurking on this level. But where did that gaze originate? At that moment, her back inadvertently brushed against the door of the fitting room. The icy sensation jolted her back to reality. She had thoroughly searched the entire floor, yet she had unconsciously deemed the fitting room, where she leaned, closest and safest, thus neglecting it. Everyone stepped back.
Yunsi commanded sharply.
Her left hand quietly gripping Xinglua, the blade glinting coldly in the dim light. Her right hand hung by her side, seemingly powerless. Yet her left was poised for an immediate strike, her trump card, which she had not anticipated using so soon. The group immediately retreated 2 steps, all eyes warily fixed on the tightly shut fitting room door. Suddenly, an overwhelming surge of psychic energy erupted from within, akin to a razor-sharp blade, piercing directly towards Yunsi's consciousness. She felt as though countless needles were stabbing into her brain, her very essence threatened to shatter, the agony causing her vision to dim. Gasping softly, she instinctively channeled her internal spiritual energy, mirroring her adversary's approach as she solidified her own psychic force into a sphere, retaliating against the invading energy. The 2 forces collided midair, an invisible shockwave causing the surrounding clothing racks to tremble violently, several heavy coats tumbling to the ground. A searing heat surged in her chest, and a metallic sweetness rose in her throat as blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, splattering onto the white tiles in a stunning crimson.
Yunsi!
Du Ruoqiu cried out, immediately grasping a medical kit to rush forward, only to be halted by Yunsi's raised hand. She shook her head defiantly, her voice hoarse yet resolute. Do not approach. I am fine. Having led them out, she was determined to bring them all back unscathed. She could not allow anyone to fall here. Fu Mingli clenched his fists tighter, his eyes ablaze with fury and concern as he regarded the blood at her lips. For the first time, he deeply resented his own weakness, feeling powerless to protect her. Shen Zeqi's eyes reddened, longing to say something, yet was silenced by Yunsi's gaze. Taking a deep breath, Yunsi managed a strained smile, attempting to alleviate the tense atmosphere. Yet, to those around her, that smile was more heart-wrenching than tears. Her face was as pale as parchment, cold sweat trickling down her brow, blood staining her lips, yet her eyes remained defiant, revealing no trace of vulnerability. It was as if she was striving mightily to grow stronger, to survive, yet appeared indifferent to her own life. Indeed, she would exchange injury for injury, life for life. She was not one to cherish her existence. Though she seemed to care for herself, she lived each day as though it were her last. Do not worry. I am stronger than it, Yunsi calmly stated, wiping the blood from her lips. From their brief clash, she sensed that the zombie's psychic power was slightly inferior to her own. It was the unexpected ambush that had caused her difficulties. All she needed was for the zombie to emerge, and she had an 80% certainty of defeating it. However, in the ensuing minutes, silence reigned in the fitting room as if the psychic force had never manifested, leaving no further signs of life.
Yunsi frowned, puzzled.
Could it be that the zombie was also aware of the adage, when the enemy does not move, I do not move, and intended to remain hidden? After a moment of contemplation, she feigned relaxation and addressed the group. Since we cannot find it, let us proceed to the 3rd floor. The danger may lie above. As she spoke, she pretended to move toward the staircase. A faint rustling emanated from the fitting room, as if something stirred within, yet the door remained steadfastly shut, showing no intention of opening. Yunsi smirked inwardly. This zombie was cunning, knowing to stay concealed. She stepped back 2 paces, deliberately making her footsteps heavy, as if genuinely preparing to leave.
Click.
The fitting room door shifted slightly, revealing a crack, yet the zombie did not emerge.
Yunsi halted, gripping Xingluo tighter.
She could sense the zombie lurking just behind the door, its psychic energy fixated upon her. Should she retreat another step? It was highly likely it would launch another mental assault. It is waiting for us to lower our guard, she whispered to the others behind her. On my count of 3, you will retreat to safety, and if necessary, you may strike. Understood. The group echoed in unison. Though concern for Yunxi's injuries lingered in their hearts, they knew this was not the time for hesitation and resolved to follow her lead. Yunxi took a deep breath, her spiritual energy flowing steadily despite the considerable toll taken during their earlier exchange and the internal injuries she sustained. Yet, she felt confident in confronting the zombie lurking in the shadows. Feigning a retreat, she edged backward toward the staircase, her peripheral vision keenly observing the fitting room door. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the door burst open, and a figure lunged forth like a specter towards Yunxi. It was a particularly emaciated female zombie. Her skin withered like dried bark, yet her eyes glowed with an eerie violet light, clearly a third-tier psychic zombie.
Now, Yunxi shouted, swiftly wielding Xingluo,
the blade gleaming white as it arced toward the zombie's head. Simultaneously, Fu Mingli unleashed an icy blade aimed precisely at the zombie's limbs, while Shen Zeqi's metallic shards rained down like a torrential storm upon her. Duan Qingyue had already nocked an explosive arrow, poised for release. The psychic zombie, however, exhibited remarkable agility, twisting midair to evade Yunxi's blade and Fu Mingli's icy projectile, sustaining only a graze from Shen Zeqi's metallic shards, greenish blood splattering forth. Not wishing to engage further, it turned to flee back into the fitting room. Ignoring the pain in her chest, Yunxi leaped forward, her left hand swinging Xingluo once more towards the zombie. She understood that should this psychic zombie elude her again, the next encounter would be far more challenging. As the zombie released another wave of psychic energy aimed at Yunxi's consciousness, she was prepared this time, swiftly retaliating with her own mental force. The two energies collided again, causing her chest to churn violently. Another surge of blood threatened to escape her lips, yet she swallowed it down. Unwilling to show weakness to her companions, the psychic zombie staggered back, a dark green liquid seeping from its mouth, indicating it too had been injured. It glanced at the encroaching group, eyes filled with wariness, before retreating deeper into the shadows of the second floor, swiftly vanishing from sight. Yunxi refrained from pursuing. She knew that in her current state, chasing after it would yield no advantage, but rather lead her into a trap. She leaned against the wall, gasping for breath, the pain in her chest intensifying and her vision beginning to fade.
Yunxi,
are you all right? Shen Zeqi rushed to her side, supporting her with utmost care. Concern and urgency etched in his expression. Do not push yourself. Let us return. We can deal with the zombies on the 3rd floor another time.
Fu Mingli nodded in agreement.
Shen Zeqi is right. This psychic zombie is too cunning, and you are injured. We are not its match at present. Let us return to recuperate and come back when we are stronger. Yunxi nodded, taking a moment to gather herself, her voice hoarse as she replied, yes. She paused, slowly adding, we will eventually encounter it at Yunting Biyuan. As the crowd gazed upon her pale, yet resolute face, a mix of compassion and guilt welled within them. Du Ruachio produced a painkiller and offered it to Yunxi. Take the medication first. Your injuries are quite severe. Yunxi accepted the pills, swallowing them down with a sip of mineral water, then leaned against the wall, closing her eyes to recuperate her mental strength. Chapter 56. Incurable after resting against the wall for a brief moment, as the searing pain in her chest began to subside, she retrieved an off-road vehicle from her spatial storage. Observing this, the onlookers hastened to assist. Fu Mingli opened the door, while Shen Zeqi helped Yunxi into the passenger seat and Jiang Che took the wheel, willingly assuming the driving duties. The return journey proved far more favorable than the outbound one. Perhaps it was due to their earlier extermination of the zombies, or simply good fortune, for they encountered only a handful of first-tier zombies and a solitary second-tier one, which Fu Mingli and Shen Zeqi dispatched with ease. What had taken them 7 or 8 hours on the way there now only consumed 2 or 3 hours on the return, the off-road vehicle coming to a steady halt before the gates of Yunting Villa. Is anyone there? Shen Zeqi was the first to notice the scattered figures at the entrance, his eyes filled with astonishment. When they had departed, the villa's surroundings had been desolate. Yet now there were numerous unfamiliar faces, evidently seeking refuge. In just a few days, Yunting Villa had transformed into a small safe zone. As the vehicle approached the main gate, the duty officer, Li Dahu, recognized it and waved them through eagerly. He was one of the 35, Yunwei, selected by Yunxi, tall and vigilant, and upon seeing her return, a look of evident joy spread across his face.
Miss.
You have finally returned. Li Dahu approached, intending to speak further, but as his eyes fell upon Yunxi's pale complexion and blood-stained clothing, he swallowed his words and silently stepped aside. As the vehicle entered the villa, a figure sprinted towards the building, Luo Wuxia. Upon hearing the news of Yunxi's return, she had immediately set aside her task of inventorying supplies and rushed over. However, upon reaching the entrance, she witnessed Jiang Che carefully lifting Yunxi from the car. His movements gentle. A pang of alarm struck Luo Wuxia, and she halted abruptly. Is she injured? Once Jiang Che laid Yunxi on the living room sofa, Luo Wuxia dared to approach. At that moment, traces of blood still lingered at the corners of Yunxi's mouth, and the right shoulder of her black hoodie was drenched in blood, spreading a large patch of dark crimson, a sight that tugged at the heartstrings. Internally, Luo Wuxia cursed the ineptitude of the men. How could they fail to protect her? Yet she remained silent, standing to the side with worry etched in her eyes. The bloodstains on Yunxi were alarming to all present. Du Ruochio stepped forward, his tone imbued with concern. "Cc, rest for a moment. I'll carry you upstairs to change into some clean clothes and properly tend to your wounds." Yunxi nodded slightly, then turned to Luo Wuxia, her voice hoarse. "In the meantime, you can handle the matters of the villa with them." Luo Wuxia quickly shook her head, originally only intending to check on her, but blurted out, "Are you all right?" Gazing into Yunxi's fatigued eyes, she found it unbearable to disturb her further. "I'm fine," Yunxi replied softly, shaking her head. Seeing her pallor and the reluctance to speak, Luo Wuxia perceptively stepped back. "Then rest for now. I will take my leave. Call me if there is anything urgent." With that, she turned to depart, her footsteps markedly slower than before. Her thoughts consumed by the sight of Yunxi's pale and exhausted form, a stark contrast to her usual vibrant self. She resolved that next time, she would accompany her, determined to prevent any further injuries. She should not appear so wan and weary, she ought to be fierce and full of life. Once Luo Wuxia had left, Du Ruochio bent down to lift Yunxi, heading straight for the second-floor bedroom. Upon entering the room, he retrieved scissors from the medical kit, cautiously cutting away her blood-soaked clothing, which had adhered to her wounds. The moment the scissors sliced through the fabric, a sharp intake of breath escaped him. He had initially believed Yunxi's injuries to be mere superficial ones, having only glimpsed the scratches left by zombies during the hasty treatment at the mall. Now, however, he discovered that those scratches had torn into 2 finger-wide gashes, deep enough to glimpse bone, with dark green zombie venom still lingering at the edges, causing the surrounding skin to take on a strange, dark hue. He suppressed his anguish, preparing warm water, and gently dabbed at the bloodied areas around her wounds with a cotton swab soaked in saline solution, carefully washing her hair and cleaning her entire body. This act tightened his heart. Yunxi's body was marred with bruises, and a large contusion marred her lower back, while several shallow scratches adorned her ribs, evidently incurred during combat with the zombies. How had she managed to remain silent through such pain? Du Ruochio's hands trembled slightly, and he became increasingly cautious in his ministrations. At that moment, a knock echoed from the door, and Jiang Che's voice called out, "Du Ruochio, are you ready? It's time to eat." Almost, Du Ruochio responded, his voice tinged with a husky quality. Jiang Che assumed he was simply empathizing with Yunxi's plight, giving it little thought. After all, who wouldn't feel sorrow upon seeing her in such a state? Yet only Du Ruochio understood that this sorrow had filled his chest to the brim, making even the act of breathing feel burdensome. He hesitated to dress Yunxi, fearing that even the slightest pressure might tear open her wounds, so he instead wrapped her in a clean towel, delicately carrying her downstairs. In the living room, Fu Mingli, Shen Zeqi, Jiang Che, and Duan Xingyue had already washed up, seated on the sofa, waiting. They had only known that Yunxi was injured but were unprepared for the severity of her condition. Upon seeing her swathed in a towel, with bruises visible on her exposed arms and ankles, her complexion as pale as parchment, an oppressive silence fell over them.
Fu Minglie's fists clenched tightly.
Guilt swirling in his eyes, he felt utterly powerless, unable to protect her. Shen Zeqi's eyes glistened with unshed tears, his gaze fixed on Yunxi's wounds, overwhelmed by remorse. Had he been stronger, she would not have had to confront 2 third-tier zombies alone. Duan Xingyue lowered his gaze to his hands, still gripping a paintbrush that now felt utterly useless. Jiang Che stood abruptly, retreating to a corner, unable to bear the pain of looking at her, filled with guilt. Du Ruachio approached with medication, swiftly beginning to apply ointment to Yunxi's wounds with utmost care. As the iodine touched her injuries, she flinched slightly, yet still remained silent, her lips growing whiter. "If it hurts, just cry out," Shen Zeqi urged, his voice thick with emotion. Yunxi shook her head, confusion evident in her eyes. She possessed self-healing abilities. In the past, her wounds had always healed rapidly, yet this time, there was no sign of recovery. Was it because her opponent was a third-tier zombie, and the venom had suppressed her self-healing? Or was her injury too severe, surpassing her healing limits? She opened the mental panel in her mind, reviewing it repeatedly, but it only displayed self-healing, devoid of any additional explanations, leaving her curious. Du Ruachio meticulously spread the ointment over her wounds, then carefully bandaged them with sterile gauze, his touch gentle. "For the next few days, refrain from moving around too much. The wounds must not come into contact with water, nor should you engage in vigorous activities." He paused momentarily, then added, "I will change your dressings daily and monitor your condition." Yunxi nodded, leaning back on the sofa, closing her eyes as she began to channel her spiritual energy. She attempted to use her energy to nourish her wounds, but as soon as it touched the injuries, a peculiar force repelled it, making penetration impossible. A sense of dread filled her. It seemed the injuries from the third-tier zombie were more complicated than she had anticipated. "What is happening at the villa entrance?" Yunxi suddenly inquired, breaking the silence in the living room. She wished to lift the burden of guilt from her companions and seek understanding regarding the villa's recent changes. Fu Mingli was the first to regain his composure, explaining, "The day after we left, people began arriving at the villa, seeking refuge. Luo Wuxia, adhering to your instructions, has selected a group of individuals who are healthy and possess no adverse records, resulting in a gathering of over 200 people at the courtyard. Is the supply sufficient?"
Yunxi inquired.
"For the time being, yes," Duan Qinghua nodded. "I designed numerous hunting tools, and they venture out daily to gather resources, bringing back some crystal cores and food." Yunxi exhaled in relief and added, "Instruct Luo Wuxia to enhance management to prevent any mishaps. Additionally, select individuals with potential and teach them the method of absorbing crystal cores to strengthen their abilities. In the future, the defense of the courtyard will rely on them." "Understood. I will speak with Luo Wuxia tomorrow," Shen Zeqi responded, his eyes filled with determination. He was resolute in enhancing his strength and ensuring that Yunxi would no longer face danger alone. After the meal, the group discussed matters concerning the courtyard for a while. Noticing Yunxi's weary expression, they began to rise to leave, leaving only Du Ruachio to keep watch in the living room. "Allow me to escort you upstairs," Du Ruachio softly offered. Yunxi nodded slightly. Chapter 57. Infection. Du Ruachio carefully carried Yunxi upstairs and placed her on the large bed in the bedroom, but did not depart. He sat on the chair beside the bed, his gaze fixed intently on Yunxi's pale face, occasionally checking her temperature with his fingertips, anxious about her discomfort. Given her severe injuries, it was essential for someone to remain vigilant by her side, and he could not rest easy. As night deepened, the room was filled only with their steady breaths. Du Ruachio propped his chin on his hand, his eyelids growing heavier, yet he resisted the urge to sleep. In the latter half of the night, he suddenly sensed something amiss. Yunxi's breathing had quickened, and her cheeks flushed with an unusual redness. He quickly reached for her forehead, the feverish temperature causing his heart to tighten.
"Cici, Cici."
Du Ruachio called softly, but Yunxi remained unresponsive. Her brows knitted tightly, her lips unnaturally reddened. Panic surged within him as he hurriedly fetched a damp towel to place on her forehead, attempting to cool her down with alcohol swabs on her palms and soles, but no matter the method, her temperature showed no sign of abating. Instead, it escalated. In desperation, Du Ruachio abruptly stood and rushed to the adjacent room of Shen Zeqi, knocking vigorously on the door. "Shen Zeqi, wake up. Yunxi is burning up. And it's severe." His voice trembled with urgency, creating quite a commotion. Awakened by the noise, Jiang Che, Fu Mingli, and Duan Qinghua hurried over. Upon entering Yunxi's bedroom, they found Du Ruachio, flustered and standing by the bed with red-rimmed eyes, his voice choked with emotion. "She has a fever. I tried cold compresses, alcohol, every conceivable method to reduce the fever, but nothing works. What should I do?" Shen Zeqi rushed to the bedside, crouching down to feel Yunxi's forehead. The scalding heat drained the color from his face. He gently held her hand, which was also excessively warm, yet her fingertips felt icy. "And it gets worse," Du Ruoqiu sniffed, his voice trembling. The wound on her shoulder shows no signs of healing. By her usual self-healing pace. Even a knife wound should have scabbed by now, yet it remains unhealed, and the surrounding skin has turned increasingly bruised. He could not voice his deeper fears. Biting his lip as tears threatened to spill. She will be fine. She must be. Shen Zeqi suddenly exclaimed, his eyes filled with fervent conviction, as if to convince everyone, and more so himself. She is so strong. How could she succumb to such minor injuries? There must be a way. There has to be. His voice grew increasingly fervent, tinged with a hint of madness, and the others, observing his state, fell silent, unwilling to shatter his belief or accept the possibility of Yunxi's peril. Fu Mingli took a deep breath, forcing himself to remain calm as he placed a reassuring hand on Du Ruoqiu's shoulder. Do not panic. Let's try a different medicine. Consider whether the previous treatments were suitable for ordinary wounds. They may be ineffective against injuries infected by the zombie virus. Compile a list of special herbs we need, and let Duan Qingyue use his powers to sketch them out. We can then switch her medication. Du Ruoqiu snapped back to reality, nodding vigorously as he rummaged through the medical box for paper and pen, swiftly jotting down the necessary herbs, anti-inflammatory, antiviral, and even some rare ones used pre-apocalypse for treating infected wounds. Duan Qingyue snatched the list and promptly headed back to his room, fully aware of the urgency of the situation. Not long after, he returned with a collection of herb manifestations, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Shen Zeqi carefully lifted Yunxi, cradling her against his chest, while Du Ruoqiu quickly brewed the herbal concoction, allowing it to cool before handing it to Shen Zeqi. With a small spoon, he gently fed the potion to Yunxi, cautious not to choke her. However, after administering the medicine, her temperature remained unchanged, her breathing becoming even more rapid. Watching her in agony, Du Ruoqiu became increasingly distraught, gripping the edge of his clothes until his nails dug into his flesh. Observing his state, Fu Mingli could no longer hold back and kicked him lightly, hissing, "Snap out of it. Yunxi is counting on you. If you crumble, who will care for her? Get a grip." Stumbling from the kick, Du Ruoqiu finally regained some clarity. He wiped his face, inhaled deeply, and meticulously examined Yunxi's wounds, seeking other solutions. The group remained in the bedroom, some seated, others standing, in silence, the ticking of the wall clock echoing in the stillness. Shen Zeqi held Yunxi tightly, his grip on her hand unwavering, his gaze never straying from her face. Jiang Che leaned against the wall, his brow furrowed, occasionally glancing towards Yunxi. Fu Mingli stood by the window, peering into the inky black night, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the window frame, pondering various possibilities. Duan Qingyue slumped in a chair, his complexion ghostly pale, evidently drained from the exertion of using his powers. As dawn broke, the first rays of light crept through the curtains, bringing with them a slight decrease in Yunxi's fever. Fu Mingli glanced at the time and addressed the group. "I will attend to matters at the courtyard. Duan Qingyue should rest as well.
Du Ruoqiu, Shen Zeqi.
And Jiang Che will remain here. Alert us immediately if anything arises." The two nodded, and Fu Mingli along with Duan Qingyue quietly departed. Du Ruoqiu leaned over the bed, his bloodshot eyes fixated on Yunxi's face. Shen Zeqi adjusted his position to make her more comfortable, gently stroking the back of her hand. Jiang Che went to the kitchen to prepare some porridge, keeping it warm in the pot for when Yunxi awoke and could drink. Time passed slowly until 5 in the afternoon, when Yunxi's eyelashes finally fluttered. Shen Zeqi was the first to notice, excitedly whispering, "Cici, are you awake?" Yunxi slowly opened her eyes, her vision blurry at first, taking a while to focus. She gazed upon the 3 men surrounding her bedside, her voice hoarse and barely audible. "Water." Shen Zeqi quickly rose, fetching warm water from the table and carefully helping her sip a few mouthfuls. After moistening her throat, Yunxi's voice became slightly clearer. "Call Fu Mingli. I have something to discuss with him." The 3 exchanged astonished glances, each recognizing the significance of her request for Fu Mingli immediately upon regaining consciousness. Shen Zeqi hurried downstairs to find him. Just then, Fu Mingli was in the living room addressing the resource reports for the courtyard. Upon hearing that Yunxi had awakened and sought him out, he promptly set aside the documents and rushed upstairs in a few swift strides. "Cici, are you feeling better?" Fu Mingli asked urgently as he entered the bedroom, concern etched on his face. Yunxi shook her head, yet her eyes held an unusual firmness. "Fu Mingli, please help me remove the part of my shoulder that was clawed by the zombie." This declaration struck the four present like a thunderbolt, leaving them momentarily speechless. Fu Mingli hesitated to respond, his brow furrowed deeply, his expression rife with uncertainty. To excise the wound signifies enduring immense suffering, and no one can guarantee that such an act will lead to healing. Yunxi discerned his apprehensions and gently elucidated, I sense that the zombie virus is impeding the wound's recovery. Although those with abilities do not transform into zombies like ordinary humans, this virus will linger in the wound, preventing it from healing and potentially eroding the body over time. Unless the infected tissue is excised, my injury will never truly heal. Indeed, she left her subsequent thoughts unspoken, yet everyone understood. Shen Zeqi clenched his fists tightly. His voice choked with emotion. Is there truly no other alternative? Must it be excised? No. Yunxi shook her head, her tone calm yet resolute. This is the sole recourse. As she spoke, she retrieved a small box from her space, revealing several vials of the special medicine Shen Zeqi had provided her before the apocalypse. These remedies might offer assistance, but first, the infected tissue needed to be removed. Du Ruochio immediately rummaged through the medical kit, his expression growing increasingly grave. Only ordinary anesthetics remain. The special anesthetics are depleted. The efficacy of the ordinary anesthetic lasts merely 10 minutes, and its pain-relieving properties are woefully inadequate. Standing nearby, Duan Qingyue's complexion paled, his hands tightly gripping a paintbrush. Overwhelmed with guilt. His powers could only materialize raw materials. He could not conjure finished products like the special anesthetic or intricate medical instruments. It was akin to attempting to depict braised pork only to render raw meat, leaving him feeling utterly useless, incapable even of alleviating Yunxi's suffering. Ordinary anesthetics will suffice. Yunxi closed her eyes, inhaled deeply, and urged, let us proceed swiftly, delay no longer. Du Ruochio gritted his teeth, extracted the ordinary anesthetic, and tremulously administered it into Yunxi's shoulder. Fu Mingli approached the bedside, grasping the sterilized scalpel, his fingers trembling slightly. He had never envisioned that the hand which had always wielded a pen for signatures would one day hold a scalpel to inflict such a harsh measure upon Yunxi. He recognized that he was the only one maintaining a semblance of composure. Du Ruochio had been in poor form the previous night, and it was even more unthinkable to have him step in. Jiang Che and Shen Zeqi stood silently, aware that none of them could bring themselves to act against her. Fu Mingli merely gritted his teeth to endure, for Yunxi had placed her profound trust in him. Sweat trickled down his forehead, pooling on the surgical cloth beneath him. Shen Zeqi grasped Yunxi's hand tightly with one hand while gently covering her eyes with the other, his voice hoarse. Fear not, I am here. Jiang Che stood beside Fu Mingli, assisting by passing tools, yet he dared not gaze at Yunxi's shoulder, his eyes fixed firmly on the ground, his fists clenched white. The anesthetic's effects rapidly began to manifest. Yunxi felt a wave of numbness in her shoulder, yet her consciousness remained clear. As the scalpel sliced through her skin, she could not help but draw in a sharp breath, her body trembling slightly. Fu Mingli's movements were steady yet deliberate, with each excised piece of infected tissue. He paused momentarily, seemingly verifying that the area was thoroughly cleansed. The room resonated only with the sound of the scalpel's incision and the restrained breaths of those present. Du Ruochio stood nearby, ever ready with hemostatic agents and gauze to tend to the wound, his gaze fixed on Yunxi's face, fearful that she might succumb to unconsciousness. Time became an indeterminate span, but eventually, Fu Mingli set the scalpel down, his voice weary. It is clean. He gazed at the tray filled with darkened tissue. A wave of dread washing over him. Had they delayed any longer, the virus might have infiltrated the bones. Du Ruochio immediately stepped forward, applying hemostatic agents to halt the bleeding, sprinkling anti-inflammatory powder before carefully bandaging the wound in layers. Throughout the entire ordeal, Yunxi uttered not a sound. Only the cold sweat glistening on her forehead and the dampness of her shirt betrayed the agony she endured. Once bandaged, Shen Zeqi swiftly laid her flat, ensuring she could rest comfortably, then offered her some porridge he had prepared earlier. Yunxi took a few sips before her eyelids grew heavy, and she drifted back into slumber. The group observed her serene face, collectively exhaling a sigh of relief yet still hesitant to relax completely. They needed to monitor whether the wound would become reinfected, and if it could heal successfully. Fu Mingli wiped the sweat from his brow and addressed Du Ruochio. Keep a close watch. Notify us immediately should anything seem amiss.
You understand, Du Ruochio.
Positioning himself on a chair beside the bed, his gaze once more resting on Yunxi's face, filled with concern and compassion. Shen Zeqi and Jiang Che remained, one seated at the foot of the bed, the other leaning against the wall, steadfast in their vigil. Chapter 58. Improvement on the night Fu Mingli completed the excision of the infected tissue, Yunxi's fever finally subsided. The five of them collectively breathed a sigh of relief. Their anxieties from the past 2 days finally alleviated. Only then did they genuinely believe in Yunxi's assertions. Had she not acted decisively, the consequences would have been dire. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, bathing the head of the bed in warmth. Yunxi slowly opened her eyes, lifting her hand to touch the wound on her shoulder. A slight itch emanated from beneath the bandages, a sign of healing. She could distinctly feel her self-repairing abilities gradually mending the injury, her entire being feeling significantly lighter. Awake? Du Ruoqiu entered with warm water, hastening to her side upon seeing her open eyes. How do you feel? Is the wound still painful? As he spoke, he cautiously began to unwrap the bandages for inspection. When he beheld the wound, now scabbed over with healthy pale pink edges, he stood frozen in place. The injury that had been festering and blackened just days prior now appeared to be healing remarkably swiftly. Du Ruoqiu's hands hung limply at his sides, clenched tightly with guilt. As a physician, he had failed to recognize that the zombie virus was inhibiting the wound's recovery. And Yunxi had to propose the drastic measure of excising the infected tissue herself. Was he truly so inept? Yunxi cast a sidelong glance at him, noting his dejected demeanor, and felt a twinge of weariness within her. In these past few days, Fu Mingli, Shen Zeqi, and the others had all carried a sense of guilt. She could empathize, yet the sentiment was tiresome. Weakness in the apocalypse is not a sin, but wallowing in self-reproach without taking action is foolish. Recognizing one's inadequacies should prompt one to absorb crystal cores to enhance their abilities. Yunxi's tone was flat yet imbued with an undeniable authority, for self-pity resolves nothing. Du Ruoqiu abruptly lifted his head, meeting her calm gaze, his cheeks flushing crimson. Rendered speechless, Shen Zeqi and Jiang Che, having long sensed Yunxi's impatience, silently shelved their guilt, leaving only pure concern. They assisted her in slowly sitting up. Would you like to lean for a moment? I will fetch you something to eat. Yunxi did not refuse, leaning against the headboard as she gazed out the window. The survivors in the courtyard appeared to have increased since her departure. There were sounds of movement and laughter from children playing in the distance, all presenting a scene of orderly life. She had lain in bed for 3 entire days and was eager to learn about the outside world. Please tell me about the current situation and any news from other safe zones, Yunxi prompted. Shen Zeqi and Jiang Che exchanged awkward glances. In recent days, their focus had solely been on watching over Yunxi, leaving them no time to inquire about external affairs. Duan Qingyue had visited a few times, retreating to his room once he saw her recovering, presumably to dedicate time to crafting weapons or attending to other matters, which they were unaware of. Fu Mingli had entrusted most of the affairs of the safe zone to his subordinates and Luo Wuxia, rarely making appearances aside from delivering meals. I will summon Fu Mingli, Shen Zeqi declared, rising swiftly to head toward Fu Mingli's quarters. When he knocked on the door, he found it unlocked. A gentle push revealed Fu Mingli, his fingertips still dusted with the ashes of a crystal core, clearly having just absorbed a second-tier crystal. Shen Zeqi's heart jolted, instantly grasping the reason for Fu Mingli's absence in recent days. You have reached the second tier? He could not help but inquire. Fu Mingli regarded him with a sidelong glance, replying nonchalantly, Yes, what is it? Yunxi wishes to learn about the outside world. He clenched his fist, resolutely vowing to retrieve the crystal cores for cultivation shortly, determined not to lag behind any longer. Fu Mingli wiped his fingertips and followed Shen Zeqi into Yunxi's room, taking a seat on the chair beside the bed. In a calm yet steady tone, he began, The BUN currently has over 230 survivors, with more than 30 having fled from other bases. Luo Wuxia has been quite stringent in his selection, leaving little room for discontent. The supplies are temporarily sufficient, but we must swiftly expand our collection efforts. He paused momentarily before sharing news of other safe zones. From the survivors, I've learned about 3 primary bases. The one in City C is ruled by a second-generation official. His father established the base under relatively legitimate circumstances, but since he turned into a zombie after a fever, it has transformed into a hell on earth. That young man has gathered all the attractive men and women, providing them solely for the amusement of the upper echelons and the ability users. Those who do not comply are dealt with severely, rendering the entire base a chaotic mess. He continued, his tone chilling slightly, than their city D, which has fallen into the hands of prisoners. There are no rules. Arson, murder, and looting are commonplace, making it even more chaotic than City C. Survivors who entered reported that ordinary individuals do not last more than 3 days inside. Yun-Si's brow furrowed deeper, realizing that the darkness of this apocalypse far exceeded what she had known in her previous life. Conversely, Fu Mingli noted that the military base south of City A was relatively better off, managed by the station troops with strict regulations, distributing supplies based on contributions, devoid of such sordid affairs. However, they impose stringent control over ability users, requiring them to join the military and comply with orders. Yun-Si tapped her fingers thoughtfully against the edge of the bed, pondering how many ability users they had and their levels of power. I am unclear about the precise number, but it should be substantial, Fu Mingli replied, shaking his head. The reports from those who came over indicate that the base is guarded by third-tier ability users, equipped with firearms, and the ability users are also subject to allocation, with solid defenses in place. Yun-Si fell silent for a moment before addressing Fu Mingli. The defenses at BUN need to be strengthened. Have Luo Wuxia select some astute individuals to learn basic combat skills. Additionally, please compile a list of the ability users at BUN. I wish to see if I can assist in their advancement. Understood, I will arrange that right away, Fu Mingli nodded. Yun-Si continued. From the crystal cores we retrieved from the mall, we have 2 third-tier yellow cores, 79 second-tier orange cores, and over 300 first-tier white cores. I will allocate 1 third-tier core to you, and keep the first-tier cores for myself. Yun-Si decisively distributed the cores, stating, you are currently at the second tier. You should be able to break through to the third tier in about half a month. The second-tier cores will go to Shen Zeqi, Jiangche, and Duruachio. All 4 of you are at the first tier, and not far from breaking through to the second tier. The remaining first-tier cores will be shared among those with potential in Yunwei. Just as Fu Mingli was about to decline, Yun-Si interrupted. BUN needs a third-tier ability user to stabilize the situation, and you are the most suitable. Shen Zeqi added, Brother Fu, let us heed CC's words. We must seize this opportunity to enhance our abilities so that we can support CC in the future. The urgency he felt intensified as he recalled witnessing Fu Mingli absorb the crystal cores earlier. Jiang Che scratched his head, earnestly declaring, I'll follow your lead, soon. I shall be able to take down third-tier zombies with a single strike. Seeing the renewed fighting spirit in their eyes alleviated much of Yun-Si's earlier frustration. Leaning against the headboard, she reiterated, for now we should observe the military base. Do not allow individuals from City C and City D to enter. We must avoid inviting trouble. Keep a close watch on Luo Wuxia. As BUN grows in number, we must not let our rules falter. Also, let us rename Yunting BUN to Yunshin Base. Rest assured, Fu Mingli replied, rising from his seat. I will begin compiling a list of ability users and distributing the crystal cores. I will delegate the renaming task to Luo Wuxia. After Fu Mingli left, Shen Zeqi and Jiang Che tactfully excused themselves to train. The room was left with only Duruachio, who hesitated before speaking softly to Yun-Si, CC. I will no longer wallow in self-pity. I will strive to enhance my abilities, and one day, I shall protect you. Yun-Si raised her gaze, meeting his determined eyes, and gently acknowledged his vow with a soft hum. Duruachio sighed in relief, picking up an empty bowl and departing with a noticeably lighter step. As tranquility returned to the bedroom, Yun-Si leaned against the headboard, her fingertips brushing over the gauze on her shoulder. Her self-healing abilities were gradually mending her wounds. Indeed, the virus from the third-tier zombies proved formidable. She gazed out the window, realizing that for Yunshin Base to truly become a safe zone, much more was required. She must swiftly enhance her strength, even striving to break through to the 4th layer of foundation building. Only by becoming stronger could she secure her place in this apocalyptic world. Life must be lived fully. She possessed the courage to brave the winds and waves. And there was no need for her to cower or hesitate. It was merely a single life, and she was willing to gamble it. Chapter 59. Foundation building at the 5th layer. In the days that followed, Yun-Si focused on recuperating while absorbing the crystal cores. Her foundation at the 4th layer becoming increasingly solid, just a step away from the 5th layer. Her time ability also broke through to the 2nd tier. After absorbing 30 second-tier crystal cores, Fu Mingli successfully advanced to the 3rd tier of ice abilities, exuding an aura of coldness more intense than before, capable of freezing half a corridor with ease. Shen Zeqi and Jiang Che did not lag behind either. They practiced tirelessly with their first-tier crystal cores and soon reached the second tier. Shen Zeqi's metal manipulation ability allowed him to control heavier metals, while Jiang Che's physical strength now enabled him to withstand attacks from second-tier zombies, doubling his original power. Duan Qingyuan not only increased his speed in drawing weapons, but also enhanced the explosive arrows he materialized, occasionally conjuring arrows imbued with fiery attributes.
Du ryokyu.
Realizing that his water ability only healed himself, trained with Yunwei during the day and absorbed crystal cores at night, experiencing significant progress and transforming from his initial self. Luo Wuxia diligently managed the affairs of the base, implementing a strict patrol system with Yunwei and selecting 20 promising ordinary individuals to be trained in basic combat skills by Fu Mingli subordinates. The entire base flourished, no longer resembling the initial chaos. One morning, Yunxi awoke and instinctively touched her shoulder. The scabs beneath the gauze had fallen away, revealing tender, newly healed skin without a trace of scarring. She moved her arm, feeling the smooth flow of spiritual energy, richer than before, as her self-healing ability finally completed the last of its repairs. At lunch, Yunxi shared this news with Fu Mingli and the others, instantly invigorating the atmosphere at the table. Shen Zeqi promptly rose and fetched a plate of braised pork from the kitchen, knowing it was one of Yunxi's favorites. Jiang Che gazed at her with tender affection, while Duan Qingyue smiled, expressing relief that she had recovered. Today is a cause for celebration. Shall we have a drink? Yunxi suggested, retrieving a bottle of red wine purchased before the apocalypse from her space, the deep crimson liquid glimmering enticingly. Shen Zeqi and the others exchanged glances, none willing to decline. Initially planning to absorb crystal cores after the meal, they couldn't bear to dampen Yunxi's rare moment of relaxation. After all, she was usually the most fervent about enhancing her strength, and now that she had proposed a break, they were more than willing to join her. The 6 of them gathered around the dining table, their glasses clinking with a crisp sound. The rich aroma of the red wine permeated the air, dissipating the oppressive atmosphere that had lingered for days. Yunxi took a sip, watching her companions share laughter and conversation, a warm glow spreading within her. The battles they fought together had forged bonds that transcended mere companionship. They felt like family to one another. However, this lightheartedness did not last long. After 3 or 4 rounds of drinks one by one, they began to excuse themselves. I need to check on the newly drawn weapons, Duan Qingyue said, rising first and slipping back to his room with his paintbrush. Du Ruoqiu also used the excuse of organizing the medical supplies to leave, reminding Yunxi not to drink too much before departing. Jiang Che and Shen Zeqi exchanged glances, both stating their intentions to absorb crystal cores, leaving only Fu Mingli and Yunxi together. Fu Mingli reclined against the back of the chair, his fingertips toying with the wine glass, a glint of amusement in his gaze as he raised an eyebrow at Yunxi. What is it? Do you wish for my assistance in your cultivation? Yunxi set down her glass, nodding with a calm demeanor and a fervent sparkle in her eyes. Indeed, this expedition has revealed that our strength remains insufficient. Our rate of advancement cannot keep pace with their evolution. Fu Mingli placed his glass aside, rising to her side, and with a gentle bend, lifted her into his arms. Instinctively, Yunxi wrapped her arms around his neck, inhaling the faint scent of dragon saliva intertwined with the rich aroma of red wine, causing her heart to flutter. Leaving no space for further thoughts. It is indeed time to cultivate, Fu Mingli's voice rumbled softly in her ear, laced with a barely perceptible huskiness. It has been quite some time since we have shared such moments. He gazed down at her profile, a flicker of desire crossing his eyes. The last time he aided her in cultivation was during the unrelenting reigns of Lanyu. Her voice, her breath, remained vividly etched in his memory. Yunxi offered no rebuttal, burying her face in the crook of his neck, savoring the steadiness of his heartbeat. Fu Mingli's steps were deliberate as he ascended to the second floor, pushing open the bedroom door and gently placing her on the soft bed. Moonlight streamed through the curtain's gaps, casting mottled shadows upon the sheets. He settled beside her, his fingers lightly brushing her cheek, his touch as tender as if handling a rare treasure. Shall I take the lead this time? Yes, Yunxi nodded, taking his hand in hers. Let us avoid any vigorous movements for now. Fu Mingli chuckled softly, leaning closer, his warm breath caressing her ear. Shall we begin now? His voice, rich and magnetic, made Yunxi's ears flush slightly. She remained silent, closing her eyes and relaxing her body. Observing her response, Fu Mingli hesitated no longer, kissing the red mole on her earlobe, alternating between sucking and teasing. As he journeyed downward, he noted the birthmark resembling an orchid, once appearing as a tattoo, now seeming to emanate from within her very being, a curious and captivating sight. Having already shed his black t-shirt, Fu Mingli's sculpted abdomen was revealed, even more enticing than before. His long, powerful fingers were restless. "CC, call me husband," he rasped, a hint of longing in his tone. Yunxi's previously icy demeanor flushed crimson, her cheeks warming to the roots of her ears. "If you call me husband, I shall grant you your wish," he whispered, his voice thick with desire. "Husband," Yunxi uttered, her tone transformed from cold to sweetly alluring, a sound that stirred profound thoughts within him. Fu Mingli ceased to press her further. After all, who could resist being called husband by such a beauty? Especially for one who had tasted the pleasures of intimacy. It was an exquisite torment. Resisting the urge to engage immediately was already a testament to his self-restraint. "Ah, darling, you are simply exquisite. I crave sweetness."
Yunxi,
unwilling to endure his sweet nothings, covered his lips with her hand, only to retract her palm in surprise at the warmth it had encountered. She could hardly fathom what had transformed the once aloof and elegant Fu Mingli into this fervent being. "Darling, you are enchantingly soft and fragrant. I can scarcely withstand it." Yunxi's face burned, leaving her speechless.
what is it?
"Seeing your wife like this, do you not find it exhilarating? Are you not fond of a three-way play?" Yunxi mused, feeling that he had grown more passionate since their first encounter, and the sensations were delightful. In any case, the two indulged until dawn's light began to break. Only then did Fu Mingli embrace Yunxi and drift into slumber. The following day, Yunxi practiced the Huan delusion technique, channeling her energy toward breaking through the fourth layer of foundation establishment. With Fu Mingli as assistance, her previously strained spiritual power surged, repeatedly crashing against the fifth layer's barrier. Fu Mingli, observing her transformation, looked down at her tightly shut eyes, long lashes casting delicate shadows on her cheeks. A blush graced her face, a testament to the flow of energy, adding to her allure. After an indeterminate time, Yunxi suddenly felt a violent quaking within her dantian, followed by an eruption of potent energy. The barrier of the fifth layer shattered. She opened her eyes wide, a spark of brilliance illuminating her gaze. Her internal energy swelling to over 3 times its previous strength, the flow accelerating significantly. The Huan delusion technique has successfully broken through to the fifth layer.
Fu Mingli,
Witnessing the light in her eyes, allowed a gentle smile to grace his lips. "Have you succeeded?" "Yes," Yunxi affirmed, sitting up and flexing her fingers, acutely aware of her newfound strength.
thank you.
Fu Mingli said nothing, leaning down to kiss her lips. This kiss was celebratory, yet gradually ignited with fervor. He held her tightly, as if wishing to meld her into his very essence, whispering softly, "Allow me to help you solidify your progress." Yunxi did not resist, wrapping her arms around his waist in response to his kiss. The atmosphere in the bedroom grew, increasingly intimate, with the repeated utterance of husband igniting a delightful stir within both their hearts. By the time they arranged their garments and descended the stairs, dusk had begun to settle. Luo Wuxia approached with a report in hand, and upon seeing them, quickly presented the document. Mr. Fu, here is today's resource consumption and survivor statistics. Several individuals have escaped from City C. How should we proceed?" Yunxi took the report, scanning it swiftly, her brows knitting together slightly. "From City C? Have them brought to me." "Understood," Luo Wuxia nodded and departed. Fu Mingli, observing her serious demeanor, inquired, "What troubles you? What could have transpired in City C to compel them to journey all the way to City A? Indeed, City C is not nearby. Why would they choose City A over the closer City B or D?" Yunxi placed the report on the table, deciding to wait for the arrivals to pose her questions. Chapter 60. Time flows as Yunxi and Fu Mingli entered the living room. They found 3 individuals seated upon the sofa. The leader, a man with faded red hair, bore a once vibrant hue that now appeared dull and ashen. His frail frame seemed as if it could be toppled by a mere breeze, and his black coat was marred with stains, the cuffs torn, revealing alarmingly thin wrists, more disheveled than the friliest survivor in the vicinity. His lips were chapped and cracked, his face dotted with minor wounds. His sunburnt skin a deep shade of brown, and his eyes glimmered with a hint of wariness. In contrast, his 2 subordinates, though equally ragged, appeared more spirited, their backs straight, scanning the room with vigilant eyes, hands resting on their weapons, clearly seasoned by the trials of battle. Luo Wuxia followed closely behind, whispering to Yunxi. They were uncooperative upon entry. Had I not chanced upon them, they might have blended in unnoticed. Yunxi remained silent, taking her place on the main sofa while Fu Mingli stood beside her, an aura of chill emanating from him that seemed to lower the temperature in the room. She raised her chin slightly, gesturing for the three to sit. Please, I have several inquiries to make. The red-haired man scoffed, impatience lacing his tone. If you have questions, ask them quickly. Do not waste my time. With that, he flopped onto the sofa, leaning back with his arms draped over the armrests. His gaze towards Yunxi bearing an unmistakable lasciviousness, as if appraising a commodity. He feigned nonchalance, yet the fatigue and unease in his eyes were undeniable. Yunxi found the situation somewhat amusing and turned to her companion, Yunwei. Bring them 3 bottles of water. As the bottles of mineral water were presented, the 2 subordinates instinctively recoiled, and the red-haired man furrowed his brow, refraining from accepting. Clearly, their experiences in City C had instilled a deep-seated distrust of accepting goods from strangers. No need to be tense. The water is not poisoned, Yunxi remarked. Reclining on the sofa, her tone even. I do not have time for games. Answer my questions first. Why has the heir of City C's main family, the current leader of City C's base, come to City A? She had long learned from the previous survivor that the commander of Base C was surnamed Shi, and the red-haired man before her was most likely the so-called nepotistic fool. Shi Fong unconsciously traced the edge of the sofa with his fingers, pressed his cracked lips together, and spoke in a voice tinged with hoarseness. Do you really believe what I say? I merely wish to understand the sequence of events. Whether you believe me or not is of no concern to you. Yunxi's tone was casual, her gaze sharp and defiant. All you need to do is answer. Yes or no. What transpired? Shi Fong fell silent for a moment before suddenly letting out a bitter laugh. His previously maintained relaxed demeanor crumbling in an instant. Demons have long been lurking within the base, while outside, mutated plants and zombies are eyeing us with deadly intent. Staying there is akin to awaiting death. Are you not the commander of Base C? Yunxi raised an eyebrow, deliberately probing further. Did you not claim to treat the base as your playground, doing as you please? The commander? Shi Fong scoffed bitterly, his voice laced with a sense of despair. I am but a puppet. His words cast a heavy pall over the atmosphere in the living room. Yunxi and Fu Mingli exchanged glances, their suspicions aligning. After his father's demise, Shi Fong had been thrust into the spotlight by those who coveted power, appearing as the base's ruler, yet wielding no genuine authority. Once those individuals secured their control over the base, he, the puppet, would undoubtedly become expendable, perhaps even silenced. As if sensing their conjecture, Shi Fong took a deep breath and slowly revealed a more brutal truth. After my father turned into a zombie, the uncles and former subordinates in the base pushed me forward as a shield. They issued commands in my name, controlling resources and ability users. Once they established their foothold, they deemed me a nuisance. His voice grew softer, tinged with fear. They not only wish to kill me, but also intend to hand me over to those high-level ability users, to let them toy with me. By the end of his confession, his body trembled uncontrollably, clearly filled with rage and humiliation. My father left me 5 reliable subordinates, Shi Fong continued, his eyes filled with guilt. We finally found an opportunity to escape, but on the way, we encountered 3rd-tier mutated plants, resulting in the deaths of 3 brothers, leaving just 2 to follow me. Just as we entered the Yunting Bun, we were intercepted by this young lady. He gestured toward Luo Wuxia, his tone a mix of indignation and unease. Yunxi listened quietly, not interrupting him. She could discern that Shi Fong was speaking the truth. The fear, guilt, and the loyalty of his 2 subordinates were genuine, not feigned. It turned out that the so-called nepotistic fool was merely an ordinary person struggling to survive amidst the power struggles. I understand the situation now. Yunxi stood up, her tone flat. As long as you do not cause trouble in the Bun and adhere to the rules here, I will allow you to stay. She glanced at Luo Wuxia. They, like the others, should be arranged accordingly. Understood, miss. Luo Wuxia nodded in response. Shi Fong and his subordinates were taken aback. Clearly not expecting Yunxi to so readily agree to let them stay, he had anticipated being expelled. After all, if the people from Base C discovered he was alive, they would not hesitate to eliminate him. Previously, they would not have allowed any loose ends, let alone now that he had only 2 followers left, killing him would be all too easy. Sure Fong opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to say something, but ultimately only managed to whisper, "Thank you." "Do not thank me." Yunsi looked at him. "The Yuan does not accommodate idlers. Once you have recuperated, you must contribute fully." She would not take in anyone without reason. Although Shi Fong was merely a puppet, he had spent time among the high ranks of Base C and might possess knowledge about other bases. Keeping him could prove useful in the future. Shi Fong quickly nodded. "I understand." Yunsi said nothing more and turned to leave the living room with Fu Mingli. As they reached the staircase on the second floor, Fu Mingli spoke up. "Do you think what he said was all true?" "Most of it is," Yunsi nodded, "but he certainly withheld some information. For instance, he did not mention who exactly controls Base C or how powerful they are. Should I have someone keep an eye on them?"
Fu Mingli inquired.
"No need." Yunsi shook her head. "Luo Wuxiao will manage that. As long as they do not engage in any underhanded tactics, let them stay for now. Our focus should be on strengthening the BUN and monitoring the situation of other bases." She paused before adding, "By the way, have Luo Wuxiao inquire if there are any other individuals who have escaped from Base C recently. We might uncover more information about it." "All right, I'll mention it to her."
Fu Mingli replied.
Upon returning to Yunsi's bedroom, they found Shen Zeqi and Jiang Che waiting at the door, evidently expecting them. "What news? What did the people from Base C say?" Shen Zeqi asked, his eyes filled with curiosity. Yunsi briefly recounted Shi Fong's experiences, and both Shen Zeqi and Jiang Che were taken aback. "I didn't expect Shi Fong to have such a tragic story." Jiang Che scratched his head. "I thought he was genuinely a bad person to the core. In the apocalypse, there are no absolute good or bad people." Yunsi leaned against the sofa in her bedroom. "Only those who wish to survive." Although Shi Fong had some spoiled tendencies, they were quickly wearing off. He was not like those who committed evils. Keeping him was no different from allowing others to remain. Shen Zeqi nodded. "You are right. By the way, I just checked the storage room. Duan Qinghua has drawn a new batch of flame explosion arrows, and their power is significantly stronger than before. We can test them outside the BUN tomorrow and clear the surrounding mutated plants." "Sounds great." Yunsi's eyes lit up. "I just broke through to the 5th level of foundation building and want to test my current strength." The overwhelming sensation of spiritual energy after her breakthrough made her eager for an opportunity to vent, and clearing mutated plants was just the right task. Jiang Che rubbed his hands together excitedly. "Awesome. I can now withstand second-tier zombies. It's the perfect chance to learn how to combat mutated plants from you." Fu Mingli watched the three of them with anticipation, a faint smile playing on his lips. "Tomorrow I'll join you and Duan Ruochio as well. Duan Ruochio's water abilities should be tested to see how effective they are against plants. There's plenty of water within plants, humans, and animals. Then it's settled." Shen Zeqi agreed. "I'll tell Duan Qinghua to draw a few more explosive arrows right now." With that, he turned and left, his back radiating a sense of joy. Yunsi chuckled at his retreating figure. Fu Mingli and Jiang Che followed suit, sharing a light-hearted moment. It had been a long time since they had felt so relaxed, especially after Yunsi's injury. The next morning, as dawn broke, Yunsi, Fu Mingli, Shen Zeqi, Jiang Che, Duan Qinghua, and Duan Ruochio, accompanied by 20 Yunwei, armed with the newly drawn weapons, made their way toward the mutated plant zone outside the BUN. Chapter 61. Mutated Animals. As the first light of dawn crested, the gates of Yunqing Base slowly swung open. Yunsi led the way, followed closely by Fu Mingli, Shen Zeqi, and the others. With the 20 Yunwei marching in formation behind them, weapons in hand, their expressions a blend of tension and excitement. "I have brought you out for 2 reasons. Yunsi spoke as they walked, her tone calm yet authoritative. "One is to eliminate potential threats, and the other is to assess your capabilities. The mutated plants near the base have not been cleared for your training. Remaining within the base will not enhance your abilities. In this apocalypse, no one can survive by hiding." In unison they responded, their steps growing ever more resolute. They understood that this was a test from Yunsi, as well as an opportunity to enhance their strength. Half an hour later, the group arrived at their destination. The sight before them left everyone astonished. The so-called mutated plant zone was not merely a small patch of greenery but a sprawling forest, nestled not far from the northwestern edge of the base. The towering ancient trees twisted and intertwined, their dark green vines sprawling across the rocky terrain like colossal serpents, while the ground was blanketed in thick moss and thorny ferns, with the air saturated by the sweet, pungent scent of plant sap. It was no wonder that there were no zombies in the vicinity. They had become mere sustenance for these plants. Fu Mingli furrowed his brow, realizing the perilous situation. Yunxi felt a twinge of trepidation. Such a vast expanse of mutated flora so close to the base posed a potential threat if allowed to evolve unchecked. Initially, she had not intended to venture deep today. But her resolve shifted. Fu Mingli and Shen Zeqi would lead Yunwei to eliminate the first and second-tier plants, while Du Ruoqiu and Jiang Che would assist. And Duan Qingyue would provide long-range support. The third-tier plants were her responsibility. No sooner had she spoken than she dashed forth, wielding the starfall with determination. The blade gleamed with a silvery light as it cleaved towards a mutated banyan tree, thick enough for 3 men to encircle. Embedded within the tree's swollen growth was a vibrant orange crystal nucleus. With a sharp crack, the resilient trunk splintered, dark green sap gushing forth. In a swift motion, Yunxi flicked the starfall, catching the crystal nucleus deftly in her hand. The Yunwei stood agape, taken aback by her prowess. They knew that Fu Mingli and his companions followed her lead, yet were unaware that she was the master of the base, having never witnessed her in action.
Now.
As she navigated the treacherous thickets with precision, each strike dispatching a third-tier mutated plant, her resolute figure inspired profound respect among the onlookers. What are you all waiting for? Get to work. Fu Mingli's voice snapped everyone back to attention. He conjured an ice blade, immobilizing an advancing second-tier vine, while Shen Zeqi immediately directed metallic shards to pierce the vine's core. Jiang Che swung a large axe, cleaving through a second-tier fern with practiced ease. Their teamwork was seamless, swiftly creating an opening. The Yunwei sprang into action as well. Among the 10 who had come today, 5 were ability users, each performing their designated roles. The fire ability user ignited patches of first-tier wild grass, the water user suppressed the plant's regenerative capabilities, and the earth user erected defensive earthen walls. The 5 non-ability users wielded machetes, clearing away the remaining vines under the protection of their empowered allies. Despite their inexperience, they exhibited remarkable courage and synergy.
Yunxi,
undeterred by the chaos behind her, pressed deeper into the forest, intent on uncovering the extent of the third-tier plant presence in the area. Upon reaching the mid-slope, a rustling sound caught her attention. A few basketball-sized rabbits bounded forth, their eyes glowing blue, spouting tiny jets of water aimed directly at her face. Mutated animals? Yunxi raised an eyebrow, sidestepping the water jets and effortlessly snatching one from the air. The rabbit thrashed in her grip, and as she observed its plump hind legs, a sudden hunger welled within her. She pondered how the flavor of these water-spouting rabbits compared to that of animals before the apocalypse. Alongside the rabbits, she spotted several mutated wild chickens, their feathers shimmering with a metallic sheen. A mere flap of their wings could launch sharp feathered projectiles. Yet they posed little challenge as first-tier beings. With a net from her spatial storage, Yunxi began collecting the mutated animals while simultaneously clearing the third-tier plants along her path. In no time, she had captured 10 rabbits and 10 wild chickens, and dealt with 10 third-tier vines concealed in the shade. The vegetation at the mountaintop grew denser, and the energy fluctuations intensified. Estimating the presence of at least 4th or 5th-tier plants, she decided to retreat for now. By the time she reached the foot of the mountain, the battle had concluded. Fu Mingli and the others were gathered around a pile of crystal nuclei, while the Yunwei sat on the ground, exhausted yet exhilarated. They had not only gained valuable combat experience, but also acquired nearly 100 first and second-tier crystal nuclei. "Let us head back," Yunxi announced as she approached, tossing her net onto the ground. The startled rabbits and wild chickens flailed, drawing curious glances from the others. "Are these mutated animals? Can we eat them?"
Jiang Che inquired,
poking the rabbit's ear, unfazed when it sprayed him with water. Du Ruoqiu glanced over, and Yunxi turned to her. Du Ruoqiu squatted to inspect a rabbit's wound, nodding in approval. "They're edible. Their meat is quite firm, and the energy from their abilities has transformed into nutrition, making them more nourishing than pre-apocalypse animals." Cheers erupted among the group. Fresh meat in the apocalypse was a cause for greater joy than acquiring crystal nuclei. Upon returning to the villa, Yunxi distributed the spoils among the Yunwei, 16 in total. "You each take 8 wild chickens and 8 rabbits, while the remainder will be for us." The Yunwei expressed their gratitude, their hands trembling as they clutched their prizes. Not only had they triumphed in battle, but they also had the prospect of meat to savor. They felt increasingly certain that following Yunxi had been the best decision they ever made. Fu Mingli handed over the counted crystal nuclei to Yunxi, There are 9 second-tier nuclei and 87 first-tier nuclei. 3 of the ability users have advanced to mid-level first-tier. Well done, Yunsi replied, satisfied. From now on, let's arrange for daily field training, alternating between your team and the Yunwei. This mountainous region is rich in resources. Although we might encounter 4th and 5th-tier plants, for now, we'll stick to the foot of the mountain. However, even those are sufficient for practice. Once I clear the threats at the summit, we will venture higher. Shen Zeqi eagerly headed to the kitchen to prepare the rabbits. I'll handle the rabbits.
Today,
We'll feast on braised rabbit and spicy chicken. Jiang Che followed suit, while Duan Qingyue retrieved his brush, conjuring seasonings, salt, soy sauce, cumin, manifesting each item, leaving Du Ruoqiu in awe. Your ability is becoming increasingly impressive. Leaning against the living room sofa, Yunsi watched the bustling group, a faint smile gracing her lips. At the dining table, the 2 meat dishes were devoured with gusto, prompting Shen Zeqi to exclaim, "Truly, these mutated animals taste far superior to those before the apocalypse." Du Ruoqiu, brimming with excitement, pondered aloud, could those plants also be edible? The group paused, turning to Yunsi. With a hint of exasperation, she replied, "Next time, I'll bring some back. I saw some mushrooms halfway up the slope. Well, they were shiitake mushrooms, albeit much larger than the ordinary ones."
Du Ruoqiu suggested.
How about you take me next time? Yunsi shook her head, cautioning that the mountain harbored dangers that made her uncertain of their safe return. Du Ruoqiu's expression fell slightly. However, once I clear those high-tier plants, we can explore further. Tomorrow, I'll bring back some edible treasures from before the apocalypse. Fu Mingli and the others shook their heads, bemused by Du Ruoqiu's fervor. Observing their expressions, Du Ruoqiu retorted, "You can't possibly say you're not tempted by mutated vegetables, meats, and fruits, right? Wouldn't you want to try?" Though some items were present in Yunsi's spatial storage, or could be conjured by Duan Qingyue, nothing compared to the allure of freshly mutated animals. And as for vegetables and fruits, they had yet to sample any. The group exchanged glances, some intrigued yet resigned, and then they all headed upstairs, leaving only Du Ruoqiu and Yunsi behind. Yunsi understood their schedule, but she didn't oppose it.
Du Ruoqiu grasped Yunsi's hand, si.
Why don't I invite Fu Gu along, and we can? Yunsi regarded him with a look of bemusement. Are you sure? Inviting your Fu Gu might exclude you from the equation, she teased. Du Ruoqiu seemed to recall something at that moment, and did not press further. He lifted Yunsi, striding towards the second floor, playfully challenging, "Let us see if you can really navigate this without me." Chapter 62. Sparring as night deepened. Only ambiguous sounds lingered in Yunsi's bedroom. He gazed at the woman before him, the moonlight filtering through the curtain-esque crevice, casting a cool glow upon her face, etching her features with an ethereal clarity. Even her closed lashes exuded a hint of defiance. "Cici, you are truly beautiful," Du Ruoqiu murmured softly, his voice barely above a whisper. His heart raced uncontrollably, recalling the first time he had seen her fighting valiantly in the hospital, and now, feeling her presence so intimately, this woman had already carved a permanent place in his heart, compelling him to sacrifice everything for her. Yunsi seemed to notice his distraction. Her eyelashes fluttered gently, her gaze cool, the corners of her eyes tinged with crimson, and her tone laced with a hint of languid mischief. Lost in thought? Du Ruoqiu's cheeks instantly flushed, warmth creeping to the roots of his ears. He hurriedly reined in his wandering thoughts, his voice slightly flustered. No, I was just... The remainder of his words were silenced by Yunsi. "Cici, you're so beautiful," he managed to say. Yunsi raised an eyebrow. Her face suffused with a rosy hue, and softly replied, "Was I not beautiful before?" The girl, breathless, exuded a beguiling charm, evoking a desire to tease her playfully. Observing Du Ruoqiu's reaction, Yunsi clearly relished it. In her possession was an item that now proved invaluable. Du Ruoqiu had never anticipated that he would find it so irresistible. However, his body's fervent response left no room for contemplation. He surrendered willingly, becoming a puppet to his desires. "Cici, kiss me," she urged. Yunsi remained silent, continuing her actions. Unaware that this form of intimacy exhilarated her even more than combat, her heart craved deeper fulfillment. Gradually loosening her restraints, she leaned in, delicately savoring his lips. His hands, resting at his sides, tightened around her waist, responding to the kiss.
"Cici, io adoro you."
"I feel the same," he replied, his breath quickening. beads of sweat trickling down his handsome face to his neck and chest. The two reveled in their playful antics throughout the night. As dawn broke, Yunsi awoke. She rose to stretch her limbs, the quintessence of her five-layered spiritual energy circulating within her, becoming denser. Upon descending the stairs, she heard the sound of fists and feet colliding in the courtyard. Peering out, she saw Jiang Che, shirtless and practicing his punches, his bronze skin glistening with sweat. Each strike carried immense power, causing the stone ground to tremble slightly. Yunsi felt a sudden urge, having been preoccupied with recovery and breakthroughs. She hadn't engaged in proper sparring for quite some time.
Ake, shall we spar?
She proposed, stepping in front of Jiang Che, flexing her wrists, her eyes sparkling with eagerness. Jiang Che hesitated for a moment, then his eyes brightened. Sure. He knew Yunsi's strength was formidable, and he felt a mix of anticipation and nervousness. He did not wish to be bested by someone new to the field. The two took their positions in the center of the courtyard, while Fu Mingli, Shen Zeqi, and Duan Qingyue had unknowingly gathered at a distance, drawn by the commotion. Yunsi assumed her stance, signaling Jiang Che to make the first move. Without hesitation, he unleashed a powerful punch aimed at her chest, the force palpable. Yet Yunsi remained unperturbed, subtly shifting her body to the side, effortlessly evading the blow while simultaneously raising her hand to strike at Jiang Che's side. He quickly sidestepped. But Yunsi's movements were swifter, her windswept hand almost grazed his clothing. The exchange grew intense as they engaged in a fierce back and forth. Jiang Che's approach was aggressive and domineering, each punch carrying a destructive fervor, while Yunsi's movements were agile and quick, weaving through his strikes and landing precise hits on his vulnerabilities. Remarkably, she had yet to employ her spiritual power, relying solely on her physical prowess and technique, proving to be on par with Jiang Che, a seasoned fighter. Fu Mingli and Shen Zeqi exchanged glances, astonished. Yunsi's rate of improvement was astonishingly rapid, as if each breakthrough ushered in a qualitative leap. Duan Qingyue was captivated, absent-mindedly toying with his paintbrush, thinking to himself, Yunsi is incredibly strong. Even Jiang Che, who is so skilled, cannot gain the upper hand. At that moment, Du Ruoqiu descended from the upper floor. Upon reaching the staircase, he spotted Yunsi and Jiang Che concluding their spar, engaged in conversation. His cheeks still bore a lingering blush, his gaze evasive, clearly still embarrassed by the events of the previous night. Fu Mingli and Shen Zeqi exchanged knowing looks, their expressions laden with meaning. Shen Zeqi raised an eyebrow, teasingly inquiring, Dr. Du, did you not rest well last night? Your complexion seems rather poor. Du Ruoqiu's face turned even redder, stammering and unable to articulate a response. He quickly lowered his head and hurried to Yunsi's side, attempting to change the subject. Were you just sparring? Who won? He thought to himself, like a little wife. Let us call it a draw, Yunsi replied with a smile. Che's skills have improved rapidly. With a bit more practice, he might even surpass a third-tier zombie. Jiang Che scratched his head, feeling a bit sheepish. You're still the impressive one. I exerted all my strength and still couldn't gain an advantage. Duan Qingyue leaned closer, noting the deep crimson on Du Ruoqiu's face, a glint of schadenfreude in his eyes. Thank goodness it wasn't him with Yunsi last night. Otherwise, he would be the one in this awkward position. But then he shook his head, forcing himself to think of something distressing, fearing that his earlier amusement might bring about misfortune. All right, everyone else here. Yunsi clapped her hands, interrupting their banter. After breakfast, we'll prepare to head to yesterday's mutated plant area.
Today?
Strive to clear out all the mutated plants on the mountainside. I'll check the situation at the summit.
Oh.
And tell Luo Wuxia to select 10 from the Yunwei we visited yesterday to rotate at the base daily. Understood. The group replied in unison, their eyes alight with eagerness. Du Ruoqiu also set aside his embarrassment, nodding. I'll prepare the medical kits and bring extra antidotes in case of exposure to the mutated plant's toxins. Duan Qingyue quickly added. I drew several fire explosion arrows last night and crafted a few new tang swords. I'll distribute them to everyone, making it easier to deal with the mutated plants. Fu Mingli produced a simple map, marking the areas cleared the previous day. Yesterday, we only cleared part of the foothills. Today we'll split into 2 groups. I and Du Ruoqiu will lead 5, Yunwei and my own team from the left. Shen Zeqi will take 5, Yunwei and his team from the right. While Jiang Che, Duan Qingyue and Luo Wuxia will lead the remaining, Yunwei through the middle. If we encounter any third-tier mutated plants, signal for immediate assistance.
Yunsi.
Do you have any plans? Will you join us? I want to be accompanying you. I'll go clear out 3rd and 4th tier zombies. You all can handle the 2nd tier ones at the foothills to give them practical training. She glanced at the map, finishing her meal quickly, and prepared to set off, aiming to reach the mountainside before noon. The group nodded in agreement, hastening toward the dining hall. After breakfast, Duan Qingyue distributed the newly crafted weapons, including those for the 10 Yunwei who had just rotated in, including Luo Wuxia. Fu Mingli reiterated the precautions, ensuring everyone understood their tasks. Soon, Chapter 63, The Strange 3rd-tier plants. As the team reached the edge of the mutated plant zone, Yunxi suddenly raised her hand, signaling them to halt. She gazed ahead at the ground, which they had just cleared, now sprouting new green shoots, exuding an eerie vitality. Her brow furrowed. Something isn't right. The plants are regenerating too quickly. There may be something more troublesome at the summit. Fu Mingli immediately understood, gesturing for those behind to remain on high alert. He scanned Shen Zeqi, Jiang Che, and the others. We'll engage in practical combat at the foothills with our elite team. You're going up alone? The elite he referred to consisted of the capable ability users and close combat experts he and Shen Zeqi had selected, alongside 20 awakened individuals from the Yunwei team, totaling 40 skilled fighters. Yes, Yunxi nodded, her fingers tracing the hilt of her blade, its cold edge glinting ominously. Be cautious, and do not let the mutated plants or zombies ambush you. I'll first clear the 3rd and 4th tier plants and scout the summit. Before her words fully faded, her figure had already darted into the forest, leaving behind only a faint afterimage. Fu Mingli and the others promptly executed their previously discussed plan. He addressed the group. Let us proceed as planned. Du Ruoqiu and I will advance from the left, clearing the edge of the 2nd-tier plants. Shen Zeqi led Yunwei and his team along the right side, meticulously checking hidden corners. Jiang Che, Duan Qingyue, and Luo Wuxia positioned themselves in the center, with Luo Wuxia and Jiang Che advancing ahead, while Duan Qingyue provided support with explosive arrows. He paused, his tone growing serious. Remember, do not tread above the mountainside. If you encounter insurmountable danger, notify us immediately, prioritizing your own safety. Understood. Shen Zeqi, Jiang Che, and the others responded in unison, dispersing with their respective teams. Fu Mingli and Du Ruoqiu took the lead on the left, where icy blades swept through, instantly freezing the protruding 2nd-tier vines, leaving only 1st-tier ones for practice. Shen Zeqi instructed the metal ability users to forge a path ahead, severing the entangled 2nd-tier unknown vines with metallic shards, while Yunwei followed closely. Jiang Che specifically targeted the approaching 2nd-tier mutated dogtail grass, while Duan Qingyue stood ready with his bow. And Luo Wuxia guided his team to engage with 1st-tier plants to gain experience and enhance practical skills. Meanwhile, Yunxi had ventured deep into the mountainside. The light filtering through the trees diminished, and the air was suffused with the fresh scent of vegetation. As she rounded a rocky bend, a sudden whoosh of piercing sound struck her ears. Several icy arrows shot towards her face. With a deft step, Yunxi sidestepped, the arrows grazing her hair before embedding themselves into a tree trunk behind her, instantly frosting a ring of white frost around the impact. A glimpse caught her eye. A ginseng plant over a meter tall stood amidst the grass. Its verdant leaves were layered, adorned with several bright red ginseng fruits, as translucent as agate, while the root emanated a faint white glow from which the icy arrows had emerged. Intrigued, Yunxi did not retreat, but instead advanced briskly towards the ginseng. With starfall gripped in her hand and infused with spiritual energy, the blade shimmered with a soft white light. The ginseng seemed to sense danger, its leaves quivering violently as arrows rained down with increasing intensity, akin to a torrential downpour. Yet, Yunxi's agility far surpassed that of the arrows, weaving effortlessly through the gaps, untouched even by the hem of her clothing. As she neared the ginseng, she leaped, bringing starfall down forcefully upon its main root. With a crisp crack, the root, infused with icy energy, snapped, white sap oozing from the cut, chilling to the bone. Bending down, she uprooted the ginseng, its roots thicker than an adult's arm, entwined with fine hair-like roots, feeling cool to the touch. She casually stored the ginseng in her space and proceeded towards the source of commotion not far away. After walking a short distance, a series of popping sounds reached her ears. Following the sound, she discovered several half-person high goji berry plants growing in the crevices of the rocks, their branches laden with bright red fruits, now launching their produce at the birds in the sky. The fruits flew like bullets, striking the rocks and leaving tiny indentations. Unstoppable. Yun-Si twisted her wrist, and Starfall danced into a streak of light, precisely severing the goji roots entangled in the rocks. The goji continued to retaliate with its fruit, yet failed to harm her in the slightest. Moments later, she had lifted all 3 goji plants with Starfall, cleaving through the thickest root, from which rolled out an orange-hued crystal core. Indeed, a 3rd-tier core. She stored the core and the goji plants in her space, and continued onward. After merely 100 meters, a faint breeze rustled above her. Looking up, she beheld a cloud slowly descending, revealing a dandelion larger than a round table. Its white fluff unfurled like a parachute, each tip bearing tiny barbs, exuding a sense of lethal danger. With a swift flick of her wrist, she unleashed a sharp blade of air towards the dandelion's flower head. With a sound akin to slicing, the flower had split in 2, its white fluff scattering to the ground, the barbs embedding in the earth and leaving a multitude of tiny holes. Seizing the moment, Yun-Si leapt, grasping the dandelion's main stem and yanking it from the air. She severed the roots, revealing a crystal core nestled within, even purer than that of the goji, radiating a soft orange-white glow. Delving deeper, Yun-Si encountered a prickly ash tree. Its stout branches were adorned with sharp black thorns, which immediately shot towards her upon sensing her presence. The air thick with a slight numbing scent, clearly laced with paralyzing toxins. Raising an eyebrow, Yun-Si gathered her spiritual energy into a transparent barrier before her, which absorbed the impact of the thorns, rendering them powerless as they fell to the ground. She swiftly advanced, sweeping Starfall through the air to cleave the prickly ash's branches entirely. Upon severing the roots, an orange-purple crystal core rolled out, its exterior orange, with a purple heart, infusing her fingers with a slight numbing sensation. Clearly, it contained the toxic energy of the prickly ash itself.
Yun-Si pondered doubtfully. Evidently,
the crystal cores of these plants not only housed pure energy, but also bore the characteristics of the plants themselves, a serendipitous discovery. Within just half an hour, she had cleared all the 3rd-tier plants from the depths of the mountainside. An ice arrow ginseng, 3 goji plants, 2 airborne dandelions, and 1 poisonous prickly ash, along with 7 3rd-tier crystal cores from their roots, had all been safely stored in her space. Contemplating her harvest, she mused, the medicinal value of these mutated plants might surpass that of the pre-apocalyptic era. The effects of the ice ginseng in medicine remained unknown. While both goji and dandelion were also medicinal, the prickly ash could serve as a seasoning, proving far more practical than merely slaying zombies. Regrettably, she hadn't had the chance to research the several 3rd-tier plants she cleared yesterday. She would need to have Ruachio examine them thoroughly upon her return. Just as Yun-Si prepared to probe the mountaintop, a sudden surge of potent energy rippled from the right side. Chapter 64, Cedar. She halted, turning her gaze to the nearby cedar tree, entwined with a massive wisteria. Its vines were thick, deeply embedding into the cedar, with purple blossoms hanging like bells. Exuding a rich fragrance, the energy fluctuation reaching a formidable 4th tier. The cedar itself had attained the 3rd tier.
Yun-Si approached cautiously,
the intoxicating floral scent enveloping her senses. Unsure of any unknown toxins, she held her breath. The wisteria seemed to sense her presence, its vines suddenly writhing violently, coiling towards her with astonishing speed. Yun-Si swung her blade to block, Starfall striking the vine, yet only severing half. Its resilience exceeded her expectations. 4th-tier mutated plants were indeed more formidable. With a steely glint in her eyes, Yun-Si ceased to hold back, channeling all her spiritual energy into Starfall. The blade glowing with a radiant white light, imbued with lethal intent. Sensing the threat, the wisteria evaded while releasing purple pollen that filled the air, exuding an eerie romance. Observing this, Yun-Si decisively activated her time ability, bringing everything around her to a standstill for a fleeting 3 seconds, sufficient time. Seizing that ephemeral opportunity, she leaped, bringing Starfall down with force onto the main vine of the wisteria. With a thunderous crack, the main vine shattered, dark green sap gushing forth. A deep green crystal core dropped from the vine, rolling onto the ground. Bending down, Yun-Si picked up the core, discovering a miniature model of a wisteria flower within. Exquisitely lifelike and stunning. She couldn't help but toy with the core, her eyes alight with affection. It was her first encounter with a 4th-tier core. After a series of battles and the exertion of her time ability, Yun-Si felt her spiritual energy depleting, her complexion paling slightly. She glanced at the cedar. which appeared even sturdier than the fourth-tier wisteria. Unlike other third-tier plants, it did not attack upon sensing proximity. Rather, it stood resolutely, devoid of any hostility. Initially, she assumed the wisteria had restrained it, preventing its attack, but with the wisteria dealt with, it remained upright, showing no inclination to engage. Just as in the verses of Li Bai, the cypress stands solitary and upright, embodying the essence of integrity and virtue, untouched by the whims of society. She mused, "Let it remain here." Turning her gaze towards the mountain peak, she sensed a more intricate energy fluctuation, indicating the presence of higher beings. Without lingering, she made her way back down the slope. 500 meters from the mountain's base, Yunsi encountered Fu Mingli and his companions, who were advancing deeper into the mountains. "How is it?" Fu Mingli approached her, his eyes sweeping over her form, and upon confirming her unscathed condition, he breathed a sigh of relief. Yunsi produced ginseng and goji berries from her spatial storage, laying them on the ground. "I cleared the Tier 3 plants halfway up the slope, yielding a considerable bounty." She paused, retrieving a Tier 4 crystal core from her space, offering it to Fu Mingli. "I encountered a formidable Tier 4 wisteria near the peak, but I managed to subdue it. There was a cypress beside it, which I left untouched." Fu Mingli accepted the crystal core, feeling the pure energy within and catching a glimpse of the wisteria model inside. He couldn't help but murmur, "CC, you are indeed formidable." He returned the core to Yunsi, his eyes brimming with admiration. Someone interjected, inquiring about a particularly striking cypress that seemed exceptionally gentle. Both Yunsi and Fu Mingli turned to regard the speaker, acknowledging its remarkable stature and expressing regret at the thought of cutting it down. The individual sighed, explaining that it had existed since before the apocalypse, with an estimated age of 1,314 years, and had become a site of affection for couples seeking everlasting love.
Fu Mingli remarked.
"It's fortunate you didn't cut it down. I too felt it had developed sentience. It would have been a pity to fell it." Hearing the commotion, Shen Zeqi, Jiang Che, Duan Qingyue, and Luo Wuxia arrived with their team. Everyone was astonished at the mound of mutated plants Yunsi had single-handedly cleared. "Such an abundance of Tier 3 plants, and you accomplished it alone. Your prowess is truly admirable," Shen Zeqi commented, picking up a ginseng root and sensing the residual ice energy within. "Your speed is astonishing. We have barely managed a few Tier 2 plants while you have dealt with Tier 3s.
Yunsi smiled,
Retrieving 7 Tier 3 crystal cores from her space and handing them to Fu Mingli. "These cores possess gentle energy. You 5 can keep them to enhance your abilities." She reserved the Tier 4 core for herself, one she particularly cherished. Fu Mingli distributed the cores among Shen Zeqi, Jiang Che, Duan Qingyue, and Du Ruoqiu, returning the last one to Yunsi. She accepted it and casually handed it to Luo Wuxia, saying, "Take one. You decide what to do with the remaining one." Luo Wuxia took the core and promptly passed it to Yuing, the team leader of Yunwei, who received it with trembling hands, exclaiming, "Thank you, miss. Thank you."
Boya.
Duan Qingyue surveyed the plants and noted the time, suggesting, "It's still early. Let us clear some Tier 2 plants to accumulate more crystal cores."
All right.
"I'll watch over you," Yunsi nodded, leaning against a nearby tree trunk to restore her strength while releasing her mental energy to observe their actions. She wanted to gauge the true capabilities of her elite team, particularly Luo Wuxia and Yuing. The group soon returned to their respective zones, and Yuing did not disappoint Yunsi. She demonstrated exceptional archery skills, hitting her mark consistently, and worked seamlessly with Luo Wuxia, together with a metal elemental user. They drew the attention of Tier 2 plants from their hiding spots. The remaining members executed their roles efficiently, with ranged abilities focusing on offense and melee fighters handling defense, resulting in a smooth and highly effective team dynamic. Watching the scene, a flicker of satisfaction passed through Yunsi's eyes. With such a team, the future of Yunshin base would only grow more secure. After observing for a while, witnessing their adept handling of Tier 2 plants and the absence of unforeseen dangers, she suddenly recalled the mutated wild chicken she had tasted yesterday, its flesh firm and more delectable than pre-apocalypse poultry, stirring her appetite. After all, one must indulge in the pleasures of life. Despite the hardships of the apocalypse, it is essential to reward oneself. Yunsi withdrew her mental energy and called out to Fu Mingli, "You all keep busy. I just spotted several rabbits and wild chickens nearby. I'll catch a few to bring back for everyone." Fu Mingli looked up, noting her cheerful demeanor and the safe surroundings, and nodded in agreement. Be cautious and don't stray too far. We'll join you once we finish here. Rest assured, Yunsi waved, her figure darting into the woods once more. This time not venturing deep, but rather towards a more verdant area. She recalled having seen the water-spitting mutated rabbits and feather-launching wild chickens nearby, their abilities being only Tier 1, making them easy prey and perfect for her culinary needs. Not long after, she heard rustling in the bushes. Treading softly, she approached and indeed spotted a snow-white rabbit nibbling on tender shoots, water droplets clinging to its mouth, unmistakably the water-spitting rabbit she had encountered yesterday. Gathering her mental energy at her fingertips, she flicked it towards the rabbit, instantly ensnaring it. The startled creature sprayed water in her direction. Yet it could not breach the barrier of her energy and was swiftly drawn into her space. In the next half hour, Yunsi captured 18 rabbits and 10 wild chickens. Though the chickens could shoot feathers as projectiles, they were no match for her speed, each one easily subdued. Looking at the pile of prey in her space, Yunsi smiled with satisfaction. This abundance of meat would suffice for a hearty feast for herself, Fu Mingli, and all of Shen Zeqi's team. She bound the wild chickens and rabbits together with vines, ready to return when she spotted Fu Mingli and the others, who had finished clearing the nearby Tier 2 plants. Approaching her direction, Du Ruochio caught sight of her haul and rushed over excitedly. Wow! So many wild chickens and rabbits. Tonight we can have roast chicken. You're not missing out, Yunsi chuckled, handing the wild chickens to Du Ruochio. Everything is ready. Let us head back. The group, laden with mutated plants and their catch, laughed and chatted as they made their way back to the villa. Chapter 65. The mutated Yilan last night's dinner was undoubtedly the most sumptuous meal since the onset of the apocalypse. Today's feast was no less impressive, featuring golden, crispy roasted wild chickens and tender, flavorful rabbit stew, complemented by a soup made from the mutated goji berries Yunsi brought back, leaving the group and their elite followers with full bellies. The aroma of the meat wafted from the villa, drawing the attention of numerous survivors within the base, who learned that edible mutated rabbits and wild chickens were hidden within the mutated plant area in the northwest, boasting flavors surpassing pre-apocalypse poultry. As word spread, the base buzzed with excitement. Yunsi and her companions were candid, sharing the situation of the mutated plant area. They cautioned that Tier 2 mutated plants lurked at the periphery, while Tier 3 and even 4 threats lay deeper, advising everyone to stay on the outskirts and avoid ascending the slope to prevent any misfortune. Yet, a portion of individuals disregarded the warnings, muttering among themselves that the leaders were merely fearful of losing their prey, turning a blind eye to the dangers. Upon hearing this, Fu Mingli merely scoffed, remarking, "Those who suffer losses will learn to be cautious," and allowed them to proceed unimpeded. The following morning, just as dawn broke, the base gates buzzed with activity. Some astute individuals refrained from acting independently, stealthily following Yunwei in hopes of benefiting from their protection as they entered the mountains. Meanwhile, others, impatient, armed themselves at first light, fearing their quarry would be snatched away if they delayed. Several formidable teams of supernatural beings trailed closely behind Fu Mingli and his companions, maintaining a respectful distance, evidently aware of the situation, yet cautious not to intrude upon one another's space. Yunsi, however, remained a solitary figure. As she stepped out of the group with Xingluo on her back, she drew numerous gazes. Some were captivated by her beauty, lamenting silently that such a stunning woman was so unruly, wandering about recklessly. What if she were to encounter second or third-tier flora? Would she not meet a tragic end? Others, harboring ulterior motives, discreetly followed her, clearly intent on seizing an opportunity or gaining some advantage. Du Ruochio observed this unfolding scene, nudging Fu Mingli with his elbow and whispering, "Brother Fu, should we deal with those trailing behind CC?" He punctuated his query with a gesture akin to execution, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Following his gaze, Fu Mingli noted the few individuals lagging behind Yunsi, their demeanor casual, until he shook his head. Let them be, they pose no threat to CC. The nearby second-tier plant zone harbors few easy targets, and they won't last long. Indeed, as Fu Mingli predicted, the moment those trailing crossed into the plant zone, they were swiftly confronted by a few second-tier thistle plants that could eject poisonous spines. The initially carefree group was soon thrown into disarray, scrambling to evade the toxic projectiles, forsaking their pursuit of Yunsi as they retreated with injuries, cries of distress echoing behind them. In contrast, Fumingly's attention was drawn to another 6-member team trailing behind, comprising 2 women and 4 men, all of whom exhibited a poised demeanor and agile movements, unmistakably seasoned in combat. Upon closer observation, he discerned that each member possessed a unique ability. One female could manipulate vines, while among the males were those adept in metal and fire abilities. Notably, they refrained from employing their powers unnecessarily, opting to use cold weapons to clear away nearby lower-tier plants. Remarkably, they maintained a considerate distance of several meters from Fumingly's team, neither intruding nor attracting danger. Striking an admirable balance. This team possesses intriguing qualities, Fumingly murmured to Shen Zeqi beside him. We should inquire about them upon our return. Perhaps they are newly arrived survivors. Shen Zeqi nodded, casting a fleeting glance at the team without further comment. The priority remained to progress in sync with Yunsi. Meanwhile, Yunsi had long since left her pursuers behind. Following the path from the previous day, she ascended towards the mountain peak. Encountering no threat from the first and second-tier plants, with Xinglua occasionally unsheathing to sever any obstructive vines. Upon reaching the ancient cypress, near the 4th-tier wisteria they had encountered the previous day, she instinctively halted. This cypress was twice the girth of a typical one, its trunk adorned with deep brown patterns and its foliage lush enough to obscure half the sky. As she approached, the branches rustled softly, the sound melodious as if greeting her. Intrigued, she extended her hand, gently brushing the rough bark. To her surprise, the trunk responded with a slight movement, as though acknowledging her touch. Unable to suppress a smile, she patted the trunk lightly, whispering, "I am headed to the mountain peak. I shall return to visit you." Just as her words faded, the branches rustled again, resembling a nod or perhaps a shake of the head. Without lingering, she turned and continued her ascent. As she progressed, the surrounding flora became increasingly sparse, predominantly consisting of 1st and 2nd-tier plants, with not a single 3rd-tier in sight. Yunsi was not surprised. Given that the 4th-tier wisteria could dominate a patch of land midway up the mountain, it was logical that the plants at the summit would be even more formidable, likely having claimed the lower-tier plants as their sustenance, disallowing any high-tier plants from encroaching. After approximately half an hour, the outline of the summit finally emerged. To her astonishment, it revealed a flat expanse devoid of any vegetation, save for a massive black rock standing at its center. The rock bore peculiar markings resembling naturally formed runes, emanating a faint energy wave. As Yunsi approached, her fingertips grazed the surface, and she felt a gentle yet potent energy surge into her, replenishing the spiritual energy she had expended on her journey. Astonished, she realized the rock could nourish her spiritual energy. However, the next moment, an unsettling sensation washed over her, not warmth, but an icy coldness as if unseen eyes were fixated upon her through the stone, exuding a sense of greed and hunger. Something was amiss. Stepping back abruptly, she gripped Xinglua tightly as a violent tremor shook the ground beneath her. The markings on the black rock began to glow, fissures expanding at a visible rate, and an energy wave far surpassing that of the 4th-tier wisteria erupted, accompanied by an overwhelming floral fragrance, sweet yet cloying, threatening to engulf her. An alarming realization struck Yunsi. Within this energy wave lay a palpable hunger, assessing her as if she were a delectable morsel. Her pupils constricted as golden petals unfurled from the rock-esque crevices, not vines, but a colossal ylang flower. Its stem was thicker than a barrel, glistening with a metallic sheen, and each petal appeared as though forged from gold, the heart of the flower revealing a sinister dark red, resembling an open maw slowly inhaling her direction. A 5th-tier mutated ylang. Yunsi tightened her grip on Xinglua, cold sweat forming in her palms. She sensed that this flower's intent was singular, her. It seemed to detect the purity of her spiritual energy, viewing her as its most enticing nourishment, the sweet fragrance even carrying a mental allure urging her to draw closer. The stem of the flower swayed gently, and several golden petals shot toward her like blades. Yunsi swiftly sidestepped, the petals grazing her shoulder before crashing into the ground, creating a shallow crater in the hardened rock. These were no mere petals but weapons. Meanwhile, down below, Fumingly and his companions also sensed the energy wave emanating from the summit. The sweet yet sinister energy was too unsettling, causing Fumingly's expression to shift dramatically. He turned to Shen Zeqi, exclaiming, "This is bad. We must evacuate everyone immediately." Shen Zeqi felt the malice within the energy as well and nodded promptly. "Understood." We will have Luo Wuxia lead them out. They must wait for us. Jiang Che responded immediately, signaling several of the cloud guards to facilitate the retreat. Fu Mingli, Jiang Che, Shen Zeqi, Duruoqiu, and Duan Qingyue sprinted towards the summit. Even the six-member team behind them, alerted by the dangerous energy, exchanged glances before hastening their pace, sensing that whatever lay at the summit was anything but ordinary. At the summit, the Yilang's attacks intensified. Golden petals rained down upon Yunxi like a torrential storm, while the stem occasionally burst forth from the ground, attempting to ensnare her ankles. Yunxi evaded while using Xinglua to slice through the incoming petals, yet the flower's regenerative speed was astonishing. As she severed one petal, another would sprout in its place, and the energy only grew stronger. Compounding her troubles, the cloying fragrance thickened, making her head spin, her spiritual energy becoming sluggish. This floral scent not only seduced but also numbed her senses. Cursing under her breath, Yunxi gritted her teeth, forcefully channeling her mental strength to counter the floral influence. While simultaneously infusing all her spiritual energy into Xinglua, the blade radiating a brilliant white light. She understood that she could no longer afford to remain on the defensive. She must uncover the Yilang's weakness. This fifth-tier plant regarded her as prey, and she would turn the tables, demonstrating who the true hunter was. The Yilan flower seemed to sense her resistance. Its dark red blooms suddenly opened wide, exuding a powerful suction that rushed towards Yunxi, evidently intent on swallowing her whole. Yunxi's gaze sharpened. Instead of retreating, she leaped forward, harnessing the force of the suction to propel herself into the air, aiming a fierce strike at the flower's stalk, convinced that it was its vital weakness. Chapter 66, Ascendancy Clang. The strike landed brutally on the Yilan flower stalk, golden sap bursting forth, leaving behind a wound deep enough to expose bone. Yet, the Yilan flower merely swayed violently, its dark red blooms still wide open, the suction unabated. Although struck, it was not mortally wounded. As Yunxi landed, she stumbled slightly, the cloying floral fragrance wrapping around her limbs like invisible threads, quickening her breath and reddening her cheeks unnaturally. She finally realized that this fragrance not only dulled her nerves, but also bore an intense aphrodisiac effect. If she delayed any longer, she would be completely ensnared by its scent. She had to resolve this fifth-level plant swiftly. Even more disturbing was the crystalline energy emanating from within the Yilan flower, a pure and immense force that enticed her gravely. Yet, she could not approach it. She had to suppress the enemy before her first time ability. Gritting her teeth, Yunxi concentrated all her mental energy to activate her power. But the next moment, her face paled. Her time ability lasted less than a second, and the Yilan flower merely paused briefly before resuming its assault, golden petals raining down like a tempest. Her time ability, still at level 2, was utterly insufficient against the fifth-level Yilan flower. With determination in her eyes, Yunxi retrieved a third-level crystal core from her spatial pouch, clenching it tightly in her palm. She was acutely aware that absorbing a higher-level crystal would inflict severe harm on her body, yet she could not afford to hesitate any longer. Pure energy surged into her body instantaneously.
Boom.
As the energy coursed through her meridians, a cacophony echoed in her mind, as if countless needles were piercing her. Her vision darkened, her steps faltered, and blood seeped from the corner of her mouth, yet she gritted her teeth, forcibly guiding the energy to enhance her abilities.
Puffed.
The energy rampaged within her, blood oozing from her ears, mouth, and nose, staining her cheeks and collar. Shaking her heavy head, she disregarded the pain and hastened her absorption. Even hearing her mind protest under the strain, yet she persisted in drawing forth the energy from the crystal core. Crack. A faint sound of cracking resonated in her mind. She had truly reached level 3. Without hesitation, she produced a fourth-level wisteria crystal core from her spatial pouch, gripping it to continue her absorption. Having learned from her earlier breakthrough, this time the process was considerably smoother. The energy of the fourth-level core was greater than that of the third, yet also more volatile. Though it seemed somewhat more compliant, could its medicinal properties be at play? While pondering, the fourth-level core disintegrated into ash, and Yunxi's time ability ascended to level 4. Again. With eyes sharp as blades, Yunxi activated her time ability once more. This time, it held for a full 2 seconds. The Yilan flower's movements came to a complete halt, even the suction from its bloom momentarily ceased. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Yunxi leaped into the air. channeling all her spiritual energy into a mighty strike at the previously inflicted wound.
Puffed.
Golden sap gushed forth as the Yilan flower stalk broke under her blow. The surrounding cloying floral scent diminished instantly. Although it lingered, it no longer bore the same aphrodisiac and numbing effects. The Yilan flower shook violently, its remaining petals flailing wildly. But lacking the previous strength, it was evidently gravely injured. Adhering to the principle of striking while the iron is hot, Yunsi struck again, severing the stalk entirely and exposing the deep green crystal core before her. At that moment, Fumingli, Shen Zeqi, and others finally reached the summit. Stunned at the sight of Yunsi, bloodied and standing amidst the remnants of the Yilan flower, they were taken aback. Her clothes soaked in crimson, her face and neck smeared with blood, yet she remained upright, wielding a crescent moon blade with a gaze filled with defiance and resilience. Fumingli and Duruachio beheld her for the first time in such a manner, their hearts racing, captivated by the fleeting glimpse of her strength.
Sisi.
Fumingli was the first to rush over, carefully supporting her, his voice laden with concern and urgency. Shen Zeqi, Jiang Che, Duruachio, and Duan Qingwei gathered around her. Their eyes reddened at her state. Moments ago, they had been powerless to assist, forced to watch her fight alone. That feeling of helplessness gnawed at their hearts. The six-member team behind them arrived as well, led by the long-haired man, Ling Xiao, whose eyes were filled with shock and admiration upon seeing Yunsi, reminiscent of Fumingli and Duruachio's earlier reactions. Beside him, his sister, Ling Yun, could not suppress her awe, exclaiming, "Wow, she's incredible. She actually defeated a 5th-level mutated plant." Ling Xiao nodded, his voice deep and resonant. "Indeed remarkable. To face a 5th-level Yilan flower as a level 4 is no small feat. This level of tenacity and strength is rare." Previously, he had thought her reckless for ascending the mountain alone, but now his perspective had shifted entirely. Someone of her caliber hardly needed protection. He had underestimated her. Fumingli ignored the 6 behind him, his hands trembling as he supported Yunsi. "How are you? Are you feeling unwell?" Yunsi shook her head, leaning against him. Her voice faint. "I'm fine, just extract the crystal core." Shen Zeqi promptly stepped forward, using a dagger to slice open the Yilan flower's bloom. A crystal core the size of a bottle cap tumbled out, transparent and glimmering with a faint golden halo, housing a small Yilan flower within. Even more breathtaking than the previous 4th-level core. He quickly handed the core to Yunsi. Yet, as soon as it reached her hands, an extraordinary event occurred. The green crystal core seemed to come alive, slowly merging into Yunsi's palm, vanishing without a trace. Fumingli and Shen Zeqi were both stunned. Fumingli quickly turning Yunsi to inspect her hand, but found no trace of it. Shen Zeqi suppressed his astonishment, his mind filled with questions. How could the core meld into her body? Yunsi was equally surprised but lacked the energy to ponder further. She felt her body growing hotter, her cheeks flushing unnaturally. The earlier aphrodisiac fragrance still lingered, compounded by the aftereffects of her forced breakthrough, overwhelming her. Leaning against Fumingli, she spoke hoarsely, "Carry me over. I'll collect this 5th-level plant. Let us not waste it."
Fumingli nodded,
carefully lifting her in his arms as he made his way towards the remnants of the Yilan flower. With a gesture, the flower vanished into her spatial pouch. After completing this, Yunsi was utterly spent, resting against Fumingli as her consciousness began to fade. Fumingli quickly embraced her, calling to the others, "Let us hurry back." Nodding, they surrounded Fumingli as they descended the mountain. Behind them, Ling Xiao observed their retreating figures, deep in thought. This Yunchen base seemed far more formidable than he had anticipated. Ling Yun tugged at his sleeve. "Brother, should we join them? That woman, Yunsi, is amazing. If she could become my sister-in-law, wouldn't that make you a true big brother?" Ling Xiao lightly tapped her forehead. "Let us wait and see. Don't rush into things. I can sense that Fumingli and the others still regard us with caution. Approaching them now would only breed resentment." Fumingli hurried down the mountain, cradling Yunsi, whose body burned with fever and whose breath quickened, causing him increasing alarm. Shen Zeqi followed closely, still grasping the remnants of the Yilan flower, internally urging himself to elevate his own strength without delay. Duruachio walked at the back, observing Yunsi's unusually flushed face with a hint of speculation. However, amidst the crowd, he chose to remain silent. Chapter 67. The Newcomer Ling Xiao. Fumingli carried Yunsi down the mountain, where Luo Wuxia, Yang Run, Wu Qing, And Chengyu, though he couldn't recall if he had mentioned the assistant's name, awaited them at the base. Wu Qing opened the door of the SUV, motioning for Fu Mingli to place Yunxi inside. Just as he was about to get into drive for his boss, he noticed Jiang Che in the driver's seat and Shen Zeqi in the passenger seat, while 4 others squeezed into the back. He thought to himself, speechless. He had hoped to sit beside his boss, but it seemed he was undeserving of that privilege. Fearing he might say something inappropriate, Wu Qing quickly tugged at Yang Run's sleeve and said to Fu Mingli, "Boss, we'll head ahead to clear the zombies for you." Upon seeing Fu Mingli nod, he pulled Yang Run into another vehicle. Nearby, Chengyu clicked his tongue, thinking how fortunate this girl was, surrounded by tall, gentle, obedient men, all of whom were quite handsome. He imagined she must eat well regularly. He reminisced that his boss was her first, yet now he was merely one among many. With a serious expression, he instructed his subordinates to return. Luo Wuxia also called for her subordinates to get into the vehicles to return to the base. In the middle, as Fu Mingli got into the car, Yunxi began to stir restlessly in his arms.
Duruochiusatli remarked to Fu Mingli, brother Fu.
Don't you think Yunxi's condition resembles that of someone under the influence of traditional medicine? Everyone glanced at Yunxi and then shot a reproachful glare at Du Ruoqiu. Indeed, it did resemble it, and they wondered why he hadn't mentioned it sooner. Given their evident anxiety, Fu Mingli felt as if he were cradling a ticking time bomb. Filled with youthful vigor, he held the one he loved. Unable to control his own body, his expression tightened, beads of sweat forming on his forehead.
Du Ruoqiu wore a somewhat gleeful expression.
Relieved it wasn't he who had to endure the torment. Duan Qingyu and Shen Zeqi struggled to suppress their rising smiles. As Fu Mingli held her waist, he felt the charm bracelet slip from his hand. The other 4 were momentarily taken aback. They had not anticipated Fu Mingli's playful approach with Yunxi, and the familiarity between them suggested this was not their first encounter. It seemed they were all at a disadvantage without adornments, and they resolved to remind Qingyu to be observant next time. As the temperature inside the vehicle rose, the atmosphere became increasingly tense. Du Ruoqiu could no longer contain himself, asking, "How much longer until we arrive?" Jiang Che's grip on the steering wheel tightened, his eyes reddening as he focused intently on the road ahead. The others were in a similar state, particularly as Yunxi's suppressed breaths filled the air, making self-control increasingly difficult. Sitting beside Fu Mingli, Du Ruoqiu and Duan Qingyu felt particularly uncomfortable, wishing to hide beneath the car. Fitting the saying that they ought to be under the vehicle at this moment. But Du Ruoqiu quickly reconsidered, thinking, why should she be the one under the car? They were all Yunxi's men. She took Yunxi's hand and pressed it against her slightly heated face, just as they arrived. Jiang Che drove straight to Yunxi's villa. Fu Mingli adjusted her clothing and carried her directly upstairs, with the others following without a thought of discretion. Upon entering, they found Fu Mingli and Yunxi already beginning to prepare a meal. "Darling, call me husband," Fu Mingli urged. "Husband," Yunxi stammered. The others nearly choked upon hearing her address Fu Mingli in such a manner.
"Jiang Kelindin, Yunxi, kolmeake."
At that moment, Yunxi obediently complied, calling out a Che. Fu Mingli leaned closer to Yunxi's ear. "Wife, do you know who is?" "You?" "Yes, it's husband."
"And a Che."
Fu Mingli's expression darkened slightly, and he fell silent, consumed by. Jiang Che seemed satisfied, a smile of contentment on his face. Du Ruoqiu sighed, muttering about Jiang Che's easy satisfaction, deeming it rather unrefined. Shen Zeqi smirked. "You're one to talk about refinement, considering you're here watching this unfold." With that, he stepped forward. Fu Mingli donned a robe and exited their intimate setting. Jiang Che and Shen Zeqi worked in tandem, creating a sense of difficulty for the others. By the time they finished, it was dark, then light again. Yet Yunxi's condition remained unchanged. Her entire body was as red as a boiled shrimp, and her forehead was somewhat feverish.
Du Ruoqiu inquired of Fu Mingli, brother Fu.
"Was Yunxi like this last time?" Fu Mingli furrowed his brows. "Not quite. The difference is that at that time, I still had what I needed." Shen Zeqi shot a glance at Du Ruoqiu, unable to hold his tongue. "You, a professional, asking someone unqualified." Du Ruoqiu scratched his head. "I'm just not certain. With so many of us, logically speaking, it shouldn't be getting worse even without an antidote. Should we find her another man?" Shen Zeqi shot him a cold look, thinking him an unreliable fool.
"Jiang Kekindin.
"Let us find someone whose essence is still intact and give it a try." He glanced at Yunxi on the bed, who appeared increasingly distressed. Shen Zeqi also looked at the figure on the bed, then at the others, each of whom seemed inadequate, lacking even the essentials.
Fu Mingli decided.
Let's give it a try. She has taken the medicine, and we've done all we can. We need to find someone Yunsi would agree to. They must be attractive and in good shape. Where can we find someone clean, good-looking, and fit?
Du ruau qui lamentait. Fu Mingli coughed.
We can't let her continue like this. We can't quench her thirst. He recalled the man from yesterday. That one seemed promising, but I don't know if he will. Shen Zeqi raised an eyebrow. You mean that long-haired guy you mentioned yesterday?
Fu Mingli nodded.
Jiang Che interjected. He seemed decent, at least yesterday. Shen Zeqi cast a deep look at Fu Mingli and Jiang Che, bemused. If one didn't know better, they might think you two had already done your research, and were just waiting to send him to Yunsi's bed. Jiang Che hesitated. Yunsi needs someone with essence. I couldn't help but pay more attention. He merely thought the man seemed like a practitioner, and took extra notice. Fu Mingli's expression was hard to describe. He wanted to clarify that he had never intended to send Ling Xiao to Yunsi's bed. He merely thought to have him work for himself. However, he chose not to elaborate, knowing they wouldn't believe him. Someone should go, the person you mentioned. Yes, bring Ling Xiao here, Du Ruoqiu stammered. The four of them looked at Fu Mingli, their meaning unmistakable. Fu Mingli glanced at everyone, his expression wooden as he stepped outside.
Once Fu Mingli exited,
The others exchanged glances, a sense of foreboding settling in. They were about to add another newcomer.
Meanwhile,
Fu Mingli inquired with Yang Qing about Ling Xiao's whereabouts and proceeded directly to find him. Ling Xiao and his 6 companions resided not far from the mission hall. And, at that moment, Ling Xiao was enjoying dinner. It was at this critical juncture that Fu Mingli knocked on the door. One of the men in the group opened it. Fu Mingli glanced at him, then shifted his gaze to Ling Xiao, noting his handsome features and robust physique. Though uncertain. I'm looking for Ling Xiao, he stated. The man stepped back, glancing at Ling Xiao, who nodded slightly, granting him entry. Ling Xiao quickly finished his meal, eating swiftly yet neatly, exuding a sense of cleanliness. My humble abode is simple. If you have something to discuss, please come in,
he said.
Fu Mingli hesitated. What I need to discuss is somewhat inconvenient. Let us speak outside. Ling Xiao shrugged nonchalantly and followed Fu Mingli outside. With a deep breath, Fu Mingli finally spoke. Ling Xiao, do you have a girlfriend? Have you ever dated? Internally, he thought, had he known, he would have sent someone else. This was quite embarrassing. Couldn't he possibly ask him to accompany his girlfriend? Ling Xiao suppressed the urge to dig in his ears. Unable to help raising his voice. What did you say? The 5 eavesdropping behind the door exchanged glances. Considering the idea of a man accompanying another man's girlfriend wasn't entirely out of the question. Fu Mingli inhaled deeply. I'm being serious, not joking. I need your help. Ling Xiao scrutinized him, sensing he was not joking, and replied coldly, No, I haven't dated anyone. Fu Mingli let out a sigh of relief, his expression easing somewhat. Cece, the girl you saw on the mountaintop, has been poisoned and requires an antidote from a man whose yang energy still remains. He had never felt so lowly before. Ling Xiao's face stiffened, unsure of how to respond. After a moment, he spoke. Aren't there 5 of you? Why would it fall to me? Fu Mingli, slightly embarrassed, replied, None of us are suitable anymore. I never imagined I would feel so worthless. If I had known, I would have sent Jiang Che or Shen Zeqi. Perhaps they could handle it next time. Inside the room, the atmosphere was tense. In Ling Yun's mind, she was exclaiming internally, there are only 5 such formidable women. If we lose this chance, it may never present itself again, unless my brother joins. Ling Xiao recalled that fleeting glimpse. Undeniably, she was an exceptional woman. Yet she already had 5 men. Fu Mingli observed him, lost in thought, and decided, fine. I shall seek someone else. Wait, brother. If he is willing, even if he is reluctant, I will ensure he is clean and presentable. A female voice called from within. Ling Xiao flushed with embarrassment and scolded Ling Yun, then turned to Fu Mingli. This is my sister, Ling Yun. Very well, I shall take my leave. I will wait for you for an hour. If you do not arrive, I shall assume you will not come. Ling Xiao nodded faintly. Chapter 68. Decision. After Fu Mingli departed, Ling Yun chattered excitedly, Brother, such a beautiful and strong woman. If you miss this opportunity, it may never come again. You must cherish the chance that has been presented to you. Ling Xiao remained silent, feeling conflicted. Listening to Fu Mingli's words, he pondered whether he was truly so unworthy. Yet, he could not deny his heart. He felt a stirring. Had she not been poisoned, perhaps it would not have concerned him at all. If he were to miss out, he felt a dull ache in his heart at the thought of losing her. Ling Yun's voice echoed in his ears, "Brother, you must go. Once missed, you may never encounter such a remarkable woman again. Consider this, what man beside her is not as commendable as you?" Yet, they all seemed to be accepted. Why not you? The others remained silent, their expressions revealing their keen interest. One girl, resembling Ling Yun, had her eyes sparkling with excitement, clearly believing that Ling Zhao's refusal would be a grave mistake. Ling Xiao rubbed his temples, observing his companions who seemed eager to push him forward. Feeling a headache coming on, he finally relented. "I understand. I shall go inside." Ling Yun pressed, "Brother, are you truly not going? What a pity. Such a magnificent beauty. I wonder who will benefit from her." As she spoke, she took another girl by the hand and entered the room, shaking her head while murmuring, "Yan Yan. Don't you think so?" Li Yan nodded. "Indeed. Yan Yan, don't speak so carelessly. Perhaps Senior Ling has no such intentions. Should I go and test the waters?" "Brother, self-awareness is a virtue. You should reconsider," Li Yan remarked as she assessed her elder brother, noting his dark complexion and decent features. Though he paled in comparison to Ling Xiao, she thought to herself, "Is this lying? Well, I admit he is not just slightly inferior." In the end, Ling Xiao made his way to Yunxi's villa. As he stepped outside, someone was already waiting for him, directing him upon sighting him. Fu Mingli pushed open the door to the room, surveying the space. Shen Zeqi was absent, and faint sounds of labored breathing came from one corner. While the others seemed somewhat distracted, Fu Mingli took a seat, feeling reluctant to find someone for the one he cherished. But it was necessary, as none of them could manage without assistance. Poor Cece had tried every remedy available, yet none seemed effective. They were left with no choice. As he contemplated, Shen Zeqi halted, exclaiming, "Du Ruachio, come see what's wrong with Cece. She has coughed up blood. Her condition has worsened. What should we do?" "Where is the person Fu Mingli sought?" Du Ruachio approached for a closer look, noticing Cece's flushed complexion, rapid heartbeat, and feverish body.
Fujie.
"Where is the person you found?" "He should be arriving shortly," Fu Mingli replied, just as footsteps were heard coming from downstairs.
Du Ruoku glanced upstairs,
confirming it was indeed that androgynous young man coming up. Having arrived, there was no turning back now. Ling Xiao thought to himself, feeling a twinge of regret. Upon arriving upstairs, he was pulled into Yunxi's room by Du Ruachio, feeling somewhat awkward and contemplating whether he should just back out. Shen Zeqi had already tidied the room, cleaning up the disarray and attending to Cece. Ling Xiao felt embarrassed seeing so many men present. Were it not for the lack of internet access, he might have sought advice online on how to handle the situation. "We've delayed long enough. We will step out now. You should know what to do, right?" "Yes," Ling Xiao murmured, too shy to meet anyone's gaze. Once they had all exited, he turned to face the woman before him. She was indeed as beautiful and formidable as his sister had described. With her eyes closed, her features exuded a fierce elegance. Her figure was curvaceous, her skin luminous. However, there were some marks on her body, including a birthmark shaped like an orchid on her chest, which was stunning, as if waiting for him to pluck it. He trembled as he reached out, grasping the hand that had once wielded a blade, struggling to reconcile the delicate beauty with its deadly potential. He pressed his lips against her brows and mouth, and only then did he notice a red mole adorning her earlobe. The fragrance emanating from her was intoxicating, captivating him completely. He sensed that she was the beloved he had been waiting for all along. Without further hesitation, he proceeded. Outside, those listening to the familiar sounds fell into silence. After a considerable time, Fu Mingli finally croaked, "Let us return to rest."
Du Ruoku quickly interjected,
"Are you so certain he will succeed? And can you truly trust that long-haired man to stay by Cece's side?" The four exchanged glances, somewhat speechless, thinking. From the sounds, it seems Cece has awakened. Surely, everything is fine. After all, she had regained consciousness for a while yesterday, yet has not stirred today. "If you insist on eavesdropping, we shall take our leave," Shen Zeqi huffed, feeling fatigued from their efforts, even if they had not resolved the poisoning. They needed to return to rest. The next day, as Yunxi awakened, she was met with the striking presence of a handsome man. Fu Mingli entered to find Cece gazing at Ling Xiao in surprise, feeling slightly embarrassed as he explained the situation. Yunxi was at a loss for words, as they had intended to save her. In the awkwardness, Ling Xiao also regained consciousness. I feel like I need a shower. I shall wash up. The two men exchanged glances, sensing the strange atmosphere. Fu Mingli had originally come to see Yunxi, and upon realizing she was awake, he took his leave. Ling Xiao was left feeling perplexed, thinking, if you are going to be awkward, I want to join in. When Yunxi emerged from her shower, she saw Ling Xiao still sitting dazedly on the bed. I will compensate you, she stated. Ling Xiao, feeling impulsive, seized her waist and leaned down for a fervent kiss. Wild and passionate. If you plan to deny this, I will ensure you remember it well. I do not engage in such behavior with those I do not love. She lifted her exquisitely cold face, gazing into Ling Xiao's eyes that burned with fervent love, her expression a mix of emotions. Do you not regret this? His reply was unwavering. I do not regret. All right then, let me see how well you can cook. I promise you will be satisfied. As they descended the stairs, it was already noon. Everyone was gathered in the living room. Fu Mingli and Shen Zeqi were reviewing documents, Du Ruoqiu was painting, and Jiang Che was lifting weights. Upon seeing the two of them, everyone paused. Feeling better? Is there any discomfort remaining? Yunxi glanced at Du Ruoqiu, feeling speechless. Had I not seen your serious expression, I might have doubted your sincerity. Shen Zeqi kicked Du Ruoqiu lightly. Can you not speak? If you have nothing to say, then remain silent. Du Ruoqiu glanced at Yunxi and remarked, I was merely inquiring, with no ulterior motives. Yunxi pondered, sensing a hint of cognitive deficiency, recalling that she had initially perceived her as rather astute. Perhaps she had underestimated her. Du Ruoqiu seemed to sense something, and promptly fell silent.
Cici.
I'm heading back now to inform my sister that I'll be moving in with you. If that's agreeable? Yunxi nodded, observing Ling Zhao's momentary distraction. She reflected on how Ling Zhao's affection resembled the fervent and flamboyant nature of the climbing flowers, amplifying her feelings of inadequacy regarding her love for them. However, so what? She had not coerced them. She merely harbored a few more individuals in her heart, without diminishing her love for them. Ling Xiao rose, kissed her forehead, nodded at Fu Mingli, and departed. Chapter 69. Entering the threshold as Ling Xiao pushed open the door to his residence. 5 pairs of keen eyes instantly turned towards him, filled with curiosity and scrutiny, rendering him momentarily flustered upon his entrance. Brother, you finally returned. Ling Yun was the first to leap up, hastening to his side, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Have you and that beautiful sister become a couple? The anticipation in her voice was nearly palpable. The other 4 quickly surrounded him, their gazes brimming with inquiry. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable under their scrutiny, Ling Xiao straightened his back, endeavoring to maintain his usual composure, though the tips of his ears turned slightly red. Yes, I'm together with Cici now. From today onward, I will be residing with her, and you can all join in on missions together in the future. He deliberately emphasized their relationship, his tone revealing an undeniable seriousness.
Wow.
You really are together. Ling Yun's eyes sparkled, only to furrow her brow in contemplation. But brother, you were so conflicted before. How come today it seems like you've been swept away by the tide? Before she could finish, Ling Xiao shot her a pointed glance, clearing his throat. He avoided her gaze. That was then, now is different. We have a formal relationship now. Secretly, he grumbled to himself. You were the ones who urged me to take the initiative before. Now that I'm moving in, you're reluctant? Are you worried about me not faring well, or perhaps too well? Moreover, isn't it only natural to move in with Cici after becoming a couple? It wouldn't make sense to remain in separate residences.
All right, it's settled then.
Ling Xiao refrained from saying more, turning to enter his room and begin packing. He had little luggage, a few changes of clothes, a frequently used long sword, and over 10 second-level crystal cores, which he quickly bundled into a small package. The 5 individuals exchanged astonished glances, wondering if this was the so-called law of truth. Ling Yun mused to herself, brother, what a peculiar form of infatuation you have. Noticing his sister's strange gaze, Ling Xiao replied nonchalantly, by moving over, I can be justified in my actions. I wouldn't want to exert myself for nothing. The others thought about how such a powerful and beautiful goddess would undoubtedly attract many admirers. What if someone else came along? Wouldn't that render their elder brother's efforts in vain? Ling Yun was the first to react, clapping her hands.
Move. Move.
You must move.
Right now.
The others echoed her sentiments in unison. In no time, the 5 actively assisted Ling Xiao in carrying his luggage as they made their way to Yunxi's villa. Upon arriving at the villa entrance, they encountered Fu Mingli, who was preparing to step out. Noticing their group, particularly Ling Xiao's luggage, he raised an eyebrow, his expression revealing understanding. Come in. CC is inside. He had anticipated Ling Xiao's interest in Yunxi, and now his moving in was no surprise. Thank you. Brother Fu, Ling Xiao replied, his tone softer than usual, acknowledging him as a half-hearted matchmaker and elder brother. Ling Yun followed, closely behind, casting curious glances at Fu Mingli, wondering if he was truly the formidable sister's elder brother. He appeared quite formidable, no wonder. She glanced at her elder brother's peculiar infatuation and dismissed the thought, realizing he was not cut out for such a role. As they entered the living room, they found Yunxi seated on the sofa, adorned in a green qipao, her hair casually styled. Holding a cigarette, she exhaled tendrils of smoke, her eyes glancing over them with a subtle lift at the corners. The elegance of her demeanor left Ling Yun momentarily entranced. Such an aura was simply extraordinary. Yunxi raised an eyebrow at Fu Mingli and Ling Xiao, then glanced at Ling Xiao's luggage, a faint smile gracing her lips. You're back? Her tone was casual.
Fu Mingli nodded slightly.
Ling Xiao approached her, sitting beside her and casually placing his luggage next to the sofa. He took the nearly extinguished cigarette from her hand and snuffed it out in the ashtray. Yes, everything is packed. Allow me to introduce you. This is my sister, Ling Yun, and these are my junior disciples along with Li Shidi's sister, Li Yan. He pointed to each person behind him, his introductions clear and organized. Yunxi nodded, her gaze sweeping over them. Welcome. You need not stand on ceremony here. If you require anything, feel free to seek Luo Wuxia or come directly to me. Her tone, while not overly warm, was devoid of aloofness, allowing the group to relax instantly. Ling Yun and the others looked at Ling Xiao, feeling a sense of competition as newcomers, acutely aware that the esteemed elder sister was still present. They felt an inexplicable desire to distance themselves from such a formidable figure. Ling Yun found herself reluctant to get to know the impressive elder sister any further.
Fu Mingli turned to Yunxi.
What would you like for dinner? I can check in the kitchen or have the kitchen prepare something. Anything will do. Just make something simple, Yunxi replied, reclining on the sofa with her eyes closed. Needing rest after recently breaking through to the 6th layer of Foundation establishment and absorbing level 5 crystal cores, Fu Mingli observed Ling Xiao with a sigh inwardly. Realizing this burden was firmly placed upon him, Yunxi's earlier glance at him clearly implied, "Is this who you invited?" He felt compelled to clarify that he had merely brought him in at the last moment. Ling Xiao had proven himself worthy. Yunxi mused that had she known the circumstances, she might have suspected Fu Mingli of orchestrating the situation to introduce Ling Xiao to her. The way Shen Zeqi and the others gazed at him was reminiscent of a matriarch securing her favored companion in ancient times, leaving him with a headache. He resolved that for such matters in the future, others should take the lead. Why don't you all chat for now? I'll go instruct the kitchen to prepare a few extra dishes. You may have dinner here before heading back, Fu Mingli offered, seeking an excuse to depart. In the living room, Ling Yun and her fellow disciples exchanged glances, feeling a bit awkward. Ling Yun, bold as ever, quietly inquired, "Impressive elder sister. May we accompany you in the future? We wish to enhance our strength." Yunxi opened her eyes, glanced at her and nodded.
I am Yunxi.
Yes. But you must be obedient. Upon hearing this, the group instantly brightened, their timidity diminishing. Ling Xiao gazed at Yunxi's profile, his eyes filled with unabashed affection. Being by her side and fighting alongside her was indeed the most fortunate circumstance. Chapter 70. The impressive elder sister ever since the last expedition to the mutated plant area, where they brought back edible ginseng, goji berries, and even Sichuan peppercorns that could serve as seasoning, Fu Mingli had been contemplating the need for a reliable chef. It wouldn't do to let the villa residents make do with subpar meals, especially since Yunxi had a penchant for spicy food that ordinary fare could not satisfy. To his surprise, Yang Run had directly brought in a chef named Master Pang, who reportedly descended from imperial cooks and excelled in authentic home-cooked meals, particularly in spicy dishes. The first time Yunxi tasted the water-boiled sliced pork prepared by Master Pang, her eyes lit up with delight. The tender meat enveloped in red oil, the numbing sensation of Sichuan peppercorns, and the layered spiciness of chili peppers create a flavor profile that surpasses any Sichuan restaurant I had frequented before the apocalypse. Since that moment, there has consistently been 1 or 2 spicy dishes gracing the dining table. Sometimes it's spicy crayfish, other times it's spicy chicken. Even Master Pang's innovative stir-fried mutated goji sprouts has become a staple at Yunxi's table. When Fu Mingli entered the kitchen, he addressed Master Pang, who was diligently chopping vegetables. Master Pang, please prepare a few extra dishes today. We have some guests at home. Master Pang continued his work with the knife, responding readily. Of course, Mr. Fu. Rest assured, there will be more than enough. He wiped his hands and added, yesterday's mango sago was well received by the lady. Shall I prepare 2 more desserts today? 1 mango sago, accompanied by a chilled tremella and lotus seed soup to soothe the palate and ease the spiciness. Perhaps an iced drink as well? Fu Mingli recalled the recent rise in temperatures, noticing that everyone returned from missions parched. So, he decided on a sour plum drink with ample ice. No problem. Master Pang cheerfully agreed, turning to gather the ingredients. Soon, the kitchen resonated with the sounds of chopping and sizzling, and the tantalizing aroma wafted through the window, prompting those in the living room to swallow in anticipation. By the time Fu Mingli emerged from the kitchen, the living room was already bustling with guests. Ling Xiao remained close to Yunxi, his gaze affixed on her, almost as if magnetically drawn. Yunxi, with her eyes closed, reclined against the sofa, one long leg crossed over the other. Sunlight filtering through the blinds and casting a soft glow across her face, the shadows of her lashes reflecting a sense of languid comfort. Fu Mingli felt a softening in his heart. It had been too long since he had seen Yunxi so relaxed. In the past, she was either cultivating or out seeking crystal cores to enhance her abilities. Even her moments of rest seemed extravagant. Placing the fruit basket on the coffee table, he smiled and said, dinner will take a little longer. Please enjoy some fruit in the meantime. The basket held mutated apples, slightly smaller than those before the apocalypse but exceptionally sweet, brought back by Yang Run and Wu Qing from a greenhouse. They had managed to cultivate several apple trees, now thriving in the garden behind Yunxi's villa, alongside goji and Sichuan pepper trees. Ling Yun and a few junior disciples instinctively looked to Ling Xiao, who nodded before saying, thank you, senior brother, prompting them to reach for the apples in unison. Ling Xiao quickly peeled one and offered it to Yunxi, but she gently shook her head, not even opening her eyes. Feeling a bit fatigued from the past few days without proper rest, she simply wished to lean back for a while. Ling Xiao did not press her, instead handing the apple to his younger sister. Go ahead and eat. Ling Yun accepted the apple, taking a big bite that made her eyes squint with delight at its sweetness. At that moment, Duan Qingyue descended the stairs. Upon reaching the bottom, he witnessed Ling Xiao offering an apple to Yunxi, causing his lips to twitch slightly. Just a couple of days into their relationship, and Ling Xiao was already displaying such clinginess, he couldn't help but wonder if Fu Mingli had intentionally placed him beside Yunxi. Fu Mingli could sense the teasing gaze behind him without needing to turn around. He sighed in resignation, realizing he had unwittingly become the scapegoat. Even if he explained himself now, Duan Qingyue likely would not believe him. However, Duan Qingyue did not linger on the matter, his gaze scanning the apples on the coffee table. Noticing Yunxi had not taken any, he turned back and made his way upstairs.
Moments later,
he returned with a small bag of blueberries and a basket of strawberries. His painting abilities had reached a level where he could now effortlessly conjure items by the basket, no longer exhausting himself with each creation. He walked directly into the kitchen, washed the fruits thoroughly, and presented them on a plate. Selecting the largest, ripest strawberry, he gently offered it to Yunxi, his tone soft. Would you like to try? It looks very fresh. Only then did Yunxi open her eyes, glancing at him before accepting the strawberry. The sweet juice burst on her tongue, infused with a subtle energy, far more refreshing than ordinary strawberries. After swallowing the fruit, she addressed the still reserved Ling Yun and the others. Don't be shy. Feel free to take what you like. Ling Yun nodded eagerly, her eyes sparkling. Thank you, sister-in-law. The term slipped from her lips so swiftly that she didn't even realize it.
Yunxi, unfazed, merely nodded in acknowledgement.
Before long, footsteps echoed from outside, and Shen Zeqi and Du Ruachio returned, one after the other. Shen Zeqi, freshly finished with matters at the base, still bore the marks of his exertions. Initially excited to share news about the ascension of ability users, his smile faltered upon seeing Ling Xiao beside Yunxi. He scrutinized Ling Xiao for a couple of seconds, a flicker of understanding passing through his eyes, followed by an undercurrent of barely concealed jealousy. Ling Xiao had only just begun dating Yunxi, yet he had already brought his sister and junior disciples along. It felt akin to introducing them to the family. In contrast, Shen Zeqi's own relatives had dwindled to those who merely awaited his demise, leaving him without anyone to present to Yunxi. His heart sank further at the thought. A glance at Fu Mingli incited suspicion in his gaze, as he felt that Fu Mingli must have deliberately placed Ling Xiao in Yun Si's orbit. Even if this were not the case, it was undoubtedly connected to him. What a coincidence it was that Yun Si happened to need someone. And Fu Mingli just happened to find Ling Xiao. Knowing that Yun Si was with them, Ling Xiao had readily accepted, practically stepping into their circle. If Ling Yun were aware, she would likely quip about her brother being charmed by a formidable sister, remarking on the novelty of love at first sight. However, suspicions aside, Ling Xiao and Yun Si were already together, rendering any protestations too late. Shen Zeqi approached, purposefully nudging Fu Mingli aside to sit between them. Leaning closer to Yun Si and whispering, "My subordinates have made significant progress these past few days. Over 10 ability users have advanced to the second level. Many from your side, including Luo Wuxia and Yuing, have also made breakthroughs." "Indeed, I am aware," Yun Si nodded, having scanned the training of Yun Wei with her mental energy the previous day. She confirmed that 15 promising individuals had reached the second level, while those slightly behind would soon follow suit. She instructed them not to become complacent in the coming days. As soon as she finished speaking, Jiang Che and Du Ruoqiu entered the yard. Du Ruoqiu plopped down beside Yun Si on the sofa, looking exasperated as he complained, "Ugh, you need to rein in your subordinates. As a doctor, I am being sent to fetch water for the base every day instead of tending to patients. It feels like I'm being drained dry." Yun Si opened her eyes and regarded him with a hint of exasperation. "The weather is hot, and we are in desperate need of water. As a water ability user, you are the most suited for this task. It will only be for a few days until the water users at the base reach the second level."
Du Ruoqiu Rizained, Alright, Fin.
"I suppose that is my fate as a water user." However, he quickly shifted gears, eyeing Duan Qingyue. "You shouldn't be idle either. While I'm exhausted from fetching water, can't you contribute by painting some for the base? Perhaps draw a batch of water?" Duan Qingyue shot him an incredulous look. "Have you forgotten that your medical equipment is still unfinished? My level isn't high enough to conjure such a large quantity. Asking me for that is akin to asking for my life. Let us revisit this once I reach the third level." Du Ruoqiu immediately turned to Yun Si, his eyes pleading, Rua, look at him. He promised to help with my training, yet you've assigned him to draw medical equipment for me. It's been ages." Yun Si, momentarily at a loss, averted her gaze, clearing her throat softly. "Once Ayu is capable, I will ensure he prioritizes your equipment. I promise it won't delay your patient care." Seeing her demeanor, Du Ruoqiu chose not to press further. Her willingness to invest time in comforting him indicated that she held him in her thoughts. What he feared most was her indifference, not even sparing a moment to soothe him, which would lead to his disappointment. Meanwhile, Ling Yun and the 4 junior disciples watched the scene, utterly mesmerized. They initially believed that someone as formidable as Yun Si would be surrounded by serious individuals, yet the 5 men before her exhibited an unexpected diversity in character. Fu Mingli was gentle and considerate, Duan Qingyue was delicate and empathetic, Shen Zeqi was straightforward with a hint of jealousy, Du Ruoqiu resembled a playful child, and Jiang Che radiated a profound sense of security. With their leader among them, the 6 men gathered around Yun Si, creating a remarkable harmony rather than discord. Most notably, each possessed long, elegant legs and striking features, evidently blessed with well-defined abs. Today was yet another day of envy for those who admired the impressive sister. It was worth mentioning that the impressive sister's height starkly contrasted with theirs, leaving one to wonder how she managed to hold her own. Ling Yun gazed at these distinguished gentlemen, unable to suppress her excitement. Her impressive sister was truly remarkable. She couldn't help but ponder if her sister's husbands had any younger brothers. Her standards were modest. She only wished for one who was half as handsome as her sister's spouse. Just as she was lost in her daydreams, Master Peng's voice resonated from the kitchen, announcing that dinner was ready. Fu Mingli was the first to rise, urging everyone, "Let us eat." Yun Si stood as well, naturally falling in step beside him as they made their way to the dining room. Ling Yun and the others followed, and upon entering, they were taken aback by the sumptuous array of dishes laid out before them. The bubbling hot pot of fish in red oil, the golden, crispy, spicy chicken, the steaming garlic vermicelli shrimp, sautéed seasonal vegetables, and tender ginseng chicken soup. All portions were generous, with 2 large bowls of desserts and chilled sour plum soup served in glass jars, adorned with ice cubes and exuding a refreshing chill. This was a feast far beyond what one could dream of in a post-apocalyptic world, clearly more lavish than what had been available before. Ling Yun discreetly tugged at Ling Xiao's sleeve, lowering her voice. "Brother, you've struck gold. Not only did you marry a stunning beauty, but she is also incredibly capable, far surpassing any man in strength, so cool and fierce. Even if she has many men around her. It's perfectly normal in this world for those with power to have multiple partners." Ling Xiao observed Yunxi seated at the head of the table, lifting her chopsticks to savor the poached fish, his eyes filled with amusement as he nodded gently. "Indeed, you've struck gold." As everyone settled down, Fu Mingli served Yunxi a bowl of chicken soup. The lively chatter, the clinking of bowls and chopsticks, mingling with the aroma of the food, created an unusually warm and comforting atmosphere amidst the dusk of the apocalypse, a rare moment indeed. Before leaving, the five of them made sure to bid farewell to Yunxi, particularly Ling Yun, whose eyes expressed a hint of regret as she gazed at the leftover dishes. To have such a meal in this post-apocalyptic world was almost beyond imagination. Although they could afford food, dining on rice and pre-apocalypse stir-fry dishes every day was still somewhat challenging. Once their figures disappeared beyond the villa's entrance, only Yunxi and the 6 men remained, the atmosphere instantly relaxing yet tinged with a subtle tranquility. Jiang Che broke the silence first, leaning against the armrest of the sofa. "Tomorrow, I plan to venture out to the area with mutated plants. It's the perfect opportunity to test my strength after breaking through to the 3rd tier." Since reaching Tier 3, his physical strength had significantly increased, and he sought some high-level plants to hone his skills. As soon as he finished speaking, Shen Zeqi nodded in agreement. "I'll join you, bringing my men along to hunt plants and zombies and check on their training progress." Fu Mingli, Ling Xiao, and Du Ruoqiu all chimed in, with Duan Qingyue eagerly adding, "I'll go with you. If we encounter high-level plants, I can lend a hand." All eyes turned to Yunxi, awaiting her decision. However, she merely cast a cursory glance at them, not responding immediately. She could easily discern that these individuals were still shaken by the previous incident involving the 5th-tier Yilan flower. Fearing that she might face danger alone again, they were eager to enhance their strength together, hoping to share the burden in the future. This thought warmed her heart. Yet the fatigue brought on by her recent battles still gnawed at her. "I'll go as well," Yunxi finally spoke, her voice tinged with a barely perceptible annoyance.
No.
Shen Zeqi immediately protested, urgency lacing his tone. "Your body hasn't fully recovered. Last time, your forceful breakthrough nearly compromised your foundation. You haven't had proper rest these past few days. At least take a few more days to recuperate." He understood Yunxi's character too well. She yearned to grow stronger more than anyone else and could be reckless in pursuit of that strength. He knew she would choose her ambition over her well-being, having spent enough time with her to understand her tendencies. Fu Mingli echoed his concerns. "Yes, CC. Rest for a few days first. If you're worried about us, we can operate around the perimeter of the plant area, avoiding deeper ventures. When you're fully recovered, we can all go to the mountaintop together." When he emphasized the word rest, his gaze held deeper meaning. Everyone in the room understood that Yunxi had barely rested since her last breakthrough, her moments of solitude scarcely available. As this was said, Shen Zeqi and Ling Xiao's faces flushed with embarrassment, and they nodded in agreement. Jiang Che scratched his head, softening his tone. "CC, if not a few days, at least rest at home tomorrow, alright? If you wish to go later, we'll accompany you." How does that sound? Seeing their earnest expressions, Yunxi's irritation subsided slightly, and she ultimately nodded gently in agreement. However, this calm did not last long. The fatigue and irritation that had been suppressed surged back. Instinctively, she reached for the cigarette box on the table, extracting a stick and lighting it. The crimson flame flickered in the dim light, yet no one dared to interrupt her. Yunxi found herself involuntarily recalling her past life, not particularly painful memories. Yet they stirred an incessant irritation within her. In her previous life, she was merely an ordinary person, devoid of abilities or the Hahuan delusion technique. At the onset of the apocalypse, she had emerged from heaven and earth, aligning with the group that traversed to City D. City D? Oh, it was a hellish place. People, especially young and beautiful women, faced the direst fates. They were corralled, their worth exploited, those deemed desirable were toyed with, then cast aside for others, and once interest waned, they were fed to the pigs of the pre-apocalypse world. Those considered unworthy were taken outside to deceive passers-by, serving as bait. The beautiful and youthful would be kept, while the undesirables were confined, given just enough to cling to life, only to be thrown out as bait. Yunxi's group had fallen victim to such a ruse. Yet she, being dark and slender, had narrowly escaped. While passing a supermarket in search of food, they found it completely stripped bare. However, Yunsi spotted a bottle of tanning lotion lying on the ground, carelessly kicked about. No one wanted it, so she took it. Although she wasn't as stunning as in this life, she was still a cool, petite beauty. The foreman, Wang Chong, had refrained from using her for so long because he intended to gift her to someone else, but that person had not come to City A, which had enraged Wang Chong, marking the moment she was reborn. The tanning lotion had played a crucial role in her survival. In City D, she was reviled. No one wished to touch her for fear of darkening their own skin. Thus, she was relegated to the role of bait. Little did they know that even as bait, she was ineffective, failing to lure anyone, and their frustration was taken out on her. On her second casting out, she encountered a zombie that had not been cleared. At that moment, she truly wished for death, yet she was also willing to gamble on a last chance. That time, she did not lose. She won a second opportunity at life. In this life, everything seemed similar. Who knew if City D was still as it had been in her previous existence? The others could not discern her emotions, yet they sensed the faint undercurrent of irritation and stubbornness emanating from her. The 6 men exchanged glances, none wishing to provoke her during this moment of tension, allowing the living room to descend into silence once more. The only sound being the soft crackle of Yunsi's smoking. Shen Zeqi gazed at the cigarette between her fingers, hesitating for a moment before extracting one from the pack and igniting it. The sharp click of the lighter pierced the stillness of the room, akin to a switch being flipped. Jiang Che, Fu Mingli, and Ling Xiao followed suit, soon enveloping the living room in a gentle waft of tobacco. Pleasantly aromatic rather than harsh, exuding a rich fragrance. Duan Qingyue and Du Ruoqiu observed the cloud of smoke curling around the others, feeling somewhat out of place. Du Ruoqiu leaned closer to Duan Qingyue, whispering, "Should we smoke one too? Otherwise, it feels like we don't belong." Duan Qingyue shook his head. He had little interest in smoking and instead moved to sit beside Yunsi, gently nudging Shen Zeqi aside. Once Yunsi took a drag from her cigarette, Duan Qingyue extended his hand, softly requesting, "May I try?" Yunsi hesitated for a moment before passing it to him. Mimicking her, Duan Qingyue took a gentle puff. But before he could exhale, Yunsi suddenly leaned in and kissed him. The delicate blend of tobacco and her fresh scent flooded Duan Qingyue's senses, the smoke gradually dissipating around them, lingering at their noses. His body stiffened momentarily before relaxing as he wrapped his arm around her waist, tenderly responding to the unexpected kiss. Only when the cigarette butt threatened to burn his fingers did Yunsi gently push him away, extinguishing it in the ashtray, her previous restlessness easing significantly. Noticing the weariness in her gaze had lessened, Duan Qingyue curiously turned toward Shen Zeqi, aware that the cigarettes Yunsi smoked were those brought back by Shen Zeqi. In this post-apocalyptic world, where do you find such fine tobacco? This flavor is entirely different from what I used to smoke. It's not at all harsh, but rather possesses a rich aroma that tantalizes the palate, seemingly soothing the nerves as well. Shen Zeqi, as if anticipating the question, lounged on the sofa with an air of satisfaction. It's from a mutated tobacco field discovered by Chengyu to the south of the base. This tobacco is far superior to what we had before the collapse. He even sought out an old master who used to craft fine cigarettes, and now he's making them at the base. The ones Yunsi usually smokes are all handcrafted by him. Initially, the cigarettes she smoked weren't as pleasant or calming as they are now. It was only later that her room and the living room began to fill with the current variety. She assumed Shen Zeqi had merely procured better supplies without delving deeper. Unbeknownst to her, the cigarettes she casually enjoyed held such intricacies. She had always thought they were ordinary resources scavenged by Shen Zeqi's team, unaware that he had specifically sent someone to seek out the tobacco fields and had engaged a master craftsman for production. This thoughtful gesture stirred warmth within her, dissipating her earlier agitation. "Zhe, you've put in so much effort." Yunsi spoke softly, her eyes glimmering with tenderness. Shen Zeqi, witnessing her expression, felt any residual irritation vanish into thin air. "Why be so polite with me?" He chuckled, his tone laced with affection. As Yunsi gazed into his smiling eyes, warmth enveloped her, nearly making her heartstrings resonate. Fu Mingli, Ling Xiao, and others observed the scene, unable to suppress a hum of frustration. Realizing Shen Zeqi had managed to charm Yunsi once more, it was Chengyu who scoured for the tobacco fields and the master craftsman. Yet Shen Zeqi reaped all the rewards and made Yunsi remember his kindness. How skillful he was. Meanwhile, Chengyu sighed, bearing the weight of it all, wondering what sins he had committed in a past life to be toiling even in this post-apocalyptic era. However, one must admit, the cigarettes were indeed delightful. And the meals were quite decent. Even in this bleak world, he could relish rice and braised meat, along with the crystal cores provided by the leader. Now that he had reached the second tier, such treatment was undoubtedly the envy of many. Ling Xiao cast a contemplative glance at Shen Zeqi, musing that those who held a place beside Yun Si were indeed remarkable. He had heard of them, all distinguished individuals in their respective fields and formidable abilities.
Yet.
So what? He, Ling Xiao, was no less. He had never come to compete, but to join them. Being able to remain by Yun Si's side was sufficient for him. As the scent of tobacco gradually faded from the living room, Yun Si leaned against Shen Zeqi's embrace, her weariness intensifying. Shen Zeqi gently patted her back, his voice soothing. If you're tired, you should head upstairs to rest. We'll tidy up the living room and join you shortly. Yun Si nodded, rising from his arms and making her way toward the stairs.
Duryoki, Ling Xiao.
And the others also stood up, beginning to clean the ashtrays and fruit dishes, their movements in perfect synchrony, as if they had rehearsed this countless times. Chapter 72. Departure. She had initially thought that lying down would lead her to sleep, but as soon as her head hit the pillow, she found herself tossing and turning. Unable to find slumber. Resigned, she sat up in bed, fumbling to retrieve a cigarette from the pack on her bedside table. Just as she lit it with a lighter, the bedroom door was gently pushed open. Shen Zeqi entered, carrying a cup of warm milk, his gaze landing on the cigarette in her fingers. He paused for a moment, offering no reprimand, only a blend of exasperation and tender indulgence. Still can't sleep? Yun Si looked up at him, the ember of the cigarette flickering with her breath, and softly murmured in agreement. She rarely experienced such insomnia. Typically, exhaustion would render her asleep the moment she hit the bed, or she would be too preoccupied honing her abilities. Moments like this, spent quietly with her thoughts wandering, felt especially rare. Shen Zeqi placed the warm milk on the bedside table and swiftly approached the bed. Before Yun Si could react, he swept her into his arms. Instinctively, she wrapped her arms around his neck, nearly letting the cigarette brush against his collar. Quickly, she raised her hand to extinguish it in the ashtray beside the bed. He carried her to the window and gently opened it. The evening breeze flowed in, dispersing the lingering scent of tobacco in the room and allowing Yun Si's tensed nerves to relax slightly. Without waiting for her to question his intentions, Shen Zeqi carefully set her down on the windowsill. The ledge was not particularly wide, and he worried about her comfort. So he placed his left hand at the edge of the sill behind her back, his palm pressed against her, while his right hand securely cradled her waist, ensuring she sat comfortably and steadily. "This is just right," Shen Zeqi remarked, his eyes filled with delight. "I've always wanted to kiss you like this. I often thought the height was perfect when I saw you smoking by the window." Before he finished speaking, he leaned in slightly, his warm lips brushing against hers. This kiss was devoid of urgency, exuding an extraordinary gentleness as Shen Zeqi's lips tenderly caressed hers, occasionally teasing her lower lip with his tongue. Infused with the sweetness of warm milk, gradually easing her inner turmoil. Yun Si closed her eyes, her arms encircling his neck as she reciprocated the kiss. The sounds of the wind outside and the distant growls of zombies beyond the base faded into a blurred background, leaving only their warm breaths intertwining. After an extended kiss, Shen Zeqi gently released her, resting his forehead against hers, his breath a bit unsteady yet earnest as he looked into her eyes. "Rora, you're holding on too tightly. You don't always have to be strong. Sometimes you can lean on me, lean on us." Yun Si lowered her gaze to his calloused hands, pausing in silence for a moment before softly replying, "I just don't know what I should do. When I stop, I feel an emptiness inside, a bit restless. I'm accustomed to filling every moment with fighting and training, and when I finally stop, I find it hard to adjust." Shen Zeqi lifted his hand to tenderly tousle her hair, his tone exceptionally gentle. "Then try to trust us more."
Along with Fumingli, Jiang Ke, Durwokyu.
Duan Xingyue and Ling Xiao will handle matters at the base. You don't have to bear everything alone." Yun Si remained silent, aware that Shen Zeqi spoke the truth. Yet she found it difficult to fully rely on them or place her trust completely. Shen Zeqi chose not to elaborate further, understanding her nature well. It would take more than a few words to earn her complete trust and reliance. She would not allow herself to become complacent either. The two remained in tranquil silence, one standing by the window and the other perched on the windowsill, bathed in the soft glow of moonlight, creating a scene of remarkable warmth. After a considerable pause, Yun-Si finally spoke softly. "Ace, do you think this apocalypse will ever come to an end?" Shen Zeqi furrowed his brow slightly, gazing into the pitch-black night sky, and replied candidly, "It is unlikely. The zombies are evolving, and the mutated plants are growing stronger. Perhaps even more dangerous entities will emerge in the future." Yun-Si nodded gently, her eyes devoid of fear, instead radiating a tenacity. "I too believe it will not. Therefore, we must strive hard. To survive, one must either soar high or be eliminated." She paused for a moment, her tone imbued with a hint of defiance. "What I desire is to soar high." Silently, she resolved that not only did she wish to ascend, but she also yearned to be the one in control of everything. Having been granted a second chance at life, what harm would it be for her to become the strongest ruler of this world? Shen Zeqi, observing the stubbornness in her eyes, felt a pang of both pain and affection in his heart. He extended his arms, lifting her down from the windowsill and gently placing her onto the bed, leaning down to kiss her forehead. "Sleep now, I will always be by your side." Yun-Si hummed in acknowledgement, her eyelids fluttering shut. Shen Zeqi's tenderness enveloped her with a profound sense of security, and soon, weariness swept over her, leading her into a deep slumber. Once her breathing steadied, Shen Zeqi slowly opened his eyes. He turned to his side, his fingers softly caressing her long hair, his gaze lingering on her slightly furrowed brow, even in sleep. Unable to resist smoothing it with his fingertip, it was as if he sought to quell the overwhelming possessiveness within him, knowing that all he could do was accompany her, steadfastly offering her his unwavering love. He watched her in silence for a long while before closing his eyes again, gently wrapping his arms around her waist, surrendering to the embrace of slumber. As dawn broke the following day, Shen Zeqi awoke. He recalled the agreement made with the others the previous day to venture into the mutated plant zone for training. It was nearly time to rise. As he carefully moved his arm from around Yun-Si, she stirred beside him, her voice raspy from sleep. "Ace, are you going out?" Shen Zeqi turned to see her eyes still half closed and quickly replied in a gentle tone, "Yes, sleep a little longer. It's still early. When we return, I'll bring you beautiful crystal cores." He hastily washed up, prepared, and leaned down to plant a kiss on her forehead before quietly exiting the bedroom. In the living room downstairs, Fu Mingli, Jiang Che, Ling Xiao, Duan Qingyue, and Du Ruoqiu were already gathered, each ready and seated on the sofa, waiting for him. Upon seeing him descend, Fu Mingli stood up. "Let's go. Breakfast is ready.
We can eat on the way."
After we finish, we'll be right in time to hunt during the morning when the zombies and mutated plants are most active." "Sounds good," Shen Zeqi nodded, his gaze instinctively drifting towards the second-floor bedroom before he followed the others out the door. As they stepped outside, Yun Wei and his subordinates were already waiting for them at the base's entrance. Ling Yun, standing with Luo Wuxia, noticed Yun-Si's absence and asked his brother, "Where is sister-in-law?" Ling Xiao replied helplessly, "Cici isn't going today." Ling Yun, sensing the situation, chose not to pry further and quietly retreated to his position, recognizing that they were temporarily under Yun Wei's command. Fu Mingli glanced around, noting that everyone was present. "Get in the vehicle, we're setting off." This was not their first outing. The team moved in an orderly fashion. If there were any independently organized groups willing to follow behind them, they would not drive them away. Among those trailing was a striking man with red hair. One burly man with a beard addressed the red-haired individual, "Young master, I've heard there are plenty of edible mutated plants and animals in that area. The animals are relatively easy to hunt. We just need to be cautious of the mutated plants. Some are said to be fourth tier." Shifeng, nonchalant, replied, "Following them poses little risk, but maintain your distance. Observe their movements in that area, and avoid exceeding the designated range until we have assessed the situation. Then we can split up." The two burly men responded in unison. Chapter 73. Surprise. Fu Mingli and his group settled into the front and back seats of the off-road vehicle, quickly consuming their breakfast. The thermos contained meat buns and eggs prepared by Master Pang, along with bottled soy milk, easily finished in a few bites. Just as the last meat bun was swallowed by Ling Xiao, the vehicle traversed a bumpy stretch of road, with a third of the journey remaining to the mutated plant zone. Along the way, they occasionally encountered a few wandering first-tier zombies, requiring no effort from Fu Mingli's team. Leading the front vehicles were Yang Run and Wu Qing, subordinates of Fu Mingli. The sound of blades slicing through the zombies' necks could be faintly heard through the car window. Inside the vehicle, silence reigned, broken only by the sound of tires rolling over the road. Shen Zeqi leaned against the window, his fingertips unconsciously stroking the dagger at his waist. Fu Mingli was studying a simple map, which marked the areas of the mutated plants that had already been cleared. After more than half an hour, the convoy finally halted at the edge of the mutated plant zone. The well-trained group pushed open the car doors and disembarked, with Yunwei and his subordinates quickly forming two lines, awaiting Fu Mingli to assign tasks. Not far off, several scattered survivor groups also parked their vehicles but dared not approach recklessly. Ever since the last incident where a team ignored warnings and ventured deep, losing over a dozen members in a hasty retreat, they had become more cautious, only daring to follow the base S group from a distance to gather some low-tier plants for safety, at least securing some crystal cores. Fu Mingli paid no heed to the scattered groups, turning to Li Dahua beside him and instructing, "You take 20, Yunwei, to the east side. The rest follow Yongrun to the west. Be sure to collect edible plants and signal immediately if you encounter anything above second tier."
Understood, Mr. Fu.
The squad leader responded promptly, leading his group into action. At that moment, Jiang Che approached, scratching his head. "Since Luo Wuxia has ample experience, should we let her lead the team? I want to check out the hillside." Fu Mingli glanced at him, a glimmer of understanding flashing in his eyes. But he refrained from calling him out. "Just arrange your own matters. Prioritize safety."
Jiang che nodded eagerly,
turning to relay a few instructions to Luo Wuxia before shouldering a massive axe and striding toward the hillside. However, just a few steps in, he sensed footsteps following behind him. Turning around, he found Shen Zeqi, Fu Mingli, Du Ruoqiu, Duan Qingyue, and Ling Xiao trailing closely, each wielding weapons, evidently intending to accompany him. "You guys." Jiang Che paused, a warm feeling swelling in his chest. "Aren't you neglecting your own teams?" He knew Shen Zeqi and Fu Mingli had their own groups and never expected them to set aside their responsibilities to join him on the mountain. Shen Zeqi stepped forward, patting his shoulder with a teasing tone. "If you can leave the team to Luo Wuxia, can't we do the same? Don't think you can strengthen yourself in solitude. We must grow stronger together." Duan Qingyue nodded in agreement, shaking the bow and arrow in his hands. "Exactly. I want to try out the new fire arrows I painted. It's the perfect opportunity to practice on high-tier plants."
Fu Mingli regarded Jiang Che with a knowing smile.
His gaze inquisitive. "Your eagerness to rush to the hillside seems more than just a quest for strength, doesn't it?" He had sensed something amiss. Although Jiang Che was typically combative, he had never shown such urgency in acting alone, as if he were searching for something. Jiang Che felt his cheeks flush under scrutiny, hastily turning away to avoid Fu Mingli's gaze, quickening his pace forward. "I just want to see if there are any high-tier plants." Yet, the flush on his ears betrayed his true intentions. Ling Xiao followed behind, observing the interactions among the group with a flicker of surprise in his eyes. He had initially expected some competitive tension among them. However, he was pleasantly surprised to witness such a strong bond of camaraderie. Nevertheless, this was not unwelcome. Having more brothers was indeed a blessing. As they ascended, the lower-tier plants had long been cleared by Yunsi during her last visit, leaving only scattered first- and second-tier weeds. Jiang Che walked along, attentively noting the soil and sunlight along the path. He recalled how Yunsi had fondly caressed the fourth-tier wisteria crystal core she had taken out last time, her eyes brimming with affection. She absorbed the fourth-tier core, yet did not linger with the fifth tier. He wished to find some exquisite fourth-tier plants, both beautiful and medicinal, for her to enjoy. Surely she would appreciate them. While first- and second-tier cores were rather mundane, the fourth-tier core was exceptionally intricate and stunning. A translucent green orb the size of a ping-pong ball contained a delicate floral model, lifelike and enchanting. What girl could resist such a treasure? Previously, he had come across information in the base S library indicating that roses thrived in warm, well-drained soil with ample sunlight, and the eastern slope was ideal for these conditions. Even if he couldn't find roses, lilies, or lavender would suffice. He was certain CC would love them. In fact, fifth-tier plants would be even better for crafting beads, but given his current limitations, fourth tier was the most he could manage without risking his life. As he navigated past a patch of purple-flowered sage, Jiang Che's spirits lifted. Sage flourished in sunlight, indicating that the light ahead was likely even more abundant. Just as he contemplated quickening his pace, Fu Mingli called out to him. "What exactly are you looking for?" Fu Mingli approached with a hint of exasperation. "Just tell us. It's better to search together than for you to wander aimlessly." Moreover, Du Ruoqiu is a doctor. She knows more about medicinal plants than you do. And she might be of assistance. Jiang Che halted, scratching his head sheepishly. It's nothing much. I just want to find some fourth-tier roses or lilies for Cece to play with. She often toys with that fourth-tier crystal core, and after absorbing the wisteria core, she hasn't played with anything else. I believe she must like that fourth-tier core. So I thought I'd find her some beautiful plants that are both fun to handle and have medicinal value. Upon hearing this, the others paused in astonishment before nodding in agreement. Shen Zeqi clapped him on the shoulder, his tone laced with approval. Who would have thought? You seem so carefree. Yet you're quite observant. They hadn't realized Jiang Che was so attentive. Du Ruoqiu chuckled. You're certainly in the right place. The soil in the east drains well and receives ample sunlight, perfect for roses and lilies. There might even be lavender and mint, both of which have medicinal properties. He paused, adding, but whether we can find fourth-tier plants depends on luck. However, even if we encounter fourth-tier plants with so many of us, we need not fear. Exactly. Duan Qingyue immediately chimed in, patting the newly drawn explosive arrow in his backpack. I've brought plenty of fire arrows. If we come across any fourth-tier plants, I'll blow them up first. Ling Xiao nodded in agreement. My lightning abilities can restrain the plant's movements. You all can take the opportunity to strike their vital spots. Seeing the enthusiasm among the group, Fu Mingli's lips curled into a faint smile. In that case, let us split into two groups. Ling Xiao and I will head east, while Shen Zeqi, Du Ruoqiu, Duan Qingyue, and Jiang Che will venture south. We'll regroup here in half an hour.
All right.
The group responded in unison before promptly dividing into two teams. Jiang Che took the lead, his pace noticeably lighter than before, knowing their assistance would expedite the search significantly. Perhaps today he could surprise Cece. As he walked, he remained vigilant for any interesting plants along the way, lost in thought. Shen Zeqi observed his retreating figure, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. In truth, accepting their shared affection for her was not a difficult proposition. Chapter 74. Fourth-tier red rose. Half an hour passed swiftly, and Fu Mingli and the others reconvened at the designated spot. Each face bore a hint of disappointment. They had seen neither fourth-tier plants, nor even the shadow of third-tier ones, only a plethora of first- and second-tier weeds. Could the mutations have altered their habits? Du Ruoqiu speculated, perhaps roses and lilies simply do not favor this environment, and we've been searching in the wrong direction? Fu Mingli crouched down, his fingers brushing against the moist soil, pondering. Let us search the vicinity a bit longer. Even if plants mutate, their affinity for sunlight should remain unchanged. The east receives the most light. It's illogical that there aren't any light-loving plants here. He glanced at Jiang Che. Jiang Che gritted his teeth and nodded. Then let us keep searching. With that, the six dispersed once more, this time with even greater scrutiny, leaving no stone unturned. However, after taking just a few steps,
Jiang Che suddenly stopped.
Not far ahead, the mountainside was thickly entwined with morning glories and pothos, two low-tier plants intertwined without any signs of conflict. It appeared remarkably tranquil, reminiscent of the world before the apocalypse. One must realize that mutated plants have territorial instincts. It was improbable for two different species to coexist peacefully. He furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. In the apocalypse, mutated plants competed fiercely for resources. Not only would different species consume one another, but even those of the same kind would clash. How could these first- and second-tier plants coexist harmoniously? There was something wrong. He unsheathed the massive axe strapped to his back and swung it forcefully at the rock face. With a sharp crack, the entwined vines snapped, and debris tumbled down, revealing a dark opening before Jiang Che. The entrance exuded a serene stillness, devoid of even the faintest breeze, enveloped in profound silence. The distant Fu Mingli and others heard the commotion and hurried over. Upon seeing the opening, Du Ruoqiu couldn't help but exclaim, "Impressive, Jiang Che. We've circled this area several times without discovering this dark cave, yet you cleaved it open with a single swing." Jiang Che scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "I just found it strange. Even first- and second-tier plants must progress to higher tiers. It's illogical for them to coexist peacefully. Something must be amiss." His eyes brightened. He sensed that within this cave lay something he desired. Fu Mingli approached the entrance, leaning down to observe the rock formations, his brow furrowing deeper. "We must proceed with caution. This cave has evaded Yunxi's searches. It's undoubtedly extraordinary. It could either be a naturally formed hidden space or a deliberately arranged one. If it's the latter, we could be in trouble. Should we go in?
Du ruau cascade.
Absolutely. Ling Xiao and Shen Zeqi almost chorused in unison. As their words fell, they exchanged glances, Shen Zeqi being the first to speak. We can't retreat at the first sign of uncertainty, can we? Besides, with so many of us, even if there are dangers inside, escaping unscathed shouldn't be too difficult. He tightened his grip on the dagger at his waist. They had come this far, and there was no reason not to enter. Fu Mingli contemplated for a moment, his fingers unconsciously brushing over the fragrant beads on his wrist, as if he could still sense the ylang scent lingering from CC. He raised his gaze to the group, his tone resolute. Let us go in. Shen Zeqi and I will scout ahead, while Zhang Che and Ling Xiao will bring up the rear. Du Ruoqiu and Duan Xingyue stay in the middle and remain vigilant of your surroundings.
With that,
He stepped boldly into the cave. The entrance was quite narrow, making it a bit cramped for two to walk side by side, so Fu Mingli led the way. The cave was shrouded in darkness, with the dim beam from Duan Xingyue's flashlight barely illuminating the path ahead. After walking for 3 or 4 minutes, the view ahead suddenly opened up, and the air became more breathable, shedding the previous oppressive atmosphere. Turning a corner, the flashlight's beam illuminated the center of the cave, revealing a towering red rose, standing taller than a person. Its deep red petals layered like flames, and the thorns on the stem glimmered ominously, radiating brilliance even in the darkness of the cave. This was it. Zhang Che's eyes instantly lit up. The petals of this red rose emanated a faint energy fluctuation. Unmistakably, a 4th-level mutated plant. Moreover, its beauty was unparalleled, perfectly suited for CC, who would undoubtedly adore it. Unable to contain his excitement, he gripped the giant axe tightly, yearning to rush forward and bring the rose back intact. Fu Mingli, gazing at the red rose, was reminded of the first time he encountered Yunxi. At that moment, she resembled the solitary red rose in full bloom, thorny, with a gaze filled with defiance and vigilance, warding off any who dared approach, yet radiantly captivating. Du Ruoqiu also recalled the past, his eyes deepening in reflection. He would never forget the sight of Yunxi during the early days of the apocalypse, leaning against a wall with starfall in hand, ready to strike with its blade at any intruder, akin to the spiky red rose that now rejected all proximity. I'll go cut a few stems and bring them back, Zhang Che declared, unable to suppress his enthusiasm as he charged forward with the giant axe. The axe struck fiercely at the rose's branches, and with a crack, several budding flower buds fell to the ground. He picked them up, envisioning placing them in a vase at home, certain that Yunxi would be overjoyed. However, before he could revel in his triumph, the mutated red rose suddenly trembled violently. Its deep crimson petals, resembling butterflies, began to fall, yet they were lethally sharp. As the petals sliced through the air, they shimmered with a faint blood-red glow. Zhang Che reacted swiftly, using the giant axe to block them. But a petal still grazed his arm, leaving a shallow cut. The expressions of Fu Mingli and the others shifted dramatically. Zhang Che's body had already undergone enhancement through abilities capable of withstanding a 4th-level zombie, yet these seemingly soft petals had effortlessly broken his skin upon contact. The group instantly adopted an air of caution. Forget the branches. Let's tackle it first, Duan Xingyue shouted, urging everyone to retreat while swiftly assembling bows and arrows. A fiery, explosive arrow shot toward the red rose. With a thunderous roar, flames engulfed the flower's leaves, yet peculiarly, the blaze only consumed the foliage, leaving the stem unscathed. Witnessing this, Fu Mingli immediately conjured an ice blade and struck at the flower's stem with force. A sharp sound echoed as the ice blade left only a shallow mark on the stem, barely breaking the surface. Shen Zeqi quickly followed, manipulating metal shards into a long knife that accurately struck the mark left by Fu Mingli. Sparks flew as metal clashed against the stem, deepening the impression slightly. I'll hold it down, Ling Xiao called out, unleashing a surge of lightning that struck the rose's stem. The currents wrapped around the stem, causing the red rose's movements to falter momentarily. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Che, Fu Mingli, and Shen Zeqi advanced, their giant axe, ice blade, and metal knife striking the stem in unison, each blow executed with maximum effort. Duan Xingyue and Du Ruoqiu maintained their distance, with Duan Xingyue continuously firing flame arrows to scorch the rose's leaves, diminishing its offensive capabilities. Du Ruoqiu unleashed his water abilities, creating a water barrier around the group to shield against the occasional flying petals. The moment Ling Zhao's lightning ceased, Duan Qingyue immediately resumed his fiery assault, demonstrating impeccable coordination. The battle raged on for a full half-hour, nearly exhausting everyone's abilities, leaving their faces pale. Jiang Che bore several wounds on his arms and cheeks, blood staining his clothes. Yet he gritted his teeth and persisted. Finally, when Shen Zeqi's metal knife struck the previous mark once more, a crisp crack resounded, and the fourth-level red rose's stem shattered. A deep crimson crystal core rolled from the stem, emanating a soft glow, within which a diminutive image of a rose shimmered, captivatingly beautiful. Ling Xiao hurried forward, picking up the crystal core and handing it to Jiang Che.
Here, take it. This is what you sought.
Jiang Che accepted the crystal core, his fingertips gently caressing its surface, filled with emotion as he turned to the others, saying, "Thank you all. Without you, I would never have secured it." "There's no need for thanks among brothers," Shen Zeqi replied, patting his shoulder as he leaned against a rock to catch his breath. "Let's rest here for a moment to absorb the crystal core and restore our abilities. Otherwise, if we encounter another fourth-level mutated plant, we might as well be offering ourselves as prey." The group nodded, retrieving their spare third-level crystal cores to begin the recovery process. Fu Mingli leaned against the side, gazing at the empty ice blade in his hand, silently relieved. Had even one person been absent, they would have likely returned empty-handed. The defensive and offensive capabilities of this fourth-level Red Rose far exceeded their expectations. Without their united effort, it would have been impossible to conquer it. After approximately 15 minutes of rest, their complexions improved somewhat. Jiang Che stored away the rose buds and the crystal core, his eyes brimming with joy. Once he returned home, he would place the flowers in a vase and present the crystal core to Yunxi. She would surely be delighted. Fu Mingli stood up, brushing off the dust from his clothes. "Let us head down the mountain. If we take too long, Cici will worry." The group nodded and followed him toward the cave entrance. Chapter 75. The beautiful crystal core. As Fu Mingli and the six emerged from the cave and descended the hillside path, they encountered Shifang and his two companions coming up. At that moment, Shifang was bent over, clearing the remnants of a third-level sagebrush, clearly having just concluded a battle. Beside him, the burly man Yuliang was extracting the crystal core from the stalk with a dagger, while the lean man Zhang Jin inspected the notches on his weapon. The 3 second-level ability users managing to defeat a third-level sagebrush was quite an impressive feat. Upon meeting each other's gazes, neither party paused in their steps, merely nodding slightly in acknowledgement. Fu Mingli did not linger, leading his group forward without casting an extra glance at Shifang. Watching them depart, Shifang unconsciously hesitated for a moment. The setting sun cast its golden rays upon Fu Mingli and his companions, though their attire was somewhat disheveled, with Jiang Che's arms still bandaged. They stood tall, a height he could not currently attain. "Young master, it's not too bad now." Yuliang observed the sense of loss in his eyes and approached him, speaking in a low, comforting tone. Surviving in this apocalypse and personally dealing with a third-level plant would surely bring satisfaction to the master if he knew. Zhang Jin also set down his weapon, clapping Shifang on the shoulder, his eyes reflecting concern without words. They all understood where Shifang's feelings of disparity stemmed from. He had once been the tyrant of City C's base, commanding respect and fear, yet now he had to struggle for survival like an ordinary person, watching others adeptly handle higher-tier dangers and inevitably feeling regret. Shifang averted his gaze, his fingertips unconsciously tracing along the ground, and after a long pause, he coldly replied with a non-committal "hmm." He recognized that Yuliang and Zhang Jin meant well, but only he understood the difficulty of enduring the loss of those around him. Transforming from a pampered little tyrant to someone who knew only how to struggle for survival, the profound gap was unbearable. "Pack up, let's go back," Shifang said, bending to retrieve his backpack, his tone devoid of emotion. Yuliang and Zhang Jin exchanged glances, refraining from further persuasion as they hastily tidied up the remnants of the battle and followed him down the mountain. Meanwhile, Du Ruoqiu watched Shifang's retreating figure, unable to suppress a smirk. "I never expected that the once proud and unruly young master of City C could now remain composed and enhance his abilities. He has grown quite a bit." Fu Mingli shot him a glance, but did not respond, a flicker of complexity crossing his gaze. He pondered that if Du Ruoqiu's elder knew that his descendant had fallen for a woman who already had a boyfriend and was now sharing a roof with them, they would likely rush from City B to intervene. In contrast, he had little to worry about. The family had long anticipated that he would find someone with whom he shared a profound connection. His parents enjoyed robust health, and his elder brother had already married and started a family. Even though they were aware of his relationship with Yunxi, they considered him merely lacking ambition, and thus would not interfere too much. He subtly glanced at everyone except Duruochio. Unfortunately, Shen Zeqi's family consisted solely of some ill-intentioned distant relatives, while Jiangche and Duan Xingyue were akin to orphans. Given this situation, it seemed exceedingly challenging for Duruochio's family to consent to his relationship with Cici. However, this thought was fleeting, as Fu Mingli swiftly suppressed his emotions, maintaining a composed demeanor that went unnoticed by anyone. Only Duruochio, walking behind him, felt an inexplicable chill at the nape of her neck, instinctively quickening her pace to join the front of the group. By the time the group reached the foot of the mountain, dusk had ascended, and the distant forest was gradually shrouded in darkness, likely around 5 or 6 o'clock. Luo Wuxia, Yang Run, Wu Qing, and Chengyu had already been waiting at the parking area. Upon seeing them return safely, their anxiety finally eased. Chengyu was the first to rush forward, his tone filled with urgency. "Boss, you're finally back." I thought. Before he could finish, he regrettably slapped his mouth, nearly uttering the words about dying on the mountain. Realizing his blunder, Chengyu quickly silenced himself, his gaze darting away from Shen Zeqi. The group exchanged glances. While Chengyu usually spoke freely, he would never utter such tactless remarks, indicating he was genuinely worried. Duruochio, reveling in the drama, chimed in. "What's wrong? Did you think your boss had perished on the mountain? Worried that you might never find such a generous employer again?" Chengyu shot him a glare, suppressing the urge to retort. He did indeed harbor such thoughts, but voicing them publicly would be tantamount to a public execution. Shen Zeqi looked at him with a half-smile. Speaking slowly, "Eager for my misfortune, are you seeking a suitable replacement?" "That's not true. Boss, please don't wrongfully accuse me." Chengyu hastily waved his hands, desperately defending himself. "Think about it. Who is as generous as you? The last third-tier crystal core you gave me, I haven't even used yet." "Good to know." Shen Zeqi raised an eyebrow, choosing not to tease him further, and turned towards the off-road vehicle. Wu Qing quickly stepped forward, addressing Fu Mingli. "Mr. Fu, now that everyone is here, shall we return to the base? The mountain roads are treacherous after dark, and we might encounter zombies wandering at night." Fu Mingli nodded. "Let us go." Yang Run opened his mouth, about to say something. He had noticed the injury on Jiangche's arm and wanted to inquire about it. But before he could speak, he was forcibly pulled towards the vehicle by Wu Qing. Wu Qing whispered a warning in his ear. "Don't say too much. Can't you see they're all exhausted? Save it for later." Internally, he grumbled. "With that loose tongue of yours, you might offend someone one day." Meanwhile, Shifeng and the others had also arrived at the foot of the mountain. At this moment, only their vehicle remained at the parking area, with Yunwei and Fu Mingli having left behind just the rear of their car. "Young master, hurry and get in." Yuliang opened the car door, urgency evident in his tone. It was getting late, and high-level zombies might be roaming about. Zhang Jin wasted no time, taking the driver's seat and flooring the accelerator. The vehicle roared forward, with the dashboard needle rising steadily until they had driven approximately a kilometer, finally catching sight of the rear of the convoy, closely tailing behind. At that moment in the villa, Yunxi was seated on the living room sofa, her fingertips unconsciously tracing the rim of her teacup. The sky outside had turned completely dark, and the courtyard lights were lit, yet she still had not seen the familiar silhouette of the car. She raised her gaze to the wall clock, which indicated 7 o'clock. Usually by this time, Fu Mingli and the others would have returned. But today they were nearly an hour late. Just then, the sound of a car engine echoed from the courtyard. Yunxi immediately stood up and hurried to the door. Catching sight of Fu Mingli and the others disembarking from the vehicle, she approached them, her eyes scanning the group, finally resting on Jiang Che's bandaged arm, her brows slightly furrowing. "Why are you all so late? And you're injured?" Fu Mingli stepped forward, gently grasping her hand, his tone carrying a hint of apology. "We encountered a little mishap. We found a cave halfway up the mountain that contained a 4th-tier red rose, which delayed us." He assured her that Jiang Che merely had superficial injuries. Yunxi nodded, refraining from further questions, and turned towards the kitchen. Master Pang left some food. "I'll go heat it up while you all take a shower and change clothes." Though unsaid, her underlying concern warmed the hearts of everyone present. Jiang Che touched the 4th-tier crystal core in his pocket, unable to suppress a smile. The warm and bright lights of the living room soon filled the air with the delightful aroma of the meal wafting from the kitchen, dispelling everyone's fatigue. After dinner, Jiang Che retrieved the crystal core from his pocket and presented it to Yunxi. "CC, do you like it?" Yunxi glanced at the crystal core in Jiang Che's hand and then at his injuries, feeling both touched and pained. She chided, "How did you find a fourth-tier mutated plant? I thought I had cleared everything." Jiang Che took her hand, placing the crystal core into her palm, and smiled. "You missed one. It's quite beautiful. Just take a look." Yunxi looked down at the crystal core in her hand. It was indeed stunning. A vibrant green orb containing a miniature model of a red rose, radiant and exuberant. Che was not mistaken. She truly adored it. The others in the room, witnessing her enamored expression, recognized her delight. Yunxi shifted her gaze back to them, her tone serious. "In the future, none of you should emulate Che. If you were to lose your life, would you be content to let me go to someone else? Allowing them to win my favor with the things you risked your lives to obtain? Do you understand?" The men present exchanged glances, filled with newfound hostility towards one another, cherishing their own lives even more. Jiang Che maintained his smile. "We all went together. At the very least, it's not an issue to retreat unscathed." Fu Mingli regarded Yunxi, torn between frustration and affection. "That wouldn't happen. I couldn't bear to give you to someone else." "Exactly, we value our lives. If it weren't for so many of us, I certainly wouldn't have gone." Duruachio chimed in. Shen Zeqi cast a glance at Yunxi, who was absent-mindedly toying with the crystal core, and remarked, "That wouldn't happen. I wouldn't feel secure handing you over to anyone else. I fear they wouldn't love you, as I do." Duan Qingwei gazed at her tenderly. "I wouldn't either. After all, I haven't yet painted a picture for you with my abilities. I'm curious to see if a painting created with my powers would reveal another version of you." Ling Xiao looked at Yunxi, his expression a mixture of admiration and concern, his voice fervent and tender. "I wouldn't engage in such dangerous acts. If I were to die, I do want to die alongside you, so we could still be together below." Yunxi observed the earnest expressions of the men, knowing their words were sincere. "Very well, let us all get some rest. You must be exhausted today." With that, she stood and ascended the stairs. Jiang Che seemed to recall something, suddenly rising and walking out. The others remembered the bouquet of red roses he had brought back and understood. Tonight.
CC belonged to Jiang Che.
Chapter 76. Tools. Everyone watched as a bunch of fiery red roses disappeared up the stairs, wondering what expression Yunxi would have upon seeing them and whether she would love him even more. Jiang Che knocked on Yunxi's door, holding the roses. Surprised by the large bouquet, she hadn't anticipated flowers. She had thought there would only be the crystal core. "Thank you, Che," she said, accepting the roses from him. "As long as you like them, I'll bring you more beautiful flowers next time I find them." He stepped inside. Yunxi admired the roses for a moment before placing them on her bedside table. "Che, wait for me a moment. I'm going to take a shower." This request was akin to an invitation for Jiang Che. Jiang Che felt a rush of blood to his head, replying, He glanced at the nearby roses, their brilliant red contrasting sharply with Yunxi's fair and luminous skin. He rose and plucked a few branches, laying them delicately on the bed. The red roses stood out vividly against the plain sheets, undeniably alluring. He dared not imagine how exquisite it would be if she could lie freely upon them, allowing him to indulge. Upon stepping out, Yunxi was greeted by the sight of Jiang Che arranging the flowers. With a hint of suspicion, she regarded him, contemplating that she had not realized he possessed such playful flair, fully aware of the layered subtleties involved. She embraced Jiang Che, despite her fondness for the beautiful crystal cores. She wished for him to no longer risk himself on her behalf. Jiang Che turned to hold her close. She wore a purple camisole today, exuding sensual charm. He leaned in, whispering something softly in her ear. Lying on the bed strewn with rose petals, she was indeed breathtaking. In that instant, Jiang Che was captivated. Her snowy skin, raven hair, and the red of the roses were a striking contrast to his gaze. He had never perceived Jiang Che as such a romantic. Jiang Che felt that today, Yunxi was particularly enchanting, yielding to his whims. The petals on the sheets had been crushed, transforming them into a lavishly beautiful tableau. Even Yunxi was infused with the scent of roses, mingling with her natural ylang-ylang fragrance, creating a heady aroma that was unexpectedly intoxicating. As night deepened, some lay awake in solitude while others reveled until dawn. When morning light filtered into the bedroom, It revealed the absurdity within. The sheets, littered with rose petals, were carelessly tossed onto the floor. Jiang Che woke first, glancing at the person nestled in his arms, her eyes still glistening with sleep, clearly exhausted. She had only succumbed to slumber as dawn broke. When Yunxi awoke, discomfort coursed through her body. Had she not possessed the ability to cultivate and self-heal, she might not have risen at all. She raised her hand to gather her spiritual energy, the white light at her fingertips more refined than ever, allowing her to break through to the 7th level of foundation establishment. She mused inwardly, questioning how she advanced so swiftly. Perhaps it was tied to her state of mind. Previously, she had been focused on cultivation, but last night, she had cast aside such thoughts, realizing that she could not treat such matters as mere cultivation henceforth. Observing the spiritual energy in her hand, she thought that should she encounter that 5th level Yilan once more, she could effortlessly fell it and claim its crystal core, even without temporal abilities. Speaking of the crystal core, she recalled how that 5th level core had burrowed into her body the moment it touched her hand, a fact she had just remembered. Her movements roused Jiang Che, who asked why she was not still asleep. Suddenly recalling the inexplicable 5th level crystal core, she felt a twinge of unease. As she answered Jiang Che, she settled into a cross-legged position. Yunxi looked inward at her dantian and saw a green orb spinning continuously above it, filtering the spiritual energy and rendering it even purer. Moreover, it emitted an inexplicable force that nourished her body and meridians. She understood now why her cultivation was progressing so rapidly. Jiang Che watched her open her eyes. How about that 5th level crystal core? Is it harmful? Yunxi shook her head. No, on the contrary, it nourishes my body. Jiang Che's expression held a profound meaning. Indeed, it was quite nourishing. As he spoke, it carried a weighty implication. Yunxi cast him a sidelong glance, bemused by a sudden shift in demeanor. She retrieved a set of clothes from the wardrobe and changed. Jiang Che noticed she was wearing athletic attire. Are you going out? He inquired. Yunxi raised an eyebrow. Is that not permitted? No. It's just that I'm worried about your condition, he replied. Yunxi whispered something in his ear, causing his face to flush crimson. The mattress creaked under the weight of their exchanges. Downstairs, the living room had already come alive with chatter. Yet the few individuals below were absent-minded, frequently glancing upstairs. By nearly 10 o'clock, Yunxi and Jiang Che finally descended together. The others rolled their eyes at Jiang Che, who had boasted about finding the crystal core and basked in his own satisfaction. Today, I wish to venture into the mutated plant zone, Yunxi stated. The others exchanged glances, as if to imply, you're not so special after all. Jiang Che thought to himself, it's not just the enhancement of abilities. It could be anyone who falls. He discreetly rubbed his waist, shooting a glare at Fu Mingli and the others. Have you all leveled up? His gaze swept over the group. Fu Mingli, Ling Xiao, Shen Zeqi, and Jiang Che had all successfully broken through to level 3. While Du Ruoqiu and Du Ruoqiu lingered at level 2, just a step away from advancement. Her gaze lingered on Jiang Che for an unusually long time, contemplating that the harmonious desire technique required mutual feelings and love to reach its fullest potential. Observing Jiang Che's state last night, he had been strikingly stronger than usual, suggesting it had also nourished him. Moreover, he had only been at level 2 just yesterday, yet he had advanced to level 3 overnight without absorbing any crystal cores. Perhaps they should try again tonight? The group seemed to notice Jiang Che's unusual vitality. He appeared far more spirited than before, and they collectively exclaimed, You've reached level 3 too? Their gazes conveyed a myriad of unspoken thoughts, astonished that Jiang Che could be so dedicated, managing to enhance his abilities while being with Yunxi. Jiang Che found amusement in their reactions and remarked, I didn't absorb any crystal cores last night. Their attention shifted back to Yunxi. If Jiang Che was fine, then she must be the one with issues. Yunxi averted her gaze, feeling slightly embarrassed. She couldn't possibly confess that she had previously viewed them merely as tools to enhance her cultivation, albeit with some progress, however minimal. Now it dawned on her that the fault lay with her. Clearing her throat, she declared, Let us set off now. Fu Mingli observed her guilty demeanor, sensing something was amiss. Shen Zeqi also noted her seemingly evasive attempt to shift the topic, his heart sinking with a nagging suspicion that she had indeed seen them as mere aids in her cultivation. Did that mean her every moment of affection was feigned or merely an act? From the moment he first laid eyes on her, he had sensed her complexity. She harbored secrets. Later, When she claimed that her cultivation technique necessitated interactions with multiple partners, he had believed she at least loved him, and he had compromised. However, now he suddenly realized she might not love him at all. How could she so mercilessly disregard his affection? Except for Ling Xiao, everyone else noticed Shen Zeqi's pallid complexion, their expressions turning grim, clearly having deduced the unspoken truth. Chapter 77. Revelation. Yunxi observed the expressions of those around her, noting their evident discomfort as they had pieced together the truth. She opened her mouth, uncertain of what to say, ultimately choosing silence as she leaned against the wall and lit a cigarette. Her voice emerged, somewhat hoarse. I have not deceived you. The technique is genuine, and your assistance in my cultivation is indeed real. However, I may have been overly eager, each encounter predicated on the premise of cultivation. She had only just realized that true connection, mutual love, was essential to maximize the technique's efficacy, leading to swifter advancements, which would also benefit you all. With a glance at Jiang Che, the others understood. His vitality was astonishing, and his abilities had indeed flourished, no longer resembling his former self, difficult to articulate. So we were merely your resources?
Du rue au cul, question incredululi.
Yunxi hesitated. That seems to be the case. Du Ruachio's expression shifted to one of realization, murmuring. He must not have been as drained as he appeared. Fu Mingli, with an ambiguous expression, asked, So you harbor no feelings for me, or us? Upon his inquiry, the others fixated their gazes on the woman leaning against the wall, awaiting her response. Yunxi's eyes flickered, her words carrying a chilling detachment. Perhaps there is some affection. After all, we have lived together for so long. How could there be none? Yet, my feelings pale in comparison to the intensity of yours. The group bore expressions of disillusionment, mingled with an array of emotions, disappointment, confusion, congesting their hearts. Silence enveloped them as they stood there, lost in contemplation. After a brief pause, Ling Xiao spoke. I do not care. As long as you allow me to love you, I can overlook everything else. Today, I offer you my sincere heart, pouring out all my affection for you. You, Yunxi, do you dare to accept it? Will you, or will you not? Yunxi gazed at Ling Xiao, whose ardent and flamboyant love remained unwavering. She desired it, yet hesitated, fearing that she might disappoint this man who had entrusted his heart entirely to her. Observing her uncertainty, Ling Xiao reassured her, Yunxi, all you need to do is accept. The rest is of no concern to me. Let time reveal the answers for us. A simple yes was her reply. Jiang Che glanced at Fu Mingli and the others, acknowledging that today's events were somewhat unfair. He continued, CC. I vow in the name of the First Fist King, I shall only bow to you in this life, becoming your sole defeated opponent. Will you accept? Yunxi smiled slightly, aware that this was the most romantic declaration he could muster. Yes, but should there come a day when you... Jiang Che interrupted. I shall not allow it, nor will I. And what about me, CC? Do you truly love me? Or am I merely a tool to assist you in your training? Shen Zeqi inquired. Yunxi had made it clear from the beginning that her love was not as fervent as theirs. She disliked the tone of his questioning and feared the obsessive nature of such love, which made her feel imprisoned, repulsed by the notion of someone wanting to control her every aspect. Seeing the disdain on her face, Shen Zeqi felt a chill in his heart. He forced a bitter smile, choosing not to say more, and departed from the suffocating atmosphere. Yunxi made no attempt to retain him. She had already stated that anyone wishing to leave was free to do so. She turned to Fu Mingli and the others. If anyone else wishes to leave, now is your chance. However, I, Yunxi, will not accept a man who has been desired by others. Shen Zeqi hesitated for a moment, realizing that once he stepped through that door, returning would be impossible. Both he and Yunxi sought an answer. Yunxi, I need you to tell me, do I hold a place in your heart? Is there a corner that belongs to me, Shen Zeqi? Yunxi regarded Shen Zeqi with sincerity, saying, In my heart, there is a space reserved for each of you. My affection may not burn as intensely as yours, but I do love you. I cannot reciprocate your fervent love equally. Yet I yearn for your affection. It mesmerizes me, making me greedy. I do not wish to let any of you go. Shen Zeqi felt a flicker of joy upon receiving the love he sought. Knowing she loved him was sufficient.
Fu Mingli embraced Yunxi, whispering in her ear.
I always knew you were a heartless woman, yet I have long accepted my fate in your hands. Yunxi returned the embrace. You are simply unfortunate to have encountered me. Du Ruachio glanced outside, noting it was already noon. It seems we won't be going out today.
Yunsi replied nonchalantly.
Then we shall go tomorrow. Since we cannot go out, let us explore how Jiang Che advanced, Fu Mingli suggested, lifting Yunsi effortlessly as they ascended the stairs. The others looked at Jiang Che, expressing their eagerness to try as well. Once in Fu Mingli's room, he whispered in her ear, I just reached the 3rd level. I do not seek to advance further. If there are no results as before, you will experience my ascension. Husband, but I might not be able to handle it. At the sound of her calling him husband, Fu Mingli felt a surge of desire. Isn't it troublesome that you cannot resist while still provoking me? He playfully smacked her bottom. After some playful back and forth, Yunsi exclaimed, Husband, you are too much. I cannot take it. Be good. Just hold on a little longer. I am almost there. Darling. Fu Mingli's body bore the marks of her playful scratching, deeper than before. Time passed. And this time, it was Yunsi who lay on the bed, unable to move. Yet, her cultivation had improved significantly, now reaching the 6th level. Just one step away from the 7th. She mused, reflecting on how her previous methods had made progress feel laborious, while now, despite feeling achy, her advancement was swift. How do you feel? Have you improved? Yes, but I feel a bit tired. Is that so? Who was it that kept insisting just now? Previously, such moments were merely seen as training. Who would find pleasure in work? However, it must be said that a change of mood and method made all the difference. It was exquisite. Have you improved? Fu Mingli teased, it seems not. It must be, because you love me enough. Shall we do it again? Yunsi was not convinced by his words. If there had truly been no progress, he would not be in such a state. What time is it? It is 5 in the afternoon, Fu Mingli noted, glancing at his wristwatch. I am so tired. I need to rest, Yunsi murmured, already drifting off to sleep, clearly worn out. Fu Mingli held her close and shut his eyes. Chapter 78. Jasmine in the windmill in the deep of night. Soft rustling sounds emerged, and Fu Mingli instantly recognized the source. He had thought that person would be unable to contain themselves earlier in the afternoon, yet they managed to hold out until now. Shen Zeqi, seeing the two nestled together in slumber, quietly lay down beside Yunsi. He reached out, pulling her closer to him, feeling as though embracing her granted him the entire world. Unconsciously, Yunsi curled into his arms. Shen Zeqi looked at the woman in his embrace and thought to himself that he had wholly succumbed to her from the moment they first met, step by step lowering his own standards for her. Fortunately, he knew she held a place for him in her heart. In the middle of the night, Yunsi awoke from the heat, realizing that it was Shen Zeqi holding her. She wondered when he had arrived. Turning her head slightly, she spoke softly, I am awake. Then let us engage in something interesting, he suggested. Without needing to say more, she felt her heart soften at his words. She nodded gently. With her consent, Shen Zeqi captured her in a fervent kiss. He glanced at the other figure, a look that was both provocative and inviting. Fu Mingli raised an eyebrow. His possessiveness was never concealed. He responded with a nod, all right. The following day, when Yunsi awoke, she found the bed empty. She thought to herself about the antics of the two, who had turned her waking into a guessing game. Guess right for a reward, guess wrong for a punishment. She pressed her hand against her slightly aching chest, aware that Shen Zeqi was not one for such games. Upon entering the room, Shen Zeqi noticed that Yunsi was already awake. His gaze swept over the remnants from last night, which were nearly faded. Feeling better? He asked. Indeed. It was his lack of effort that had previously hindered her ability to think of anything else under such circumstances. Last night had been wonderful. With Yunsi's cultivation methods complementing his, they no longer felt at a disadvantage, and his abilities had also seen improvement. Yunsi felt a bit shy under his scrutiny. What do you think? Previously, it was purely absorption. Now, this was what true dual cultivation entailed, benefiting both parties, although it was somewhat unkind to her body. Shen Zeqi immediately began to massage her waist. Let me see if you are hurt. He looked upon Yunsi, whose lips were slightly upturned, her eyes adorned with a languid charm. Yunsi shot him a playful glare, replying, I am fine. I have already. She trailed off, not wanting to continue the conversation. She got out of bed, selecting a gray-pink top, floral undergarments, and a pair of red jeans, a wasteland-inspired outfit. Shen Zeqi was taken aback by her ensemble, finding it stunning and perfectly suited to the apocalyptic theme. At that moment, she resembled a thorny rose blooming amidst desolation, and he felt a sudden urge to shield her from the gaze of others. Descending the stairs, Everyone was drawn to the uniquely transformed Yunsi. Previously, she had resembled a flower recently bloomed, beautiful, yet lacking something more. But now she resembles a flower in full bloom, desperately showcasing her beauty as it nears its inevitable decline, radiant, captivating and reckless. In this moment, they all felt it was their own failing, a lack of love or insufficient devotion. Otherwise, how could one say that love nourishes the soul? How could they have overlooked such splendor in the past? Now, having opened up to them, she was being nurtured by the strength of Shen Zeqi and Fumingli, her beauty more unabashed than ever. Yesterday, didn't Cici mention wanting to go out? We are all prepared, and merely awaiting your words, Fu interjected. Well then, we can set off now. Have you eaten Yunsi? We have already dined. And Shen Zeqi came specifically to check if you were awake. Fumingli glanced at her, his throat bobbing slightly. Then let us go. I'll have a bite in the car. Yunsi strode out the door, unwilling to delay any further, fearing that if she lingered, she might not escape today. A pack of fierce men, once manageable, now seemed overwhelming. Her heart was willing but her strength waning. These empowered men were intimidating. Today they drove that rugged vehicle again, with Jiang Che at the wheel and Fumingli in the passenger seat. Yunwei, Yangqing, Chengyu and the others had already taken their own initiative. Now a mature and independent team. Ling Yun joined forces with Yunwei, while Ling Xiao had no time to tend to his sister or senior brother. Occupied with enhancing his abilities and assisting Yunsi in her training, overwhelmed with tasks. Originally, he had time, but alas, Jiang Che and the others kept pressing on. As for his sister, he trusted the people under Yunsi's command. The vehicle came to a halt, and they disembarked. The mutated plant zone had already been partially cleared by their base members, with the exception of remote areas. Yunsi recalled the third-level cypress she had seen last time. Let us head this way. It's a perfect opportunity to inspect that cypress. As they approached halfway up the mountain, Yunsi spotted the cypress. However, her brow furrowed as she noticed the branches were laden with pure white blossoms, layered and stacked, resembling a snowy mountain. The scent of jasmine wafted through the air, sending chills down one's spine. It was jasmine with a toxic twist. Yunsi's expression darkened instantly, and she commanded sharply, "Don't get too close. This is poisonous." She was aware that the jasmine harbored toxicity, and now, enhanced, its venom would only be stronger. Its delicate fragrance could very well be a lethal poison. Fumingli and the others halted immediately, while Duan Qinghua questioned, "Isn't it supposed to be harmless? If we hadn't come yesterday, it's fortunate that Luo Wuxia and the others didn't plan to ascend the peak. Otherwise, the outcome could have been dire."
Juryu stepped forward,
scrutinizing the white flowers with a grave expression. The toxicity of this mutated jasmine is likely extraordinary. Common poisonous plants attract prey with strong odors, but its fragrance is so subtle, indicating that it likely doesn't need to amplify its toxicity through scent. Its venom is likely potent enough on its own to render such tactics unnecessary. Yunsi's gaze settled on the cypress, her mind swirling with questions. The once lush cypress now had most of its leaves withered. Only a few scattered remnants remained, clearly drained of nutrients by the jasmine. Yet other trees were nearby. Why did the jasmine choose to cling to this particular cypress? The previously encountered fourth-level wisteria also seemed active in this vicinity. Was there something unique about this cypress? Let us deal with it first. Yunsi tightened her grip on Xingluo, infusing her spiritual energy, causing the blade to radiate a brilliant white light. She leaped forward and struck down fiercely at the jasmine's branches and leaves. The energy of her 7th-level foundation was indeed extraordinary. Wherever the blade passed, branches and leaves were severed, cascading to the ground. There was no opportunity for Fumingli and the others to intervene, nor did she afford them a chance. In the blink of an eye, most of the branches and leaves were cleaved off, with only a few stubborn stems clinging tenaciously to the cypress, still voraciously drawing its nutrients. Typically, severing the main stem would cause the jasmine to lose its energy source, but Yunsi, observing the entwined stems, decided not to distinguish the main stem and simply struck down every one. Xingluo rose and fell repeatedly, the blade slicing through the jasmine's stems and leaves before they could even draw near, leaving no room for retaliation. Fumingli and the others watched in astonishment. To tackle a 4th-level plant, they would need several individuals working in concert, yet Yunsi, wielding a single blade, made it seem effortless. Indeed, she remained true to herself. When the last stem was severed, the jasmine suddenly lost all its strength. The branches that had clung to the cypress slowly fell away, the white flowers losing their luster as if plucked from the vine. Yunsi bent down and picked up a crystal core radiating a green aura, within which reflected a miniature image of the white jasmine. It seemed that the crystal cores of fourth-level plants contained their own shrunken forms. Yunsi pondered while examining the core. At that moment, she noticed a dim, pale green crystal embedded in the cypress S trunk, mirroring the cypress S form. Its energy, however, was nearly depleted. Yunsi held the core in her palm for inspection. It was slightly larger than a typical fourth-level core, its surface etched with fine lines. Though its energy was faint, it exuded a peculiar essence. Her curiosity deepened. What made this cypress core so special that it attracted 2 high-level plants to parasitize it? Duruachio, come here. Yunsi beckoned him over and handed him the cypress core. This core may differ from others. You should aim to break through to the 3rd level and absorb it quickly. It might yield unexpected results. She felt that the unique essence within this core could hold special properties. Duruachio took the core, his eyes lighting up. Really? Thank you, Cece. I will strive to elevate to the 3rd level as soon as possible. He sensed the faint energy lingering within the core, though minimal. It radiated a gentle essence, more suitable for him to absorb than a typical core. Yunsi nodded softly, her gaze shifting back to the surrounding forest. From the 4th level wisteria to the 5th level ylang. And now the 4th level jasmine. A mere few days had witnessed the swift emergence of high-level plants on this mountain, an evolutionary speed that felt almost unnatural. She sensed that there might be some hidden secret behind it, and she had yet to explore the other side of the mountaintop. Let us continue to ascend. Yunsi stowed the jasmine core and addressed the group, urging them to remain vigilant of the surrounding flora.
Right.
The group responded in unison, following closely behind Yunsi as they advanced toward the summit. Chapter 79. The unusual. The team climbed the mountain path and soon reached the peak. Beside the clearing previously occupied by the 5th level Yilan, 2 high-level plants had now emerged. On the right were 2 half-human-sized 4th level mutated burdock, their brown spiny cones glistening with a dull sheen. To the left stood a towering 3-meter-tall 5th level mutated cherry tree, its branches laden with plump, blood-red cherries. The 2 plants occupied their respective territories, separated by about 10 meters. Before the group could carefully examine their surroundings, the 5th level cherry tree launched the first attack. Its branches shook violently, and the bright red cherries shot toward the crowd like bullets, moving so swiftly that they left one disoriented. Watch out!
Yunsi shouted sharply,
Drawing her blade, Xing Luo, instantly. Infusing her 7th level foundation energy into the blade, it gleamed with a cold white light as she deftly deflected the incoming cherries. The crisp sounds of clanging rang out as cherries were expertly struck down, exploding upon hitting the ground and leaving behind small craters about half a finger deep. The group felt a tightness in their chests. It was evident that if those cherries struck a person, they would create gaping wounds. Just then, the mutated burdock on the right also sprang into action. The 2 burdock cones suddenly detached from their branches, hurtling toward Fu Mingli and the others, their spines firmly adhering to clothing, some even piercing through fabric and embedding into skin. This is bad. The burdock will draw blood. Du Ruoqiu was the first to sense the anomaly. He felt a sharp pain emanating from the burrs adhered to his arm. Upon rolling up his sleeve, he discovered that his skin had turned a deep purple, blood being siphoned away by the sharp spines. Without a moment's hesitation, he drew his dagger and viciously dug into the skin where the burrs clung, removing both flesh and spines in one stroke. Blood gushed forth, but he merely gritted his teeth and hastily bandaged the wound with a strip of cloth. Duan Qingyu, also ensnared by 2 burrs at his side, witnessed Du Ruoqiu's actions and promptly imitated him. As the dagger sliced through his skin, pain caused cold sweat to bead on his forehead, yet he remained silent. Fu Mingli glanced at the 2, noting that their wounds were not life-threatening but would hinder their movements. He spoke in a deep voice. Du Ruoqiu. Duan Qingyu, step back and provide support from the sidelines. The 2 nodded, enduring the pain as they retreated to the rear of the formation, weapons drawn for ranged attacks. However, before they could steady themselves, Fu Mingli felt a tingling in the back of his hand. A burr had silently latched onto his skin, its sharp tip piercing through. Without hesitation, he drew the short knife at his waist and swiftly severed the burr along with a portion of his hand, blood dripping through his fingers. He did not flinch. merely wrapping the injury with a strip of cloth as he continued to focus on the burr before him. Concentrate fire on that burr to the right.
Fu Mingli commanded coldly.
Ling Xiao, immobilize it with your lightning abilities. Shen Zeqi, you shall engage it directly, targeting its main root.
Jiang Ke.
Hold off the one on the left. Do not let it come to assist. Understood. The group replied in unison. Ling Xiao acted first, unleashing a barrage of purple lightning that struck the right burr, causing its movements to falter. Shen Zeqi quickly manipulated metal shards to coalesce into a long blade, striking simultaneously with Fu Mingli's ice blade toward the burr's main root. With a crack, the root shattered, brown sap splattering forth. Meanwhile, Jiang Che was engaged in combat with the left burr, dodging its persistent fruiting bodies with agile movements, occasionally bringing his axe down onto its branches. Though he could not inflict fatal damage, he successfully restrained its actions.
Jiang Ke, move aside.
Duan Xingyu suddenly shouted from the back, knocking a fire arrow onto his bowstring. Jiang Che swiftly sidestepped, allowing the fire arrow to soar towards the burr's branches, flames quickly spreading and causing the burr to thrash. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Che leapt and brought his axe down upon the main root of the burr. At the moment the root severed, the burr ceased all movement. Almost simultaneously, the battle on Yun Si's side concluded. Despite the ferocity of the 5th-grade cherry tree's attacks, it could not close the distance to Yun Si, who repeatedly severed the encroaching branches. The final strike cleaved through the cherry tree's main stem, causing a deep red crystal core to roll out, reflecting a miniature image of the cherry tree. Yun Si bent to retrieve the core and turned to face Fu Mingli and the others. Noticing their injuries, her brow furrowed slightly. You are all injured? Tend to your wounds immediately to avoid infection. Du Ruoqiu promptly stepped forward, producing a medical kit to redress their injuries. Fu Mingli observed the wound on his hand, and then glanced at Yun Si, who appeared unscathed, a glimmer of admiration crossing his eyes. Jiang Che approached the two burrs, extracting the crystal cores and offering one to Fu Mingli. When Fu Mingli did not take it, Jiang Che understood and presented both cores to Yun Si. "CC, these burr cores are for you." He recalled how she had accepted the rose crystal core he had previously given her, but felt uncertain about this less appealing offering. Yun Si accepted the cores, glancing at them. "You should keep these for yourselves. You will likely find use for them soon." The group rested at the mountaintop for a brief while, with Du Ruoqiu providing the injured with hemostatic agents to prevent excessive blood loss. Fu Mingli regarded the remnants of the plants scattered on the ground, pondering aloud. The number of high-grade plants at this mountaintop is increasing at an alarming rate. There must be clues we have yet to uncover. Yun Si nodded, sensing the oddity herself. Let us rest a moment longer, then investigate the other side of the mountain. Something feels amiss. Chapter 80. Mutated Gastrodia. The group rested in the clearing atop the mountain for about half an hour. Du Ruoqiu finished bandaging everyone's wounds, while Yun Si retrieved water and bread from her spatial storage, distributing it among them. That should suffice. Let us proceed. Yun Si stood first, directing her gaze toward the other side of the mountaintop, which was obscured by dense woods. A steep slope was vaguely visible, starkly contrasting the previous flat terrain. The team advanced along the slope, which proved to be far steeper than anticipated, with loose stones occasionally tumbling from beneath their feet. After walking for approximately 10 minutes, Shen Zeqi suddenly halted, pointing at the ground. "There's a path here." The others leaned down to observe what appeared to be faint traces of a path, overgrown with weeds, indicating that it had been trodden before the apocalypse.
"Exercise caution," Fu Mingli advised.
The group followed the narrow path at an angle for about 15 minutes when suddenly, the landscape opened up before them. On this very slope, they discovered an expanse filled with earthy yellow stalks devoid of leaves, alongside some green stalks of the same kind. The site spanned approximately 10 acres. "It's Gastrodia," Du Ruoqiu exclaimed, quickening his pace, his tone filled with excitement. "And it's cultivated." He crouched down, brushing his fingertips against the stalks, his eyes wide with astonishment. "I saw this in Y City before the apocalypse. It's identical to the cultivated Gastrodia. I wonder how it became mutated." The group gathered around, examining the field of Gastrodia closely. At first glance, the majority were 1st and 2nd grade, with a smattering of 3rd and 4th grade interspersed. As for the 5th grade Gastrodia, its vast area made it difficult to ascertain their presence. "Gastrodia is a precious material," Du Ruoqiu remarked, using his dagger to gently sift through the soil, revealing the Gastrodia beneath. "It's a highly sought-after medicinal herb, known for its potent properties and versatile uses. Before the apocalypse in Y City, locals often used it to stew ribs and chicken, providing substantial nourishment. It can not only serve as food but also be medicinal, aiding in qi and blood regulation, alleviating fatigue. It's truly a treasure. However, as they continued their observations, the group began to notice something amiss. The size of these gastrodia was remarkably consistent with their pre-apocalyptic counterparts, unlike other mutated plants that had grown to enormous proportions. Yet, the grades spanned from 1 to 4, with a possible 5th grade present. Even more peculiar was the fact that ordinary mutated plants would aggressively attack upon human approach, but this field of gastrodia remained eerily still, not even swaying. "I'll take a look," Jiang Che said, stepping toward a 2nd grade gastrodia and gently grasping its stalk. Logically, he should have encountered some resistance given that he was a 3rd grade fighter against a 2nd grade mutated plant, yet this gastrodia offered no struggle. As if it were an ordinary plant, easily uprooted and still moist with soil, emanating a faint energy glow. Seeing this, Du Ruoqiu gathered his courage and approached a 3rd grade gastrodia. He grasped its stalk, and indeed, the gastrodia provided no resistance. Not even its stalk quivered as he smoothly pulled it from the ground. Holding the gastrodia in his hands, he exclaimed, "This is highly unusual. Compared to those aggressive mutated plants, this seems almost unchanged." Du Ruoqiu, "See if it's edible," Yunsi suggested, her gaze sweeping over the entire field of gastrodia, her curiosity intensifying. Cultivated, devoid of any aggressive tendencies, and with mismatched grades and sizes, something is certainly off. Du Ruoqiu promptly retrieved his dagger, slicing the 3rd grade gastrodia in half. A white sap oozed from the cut, and an intense aroma of gastrodia wafted through the air, fresh and rich, invigorating those who inhaled it. He leaned closer, sampling a bit of the sap with his fingertip, and his eyes brightened instantly. "It's edible. Moreover, its quality surpasses that of the pre-apocalyptic era by leaps and bounds. Observe the richness of its sap, the plumpness of the tianma, and the symmetry of its patterns." Du Ruoqiu, pointing at the cut tianma, spoke with fervor, asserting that even the finest tianma before the apocalypse did not possess such remarkable characteristics. Its medicinal efficacy would undoubtedly be far superior. "I suspect that their grade corresponds to the quality levels of the pre-apocalyptic era. The better the quality, the higher the grade. Tianma of such quality before the apocalypse commanded prices several times that of ordinary tianma." As he spoke, he glanced at the 2nd grade tianma in Jiang Che's hand, which was noticeably smaller than the 3rd grade one he held, and its body was not as robust, with a considerably more chaotic pattern. "As long as it is edible." Yunsi nodded decisively, opting to excavate the 3rd and 4th grade tianma, while instructing Luo Wuxia to bring a team to dig up the lower grade ones in a few days, which would be beneficial for the base's personnel. The group promptly sprang into action. The excavation of the tianma proceeded remarkably smoothly. Within 2 hours, the high-grade tianma had been completely unearthed, filling 6 large cloth bags to the brim. "Let us not be hasty in our delight," Yunsi remarked, brushing the dirt from her hands and directing her gaze further ahead, sensing movement in the distance. "We should explore further." She stored the tianma in her spatial realm, and the group continued along the periphery. The deeper they ventured, the denser the surrounding flora became, and the energy fluctuations intensified. After a short distance, a series of swishing sounds pierced the air. Not far away, beside a rock, stood a 5-meter-tall prickly ash tree, its thorny branches gleaming black as they shot poisonous thorns towards the group, the energy fluctuation reaching an alarming level 5. "Beware of the poisonous thorns." Fu Mingli immediately conjured an ice wall to shield against the incoming projectiles. The toxins of this prickly ash were far more potent than those they had encountered previously. They must not be struck. Ling Xiao swiftly activated his lightning abilities, sending bolts towards the branches of the prickly ash, causing it to emit smoke, though it only temporarily restrained its movements. Seizing the moment, Yunsi leaped into action, delivering a powerful strike with her weapon, Starfall, onto the main stalk of the prickly ash, embedding the blade 3 inches into the wood, and a dark sap gushed forth, stalling the tree's actions. Just then, Shen Zeqi suddenly shouted, "Watch out behind." The group turned to find several purple vines stealthily coiling toward them, each adorned with tiny barbs. These were 4th grade daughter vines. Jiang Che immediately brandished his giant axe, swinging down to sever the vines, yet their regrowth was astonishingly rapid. As soon as one was cut, new ones sprang forth. "Duan Qingyue, use fire,"
Yunsi commanded.
Duan Qingwei quickly conjured a fire arrow and shot it at the daughter vines. The flames spread instantly, and the vines crackled as they burned, finally ceasing to regenerate. After dealing with the daughter vines and the prickly ash, the group pressed on and encountered several third-grade yews. The yews bore red fruits among their branches, exuding a faint toxin, compelling the group to hold their breath to avoid poisoning. Moreover, the sheer number of third-grade plants was staggering, ranging from maple trees that could shoot leaves to camphor trees that released mists. Nearly every few steps presented a new specimen. The density of plants here is extraordinarily abnormal. Fu Mingli frowned, coming to a halt. Moreover, the general grade is quite high, with many possessing medicinal or offensive properties. It does not seem like natural growth. Rather, it feels as if someone has cultivated them intentionally. Yunxi nodded, her curiosity deepening. Tianma and densely packed high-grade plants. She gazed toward the distant area shrouded in mist. Let us investigate. Fixating her gaze on the mist-covered region, before she finished speaking, she took the lead and stepped forward. The mist was thick and unyielding, slowly flowing and starkly contrasting with the clarity of the surrounding scenery, clearly unusual. The others followed closely, as they neared the mist's boundary. The energy fluctuations in the air intensified, almost imperceptibly infiltrating their bodies. Upon approaching, the mist gradually dissipated, revealing a sight that left everyone gasping in awe. Within the mist-covered area stood numerous fifth-grade mutated plants, fifth-grade oak trees, fifth-grade mandrakes, fifth-grade heavy flowers, and fifth-grade hawthorn trees capable of shooting icy arrows. Upon a cursory count, there were more than 10. Strangely, these inherently aggressive fifth-grade plants stood silently in place, their leaves slightly swaying, but not one initiated an attack. Instead, they seemed to be guarding something, unable to spare their attention. The group halted at the edge of the fifth-grade plant's attack range, their eyes filled with curiosity, yet overshadowed by trepidation. This location is not far from our base. Yunxi's brow furrowed, her voice serious. It is fortunate these fifth-grade plants do not harm us now, but should they suddenly lose control one day, our base would be in peril. She made a decision. You all retreat to the position where we encountered the prickly ash. Her gaze swept over Fu Mingli and the others. I will go see what they are guarding and return promptly. You alone? Absolutely not. Fu Mingli immediately opposed, stepping forward to block Yunxi's path. That area is full of fifth-grade plants. Even if they do not attack now, there is no guarantee they won't suddenly turn hostile. It is too dangerous. Shen Zeqi quickly added, we should accompany you. The more people, the better the protection. Yunxi shook her head, her tone resolute. Rest assured, with my current strength, these fifth-grade plants cannot harm me. However, you staying here would only distract me. She paused and added, there may be an energy upheaval shortly, and I must concentrate. I cannot protect you both simultaneously. Please listen and withdraw for now. Fu Mingli and the others looked into Yunxi's determined eyes, recalling her prowess, and ultimately had no choice but to nod in agreement. Just be careful. We will wait for you outside, Fu Mingli reiterated, leading the others to slowly retreat. Glancing back anxiously every few steps until they reached the position by the prickly ash tree, where they halted and nervously watched the depths of the mist. Yunxi gripped Starfall tightly and plunged into the encirclement of the fifth-grade plants. Just as she had predicted, those fifth-grade plants merely swayed their leaves gently and did not initiate an attack, clearly unperturbed by her intrusion. She skillfully weaved between the plants, moving with ease, occasionally encountering a few that obstructed her path, which she effortlessly severed with Starfall, facing no resistance whatsoever. Fu Mingli and the others, observing the scene from a distance, felt their anxiety ease slightly, yet they remained vigilant. As Yunxi traversed through the layers of fifth-grade plants, the scenery before her suddenly opened up. The mist dissipated almost entirely, revealing a natural pond approximately 1 meter in diameter, its crystal-clear waters shimmering with a faint, ethereal blue glow, and upon closer inspection, one could see delicate specks of light slowly drifting within. She focused her mental energy on the pond's bottom, her pupils abruptly constricting. The bottom was adorned with irregularly shaped dark stones, around 20 to 30 in number, their surfaces exhibiting peculiar patterns and emanating faint but pure energy fluctuations. Meteorites? Yunxi pondered, bewildered. If they were meteorites, how could there be so many, and why had they landed so precisely within this small pond? She crouched down and extended her hand to gently touch the water. The moment her fingertip made contact with the surface, a gentle yet overwhelming energy surged into her body. reminiscent of the chaotic energy contained within her spatial realm's blue rain and identical to the essence she sensed upon her abilities awakening. In an instant, Yunsi distinctly felt her time-related abilities within being greatly nourished, her bottleneck loosening significantly, now just a step away from reaching level 5. So that's it. Yunsi realized, finally understanding why the plants in this forest could ascend in levels so swiftly. They must have been absorbing the unique energy contained within this pond. The 5th-grade plants guarding this area were likely doing so to monopolize this energy source. Standing up, her gaze returned to the dark stones at the pond's bottom, contemplating. Just then, the water began to ripple violently, the ethereal blue light becoming blinding, and the stones at the bottom started to tremble slightly. A surge of even more powerful energy erupted from the pond, spreading outward. Yunsi felt a sudden chill, realizing that her touch had triggered an energy upheaval, disrupting the balance of power. She had previously deemed those 5th-level plants to be docile, but her perspective had shifted dramatically. They were not afraid of her, but rather of the energy disturbance. They dared to extend their roots into the soil, rather than embedding themselves directly in the lake. Not daring to linger, Yunsi swiftly turned and dashed towards the outskirts. The previously tranquil 5th-level plants were now agitated by the energy turmoil, their branches and leaves thrashing violently as they launched attacks against her. Avoiding confrontation, Yunsi deftly maneuvered through the gaps between the plants, racing towards the direction of Fu Mingli and the others. "Let us go," Yunsi called to her companions. Observing her urgency, they did not question her, but hurriedly descended the mountain along the path they had come. However, upon reaching the spot where Yunsi had previously dispatched the Yilan flower, she came to a halt. "This place is ideal for exterminating the mutated plants. We will eradicate them here. There are valuable rewards to be had. If you can assist, please do. If not, ensure your own safety," Yunsi declared. No sooner had her words left her lips than a 5th-level mutated begonia pursued them, astonishingly able to uproot itself and traverse the ground momentarily. The begonia's petals fell gracefully, yet concealed lethal intent. While its petals were soft, its reproductive structures shot forth like arrows the instant they descended. The sound of clanging echoed as Yunsi sought opportunities to close in. Her weapon starfall leaving a trail of afterimages as it descended alongside the begonia's branches. The begonia retreated steadily, while Yunsi pressed forward, ultimately cleaving the vibrant flower in two. Its crystalline core rolled out from the severed stalk, encapsulating its most exquisite moment within its greenish hue. Before Yunsi could catch her breath, several more mutated plants approached, a heavy-limbed tower, a mandrake, and a thorn vine. They advanced together, evidently recognizing Yunsi as the greatest threat. Drawing from her experience in combating 5th-level plants, she swiftly dispatched them, counting 10 mutated 5th-level plants in total, including the begonia, leaving only 5 or 6 more which posed little concern. She collected the crystalline cores and signaled to her companions. The 5th-level mutated plants guarded a unique lake, one that was prone to violent energy fluctuations, making it unwise for anyone to absorb its essence, yet it held remarkable potential for enhancing abilities. However, I believe you will not face restrictions, given that your bodies, fortified with chaotic energy, are far more robust than those of ordinary individuals. Let us proceed to investigate, Yunsi stated, leading the group towards the lake. Chapter 82. Visitors from the south. As Yunsi led Fu Mingli and the others back, their journey was surprisingly smooth, encountering only 3 mutated plants. One was a robust 5th-level oak, which Yunsi effortlessly severed with a swift stroke. Another was a 4th-level clematis, notorious for its entangling abilities. Before it could ensnare them, it was sliced into segments by starfall. Yunsi, now keen to economize her time, fought with increasing ferocity. Her 7th-level foundation infusing starfall with formidable energy, its blade gleaming with renewed sharpness. The last was a 5th-level rhododendron, which emitted toxic pollen. It was pierced through the flower head by Duan Qingyue's arrow and subsequently vanquished by Fu Mingli and the others. Soon, they beheld the lake once encircled by 5th-level plants. The lake was now devoid of any cover, its surface tranquil and shimmering a deep blue, revealing no bottom. Yunsi carefully surveyed the surroundings, confirming the absence of 5th-level plants, surmising that most had been dealt with during the energy upheaval, while the remainder had likely fled, ensuring their temporary safety. She summoned her energy to erect a transparent protective barrier around the lake, preventing any creatures or plants from approaching. After completing this task, Yunsi stepped into the lake, collecting meteorite fragments from the bottom. With each piece she retrieved, the lake's energy diminished. By the time the last fragment was lifted, the water resembled ordinary liquid, devoid of its previous unique energy fluctuations. She stored all the meteorites in her space and explained to her curious companions, there are still uncertain factors at play. We shall take these back for further study. It seems these meteorites should be effective when submerged in water. The group nodded in agreement, following Yunsi back to the base. Upon their return, it was already 6 in the evening. Master Pang had prepared dinner, and the group quickly ate before Yunsi retrieved the meteorites from her space, totaling 38 pieces. She distributed them among her companions. Fu Mingli, Shen Zeqi, Jiang Che, Ling Xiao, Duan Qingyue, and Du Ruoqiu each received 5, while she kept 3 for herself. Take these meteorites to your rooms. Place them in a tub filled with water, Yunsi instructed. These meteorites have already soaked in the lake water. So, while their energy is not as potent as it was in the mountains, they will still be beneficial for soaking your bodies to enhance your abilities. Thank you.
Si, Fu Mingli replied, warmth in his gaze.
Jiang Che added, you've worked hard, Cici. Yunsi smiled lightly, accepting their gratitude. There is no need for such formality among us.
I shall head upstairs now.
Just as she turned to ascend, Luo Wuxia hurried in, an expression of concern on his face. Sister Yun, the base south of City A has sent for assistance. They report being besieged by mutated plants.
Yunsi halted,
returning to the sofa, lighting a cigarette, and exhaling a puff of smoke. She pondered whether the multitude of 5th-level plants they had encountered might indicate the presence of numerous meteorite lakes near the southern base. Who is coming? The individual is surnamed Wei. His subordinates addressed him as Boss Wei. Luo Wuxia replied. They have not specified their intentions, but request a meeting to discuss matters in detail. Yunsi raised an eyebrow. They wish to meet now. Luo Wuxia nodded, concern evident in his gaze.
Yes.
In fact, they arrived early today. And I informed them you were out. They have been waiting at the base all day. Boss Wei has remained composed, but his subordinates seem somewhat anxious. Should I refuse them and ask them to wait longer? After all, they have already waited a day. Yunsi glanced at the darkening sky, contemplating for a moment. No need for that. Invite them in. Since they have waited a day, it must be urgent, and it would be prudent to understand the situation as soon as possible. Luo Wuxia complied and exited to make arrangements. The living room fell silent, and Fu Mingli turned to Yunsi, speaking. The southern base of City A is not weak. The fact that they seek assistance suggests the situation is dire. Indeed, Yunsi replied softly, her fingers holding the cigarette, her gaze deep in thought. Let us see what sincerity they can offer. Our base is currently in a crucial phase of development, with limited resources and personnel, without sufficient benefits. It is not worth the risk for others. Before long, Luo Wuxia returned with 2 men. The foremost man appeared to be in his late 20s, tall and clad in camouflage, his face bearing the marks of hardship, yet his eyes were sharp. He was Boss Wei. Following him was a younger man, presumably his aide, carrying a black box. Leader Yun, I have long admired your reputation, Boss Wei said, bowing slightly as he entered, his tone respectful. I am Wei Mao, the second in command of the Xingho base in the south of City A. I have come uninvited in hopes of seeking assistance from the Yinshan base. Yunsi looked up at him, her tone measured. Mr. Wei, you are too kind. Please, have a seat and elaborate on the specifics of your situation. Wei Mao wasted no time, directly informing Yunsi of their current predicament. The mutated plants outside the base had proliferated after the rain, and they had been managing to clear them as best they could. However, for reasons unknown, the plants mutated rapidly and in vast numbers. The highest ability level at the base was only 3, and every encounter demanded a life for a life. We had to contend with both zombies and mutated plants, and our base was already on the brink of collapse. The purpose of our visit was to heed the survivors who had come from this region, urging us to bring our families to the Yinshan base. We approached with sincerity. Wei Mao's deputy opened a box, revealing 3rd-level crystal cores, with 4th-level cores constituting a third of the contents. This indicated that the Xingho base was indeed quite capable. Yunsi cast a glance, then nonchalantly withdrew her gaze. Wei Mao's deputy spoke up, stating that if the leader of Yun base was dissatisfied, she could voice her demands. After pondering for a moment, Yunsi lit a cigarette and handed it to Wei Mao. Upon taking a puff, he realized the smoke was unlike any he had encountered before the apocalypse. reflecting on the evident strength of the Yunshin base, which still had the leisure to produce tobacco amidst a world overrun by zombies and mutated plants. As Yun-Si lit her own cigarette and exhaled a smoke ring, Mr. Wei inquired about the quality of the cigarette, mentioning he had heard that the southern base still had gasoline. The remainder of his statement went unvoiced, yet it was understood by all present. Wei Mao stepped back, proposing that the Xingho base establish a friendly relationship with the Yunshin base, allowing them to purchase all goods from our base at 30% of market price. Yun-Si grasped the implication and agreed, but stipulated that the crystal cores from those she brought would belong to her, while the cores they brought could only be considered a deposit. Wei Mao's deputy attempted to argue, but Wei Mao lightly pressed down his hand, agreeing under the condition that their base's crisis must be resolved before they could return to Yunshin base.
Yun-Si nodded indifferently.
She did not intend to let Luo Wuxia and the others go alone, but neither did she want to take too many people. All right, Luo Wuxia, take them to rest. We depart tomorrow. Very well, please follow me. After they exited, Fu Mingli expressed concern about whether they would return. Yun-Si smiled, assuring they will not. And I plan to go myself. Shen Zeqi disagreed, stating his worries about the dangers of the journey and insisting on accompanying her.
Sisi.
Yun-Si rubbed her forehead, conceding, then Jiang Che will accompany me. You all keep an eye on the base. We also need someone to dig for the first and second level Tianma on the mountain. Fu Mingli realized she truly did not plan to take them along, but since it was impractical for them all to go together, he suggested one more person to ensure their safety. The group nodded in agreement. Seeing their concerned expressions, Yun-Si declared, then Ling Xiao, Jiang Che, you shall accompany us. Du Ruoqiu lamented, CC, how long will you be gone? I will miss you. Yun-Si raised an eyebrow at him. At most half a month. You and Duan Xinghua come up. I have something to discuss with you. Everyone understood the implication, and Duan Xinghua and Du Ruoqiu beamed with joy, as they were the ones with the lowest abilities, finally getting their turn. Chapter 83. Foundation Establishment Level 8. The next morning, excited shouts from Du Ruoqiu echoed through the villa. Duan Xinghua followed closely behind him as they emerged from Yun-Si's room, their auras noticeably strengthened, their eyes shimmering with joy. After last night, they had both broken through to level 3, and Yun-Si had reached Foundation Establishment Level 8. Fantastic! I have finally reached level 3, Du Ruoqiu exclaimed, pumping his fist, eager to test his newfound water abilities on a high-level plant. Duan Xinghua could hardly contain his smile, wondering if he could create more complex works with his painting abilities now that he had reached level 3. However, this joy was short-lived as they remembered that Yun-Si was heading to the Xingho base south of City A today, and their faces fell with reluctance. Sisi, you must prioritize your safety. Duan Xinghua approached her, his tone filled with concern. The situation there is uncertain. You must be cautious. Du Ruoqiu nodded in agreement. Yes, yes. If it becomes too dangerous, just come back and don't force yourself. Yun-Si felt warmth in her heart at their sincere expressions, gently patting their shoulders. Rest assured. I will take care of myself. Stay at the base and focus on strengthening your abilities until I return. She turned to Luo Wuxia, instructing Luo Wuxia, select 10 individuals, half men and half women, the strongest among them. Additionally, get as much tobacco as you can from Chong. We will trade it for gasoline. Understood, Sister Yun. Luo Wuxia promptly set out and soon returned with a meticulously chosen team of 10, each armed with their preferred weapons, excitement evident at the prospect of accompanying Yun-Si. Shen Zeqi looked at Yun-Si, opened his mouth as if to say something, but was interrupted by her. Let's keep things separate. WhatEssier stays with you? The more people there are, the more disputes over interests arise, leading to inevitable misunderstandings. Shen Zeqi stepped forward, grasping her hand with determination in his gaze. Everything of mine is yours. Yun-Si smiled lightly, patting his hand. You all have contributed enough to the base. Those resources are rightfully yours. Be obedient. And during my absence, you and Fu Mingli will manage the base and keep safe. Shen Zeqi wanted to say more, but upon seeing Yun-Si's gaze, he ultimately swallowed his words, nodding heavily. Rest assured, we will guard the base and await your return. Sister Yun, we are ready to depart. Luo Wuxia reported after checking the vehicles and supplies. Yun-Si responded with an affirmative sound, leading the way out of the villa and into her usual off-road vehicle. This outing comprised 2 vehicles, Yun-Si and her 2 companions in one, while Luo Wuxia and the remaining 9 occupied the other. The convoy slowly exited the base, and upon reaching the entrance, they spotted Wei Mao and his group waiting not far away. Wei Mao had brought 7 or 8 robust individuals, with sharp gazes, clearly seasoned fighters, but they had only one vehicle. Upon seeing Yun Si's convoy, Wei Mao and his team hurried to board, signaling for them to lead the way.
Boss.
Just these few people? What use are they? One of them is a delicate woman. She looks like she has been pampered. Fourth brother, mind your words. I sense they are not simple, especially the base leader. Wei Mao reprimanded. Indeed. Fourth brother, do you have a habit of underestimating women? You will eventually trip over that. This was said by a man who seemed to be the strategist of Wei Mao's team, clearly the brains of the operation. I understand, third brother. Fourth brother sheepishly scratched his head. Wei Mao noted his restraint, his expression softening. The strength of the base leader is certainly above ours, and her abilities far exceed ours. Moreover, the 2 men beside her are no less formidable. We must extend the respect due to the strong, even if they were not. They are our guests and should be treated courteously. Fourth brother defended himself. I just think they appear too relaxed, like they are out for a picnic, lacking any vigilance in this apocalypse. Wei Mao's deputy could no longer hold his tongue, scolding, you fool. If they lacked strength, would they be so arrogant? Look at their equipment. They have tools for dealing with both people and numerous weapons for zombies and plants. We are merely benefiting from the military base's influence to have firearms. Although firearms are not as valuable now, they still hold significance for level 1 and 2 ability users and can act as a deterrent. Fourth brother hung his head, evidently understanding. I truly recognize my mistake. It won't happen again. Wei Mao glanced at him, coolly stating, return and write a 5,000-word reflection. Fourth brother wailed, no.
Boss.
I would rather fight zombies or mutated plants. Keep talking, and it will be more than 5,000 words. Wei Mao warned. Fourth brother mimicked zipping his mouth shut, falling silent. His deputy Wenguji quietly remarked, Boss, I wonder just how powerful that Yun base leader is. I see that everyone around her possesses remarkable strength and follows her orders without question. Wei Mao shot him a glance. What? Are you envious? Your own prospects are not bad. I could introduce you, but I wonder how high the base leader's standards are. Wenguji cast a perplexed glance at him, questioning where such thoughts had originated. However, Wei Mao's attributes were indeed commendable, with his thick brows and bright eyes, a prominent nose, and attractive lips. He was undoubtedly a striking figure. His bronze skin only added to his allure, a rarity among those around Base Commander Jiang. If he could not provide compensation, perhaps he could speak to Base Commander Jiang about using Wei Mao as a form of debt settlement. When Guji snapped back to reality, how could he possibly compare to Wei Mao? He averted his gaze, his eyes downcast. Wei Mao shot him a glance, as if to say, isn't this obvious? The road conditions in the post-apocalyptic world were dismal, littered with abandoned vehicles and collapsed buildings, causing the convoy to proceed at a snail's pace. A journey that should have taken 7 or 8 hours had stretched into half a day, and they had barely covered half the distance. Along the way, they frequently encountered mutated plants blocking the path, necessitating stops for clearance, which consumed significant time. In the afternoon, while the convoy navigated a winding mountain road, the sounds of a skirmish reached them. Jiang Che leaned out to look, furrowing his brow. It seems like a level 5 mutated plant. Wei Mao and the others are engaged in battle. Should we intervene? Yun Si glanced through the window and saw a robust level 5 mutated pothose thrashing its tendrils, entangled with Wei Mao and his companions. She pondered for a moment, then replied, let us observe first. With that, she opened the car door and stepped out. As soon as she descended, the people from the vehicles behind her followed suit, standing behind Yun Si. The 7 or 8 individuals accompanying Wei Mao were all level 3 abilities users, working in perfect harmony. They managed to hold their ground against the level 5 pothose, but could only restrain it. The plant's regenerative capabilities were formidable. Sever one tendril, and another would sprout in its place, making it difficult to ascertain a victor, thus wasting precious time. Sister Yun, should we lend a hand? Asked Luo Wuxia. After observing for a while, Yun Si concluded that she had gathered enough information. You need not intervene. This level 5 is beyond your capacity. Conserve your strength. There will be ample opportunities to act later. No longer content to remain a bystander, she gripped her starfall tightly and dashed forward. With a crisp crack, the thrashing main stem of the pothose was severed in a single stroke, dark green sap gushing forth. The battle concluded in an instant, leaving everyone stunned. This was a level 5 mutated plant that they had struggled to defeat. Yet Yun Si had dispatched it with a mere blow. A cyan crystal core rolled from the severed stem onto the ground, and for a moment, no one moved to collect it. It was Wei Mao who regained his composure, stepping forward to retrieve the crystal core and present it to Yun-Si. His voice laden with admiration. Base Commander Yun, your skills are remarkable. I am in awe. Yun-Si accepted the crystal core with a quiet expression of gratitude. Following this incident, the Wei Mao's companions regarded Yun-Si transformed entirely, filled with reverence. They finally believed that the Yunshin base indeed possessed the strength to support them. This woman before them was truly capable. Old Four sighed inwardly, realizing he had misjudged the situation and decided he needed to find a time to apologize to Base Commander Yun. Old Three also looked at her with newfound respect. When Guji, on the other hand, was preoccupied with thoughts of whether Base Commander Yun would consider Wei Mao as a potential match, his desire for a union growing stronger. He mused that even if she did not find Wei Mao appealing, their base still had many capable individuals, albeit not as handsome. As the younger brother of Jiang Guosheng, he naturally felt inclined to think more for his sister-in-law, and thus, it seemed he would have to sacrifice his own brother for this. However, his brother would not suffer. Such a beautiful and capable woman would be a boon for him. If not for his own inferior attributes compared to Wei Mao, he might have pursued her himself. But given that Base Commander Yun already had someone like him, hope seemed slim. The remainder of the journey proceeded much more smoothly. Whenever they encountered lower-level mutated plants, they handled them, while Yun-Si dealt with the level 5s, significantly accelerating their progress. After another day's travel, the convoy finally arrived at the Xingho base. From a distance, the towering walls of Xingho base were adorned with defenses, yet the vines of mutated plants entwined around them hinted at the remnants of battles fought, clearly indicating a dire situation. Chapter 83, Xingho Base. As the vehicle entered the gates of Xingho Base, Yun-Si furrowed her brow. In stark contrast to the orderly environment of Yunshin Base, where fatigue was masked by vitality, the scene here weighed heavily on the heart. The buildings lining the roads were mostly dilapidated, their walls marred by cracks, and occasionally, she spotted emaciated figures huddled in corners, their eyes vacant. Expressions either numb or devoid of emotion, as if indifferent to their surroundings. A few children, clad in ill-fitting, tattered clothes, appeared skeletal as they squatted on the ground, scavenging for something. Upon seeing the convoy pass, they merely raised their heads in a daze before lowering them again. Witnessing all this, Yun-Si felt an indescribable heaviness in her heart. She understood the hardships of the post-apocalyptic world, but had not anticipated the dire conditions at Xingho Base would be so severe. Had time truly passed so swiftly? Long enough to extinguish the light in people's eyes, rendering vibrant life so dim? Her gaze lowered. She noticed the cigarette she had ignited at her fingertips, taking a deep drag and exhaling the smoke languidly. Perhaps it was the relatively better life at Yunshin Base that had nearly made her forget. This was the grim reality for the majority in the apocalypse. Once upon a time, she had been in a similar plight, struggling on the brink of survival, devoid of extraneous emotions, merely existing in physical form. Ling Xiao seemed to sense Yun-Si's mood and said nothing, merely extinguishing her nearly spent cigarette. The vehicle led them through several narrow streets, arriving at a relatively intact two-story building, presumably the core administrative area of Xingho Base. Base Commander Jiang was inside. Wei Mao exited the vehicle and gestured for Yun-Si and the others to enter, knocking on the office door. Without waiting for a response, he pushed the door open. Yun-Si glanced at Luo Wuxia, who nodded slightly. Luo Wuxia and the 9 others remained outside, while only 3 from Wei Mao's group entered. The office was sparsely furnished, featuring a chipped wooden desk, a few worn chairs, and a stack of documents in the corner. An elderly man with graying hair and a weary visage sat at the desk, holding a document with a furrowed brow. It was Jiang Guosheng, the base commander of Xingho. Upon hearing the commotion, he looked up, quickly rising with a faint smile. Base Commander Yun, thank you for your arduous journey. I presume Wei has informed you about our base's circumstances? Yun-Si nodded, taking a seat at the desk and addressing him directly. Base Commander Jiang, let us speak plainly. What do you require of us, and what can you offer as compensation? Jiang Guosheng sighed, the smile fading from his face, replaced by a profound worry. To be frank, our base has been besieged by a group of mutated plants for nearly half a month. These plants evolve rapidly and are exceedingly fierce, attacking teams sent to scavenge for supplies and continuously assaulting the base walls. If this continues, our defenses may not hold much longer. He paused, looking at Yun-Si with hopeful eyes. We have heard that Yunshin base possesses formidable strength, especially you base commander Yun, with your remarkable skills. If you could assist us in repelling these mutated plants, we would be willing to offer half of our base's supplies as compensation, and additionally, we could cede a portion of our southern mutated orchard to you. Yun-Si lightly tapped her fingers on the desk, not immediately responding. She wished to help, but did not want to do so without recompense, and did not want to be a mere mouthpiece in a world where so many suffered. Half of the supplies? Given the current situation at Xingho base, even that would likely amount to very little. As for the mutated orchard, she was unaware of its specifics and could not accurately assess its value. What is the situation with those mutated plants? How many high-level ones are there?
Yun-Si inquired.
Jiang Guosheng replied, primarily, there are some level 3 and 4 mutated vines, and a substantial number of level 5 ones, approximately 20 to 30 specimens. Additionally, there are numerous lower-tier plants densely packed, making them exceedingly difficult to clear. Their main roots seem to be interconnected. As long as the primary root remains unsevered, they will continuously regenerate. There are quite a few level 5 mutated plants near the main root. We have attempted several times without success, resulting in significant losses, with only Wei Xiaozai managing to escape unscathed. Yun-Si pondered for a moment. Level 5 plants were not overly daunting for her, yet accompanied by Luo Wuxia and the others posed some risk. However, acquiring that mutated orchard would not be without merit. Supplies could be exchanged for other necessities. Mutated fruits were not only edible but could also be utilized for brewing and making jams, representing a valuable resource for the Yunshin base. Very well, Yun-Si resolved. We shall assist you in repelling those mutated plants, but I have one condition. During our clearing efforts, the crystal cores we eliminate will belong to us, while those you take down will be yours. Upon hearing this, Jiang Guosheng's face lit up with excitement as he quickly nodded, absolutely. No problem. Wei Mao also breathed a sigh of relief, as he feared Yun-Si would be unwilling to intervene, given the limited rewards Starfire base could offer. Yun-Si rose, stating, time is of the essence. Let us proceed to assess the situation with those mutated plants. Jiang Guosheng and Wei Xiaozai led the way to show the Yun base leader the situation, acknowledging that age had rendered him less capable and his health was declining. As they approached the base's outer wall, the rustling sound grew increasingly distinct. It was the noise of the mutated vines scraping against the wall, sending shivers down one's spine. Peering over the wall, they observed a chaotic mass of vines entangled in various colors outside the base, continuously squirming and battering against the foundation. Some vines had already reached the top of the wall, only to be severed by the guards, but they quickly sprouted new branches. These are the culprits. Wei Mao pointed at the vines, his voice laced with disdain. They are manageable during the day, but at night, they become significantly more aggressive, nearly breaching the wall on several occasions. Moreover, one must exercise caution when dealing with them. They carry an unknown virus akin to that of zombies. If injured by them, one must excise the afflicted area to ensure healing. Yun-Si found it peculiar. Jiang Che had also been wounded by a plant yet had not needed to remove the surface of the wound. Wei Mao had no reason to deceive them. So it must be true. Could it be that only those who had consumed humans or zombies carried the virus? It seemed plausible. The level 4 rows that had injured Jiang Che had not even had a chance to descend the mountain to consume humans or zombies. The distinction here was that these had already come into contact with humans or zombies, likely explaining the situation. Yun-Si scrutinized the vines carefully, noting, their main roots should be situated to the northwest. That area exhibits the strongest energy fluctuations. Luo Wuxia, you and our team will secure the eastern side to prevent the vines from launching a surprise attack from that direction. Jiang Che and Ling Xiao, you will remain here to prevent the vines from crossing the wall. I will investigate the northwestern region. Understood. Luo Wuxia and the others responded in unison, immediately acting upon Yun-Si's directives. Jiang Che and Ling Xiao nodded in agreement. Observing the worried expressions on their faces, Yun-Si raised an eyebrow. They're merely level 5. I do not regard them as a significant threat. Their apprehension waned as they beheld the defiant confidence radiating from Yun-Si. Wei Mao gazed at the woman before him and suddenly comprehended why so many were captivated by her allure. She was beautiful, rebellious, and exuded formidable strength, compelling one to instinctively desire to conquer her. He could not fathom the sight of her in a moment of vulnerability, but he was certain it would be breathtaking.